The dragon's flames consumed the forests, yet they also forged new souls. Arthur, the second son of Viscount Merlin, found himself replaced by a consciousness from another realm at the brink of death. Confronted with the boundless potential of a dragon-blood-nourished island, the enigmatic yet decaying family dragon lair, in a vast world where battle chi and magic coexist, he shall carve out a distinctly different path as a lord with the sharpness of science and wisdom. The faint chirping of elven insects and the lurking of magical beasts all await his awakening and conquest. Chapter 1. The Battle of Dragons in the Storm. Dragon Roost Castle, a magnificent century-old fortress on Dragon Roost Island, the southernmost territory of the Merlin family. At this moment, a tempest rages outside the castle, and the servants within are steeped in anxiety. For their second young master, Arthur, has suffered grievous burns and teeters on the edge of life and death. Mr. Carter, the steward of the castle, has served the Merlin family for over 20 years, watching the young masters and mistresses grow. Now, as the second young master bears severe internal and external injuries from the dragon battle, even the renowned healer, bachelor degree, could not assuage the steady worries of the ever-composed Carter, who repeatedly wiped the sweat beading on his brow with a handkerchief. Observing the frightened and restless maids and servants, Mr. Carter's authoritative voice resonated, "Madam Austin, allow the night watch maid to remain. The others may return to rest for now. In the coming days, we have a tough battle ahead. Everyone must gather their spirits. Thomas, William, you are injured as well. Please retire for the time being. I will watch over the young master tonight. You may return tomorrow." Under the arrangements of Mr. Carter and Madam Austin, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only those who would keep vigil. In his previous life, Arthur was a graduate student named Zhang Long from an agricultural university in Huagua. During a graduation trip, the plane he was on was torn apart by a sudden storm, and his soul was absorbed and whisked away by an ancestral blue orb to this world. At that moment, a storm also erupted over Dragon Roost Island, catching the hunting Arthur off guard. He had no choice but to hastily return to Dragon Roost Castle, accompanied by his guards, attendants, and beloved dogs. Little did they expect 3 battling dragons to appear in the sky, an ice-blue water dragon clashing with a golden dragon and a silver dragon. The water dragon, as an elemental dragon, possessed formidable combat strength, and despite the golden dragon being several times its size, it still found itself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the silver dragon's assistance made the battle evenly matched. The roars of the dragons caused the island's fauna to cower in fear, trembling on the ground. The 3 dragons entangled in combat spilled copious amounts of dragon blood across the island. This dragon blood would later imbue the land with rich mineral deposits. The volatile water dragon could summon the elemental forces of water, intensifying the storm's fury. With an unleashed storm of ice shards, the water dragon assaulted its foes. The ice struck the metallic dragons with a cacophony, yet failed to inflict significant harm. In a fit of rage, the water dragon unleashed a chilling blue breath, its temperature dreadfully low, as if the very clouds would freeze. The golden dragon and the silver dragon retaliated fiercely, launching golden and pale breaths from opposing directions toward the water dragon. From the ground, the 3 colors of flames illuminated the thick clouds in a resplendent display. However, the rain of dragon fire cast the surroundings into a veritable hell. Forests were incinerated, rivers evaporated, and countless animals perished in the flames before they could flee. In the aftermath, everything in the path of the ice fire was instantaneously frozen, reduced to mere powder. Despite their desperate attempts to escape, Arthur's guards suffered devastating losses, and he himself fell unconscious, grievously burned by the dragon flames. Had he not advanced to the rank of Earth Knight, his vitality might have succumbed. Fortunately, fellow Earth Knights Thomas and William managed to escape with minor injuries, carrying Arthur as they fled toward Dragon Roost Castle. After several hours of fierce combat, the water dragon, severely wounded by the golden and silver dragon's assault, ultimately perished in a final clash with the golden dragon. The silver dragon was left gravely injured, barely able to fly, and stumbled deep into Dragon Roost Island, its fate unknown. At that moment, a blue orb emerged from the storm at the site where the 2 dragons fell. It absorbed the souls of the fallen dragons and then vanished into Arthur's consciousness. 3 days later, Arthur finally awakened from his coma, but no one knew that his very essence had been replaced. Zhang Long absorbed Arthur's memories, marveling at the wonders of this world. Fortuitously, he was the second son of the noble Viscount Merlin, with a family history of 3 centuries, poised to enjoy a life of privilege. This world possessed magical powers, where those with talent could cultivate battle chi. Basic battle chi corresponds to knight attendants, intermediate battle chi to earth knights, and advanced battle chi to sky knights, each tier further divided into low, medium, and high levels. Above sky knights, there exist domain knights and dragon knights. In addition to cultivating battle chi, those with exceptional talent might also learn magic. However, few possess the ability to wield magic. In all of Oscus Island, there were fewer than 50 mages. Considering Oscus Island's population exceeds 10 million, the ratio is nearly 1 in 200,000. Arthur, with remarkable talent, had progressed to an Earth Knight even before his 16th birthday. Initially, he had come to Dragon Roost Island to tame a magical beast as a mount, but unexpectedly encountered the dragon battle, resulting in his untimely demise and the usurpation of his identity by Zhang Long. "You are awake, Arthur." A weary yet exhilarated voice reached Arthur's ears. Struggling to open his eyes, Arthur's vision gradually cleared, revealing a beautiful woman before him. Clad in a simple blue dress, she adorned only a sapphire pendant around her neck. Her chestnut hair was neatly arranged, though her expression bore the marks of exhaustion from prolonged unrest. Her hands trembled as she grasped Arthur's. "Thank the moon goddess. Arthur, you have finally awakened." "Mother." The word mother brought tears to Vinia's eyes. She longed to embrace and kiss her child, but, fearing to touch his wounds, could only hold tightly to his relatively unscathed hands. At that moment, Arthur's body was swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy. Only his hands, feet, and chest remained unharmed. His hair had been singed away. He moved his limbs cautiously, relieved to find them functioning normally. "I applied golden rose elixir to your wounds. They are healing well and should leave no scars," Vinia reassured him, aware of her son's vanity. Arthur forced a stiff smile. To have survived is already a stroke of fortune. Scars matter little. He believed such severe burns could never restore to their original form, thinking his mother merely offered comfort. To spare her further worry, he feigned indifference. Vinia, seeing through her son's thoughts, smiled and said, "Do you think the Rose family became the wealthiest on Oscus Island solely through the golden rose elixir? Not only burns, but even the most grievous wounds will leave no scars when treated with it." Arthur, enlightened by her words, reflected, "Indeed, this world possesses such wondrous powers. My father, having endured countless battles and injuries over the years, bears no scars. The golden rose elixir is undoubtedly invaluable. This place is truly unlike the original world. It seems I must quickly adapt to this new realm. Yet, I cannot help but express my concerns, saying, I have heard that the damage from Longyan is quite different from others. I wonder if it will still be effective." Vinia, feeling a tinge of worry, reassured me, "Seeing how swiftly you are recovering, there should be no issues. You have been in a coma for 3 days. I had the kitchen simmering your favorite beef bone soup. Do drink some." Vinia took the bowl of soup from the maid, gently blowing on it before lifting a spoonful to Arthur's lips. "This is brewed from the bones of the intermediate magical beast, the golden bull. It is immensely nourishing. Do taste it." Arthur, feeling somewhat embarrassed, insisted, "I can manage on my own. My hands are uninjured." Vinia promptly chided him, "Come on, stop being so stubborn. Who used to enjoy being fed when unwell?" Arthur could only acquiesce, gritting his teeth as he sipped the soup. However, the flavor was beyond compare. Who claims that the worlds of transmigration lack culinary delights? This far surpasses anything from my past life. It is indeed due to the unique ingredients, for in this world, one consumes the flesh of magical beasts. Ordinary livestock is reserved for the commoners, while nobles feast upon the cultivated magical beasts and the grains nurtured by the elves, resulting in a far superior taste. Why would Mother allow the golden bull to be slaughtered? Isn't it customary to reserve such an act for significant festivities? After all, the Dostin family has a limited supply, and we have only 3 left on Longchi Island, Arthur queried in bewilderment. Vinia lamented, "Do not mention it. The dragon war ravaged much of the island, and many of the reared magical beasts perished from the dragon's might. Although the golden bull is valiant, the 2 closest were also victims." Recalling the terrifying imagery from his memories, Arthur felt a shiver run down his spine and remarked, "This loss is considerable. It will be a long time before we have prey to hunt." Vinia, however, remained unconvinced. That is not entirely true. Although the dragon war devastated vast forests, the fallen dragon blood will also enrich the island, leading to even greater prosperity and strength among its creatures in the years to come. Perhaps new elven insects and intermediate magical beasts will emerge. Arthur, perplexed, asked, "Does dragon blood really have such benefits?" Vinia smiled as she explained, "Of course. While no one knows precisely how elven insects are born, It is certain that places with abundant magical energy are more conducive to their formation. Our family records indicate that we have discovered over a dozen elven insects on Longqi Island in the past 300 years. I believe there will be even more in the future. As for the generation of minerals, it is connected to the dragon's excrement and breath. Dragon blood is undoubtedly more effective. Take Longqi Island, for instance. It was named so because a cave resembling a dragon's lair was discovered, filled with abundant sapphires. Arthur nodded. Is that the cave behind Longqi Fortress where the magical beasts are raised? Vania confirmed, yes. Have you not noticed how the magical beasts raised there grow exceptionally large and robust? Arthur could not help but nod. No wonder. Could it truly have once been a dragon's lair? Yet our family has occupied this land for centuries. It seems exaggerated that such effects still persist. Vania chuckled. It is not the dragon itself, but rather the cave that holds the secret. Oh, you cannot sense it, being a non-mage. The magical energy in that cave is quite dense, which is why the dragon chose it for its lair. Naturally, magical beasts thriving in such a rich magical environment will grow better. Is that so? Arthur then inquired. What became of the dragons that mother fought? Vania, barely able to contain her excitement, whispered, both the water dragon and the golden dragon have perished. Your father has found their corpses. The fate of the silver dragon remains uncertain, but the injured dragon is beyond our capability to confront, so we are only exploring the vicinity without venturing too deep. The sight of the golden dragon's demise will likely yield a substantial gold mine within a few decades. The water dragon, known for its malevolence, does not produce, but the land it tainted is suitable for cultivating water attribute potions. Longqi Island will undoubtedly become a significant asset for our family. Vania's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Chapter 2. The Enchanting Pearl. Under the attentive care of my mother, a mid-level mage, I recuperated in bed for a week, emerging nearly unscathed without any scars. My hair had grown into a thick layer, and gazing into the bronze mirror at the handsome young man with platinum short hair and blue-violet eyes, I could not help but exclaim, I truly am fortunate. What an exquisite visage. What a wondrous world. What a remarkable heritage. I was relieved to find that the attire on Osagus Island was quite conventional, with both men and women favoring a style that was simple yet refined. Even during significant ceremonies, the clothing remained elegant without veering into the ostentation of French court fashion. My family, the Merlin family, ranks third among the 9 baronial families on Osagus Island, which is governed by the 6th Earl of the Duchy of Crescent Moon. This world operates under a feudal system reminiscent of medieval Europe, where lords wield absolute power over life and death within their territories, requiring only an oath of fealty to their immediate superior. The Merlin family can trace its lineage back to the oath-bound knights of the Osagus family over 300 years ago. They followed the then Baron Osagus in the renowned sun-shooting conflict, which led to the downfall of the tyrannical Red Sun Kingdom. With the establishment of the Duchy of Crescent Moon, the Osagus family was granted Osagus Island, elevated to the rank of earls. Consequently, the Merlin family was ennobled as barons and awarded vast stretches of land in the southwestern region of Osagus Island. The Merlin domain boasts an extensive coastline of approximately 500 to 600 kilometers, stretching 250 kilometers from north to south, covering nearly 150,000 square kilometers. Only the southeast and southwest coasts feature mountainous terrain, while the remainder consists of fertile plains, complemented by a dense river network facilitating transportation. Moreover, the family occupies a significant portion of Lake Lycalia, the largest freshwater lake on the island, which serves as one of the Merlin family's most vital resource hubs. The lake is renowned for its white-scaled shrimp and red-scaled carp, both exceptionally delicious and capable of aiding knights in the refinement of their battle chi. This renders it a crucial strategic asset for the Merlin family. In this world where battle chi and magic coexist, my aspirations to initiate an agricultural revolution using modern knowledge have largely crumbled. The mineral wealth relies entirely on dragons, while the potions required for knights and mages can only be cultivated from seeds nurtured by elves. However, both dragons and elves are rare treasures of the world, difficult to come by. In the entire Duchy of Crescent Moon, only the Grand Duchess possesses a silver dragon, while her husband, Marquis Sidar, has a gray iron dragon. Dragons boast lifespans of several millennia, and the 2 dragons of the duchy are yet to reach 500 years of age. Thus, the Duchy of Crescent Moon enjoys a lengthy period of prosperity, with various factions lying in wait, reluctant to provoke conflict. The elves I am familiar with come in various tiers, including elven insects, small elves, and large elves. Legends speak of dragon elves, though I have never laid eyes upon one. Large elves live for 500 years, and the Merlin family secured its baronial title thanks to a blossom elf named Misha who ascended from a small elf. Misha is now over 350 years old and can sustain the family's illustrious legacy for over a century. The plums she produces yield potions that refine both battle chi and magical energy, and are also a key ingredient in the family's renowned green plum wine. The presence of small sprites serves as the primary metric of power among the various noble families, as they represent the main productivity of fine crops and potions for each household. Currently, the Merlin family possesses 7 sprites, whereas their ancestors once had as many as a dozen. These sprites have a lifespan of 120 years. At the most basic level, there are sprite worms. The Merlin family currently has 20 of them, each living merely a decade or so. The birth of sprites is a wondrous phenomenon, devoid of any specific rules. It is only known that they are more likely to be found in areas abundant in magical energy. Each sprite worm can influence a radius of 100 meters, while a small sprite can affect an area of 1 kilometer. The larger sprites have the ability to control the growth of similar plants within a radius of 10 kilometers. The family stronghold, Merlin Castle, owes its breathtaking surroundings, filled with various plum blossoms, to the contributions of the Grand Plum Sprite, making it a renowned site in the Duchy of New Moon. During the annual blooming season, even the Duke of New Moon occasionally visits to appreciate the beauty. After Arthur's recovery, his mother, Vania, was set to return to Merlin Castle, as the affairs of the Viscountcy were demanding, and as a mid-level sorceress, she was responsible for the family's potion brewing, leaving her quite preoccupied. Initially, Vania intended to take Arthur back with her, but he declined, choosing instead to remain and assist in the development of Longchi Fortress. Vania grasped Arthur's hand, urging him, "Arthur, the conditions at Longchi Fortress are harsh. It is merely a hunting ground for the family and a place for raising magical beasts. Moreover, it is just a small port village with a population of only a few thousand. Are you certain you wish to stay here?" With a smile, Arthur replied, "Mother, this place has indeed become a veritable sanctuary for dragons. I feel uneasy relying solely on the few knights left by Father for protection. Given the gravity of the situation, should any news leak out, the consequences could be dire. It is imperative that a member of the family remains here to oversee matters. Eldest brother must assist father with family affairs. My sister has her own fief to manage, and my younger brother is still too young. I am the most suitable choice." Observing her second son, now so mature, Vania felt a swell of emotion. Indeed, it is often through hardship that one truly grows. Previously, my second son was competitive, enamored with luxury, and solely sought the attention of his parents, lacking the fortitude to endure hardship. Now, he voluntarily chooses to remain on this rugged island, which is truly commendable. It appears my Arthur has indeed matured. Since you possess this resolve, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Rest assured, I will arrange for a shipment of supplies upon my return, ensuring your comfort." Arthur beamed, "Thank you, mother." Accompanying his mother, Arthur rode the Crimson Blood Horse, a creature of initial magical beast lineage, towards the port. The muddy roads brought Arthur face to face with the more primitive aspects of this world. The port village was modest, arranged in a semicircular formation along the dock, with dilapidated wooden houses sparsely scattered around the harbor. The stony path leading to the dock was also a quagmire, littered with the excrement of both humans and animals, emanating a foul stench that turned one's stomach. To the south of the dock stone plaza stood a 2-story stone building, serving as the village's administrative hall and a resting place for visiting nobles and merchants. 2 watchtowers flanked the dock, manned by vigilant soldiers. After bidding a reluctant farewell to his mother, Arthur returned to Longchi Fortress accompanied by a dozen knights and 30 squire attendants. The majority of the knights who had once followed him perished in the battle against the dragons. Only Thomas and William survived, both selected from among orphans and having grown up alongside Arthur, their loyalty unquestionable and their abilities commendable, each having become Earth Knights before reaching the age of 20. Among the knights left by his father, Eric, aged 30, was a senior Earth Knight of formidable strength. A staunch loyalist to his father, he had fought alongside Aristotle in numerous battles, earning a formidable reputation. Hence, his father entrusted him with the task of searching for and collecting the remains of dragons. 2 intermediate Earth Knights, Alan and Ed, were twin brothers in their early 20s, skilled in coordinated combat techniques, and adopted orphans by his father. The remaining 7 were junior Earth Knights, all under 20 years of age, with promising potential worthy of cultivation. The 30 squire attendants were primarily responsible for maintaining the knights' weapons and armor, tending to their steeds, assisting in armoring the knights, aiding in combat, and attending to their daily needs, all while honing their own skills under the knight's tutelage until they too could ascend to become Earth Knights. Almost all knights begin their careers as squires. Commoners serve the nobility, minor nobles serve greater nobles, and major nobles serve those of even higher rank. Arthur's father had once been a squire to Count Augustus and frequently accompanied him in hunting and military campaigns. His elder brother, Adam, had previously served as a cupbearer to their uncle, Viscount Tyrell. Thus, it is a tradition in this world to send noble offspring to serve as attendants in other families. To serve great nobles or renowned knights is indeed a mark of honor and prestige. Regrettably, as a second son, Arthur ascended to the rank of Earth Knight under the guidance of a knight instructor, having reluctantly served as a cupbearer under his grandfather, the elderly Viscount Abel, for a brief period. Upon arriving at the castle, Mr. Carter and Mrs. Orson were already at the entrance to greet everyone. "Young master, warm water has been prepared for you. You may wash up first." Tom, Jerry, assist the young master in changing clothes. "The streets after the rain are quite dreadful," Mr. Carter instructed briskly. Tom and Jerry, two boys in their teens with refined appearances and quick wits, were newly trained servants for Arthur, as the previous two had unfortunately perished in the Dragon War. With the assistance of the two new servants, Arthur washed up and changed into a new set of knightly attire. Having two attendants to assist with changing garments was fortunate, for without them, the layers of clothing and various accessories would have bewildered him. Indeed, the life of nobility is beyond imagination. What a wretched old society. How I relish it. Dressed appropriately, Arthur proceeded to the training grounds, commencing his nightly training with the family's technique, 9 waves. As he practiced, Arthur felt a surge of vigorous, unending power coursing through his veins. A sensation of control and superiority washed over him, as if he could seize wolves and tear apart tigers, instilling a confidence that made him feel invincible beneath the weight of his sword. This feeling was truly exhilarating. In the following days, Arthur immersed himself in rigorous training, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion each day before he would cease. The results of his training were remarkable. After just a few days, he had made significant progress, his battle chi growing more robust and refined. If it typically required 100 units of battle chi to advance from junior to intermediate Earth Knight, he had already increased from 5 to 15. At this rate, he could potentially ascend to an intermediate Earth Knight within 6 months, a truly astonishing prospect. According to the norms of this world, most individuals begin their battle chi training at the age of 12, often achieving junior battle chi within a year, with those of exceptional talent taking at least 6 months. Advancing from junior to intermediate battle chi generally requires 3 to 10 years, with each tier of junior battle chi needing 1 to 3 years for advancement. Progressing from intermediate to advanced battle chi typically takes 10 to 30 years, with each tier generally requiring 3 to 10 years for ascension. It is generally imperative to advance one's battle chi to a higher level, specifically to that of a Sky Knight, before the age of 45. Otherwise, further progression becomes exceedingly arduous. Even with the aid of potions or external forces, achieving further advancement proves to be quite challenging. Arthur possesses commendable aptitude, yet it took him over 3 years to progress from a Knight Squire to an Earth Knight. At this pace, it would be reasonable to expect that he would require approximately 3 more years to ascend to the intermediate Earth Knight level. The fact that he only needs half a year now is truly astonishing. Could it be? At that moment, Arthur recalled the blue orb that had brought him to this world. Calmly, Arthur began to channel his battle chi, attempting to sense the presence of the orb. However, he could only perceive a continuous flow of life force coursing through his entire being, yet the orb itself remained elusive. What about magic cultivation? His mother had once guided him in the method of magical meditation, but he lacked the innate talent to harness magical energy. With this thought, he resumed his meditation according to the magical techniques. After a week of diligent effort, he finally sensed the orb's presence within his sea of consciousness. It was indeed the orb that incessantly rotated within his mind, drawing natural energy from the surroundings. As this natural energy flowed through Arthur's body, it simultaneously nourished him, which is why his battle chi could ascend with such remarkable speed. Moreover, with the influx of abundant natural energy, Arthur discovered that he could also perceive the fluctuations of magical elements, allowing him to cultivate both martial and magical prowess simultaneously. Chapter 3. A tour of Longchi Island. Upon discovering his remarkable ability to cultivate both martial and magical skills, Arthur became increasingly passionate about his training. Under the guidance of Eric, he diligently practiced battle chi and honed his combat techniques during the day. At night, he engaged in serene meditation to refine his magical prowess. The presence of the blue orb facilitated his rapid progress, earning him newfound respect from Eric and the other Earth Knights, as well as the castle's inhabitants. Although the former second son, Arthur had previously valued socializing and revelry over rigorous training. Even Adam, the diligent first son, did not train as fervently. This sudden shift in Arthur's dedication inspired everyone to intensify their training efforts. 10 days later, supplies from Venia finally arrived. A three-masted sailing ship, laden with provisions, docked at Longchi Island. Such vessels were the pinnacle of maritime technology in this world, capable of carrying nearly 10,000 tons and accommodating over 10,000 individuals. Furthermore, these ships were inscribed with magical arrays to fend off attacks from sea monsters, ensuring safe oceanic voyages. The Merlin family, with its vast coastline and ample resources, maintained a fleet of 10 three-masted ships along with dozens of ordinary cargo vessels. The Earl Augustus family possessed 30 three-masted ships and 100 ordinary vessels, ranking among the top 3 in the nobility. The shipment included 1,000 intermediate basic potions, valued at 10,000 gold coins. These potions could be consumed by junior Earth Knights every 3 days, whereas the Knights of the Merlin family received 3 per month. With a monthly salary of 10 gold coins, the total monthly expenditure for a junior Earth Knight amounted to at least 40 gold coins, including weapon maintenance and sustenance, leading to an annual cost of approximately 600 gold coins. Additionally, 100 intermediate medium potions, also valued at 10,000 gold coins, were designated for intermediate Earth Knights, who received 1 per month along with a base salary of 50 gold coins. Their total monthly expenses reached 200 gold coins, resulting in an annual requirement of 2,400 gold coins. For the 12 intermediate high potions valued at 12,000 gold coins, they corresponded to senior Earth Knights, who received 1 per month alongside a base salary of 200 gold coins, culminating in a monthly expenditure of 1,500 gold coins and an annual total of 18,000 gold coins. Consequently, the expenses for the 100 Blood Dragon Guards, comprised of 20 senior Earth Knights and 80 intermediate Earth Knights, amounted to approximately 570,000 gold coins annually, taking up half of the family's visible profits. There were also 5 gold rose potions, valued at 15,000 gold coins, 10 barrels of green plum wine worth 100 gold coins each, totaling 1,000 gold coins, and 50 barrels of ordinary wine, along with 100 barrels each of barley wine and beer. Additionally, there were several hundred bottles of specialty magical wines from various regions, as well as hundreds of kilograms of monster meat sealed with ice magic. Staples such as rice, white flour, and oats amounted to hundreds of tons, sufficient to sustain 1,000 people for several years. The shipment included seasonal clothing and various men's accessories, ensuring a comfortable life for Arthur within the castle. The total value of these supplies reached 50,000 gold coins. In this world, 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins. A copper coin represented a purchasing power comparable to one of our own. A pound of grain cost approximately 2 copper coins. Additionally, there were 20 young knights aged 13 to 14, chosen from orphans, who had been nurtured by the family and remained fiercely loyal. They would form the foundation of Arthur's future knightly order. Viscount Merlin maintained a standing force of only 100 Earth Knights, known as the Crimson Blood Knights, whose steeds were bred by the Merlin family. The Crimson Blood Knights possessed formidable combat prowess, serving as one of the family's trump cards. Currently, Longchi Castle housed 50 knightly attendants, costing 250 gold coins monthly. 9 junior Earth Knights incurred expenses of 450 gold coins per month. 2 intermediate Earth Knights cost 400 gold coins each month, and 1 senior Earth Knight required 1,500 gold coins monthly. Thus, the total monthly expenditure for these knights was 2,600 gold coins. Furthermore, Arthur himself would require approximately 300 gold coins per month. Consequently, the total personnel expenditure for the castle's servants amounted to 3,000 gold coins monthly, while Longchi Castle currently had only slightly over 1,000 gold coins in savings. Fortunately, the most valuable assets included a baronial appointment document and a startup fund of 100,000 gold coins. Arthur's father had officially conferred upon him the title of Baron of Longchi Island, thereby granting him ownership of the island. However, the site of the Golden Dragon's descent would eventually yield a gold mine, the ownership of which would still belong to the family, allowing Arthur only a 10% share. The magical potions cultivated where the water dragon fell would be shared equally between him and the family. The investiture ceremony was scheduled to take place at Merlin Castle on Arthur's birthday, July 29th. It was only mid-April, leaving ample time ahead. Since arriving in this world on March 24th, nearly a month had passed, and Arthur finally possessed a territory that belonged entirely to him. The 100,000 gold coins would sustain him for 2 to 3 years, provided he did not engage in extensive construction. However, how could he develop Longqi Island without significant construction? That evening, Arthur hosted a grand banquet at Longqi Castle to celebrate his formal ascension to the lordship of Longqi Island. A dozen Earth Knights, 50 knightly attendants, and officials from the port village were all invited to the castle for the festivities. Under the capable organization of the professional butler Mr. Carter and Mrs. Orson, the dinner was lavish, particularly the delectable dishes prepared from dozens of kilograms of monster meat, which the knights devoured eagerly. Each guest received a cup of green plum wine, while wine, barley beer, castle-produced fruit wine, and beer were served without limit. In his previous life, Arthur abstained from alcohol, but to avoid drawing attention, he had to sip on the green plum wine to blend in. After several rounds of toasting, Arthur gently tapped his glass to capture everyone's attention. The crowd immediately paused, awaiting his words. Though naturally reticent, Arthur had mustered considerable courage after much internal deliberation to speak. I am deeply grateful for your presence. It is a tremendous honor, yet a daunting responsibility to be entrusted by my father with the title of Baron of Longqi Island. 300 years ago, our illustrious ancestors courageously initiated the campaign against the tyrannical Red Sun dynasty, liberating millions from suffering and hardship. The forebears of the Merlin family toiled tirelessly to transform the barren lands of the Merlin territory into a fertile paradise. Today, while Longqi Island may be remote with a population of merely over 1,000, I firmly believe that with our collective effort and determination, we shall forge a brighter tomorrow. To a brighter future, cheers. Cheers. The assembly echoed in unison, raising their glasses in celebration. Arthur then proclaimed that every July 29th would henceforth be recognized as a public holiday on Longqi Island, during which all islanders would receive 10 copper coins, and those on duty would earn triple their wages. The crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. A slender, yet sprightly middle-aged man approached Arthur, accompanied by a tall, well-dressed young man, and bowed deeply. "My Lord Baron, I am Sam Will, the administrative officer of the port village, and this is Tax Officer Adley. We represent all the islanders in expressing our gratitude for your generosity." Arthur had little recollection of these two individuals, so he inquired, "What is the current situation of the islanders? How are the taxes?" Samuel responded, "The inhabitants of the island are serfs of the Merlin family, primarily engaged in fishing to sustain themselves. The elderly and women tend to the crops and vegetables in the allotted fields or pursue handicrafts. Fortunately, the nearby resources are abundant, yielding a bountiful harvest. Each household can not only meet their basic needs, but also save a little. However, communication with the mainland is quite difficult, and the merchants who come to collect fish charge exorbitant prices for their goods. The islanders must regularly travel to the nearby city of Alishan to procure living necessities, leaving them with very little surplus." Adley added, "The taxation on Longqi Island primarily consists of a fish tax, set at 30% of the catch. Due to the severe price undercutting by the merchants, the commercial tax is only 10%. Beyond that, those merchants merely recoup their losses from the fishermen. Thus, the total monthly tax revenue amounts to around 30 gold coins." Arthur questioned, "Doesn't our family have a merchant caravan? Why must we allow outsiders to drive down the prices?" Adley replied with resignation, "The Xinyuegongwa is an island nation, rich in fishery resources, and most families engage in seafood trade, leading to limited sales. Our Malin Ling is the largest supplier of seafood. Our own caravan cannot consume all the produce." Arthur understood there was an oversupply of seafood. In contrast, other regions, benefiting from the mainland, could engage in agriculture or handicrafts. The islanders of Longqi Island were solely reliant on fishing, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. Arthur inquired further, "What artisans reside on the island?" Samuel responded, "We have blacksmiths, shipwrights, carpenters, stonemasons, bricklayers, tailors, brewers, bamboo workers, and barbers, among others. Shipwright Jack possesses admirable skills. All the ships on the island are repaired and modified by him. It is said that his ancestors once built a 3-masted ship, but it is unclear why his lineage has declined, leading him to Longqi Island. Other artisans are of average skill. Oh, and Old John S. fruit wine is quite good. Even the Lord Viscount has used it to entertain visiting nobles for hunting." The steward, Carter, concurred. "Indeed, every autumn, the castle organizes villagers to gather wild fruits, and we currently have over 300 barrels of fruit wine stored." Arthur nodded, thinking there was still hope. At least the various craftsmen remained. Arthur then further explored the situation in Gonko village with them and instructed Samuel, "Sam, Adley, upon your return tomorrow, please register all villagers. I need to know the exact number of villagers, the ratio of men, women, and children, and their respective skills. This task must be taken seriously. Although the two were unsure of Arthur's reasons, they complied with the Baroness' orders. The banquet lasted until after 10 in the evening. Arthur found Eric and said, "Eric, I intend to set off tomorrow to survey Longchi Island. Prepare the Earth Knights. We shall travel light for convenience." Eric bowed in acknowledgement. "As you wish, my lord." After bidding farewell to Eric and the others, Arthur instructed Mr. Carter to prepare a week's worth of dry rations and supplies, as he would be surveying the entire Longchi Island starting tomorrow. Chapter 4. The Mushroom Sprite. Early in the morning, Arthur awoke from his meditation, refreshed himself briefly, and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast with Eric and the Earth Knights. The meal consisted of delectable cream mushroom soup, roasted lamb chops, pork pies, and a seafood medley, with each person receiving a portion of monster meat. After breakfast, everyone returned to make the final preparations for departure. Arthur's attendants, Tom and Jerry, helped him don a set of leather armor and equipped him with a bow and sword. His sword was a finely crafted steel blade, capable of slicing through iron with ease, forged by the sword master Swat at the behest of his mother during his ascension to Earth Knight, costing a staggering 10,000 gold coins just for the craftsmanship, with materials totaling over 100,000 gold coins. Steward Carter had also prepared everything needed for the journey: basic toiletries, camping sleeping bags, various flavors of monster jerky, plum wine, assorted seasonings and flatbreads, potions for healing injuries, detoxifying, and pest control, and, of course, the beloved food of elven worms, fine flour, just in case they encountered one. As Carter instructed the aides to pack everything for Thomas and William, he cautioned them, "The wilderness is harsh. You must take good care of the Baron. In case of danger, do not act recklessly. Prioritize the Baroness' safety." In half an hour, Arthur and the 13 Earth Knights mounted their blood-red steeds and set off from Longchi Fort, accompanied by several hunting dogs, to commence their exploration of Longchi Island. Longchi Island stretches from northwest to southeast, measuring 120 kilometers in length and 40 to 50 kilometers in width, encompassing an area of 6,000 square kilometers, quite a substantial island, comparable to a modern metropolis, surrounded by mountains. The northern and northeastern sides are characterized by towering peaks known as the Biling, featuring numerous summits exceeding 3,000 meters in elevation. The two major rivers on the island originate here: the Udai River from the 5,000-meter-high Longsho Mountain in the north, and the Nandai River from the 4,500-meter-high Inghui Peak in the southeast. Due to the steep mountains and swift waters, the rivers flow like white ribbons weaving through the hills, hence their names. Longchi Fort is situated on a high ground beneath Longsho Peak. To the northwest of the fort lies a broad harbor, with calm, deep waters, serving as an excellent port capable of accommodating hundreds of three-masted ships without congestion. Regrettably, the number of merchant vessels arriving is quite limited. The western slope is much gentler, consisting of low earthen hills covered in various fruit trees. Small animals abound, particularly wild boars, which often invade Gonko village, causing havoc. This area is favored by the Malin family for hunting. The southern ridge is mostly composed of hills not exceeding several hundred meters in elevation, with a complex terrain and numerous rivers. The island's largest river, the Yinlong River, originates from the southwestern Longzhua Peak, the only mountain in the southwest towering over 2,000 meters, resembling a dragon's claw. The Yinlong River boasts abundant water flow, with its network spanning half of Longchi Island. People jest that the river has enough water to quench even a dragon's thirst, hence its name. Due to the island's topography, high on the edges and low in the center, along with ample water resources, numerous lakes and marshes abound, creating a lush environment teeming with wildlife, yet devoid of large predators. Consequently, the Malin family has established this area as a sanctuary for raising magical beasts. As Arthur and his party departed from Longchi Fort, traversing through Gonko village, they reached the western slope by midday. Although the western slope is not high, the trees are dense, especially the wild fruit trees of various species. Their origins uncertain, whether naturally occurring or influenced by ancestral intervention. This season marks the flowering and fruiting period for the trees, and as the gentle breeze blows, petals dance in the air, creating a stunning spectacle. The hunting dogs scampered after small creatures, while the group progressed slowly on horseback, evoking a sense of serene beauty amid falling blossoms. As the midday sun warmed the air, they scattered to forage for wild fruits, which were sweet and tangy, proving quite appetizing. Before long, the young men returned with a good haul of wild chickens and hares. Eric found a tall banyan tree and started a fire. Thomas filled Arthur's water pouch with sweet spring water. Meanwhile, William and several young men plucked the feathers and skinned the wild chickens and hares, skewering them on branches to roast over the fire. With seasonings brought from the castle, the aroma of the roasting meat filled the air, and despite dining on rations and spring water, the lunch was quite satisfactory. After half an hour of rest post-lunch, they resumed their journey. As they ventured deeper into the western slope, signs of human activity dwindled, with shrubs and vines nearly covering the ground ahead. Eventually, they had to dismount, clearing a path with their swords as they progressed slowly. Fortunately, Longqi Island is not plagued by many snakes or scorpions, and poisonous insects are even rarer. Occasionally, flocks of wild chickens and unknown birds would take flight, while hares and wild boars scurried about, keeping the hunting dogs busy as they captured countless wild chickens and hares, their bellies round with food. Notably, the 2 female mastiffs that survived the battle of the giant dragon had grown remarkably large, their appetites several times that of the other hunting dogs, and they digested their food rapidly. Eventually, even the hunting dogs lost interest in the small creatures. Although wild boars are fierce, they dared not attack in the presence of the high-ranking Earth Knights. As night fell, the group had only covered over 30 kilometers. They sought a sheltered ravine for the night. Eric and his team set traps and established a perimeter. Thomas, William, and others gathered branches to construct simple shelters. As night descended, mosquitoes became plentiful, buzzing in their ears. Fortunately, the insect-repelling potions they carried proved sufficient, quickly silencing the pests. Dinner was comprised of 2 wild boars, and after a satisfying meal, they took turns resting in the shelters. Arthur, due to his magical meditation practice, required no sleep and volunteered to keep watch with the others. Arthur found a large tree and settled beneath it to begin his meditation. Curiously, the 2 mother mastiffs that had survived the battle against the dragon approached him, lying affectionately by his side. Without giving it much thought, Arthur quickly entered a meditative state. As the natural energy and magical elements flowed into his body, he experienced an exquisite sense of euphoria and tranquility. Recently, through the practice of magical meditation, Arthur's perception of his surroundings had become increasingly acute, bringing him closer to ascending to the rank of an apprentice magician. The fluctuations of magical energy? Arthur was delighted to discover that the 2 mastiffs exhibited signs of magical energy as well. Could they be on the verge of evolving into magical beasts? He placed his hand on one of the mastiffs, carefully sensing the energy emanating from its abdomen. It seemed that the fetuses within them were undergoing a mutation, possibly influenced by the dragon. No wonder they had such hearty appetites. The fetuses required substantial nourishment. However, would ordinary flesh suffice to meet their magical needs? With this thought in mind, Arthur produced a vial of intermediate low-grade potion and administered half of it to one of the mastiffs. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary hunting dog would struggle to withstand the potency of such a potion, as it was typically only bearable for Earth Knights and intermediate magical beasts. Initially, the mastiff relished the potion, contentedly grunting. Yet, as the effects of the potion fully manifested, a tumultuous power erupted within the mastiff, causing it to howl in agony. The pain immobilized it, leaving it helplessly clawing at the ground. Arthur placed his hand on the mastiff, sensing the chaotic energy within. He realized that even half of the potion exceeded the capacity of an ordinary mastiff. He could only attempt to guide the surging energy with his newly cultivated, albeit feeble, mental strength, but the results were minimal. It was a grave oversight on his part. Fortunately, the magical fluctuations from the fetuses intensified, providing a release for the pent-up energy within the mastiff, which surged toward its abdomen. Soon, the chaotic energy subsided, and the mastiff fell silent, utterly exhausted, drifting into a deep slumber. The mastiff's cries had alarmed the others, who hurried over to inquire about the commotion. "It's nothing. This mastiff is evolving into a magical beast." So the noise was a bit alarming, Arthur reassured them. Eric, puzzled, asked how an ordinary mastiff could possibly evolve into a magical beast. Arthur shook the remaining half of the potion in his hand and replied, "I fed it this. I never expected it to actually succeed." Eric looked incredulously at Arthur and then at the now sleeping mastiff. Normally, if an ordinary mastiff ingested a potion, it would surely perish, making this occurrence quite rare. If magical beasts were so easily cultivated, one would not have to worry about a lack of magical beast meat. It was truly baffling how this had come to be. Arthur, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Have you not noticed that these 2 mastiffs are considerably larger than the others? Perhaps they possess some magical beast lineage. After all, there have been sightings of the magical wind wolf and the Qing Mao Quan on Longqi Island. They might have mingled their bloodline." Eric nodded in agreement. "Yes, that seems plausible. However, it is said that the Merlin family released a few magical beasts onto Longqi Island a century ago, being fully grown and fierce in nature. They were difficult to tame and did not reproduce. They were left to breed naturally, and no one has seen them since. Could they have truly thrived? Arthur affirmed. It appears so. Continuing, Arthur divided the remaining potion in half and administered it to the other mastiff. The reduced dosage evidently had a less intense effect, allowing it to endure for half an hour. Arthur then administered the rest of the potion. The already exhausted mastiff could only weakly convulse, managing to endure for another half hour before finally succumbing to sleep. Seeing this, Eric and the others decided to return to rest at around 3 in the morning. Aside from the knights on watch, the rest were fast asleep. Arthur also entered a profound meditative state, his perception extending to several hundred meters around him. He sensed the vibrant array of magical elements, the rich, refreshing blue-black water elements, the gentle, life-filled green wood elements, the dense yellow-brown earth elements, the explosive red fire elements, the sharp golden metal elements, the lively cyan wind elements, the scarce yet powerful lightning elements, the harmonious white light elements, and the elusive dark elements. Arthur felt a particular affinity for the water, lightning, wood, and wind elements. While he reveled in the elemental energies, 2 powerful elemental fluctuations surged from the distance. Arthur immediately alerted everyone to remain vigilant and prepare for action. Before long, a massive magical beast, the red-skinned giant-toothed boar, chased by a little sprite adorned with luminescent mushrooms, appeared before them. Chapter 5. The battle with the red-skinned giant-toothed boar. The red-skinned giant-toothed boar is a native species of Longqi Island. During the early days of the Merlin family's occupation of the island, they occasionally hunted these beasts, but encounters had become exceedingly rare over the past century. This magical beast can evolve into a mid-level high magical beast, dominating the ecology of Longqi Island. Before them stood a mid-level magical beast, standing 3 meters tall, over 4 meters long, and weighing more than 3 tons. With each step, the ground trembled. Its giant tusks, over a meter long, though yellowed and somewhat damaged, remained incredibly sharp. The tusks of the red-skinned giant-toothed boar could easily pierce ordinary steel armor. Its crimson hide was resistant to arrows, making it a prime material for crafting leather armor, both durable and aesthetically pleasing. The Merlin family had only a few sets remaining, reserved exclusively for high-ranking Earth Knights. Arthur himself did not possess any, as he had previously favored ornate plate armor and exquisite dragon-scale armor over the ancient leather armor. However, he had never achieved his desires. It was his grandmother who gifted him a set of golden rose plate armor upon his ascension to Earth Knight, a treasure he cherished and left in Merlin Castle, reluctant to wear. The current leather armor was crafted from the hide of a golden bull, its dazzling golden surface embroidered with red plum blossom patterns, bordering on ostentation. The red-skinned giant-toothed boar was exceptionally powerful, with formidable attacks and defenses, making it a daunting opponent even for a high-ranking Earth Knight. Upon witnessing the appearance of the red-skinned giant-toothed boar, the group became tense. Eric promptly organized the knights into formation, positioning himself, along with brothers Alan and Ed, at the forefront, while the other Earth Knights shielded Arthur in the center. Was it fortunate or unfortunate that they encountered such a rare beast on their first day out? The red-skinned giant-toothed boar, noticing the large group suddenly blocking its path, smartly halted and began to assess the situation with a fierce glare. High-ranking Earth Knight Eric confronted it directly, his battle chi fully activated, causing the junior Earth Knights behind him to struggle to breathe under the weight of his imposing presence. It was evident that the red-skinned giant-toothed boar would face an even greater pressure in direct confrontation. However, observing the boar's calm demeanor despite Eric's aura, it became clear that he had not intimidated it significantly. Brothers Alan and Ed brandished chains, stealthily maneuvering around the sides of the red-skinned giant-toothed boar in preparation for a surprise attack. The best strategy for dealing with such a hulking beast was to restrain its movements. The brothers aimed to entangle the boar's legs, providing their companions ample time to inflict fatal damage. The junior Earth Knights, wielding shields and steel swords, slowly formed a fan-shaped encirclement around the boar. They understood that their capability to inflict damage on this magical beast was limited. Their role was to support and create opportunities for high-ranking Earth Knight Eric. As the group faced off against the red-skinned giant-toothed boar, the little sprite, previously pursued by the boar, had already seized the opportunity to dart into the distant woods. A dozen hunting dogs, apart from the 2 that remained in slumber, began to bare their teeth and growl softly, gradually closing in on the wild boar. In the face of formidable magical beasts, the commendable performance of an ordinary hunting dog is indeed rare. It is no wonder that across all realms, humanity's affection for dogs surpasses that for other animals. Typically, Most creatures would flee at the mere pressure of superior bloodlines. Even well-trained warhorses hesitate when confronted by such overwhelming forces. At this moment, the warhorses within the camp exhibit signs of panic, their whinnies echoing in distress. The Hongpi Juchi-Zhu, sensing the hostility emanating from the humans, reveals a fierce glint in its eyes, even under the cover of night. Its eyes burn like crimson flames. Filled with ferocity and cunning, it paws the ground, exhaling puffs of steam from its nostrils. Everyone, be cautious. It is about to unleash its magical skill, Barbaric Charge. Eric gauges the distance between himself and the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu, his heart racing as blood surges fervently through his veins. The pure battle chi within him begins to boil. Gripping his sword tightly, he feels its weight and heat. The infusion of battle chi ignites the blade in crimson flames. He understands that this will be a perilous and tense confrontation, yet he remains unflinching. The Hongpi Juchi-Zhu perceives Eric as a latent threat, roaring in anticipation, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In the dim light of night, the determined knight and the brash magical beast are destined for a life-and-death clash. To interrupt the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu's magical prowess, Eric swiftly charges towards the beast, his steps firm and resolute. His body moves with agility, deftly evading the creature's powerful thrusts with remarkable swiftness. He darts around the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu, seeking a vulnerability to exploit. The beast unleashes its barbaric charge, carving a deep trench into the earth as rocks are shattered upon impact. Fortunately, everyone, possessing remarkable skills and vigilance, deftly sidesteps the assault. A few hunting dogs, however, are caught off guard and are violently propelled away. Their anguished cries cease abruptly, indicating grim consequences. Arthur, witnessing this, feels an acute pang of sorrow but recognizes his own limitations in the moment, only able to command them to retreat. With its initial attack thwarted, the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu pivots and prepares for another onslaught. Eric's sword arcs through the air, leaving a trail of red as it strikes towards the creature's neck. Although it does not land a fatal blow, the attack inflicts considerable pain. Enraged, the beast lunges at Eric, roaring and snapping its jaws. Yet Eric, through meticulous movements and calm reasoning, continuously finds opportunities to strike at the creature's weak points. The immense agony provokes the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu into a furious roar, followed by a gagging motion. Arthur senses a disturbance among the fire elements surrounding them, realizing the beast is about to unleash another magical skill. He shouts, "It's going to launch a fire attack. Everyone be cautious." No sooner had he spoken than a massive fireball began to coalesce within the creature's maw, hurtling past the group and obliterating nearby trees into splinters. It was a narrowly avoided catastrophe, as thankfully, no one was struck. Seeing its first attack thwarted, the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu begins to gather energy for yet another assault. The Allen brothers seize the opportunity to ensnare the beast's fore and hind legs with chains. Then, drawing their steel swords, they rush towards the creature, severing its tendons. The junior Earth Knights swarm in, targeting its vulnerable spots with unrelenting ferocity. The immense pain pushes the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu to the brink of fury, as sparks begin to gather in its mouth once more. In an inspired moment, Arthur taps into his mental prowess to sense the surrounding water elements, attempting to manipulate them. With a swift turn of the blue orb in his mind, he successfully directs a portion of the water towards the fireball the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu is about to conjure. With a resounding explosion, the fireball unexpectedly detonates. The resulting shockwave and destruction elicit a harrowing scream from the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu, the sound resonating painfully in everyone's ears. Tragically, the beast suffers immensely. The flames scorch its head, and the explosion leaves it disoriented, its vision lost and hearing impaired. Seizing the moment, Eric plunges his blazing sword into the creature's eye. After a few convulsions, the Hongpi Juchi-Zhu collapses, never to rise again. The onlookers, witnessing the fallen beast, find themselves sharing a moment of silent relief, exchanging knowing smiles. Exhausted from his exertion of magical energies, Arthur slips into unconsciousness. His companions promptly assist him into a shelter, while Thomas and William guard the entrance until dawn breaks. After a restorative slumber, Arthur awakens, his mental faculties rejuvenated. He is pleasantly surprised to discover he has advanced to the rank of a novice magic apprentice. Emerging from the shelter, he leans against Thomas, who stirs awake. "Are you all right, my lord?" Arthur smiles. "I am well, just a bit fatigued. A brief rest suffices." He hands them 2 intermediate potions, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. Please take these potions to regain your strength. Soon, we shall search for that little sprite." Thomas accepts the potion gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Lord Eric has already dispatched someone. However, we have yet to receive any news. Arthur nods. Very well. Has the Hongpi Jiqi been dealt with? William replies enthusiastically. Yes, it has been processed, with the hide intact enough to craft 4 sets of leather armor. Most of the pork has been salted and sent back to the castle, with several hundred pounds kept for provisions. The hunting dogs have feasted on the entrails and scraps. Especially those 2 newly advanced mastiffs. They devoured over 100 pounds before feeling satisfied. Arthur's heart swells with joy upon hearing this. The Hongpi Jiqi is indeed a valuable prize, worth nearly 100,000 gold coins. The tusks can be fashioned into exquisite bone knives and daggers, fetching several thousand coins, while the leather armor also holds significant value. The 3 tons of beast meat will sustain the Earth Knights for an extended period, greatly accelerating their training progress. Observing the bustling preparations at the temporary encampment, he feels a sense of contentment, realizing that this expedition has met with success. As the 2 mastiffs approach him, Arthur notices they have grown considerably overnight, having successfully leveled up. He affectionately strokes their heads, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be named Wangmu and Lamu." The 2 mastiffs seem to respond with newfound intelligence, barking in acknowledgement. "Good morning, my lord. Good morning, everyone." Shortly thereafter, Eric returns with his men. "How did it go? Did you find anything?" Arthur inquires eagerly. Eric shakes his head in disappointment. No significant discoveries. Arthur reassures him. "Let us fill our bellies first. Such intermediate magical beasts are rare, and we will enjoy a feast these next few days." Chapter 6. Z2 and the 2 sprite worms. The flesh and blood of intermediate magical beasts are nourishing for Earth Knights, enhancing their vitality and fortifying their physiques, while also accelerating the cultivation of battle chi and improving its quality. It is a favored delicacy among the offspring of noble families. The blood of intermediate magical beasts is essential for concocting intermediate potions. This Hongpi Jiqi, brimming with vitality, has yielded ample fresh blood. Eric possesses specialized vials designed for collecting beast blood, utilizing the magical power of the mustard seed space. Though small, these vials can contain hundreds of pounds of blood. Similar items include storage rings, storage bracelets, and special jade boxes for preserving living plants and sprites. Only the elders of the Merlin family possess storage rings, while they have an abundance of storage vials and jade boxes. Arthur carries a jade box with him as well. After all, one can never be certain of encountering spirits in the outside world. Without a storage jade box, it would be quite difficult to collect their life root plants. Although the spirits can retrieve their life root plants, they cannot remain detached from the earth for an extended period, as it would inflict severe harm upon them. The storage jade box serves to protect the spirit's life root plants to the greatest extent, preventing any damage from prolonged separation from the earth. Today's breakfast consisted of roasted red-skinned giant boar meat, while the heart of the magical beast was prepared for Arthur, as it contained the essence of the flesh and blood of an intermediate magical beast, brimming with energy and vitality, making it highly beneficial for physical training. However, Arthur's battle chi cultivation technique is of the water attribute, the 9 waves, which does not align with the heart's properties. Eric, William, and the other 2 junior Earth Knights practiced the fire attribute technique, Flame Slash. Nevertheless, since Eric is already a senior Earth Knight, it would not benefit him significantly. Thus, it was decided that the heart would be shared among William and the others. "My cultivation technique is water-based. Yours is more suitable, so you should partake in it. I'll suffice with a kidney," Arthur suggested. William immediately declined, saying, "My lord, although your battle chi attributes do not match, the heart is still greatly beneficial for physical training. You should consume it." Arthur smiled and replied, "I have my own methods for physical training. The heart would not be of much help to me. It is more fitting for you all to consume it. Do not refuse, eat up." With that, he took a kidney and consumed it. The others ceased their objections and devoured nearly 100 pounds of beast meat, with Arthur consuming nearly 10 pounds himself. The appetite of the Earth Knights is indeed impressive. After the meal, they divided into 4 groups of 2, continuing their exploration. Arthur and Thomas teamed up with Wang Mu and La Mu, heading westward. Utilizing his magical sensing ability, Arthur detected the surrounding magical fluctuations. After advancing to the rank of magical apprentice today, his sensing range now extended to nearly 100 meters. They searched for several hours without uncovering any clues. The 2 men and their 2 hounds then took a detour, returning to the temporary encampment from another direction. Suddenly, a purple figure darted past before their eyes. What kind of rabbit is that big? Arthur sensed that it was also a magical beast, though with low magical energy, barely at the intermediate level. Wang Mu and La Mu immediately gave chase. They zigzagged after the mysterious creature until they reached a small canyon, filled with numerous caves of varying sizes. The creature had scurried into one of the caves. Arthur detected several hundred magical fluctuations emanating from these caves. After circling the area, Arthur noted that all the cave entrances were concentrated in the canyon. If they could secure the entrance, the creatures inside would be trapped. This truly was a prime opportunity. The canyon ran east to west, measuring over 300 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and several meters in height. At the far end of the canyon, there was a small waterfall and a deep pool of about 200 square meters. Beside the pool, there were trees resembling orange trees, with round leaves, white flower buds, and red flowers adorned with black patterns, bearing fruit similar to bitter oranges. Additionally, several tall locust trees bore round leaves and red fruits the size of papayas, which could enhance strength when consumed. Such fruits are rare and had only been seen in the family's ancient texts. Both types of trees exuded subtle magical fluctuations. It seemed they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Arthur signaled the others with a signal firework and then positioned himself at the canyon entrance, instructing William to return to Long Chi Fort and gather personnel. William, you must return to Long Chi Fort immediately and summon 200 villagers, including stonemasons, carpenters, and bricklayers. Ensure they are compensated with 10 copper coins each per day. Have Butler Carter prepare the necessary supplies. Yes, my lord. William, although unclear about Arthur's intentions, understood that obedience was paramount. He promptly headed back to the temporary encampment to prepare for his journey back to Long Chi Fort. Over 2 hours later, Eric and the other Earth Knights arrived at the site. Arthur explained, this canyon conceals hundreds of low-level magical beasts, and 2 trees are undergoing transformation, likely to birth spirit insects. If they successfully emerge, they will become magical medicine spirit insects, which is of utmost importance for Long Chi Island at present. Therefore, we shall guard the canyon. I have sent William to gather personnel, as I plan to construct a fortress here to enclose the canyon, both to domesticate those magical beasts and to utilize the spirit insects for cultivating magical medicine. Eric was taken aback by Arthur's words. Hundreds of magical beasts? And 2 spirit insects are about to be born? How can you be so certain? He quickly realized his impropriety and bowed apologetically. I apologize, my lord. I do not doubt you. It is merely that your news is astonishing. Arthur waved his hand dismissively, saying, were it not for my first-hand confirmation, I too would struggle to believe it. Let us remain here for now. The truth will reveal itself in due time. Consequently, Eric organized the others to chop wood and level the land surrounding the canyon, preparing to enclose the area with wooden fences. The 6 Earth Knights exhibited remarkable efficiency. Before nightfall, a barrier had been erected at the canyon entrance, over 10 meters high and 20 meters wide, with a central gate left for ingress and egress. 3 wooden huts and a doghouse were constructed against the rock wall outside the canyon. 1 for Arthur, 1 for Eric, and 1 shared by the remaining 5 knights. As evening approached, through the wooden fence, the group finally glimpsed the true appearance of the magical beasts within the canyon. They were large rabbits, half a meter tall, with drooping ears and manes around their necks. Their tails were fluffy and large, some with white and purple manes, others with yellow and purple, and the majority adorned with deep purple fur. Thomas could not help but exclaim, they are quite beautiful, and they are so large, with long tails. Are these rabbits? Eric had never encountered such magical beasts before and had never even heard of them. Arthur remarked, gazing at these wondrous rabbits. Perhaps they are native species of Long Chi Island. The terrain here is complex and well hidden. Had we not stumbled upon it by chance, we would never have discovered this place. Eric nodded. Indeed, the Merlin family has hunted here for centuries every autumn and winter. Yet we have never thoroughly explored the entire island. It is quite normal to overlook some species. Arthur acknowledged, it seems I have underestimated the situation. I initially thought we could explore the entire island in about a week, yet in just one day we have encountered such marvels. This is merely the relatively flat western ridge. Who knows what other surprises await us in the more treacherous areas? Eric agreed. Yes. It may also relate to the recent dragon war. Many animals likely fled their original habitats in fear, leading us to this encounter. Arthur nodded in agreement. The purple rabbits first drank from the pool for a while before moving toward the canyon entrance. Upon seeing the wooden fence blocking their way, they appeared bewildered, searching for an exit but finding none. Ultimately, they grew anxious, making frantic noises. The group exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Arthur. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur said, open the gate. Let us observe where they forage and what they consume. A long line can catch a big fish. The group then brought their hunting dogs into the wooden doghouse before opening the wooden door. Startled, the purple rabbits scattered but soon returned, cautiously approaching the door, curious. Ultimately, they ventured through the gate. Once outside, they became more vigilant, dispersing in groups of 3 or 4. Arthur and Eric followed from a distance, trailing them for about 5 kilometers until they came upon a vast expanse of red grass shimmering with a green glow. The purple rabbits immediately rushed forward to feast. This grassy area was also home to numerous herbivores: elk, wild horses, wild goats, wild rabbits, and bison. Arthur and Eric exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Eric whispered, "Is this the devil's grass?" "So much of it. It is one of the favorite pastures of herbivorous magical beasts." Arthur nodded in agreement. "Only elves can cultivate devil's grass. So it seems there are elves here. What a delightful surprise." The two men concealed themselves in the branches of a large tree, lying in wait for over an hour. The purple rabbits began to return. Arthur mimicked a wolf's howl, and immediately, the herbivorous creatures scattered in panic. The purple rabbits, too, transformed from their previous leisurely demeanor and vanished in an instant. Eric was amused by Arthur's mischievous antics. The pair descended from the tree, and Arthur headed straight toward the area pulsating with magical energy. Indeed, a red, luminescent green-hued spirit worm was lazily writhing atop a robust clump of devil's grass. Arthur took some jade powder from his waist and applied it to his fingers. The spirit worm, lured by the scent of the jade powder, quickly crawled over and bit into Arthur's index finger, thus binding the contract. Arthur had successfully acquired his first spirit worm. After the contract was established, Arthur immediately communicated telepathically, summoning his life spirit plant. The devil's grass spirit worm crawled onto the lush clump of devil's grass, which rapidly shrank before being consumed. Arthur repeated the process and captured another devil's grass spirit worm. Chapter 7. The eerie slaughter. With 2 devil's grass spirit worms in hand, Arthur felt elated. He finally possessed some confidence befitting a baron. Typically, a baron would have 5 to 8 spirit worms, and possessing even a single minor spirit was considered a sign of considerable wealth. The devil's grass spirit worms he obtained were exceptionally rare, worth more than an ordinary minor spirit. Once his family officially conferred the title upon him, they would likely provide him with a few more. This meant he would possess a commendable foundation among the barons. Should he also acquire that mushroom minor spirit, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Thus, Arthur was determined to obtain the mushroom minor spirit. After securing the 2 spirit worms in his jade storage box, Arthur and Eric hurried back to their temporary encampment. The Earth Knights moved swiftly, returning to the camp in just over 10 minutes. The purple rabbits had already retreated back to the canyon. Upon seeing Arthur and Eric return, Thomas and the others immediately approached, bowing in greeting. "Welcome back, my Lord Baron. I thought something had gone awry when I saw the purple rabbits racing back." Eric glanced at Arthur with a smile, remaining silent. Noticing Eric's expression, Arthur casually stated, "We just discovered 2 devil's grass spirit worms, but inadvertently disturbed them. To our surprise, they came back. As they say, an old horse knows the way. It seems the purple rabbits do too." 2 devil's grass spirit worms? Thomas was somewhat incredulous. "Did you truly find 2 spirit worms?" Arthur proudly opened the jade storage box, revealing the 2 palm-sized spirit worms, shimmering with a radiant green light, peacefully sleeping inside. Thomas's eyes widened, fixated on the spirit worms as if fearing they might flee with a blink of an eye. He continuously marveled, truly remarkable spirit worms, nature's wondrous creations. How beautiful they are. Arthur ignored the mesmerized Thomas, closing the jade box after a brief display. At this moment, Eric spoke to Arthur. "Should we close the wooden door? I see the purple rabbits have returned." Arthur pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe it is unnecessary. We should observe their habits for a while longer to better understand how to care for them in the future. Just ensure the main entrance is guarded against any unforeseen incidents. With the recent surge of wild beasts on the island, we must remain vigilant." Eric nodded in agreement. "All right. I will assign people to guard the door in shifts. However, this canyon is quite secluded, with abundant water and grass. Rabbit-type magical beasts are known for their strong reproductive capabilities. It's puzzling that only a few hundred live here." At this point, Alan interjected, "Could there be others in different locations?" Typically, when a species reaches a certain population, they will disperse and expand outward. Everyone found Alan's reasoning sound. Eric nodded. "That seems plausible. It is currently the breeding season. We will know more after further observation. It is also possible that their numbers are being suppressed by nearby natural predators." This too was a reasonable explanation. After discussing for a while and arranging shifts for the night watch, everyone returned to rest. Arthur returned to his wooden hut to continue practicing his magical meditation. With the presence of that blue orb, Arthur's progress in magical meditation was remarkably swift. Following his unexpected advancement to a novice magic apprentice, his mental strength surged, and his sensory abilities further enhanced, along with a significant increase in affinity for magical elements. Entering a meditative state, various magical elements danced around him like playful spirits. Thus, they peacefully passed the second night in the wilderness. The next day, after breakfast, leaving 2 individuals to guard the site, Arthur set out with Eric, the Allen brothers, and Thomas to explore the eastern plains. It wasn't long before they arrived at the place where they had previously discovered the devil's grass spirit worms. They had reached the foot of the Shieling Mountains, with fertile plains and marshes stretching further east. Shortly thereafter, a wide river, spanning several meters, appeared before them. Eric, gazing at the river, remarked to Arthur, "This is the Shieling River. Flowing downstream will lead directly to Port Village." The group followed the Shieling River northward for approximately 5 kilometers until they reached a fork in the river. The terrain was flat, with gentle, grassy slopes to the west and expansive fertile land to the east, where various wild grasses flourished and unknown birds and small animals frolicked in abundance. Arthur looked at the land before him with satisfaction. "We can build a village here. Crops can be cultivated along both banks of the Shieling River. And we can heavily plant pastures from the Purple Rabbit Canyon up the slopes here to raise magical beasts and livestock. Now that we have 2 devil's grass spirit worms, we need not worry about the seeds of the devil's grass. It is one of the favorite pastures for herbivorous magical beasts. With their help, we can secure a steady supply of magical beast meat in the future." Eric and the others were equally thrilled, for the devil's grass was exceedingly rare. On Oscus Island, only the Earl's family and the Dustin family possessed the devil's grass minor spirits, granting them control over the majority of magical beast meat supply on the island. The Dustin family's territory was less than a third of the Merlin family's yet, with the aid of the intermediate magical beast, the Golden Bull. They had established the most formidable Earth Knight Order on the island, comprising 300 Golden Bull Knights. Their greatest asset was undoubtedly the devil's grass minor spirit. This was because herbivorous magical beasts could only grow, advance, and reproduce by consuming magically infused pastures. Ordinary pastures could merely sustain them, and over time, they might even regress. Thus, the Golden Bulls and other magical beasts purchased by the Merlin family were raised on Longchi Island, where the abundant water and grass ensured they wouldn't regress. Although breeding was impossible, as the animals sold on the market were all castrated. At noon, while they feasted on roasted redskin giant pig meat, several swift boats approached the Shieling River. Leading the group were William and other Earth Knights, accompanied by their subjects, various craftsmen, and supplies. There were also 40 knight attendants, leaving only 10 to guard the castle. Arthur instructed the knight attendants to hunt some wild beasts to provide additional meals for the arriving subjects and craftsmen. He then gathered the remaining knights and craftsmen for a meeting. As Arthur sketched out plans, he explained, "We will first establish a village at the fork of the Shieling River, extending westward. The houses will be constructed of wood and stone. The stones will be quarried from the surrounding areas of the Purple Rabbit Ridge. However, care must be taken to ensure that the surrounding rocky hills are transformed into caves for raising purple rabbits, with the exits leading to this central point." Arthur pointed towards the central region of the mountain peaks and remarked that all the valleys raising the purple rabbits converge here. "Here we shall construct a fortress to be guarded by the Earth Knights." He continued, "I have also discovered an abundance of high-quality clay on the western ridge, which we can utilize to build kilns for brickmaking." A few craftsmen, puzzled, inquired about the process of kiln construction for brickmaking. Arthur then sketched the design of a brick kiln and explained the general procedure to them. One of the dark-skinned masons said, "My lord, this resembles the shaping and firing of pottery." Arthur, upon hearing this, joyfully asked, "You understand the process of shaping and firing pottery?" The mason replied, "I hail from Sai-Wanjia in the Sai-Meijia continent, where we construct houses using yellow clay to shape earth bricks. Our region is also renowned for firing earthenware." Arthur was elated. With such an ally, he could save considerable time in his brick-making endeavors. "Excellent, then Sai-Wan. I hereby appoint you as the chief of the brick kiln team. If you can expedite the production of bricks, there shall be generous rewards." Sai-Wan immediately knelt in reverence, vowing to fulfill his lord's command promptly. "I await your good news." Arthur then instructed, "William, you shall lead 4 Earth Knights and 20 knight attendants to garrison the fortress to ensure the safety of the citizens. Meanwhile, I will seek a suitable location to plant the spirit plants of the devil grass and the spirit bugs. You will be responsible for organizing personnel to guard the plants and bugs." William promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." At this moment, Eric suggested, "My lord, I can lead the remaining knights and attendants to exterminate the wild beasts in the vicinity. This will secure the safety of the citizens. Even if any beasts attempt to flee, with William and the others stationed, it should not pose a significant issue." Arthur nodded. "Excellent. Let us proceed as you propose. The group discussed further details before each took their positions to commence action. In the afternoon, they collectively constructed sufficient wooden cabins on the hillside to provide a place for rest and sleep. In a flurry, 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Eric led a campaign that nearly eradicated all ferocious beasts within a 10-mile radius, allowing the citizens to enjoy meat at every meal, thus working with exceptional vigor. Fortunately, during Eric's efforts to hunt the beasts, he indeed discovered several habitats of the purple rabbits. With the assistance of the knights in quarrying stones, the efficiency of the work was remarkably swift, particularly with the Earth Knights utilizing their battle chi to cleave the stones with mere strokes. Thus, a new valley, similar in size to the Purple Rabbit Valley, was excavated, along with over 100 varying-sized caves. The craftsmen, guided by Arthur, also managed to channel river water into the valley using a water wheel. The fortress was the first to be completed, a stone bastion. While the facilities were rudimentary, they were adequately equipped. Construction began in the village by the Western River, with the dock already established, continuously receiving supplies from Longqi Fortress via the Western River. Various wild delicacies and precious furs were also transported back to Longqi Fortress. Within a fortnight, the first batch of blue bricks was fired, though their quality required improvement. They were still usable. With these blue bricks, constructing houses and laying roads would become significantly easier, and as firing techniques improved, their utility would expand further. The first batch of blue bricks was allocated by Arthur for the construction of additional brick kilns and roadways. With the completion of the initial valley excavation, Eric began capturing the recently discovered purple rabbit colonies. Within a few days, nearly 500 rabbits were captured. After releasing them into the newly excavated valley, the different groups frequently clashed, ultimately leaving just over 300 to restore balance. Some injured and weak individuals were ordered by Arthur to be slaughtered for consumption. Their flavor exquisite, aiding in the digestion of beast meat and enhancing absorption. This effect was comparable to a weakened potion. This further solidified Arthur's resolve to scale their breeding efforts. Soon, the second artificial valley was completed, accommodating over 300 new purple rabbits. The devil grass spirit bugs also proliferated nearby, creating vast expanses of new devil grass, sufficient to sustain these purple rabbits. Just as the endeavor of raising the purple rabbits was in full swing, a piece of dire news arrived. A purple rabbit group under surveillance had been assailed by an unknown entity, suffering grievous losses, yet no trace could be found. Chapter 8. The Divine Beastmanji. This news undoubtedly incensed Arthur. The breeding of purple rabbits had been designated as a pillar industry for Longqi Island. It represented a vital resource for Arthur to swiftly enhance the strength of his subordinates and amass wealth. Naturally, he would not permit anything to disrupt this endeavor. Thus, Arthur immediately summoned all Earth Knights and 20 knight attendants to hasten towards the location of the incident, leaving only William and 20 knight attendants to guard the fortress and the village under construction. The group hastened along the Western River, taking over an hour to discover the tracking team's markings, indicating that they had indeed crossed the Western River. To their astonishment, the purple rabbits had collectively traversed the broad Western River to evade the assault. This was indeed an effective means of escaping pursuit, as the river's waters masked their scent. Arthur and his companions forded the Western River and pursued southward for several kilometers, arriving at a valley adorned with blooming flowers. The sight captivated everyone. Amidst the rolling hills, a sea of flowers blossomed, resplendent as brocade. The vibrant blossoms swayed in the breeze, exuding a fragrant aroma that intoxicated the senses. This place epitomized the poet's description of lush grasses and myriad falling petals. The innate beauty of nature moved the heart. The flowers in the valley resembled the beauties of ancient texts, graceful and enchanting. Strolling through, one felt as though they had entered a realm replete with poetry and artistry. Uplifting the spirit, everyone instinctively restrained their horses from trampling upon the exquisite scenery. Arthur dismounted first, finding a small grove to secure the horses, leaving 2 individuals to guard them. At this moment, Arthur and his party finally reunited with the tracking team. Alan approached Arthur and reported, "My lord, in the valley ahead, there are at least several thousand purple rabbits. We have traced a small group that was slaughtered to this location." Arthur inquired, "Have you yet discovered what beast has been attacking them?" Alan awkwardly nodded, admitting, "My incompetence has yielded no clues, but that group of purple rabbits has been slaughtered nightly, prompting their migration here. We have found no traces nearby. Have the hounds been deployed? Both Wangmu and Lamb have been dispatched, yet no leads have surfaced." Arthur found this situation rather peculiar. He then turned to Eric and asked, "Eric, do you know of any beasts or magical creatures adept at stealth?" Eric pondered before responding. Generally, such elusive creatures would be rare feline magical beasts or rodent magical beasts, like the shadow leopard, shadow lynx, or treasure-seeking mouse. But those are common beasts on the mainland, and I have not heard of their presence in the New Moon Principality. At this juncture, Aid suddenly suggested, could it possibly be a flying magical beast? Eric shook his head, asserting, that is unlikely. While the purple rabbits are not formidable, they are magical creatures, and their hind legs possess considerable strength. If it were a flying beast, not a single feather would remain. Aid shrugged, as long as it's not a dragon. I find it hard to believe it could ambush us with so many of us present. Seeing that the day was still young, Arthur decided to survey the terrain nearby. They were nearing the junction between the western and southern ridges, where the mountains rose higher, allowing for distant views of Longzhu Peak. Further east lay the Ilong River. Arthur could not help but exclaim, this is yet another splendid location for establishing a village. The family truly squandered resources in the past. Eric looked at Arthur curiously and explained, the Malin territory spans 500 miles of fertile land, with many areas yet to be developed. Where would the energy be to cultivate a small island? We are an island nation with a limited population. Many inhabitants were acquired through the conquest of Chiodi, resulting in stringent governance and a sluggish population growth. The Merlin family stands as one of the more benevolent aristocrats towards their subjects, yet their population barely exceeds 1 million, making it the most populous viscountcy. You are indeed correct. It appears that the development of Longxi Island will require considerable effort, primarily due to its scant population. Arthur gazed contemplatively at the ceaselessly flowing Ilong River, pondering whether you had not previously hunted in this vicinity. Eric replied that their hunting expeditions were predominantly in the northern ridge, where magical beasts abound, particularly the renowned primary magical beast, the great horned goat. In contrast, the southern ridge is teeming with wild horses, especially a swift-legged white breed frequently tamed by knights for riding. The western ridge mostly harbors small creatures, attracting little attention. The group swiftly arrived at the banks of the Ilong River, where the upstream torrents, previously tumultuous, had calmed significantly. A fire was kindled by the riverbank, with some individuals fishing while others prepared dinner with the magical beast meat they had brought along. Eric, not only proficient in combat, but also a capable leader, demonstrated his skills even in the simplicity of dinner preparation, assigning each person suitable tasks of similar time and intensity. Thomas had already arranged everything for Arthur. Though he too was a knight of the earth, he and William had grown up alongside Arthur, acting both as companions and personal attendants. Once dinner was concluded and everything tidied up, darkness enveloped the land, prompting their stealthy approach towards Huahua Valley. The knight attendants and junior Earth Knights were positioned at the periphery, while Eric, Arthur, and the Allen brothers continued their stealthy advance inward. The group concealed their presence, taking refuge behind a massive boulder. The ambushed purple rabbit herd, upon reaching this area, was not repelled by the local population but rather assimilated swiftly. It appeared to be a gathering place for a large clan. As night fell, the purple rabbits ventured out to forage, moving in droves towards the east. Eric whispered that they seemed to be heading out to seek food. The sustenance for such a large community of purple rabbits was likely akin to the devil's grass, a magical herb, and he wondered if they might also encounter the elven worms. Arthur shared the same sentiment, nodding in agreement. However, the group refrained from acting impulsively, uncertain of the nature of the unidentified creature that had attacked the purple rabbits. It was prudent to address that threat first. Otherwise, the rabbit population could face catastrophic consequences. Each member had applied insect repellent and scent masking potions to avoid the bothersome nocturnal insects. The crescent moon rose in the sky, and with no sign of movement, anxiety began to mount among them. Ed muttered in frustration that the wretched creature could not have lost track of the purple rabbits simply because they crossed the river. Alan disagreed, asserting that if the unknown entity were so incompetent, they would not have been unable to track it. Eric concurred, suggesting that while it may take time, they should be able to trace it. The purple rabbits, though seemingly clumsy, were quite vigilant. If it could locate their clan, tracking them here should not prove difficult. Arthur remained intensely focused, attuned to the surrounding energy fluctuations, yet aside from the purple rabbits, he sensed no other biological energies. Hours slipped by, and as the purple rabbits began their return, it appeared that their efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, Arthur detected an eerie wave emanating from the valley. The creature had made its appearance, and everyone braced themselves. The entity's aura was distinctly peculiar and its fluctuations subtle. Upon hearing this, the group immediately heightened their alertness. Eric brandished his steel sword, poised to strike. The Allen brothers readied their traps, prepared to support Eric from either side. Arthur heightened his sensitivity to the surrounding energy, his sword firmly in hand. Cautiously, they advanced toward the location where Arthur had sensed the energy fluctuation. Then it appeared, approximately 10 meters ahead. Everyone prepared themselves. Arthur sensed two distinct energy signatures. Suddenly, the anguished cries of the purple rabbits pierced the air. Eric charged forward, his sword ignited in crimson flames, illuminating the surroundings. Several purple rabbits lay lifeless in pools of blood, while two white, leopard-like creatures seized two of them, their bodies enveloped in a magical aura before vanishing into the night. Arthur, observing their strange magical abilities, was reminded of the legendary divine beast, Mungji. The Mungji, with a feline head and pure white fur, bore unique markings and excelled in stealth and tracking. Its solitary nature made it rarely seen. The male emitted a cry of Meng, while the female's call was Ji. Hence the name Mungji. Arthur shouted to Eric, indicating a position 5 meters to the left. Eric summoned his battle chi, unleashing the fierce flame slash that seared the ground. The red flames surged like a dragon, striking the location Arthur had indicated. One of the Mungji was forced to reveal itself. By its cries, it was determined to be a male. In the flickering light, they could see it had suffered severe burns, evidently having narrowly escaped the dragon battle. However, it had traversed the entire island, fleeing from the eastern mountains to the western region. With the revelation of this Mungji, the Allen brothers swiftly cast their trapping net. Fortunately, they ensnared it immediately. The Mungji struggled desperately, attempting to escape from the net, but as it was crafted from magical beast sinews, the more it fought, the tighter it became, complete with barbed spikes. Soon, the creature lay bloodied and motionless, its mournful cries echoing into the night. Nearby, the purple rabbits had fled in panic, retreating deep into their burrows. The other Mungji frequently glanced back towards its captured counterpart. As the cries of the male Mungji ceased, the other Mungji vanished into the shadows once more. It turned out that Ed had produced a finely tipped needle coated with a potent sedative, which he had launched at the Mungji, rendering it unconscious in moments. The remaining Mungji activated its abilities, but Arthur had already discerned its position as it fled towards Huahua Valley. Signaling for the outside team to encircle it, they hastened away. Ed immediately released a firework signal. The ambushers outside quickly formed a net barrier at the valley's exit. Chapter 9. The initial form of corn upon receiving the signal. The group stationed outside Huahua Valley laid an intricate trap, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the other Mungji. However, as Arthur and the others burst forth from the valley and converged with the others, they discovered that the Mungji had completely evaded capture. The Mungji certainly lived up to its divine beast reputation, displaying remarkable stealth capabilities. Even with Arthur's enhanced perception, it proved to be an elusive target. Nevertheless, capturing one this night was a stroke of fortune. Thanks to their swift actions and Arthur's timely awareness of the Mungji's energy fluctuations, the team's synchronized efforts were the key to successfully capturing this one Mungji. Although they did not secure both Mungji, the day was not in vain, as they had achieved a commendable outcome. Taking advantage of the Mungji's unconscious state, they hurried back to the fortress under the cover of night, confining the creature in a specially designed iron cage. After a brief wash, Arthur entered into the practice of magical meditation. The recent victories, be it the devil's grass, the elven worms, the purple rabbits, or the Mungji, all stemmed from the perceptive abilities he had acquired as a magical apprentice. However, Arthur had only been introduced to the practice of magical meditation by his mother during his childhood, and after years of unsuccessful attempts, he had abandoned it. His understanding of magic remained limited, primarily gleaned from casual interactions with his mother. Thus, he was uncertain of his current rate of progress or affinity for magical elements, suggesting that he should return to his family to seek guidance from his mother. The following day, as dawn broke, the inhabitants of the fortress were roused by the piercing cries of the Mungji beast. After the effects of the tranquilizer wore off, the awakened Mungji beast resumed its mournful and furious howling. Arthur sought to tame this formidable creature, for its capabilities as a magical beast were commendable. Although its combat prowess was not particularly formidable, its exceptional ability to conceal itself and flee was rare indeed. However, this Mungji beast was obstinately defiant, continuously lamenting while violently ramming against and gnawing at its iron cage, yet it was all in vain. These specially crafted iron cages were designed specifically to contain captured magical beasts, proving exceedingly robust. Few magical beasts could break free from their confines. In the ensuing days, the irritable Mungji beast disrupted breakfast for the residents, who hastily consumed their meals at the fortress and rarely returned during other times, as its incessant noise was deeply bothersome. Arthur found himself at a loss, lacking experience in taming beasts. Perhaps it would quiet down once it exhausted its strength. Each morning after breakfast, Arthur would lead a team to inspect the construction progress in the riverside village, making timely adjustments or offering new suggestions based on the completion status. Eric continued to lead efforts to clear the surrounding area of ferocious beasts and assess the situation nearby, while the brothers Allen persisted in their pursuit and tracking of the purple rabbits. At this point, the village dock had been constructed, with fishing and cargo boats arriving daily. These vessels not only delivered supplies for the castle, but also brought goods from the larger island for trade. Upon departing, they carried with them the captured ferocious beasts and prey to sell on the larger island, providing some financial relief for Arthur's expenses. Although the earnings amounted to only a few hundred gold coins at a time, it was still preferable to the current tax revenue. The blue brick road from the fortress to the dock had been completed, constructed from specially fired, thickened bricks that were durable and resistant to damage, capable of lasting for many years. With a wide and sturdy road, transporting stones and timber from the nearby mountains became more efficient, consequently accelerating the village's development. Along one side of the road, a sweet water channel was built with stones and blue bricks, rising over 2 meters high to supply water to the fortress and various rabbit-rearing valleys, greatly facilitating water collection for the villagers. Currently, the administrative hall in the village had been completed, along with the foundations and some houses along the main street. Arthur, alongside the craftsman, also designed a water wheel to power the mill and elevate water into the sweet water channel. This novel design became a hallmark of the village, leading some to propose naming it Water Wheel Village. As the village began to take shape, Arthur relocated over 100 households from the port village. The men joined the construction of houses, while women and able-bodied elders and children harvested and gathered devil grass to feed the domesticated purple rabbits. In addition to providing 3 meals a day, Arthur compensated the men with 10 copper coins each, while women, elders, and children received 35 copper coins. This arrangement proved more comfortable than fishing at sea. Initially, the purple rabbits were somewhat unaccustomed to being fed by humans, despite their fondness for devil grass. However, as night fell, they would frantically attempt to escape the valley, only to find themselves thwarted by the tight barriers surrounding them. After a few days, they gradually grew accustomed to being fed, altering their routine to venture out during the day to bask in the sun and roam about. Their nocturnal activity diminished, yet they still preferred to feed at night. Upon completing his inspection, as Arthur approached the fortress, he was once again greeted by the aggravating cries of the mangy beast. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since it so relished calling out, it would be best to summon its companions. Arthur instructed Thomas, directing him to use the mangy beast as bait to set a more comprehensive trap for capturing another one. Given its penchant for noise, it should be placed at a distance to avoid disturbing the peace. Thomas, receiving the order, immediately set about preparing the trap. Within a few hours, the trap was established at a considerable distance from the fortress, featuring an array of traps including snares, pitfall traps, and animal nets. Ed, known for his clever ideas, coated fine needles with tranquilizer and placed them around the iron cage containing the mangy beast, ensuring that anyone approaching would find it difficult to avoid being pricked. Due to the abundance of traps, only Ed remained nearby with a large knight, while the others busied themselves with various tasks. The surrounding ferocious beasts had been largely cleared out, allowing more knights and attendants to join the stone quarrying efforts. With the increasing number of captured purple rabbits, more rabbit-rearing valleys needed to be excavated. Currently, including the first natural valley, there were 5 available for use, housing over 2,000 domesticated purple rabbits. Finding purple rabbits in the vicinity had become increasingly challenging. Fortunately, this season was ideal for breeding, and the purple rabbits had begun to breed in large numbers, their population surging to over 10,000. Due to their strong reproductive capabilities, each litter could yield more than a dozen offspring. However, the maternal instinct among purple rabbits was lacking. As soon as the young could crawl out of their burrows, the mothers tended to neglect them and drive them away. Therefore, Arthur instructed his men to gather these young purple rabbits and have the village women raise them in wooden cages to prevent them from succumbing to the bullying of the adult rabbits. Perhaps emboldened by their youth, these young rabbits exhibited no fear of humans, making them easier to rear. Additionally, they consumed all types of grass. Unlike their parents who only fed on devil grass, Arthur selected a few pure purple male rabbits to send to his mother, sister, and brother as gifts. These little purple creatures made delightful pets. Simultaneously, Arthur took the opportunity in his letter to inquire about some uncertainties he had regarding the practice of magical meditation. One day, Alan returned to the fortress to report to Arthur, "My lord, the nearby purple rabbit populations have dwindled significantly. Yet, We have discovered that some residual groups of purple rabbits are migrating towards the southern ridge, seemingly in unison. They even abandoned their young in their former burrows. Oh, all the populations? Arthur inquired, intrigued. Indeed. At this moment, Thomas recalled the situation in the rabbit-rearing valleys and spoke up, "My lord." The purple rabbits in the valley became restless after their young crawled out of their burrows, always attempting to escape. I wonder if there is a connection. Initially, I thought it was a normal post-birthing phenomenon, but now it seems to stem from the same cause. Arthur pondered for a moment and replied, "You are quite right. Many animal populations possess instinctive migratory habits, typically occurring before birthing or once the young are independent. I believe this is an instinctual behavior of the purple rabbits. We should send people to follow them and ascertain their destination. Generally, animals with such migratory tendencies move to areas abundant in food. Perhaps we shall reap rewards once more." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with anticipation and excitement. Yes, following the directive, Alan promptly returned to continue tracking the purple rabbit populations. After 3 days, he returned, brimming with enthusiasm as he reported to Arthur, "My lord, we have made a new discovery. The purple rabbit populations have migrated to the northern slope of the southern ridge, gathering in numbers exceeding tens of thousands, along with a considerable presence of herbivorous low-tier magical beasts, as well as countless ordinary cattle, horses, and sheep. Additionally, a great multitude of birds and magical fowl have arrived from the south, from outside the island. Indeed, they darken the sky, their numbers beyond counting." Arthur found this situation rather peculiar. The family had occupied this land for 300 years without ever hearing of such an occurrence. It seemed this matter was not as simple as it appeared. He promptly summoned all the Earth Knights stationed outside to return. After explaining the situation to everyone, they set off together to investigate further. When they arrived at the vicinity, they indeed found an overwhelming congregation of herbivorous animals and a multitude of birds filling the sky. The outskirts are teeming with ferocious beasts and carnivorous monsters, preying on the rare food delivered to their mouths. Meanwhile, the herbivores seem to display a remarkable fearlessness as they charge boldly towards the center. Various birds in the sky cannot coexist in peace. Ordinary birds fall victim to raptors, while the raptors themselves are devoured by the monstrous avian creatures. These magical birds are embroiled in continuous conflict with one another. This place has truly descended into a slaughterhouse, where countless weak creatures meet their demise, becoming sustenance for the powerful. Yet, these animals appear to be possessed, heedless of the dangers as they continue to gather from afar. All of them converge towards a singular direction, where a vast expanse of towering plants, resembling corn and standing over 2 meters high, thrives, each deemed to possess magical properties. However, the fruits of these plants do not grow at waist height, but rather atop their heads, resembling sorghum more than corn, with each plant bearing dozens of kernels the size of corn grains. The raptors fiercely compete for these fruits, while ordinary herbivores, like the purple rabbits, nibble at the stems and leaves while also snatching the fallen fruits. At this moment, their focus is solely on the food before them, utterly disregarding any threats to their lives. This phenomenon leaves the observers utterly perplexed. Chapter 10. Yook and the two-headed dragon sparrow. Arthur and his companions are awestruck by the scene before them. Had it not unfolded right in front of their eyes, they would find it nearly unbelievable. Their family has held dominion over this land for 3 centuries without witnessing such an occurrence. Arthur seeks counsel from the eldest, Eric, asking, "Do you know what is happening here? Could it be a beast tide?" Eric, equally bewildered, responds, "I am aware that several empires and kingdoms across the continent periodically experience beast tides. The Crescent Moon Duchy encountered a significant beast tide during the reign of the Red Sun dynasty, affecting all nearby islands. It was this beast tide that exacerbated the tensions between the Red Sun dynasty and its vassals, culminating in the sun-shooting campaign. That tide was triggered by a magical beast that broke through the saint level, rallying all high-tier magical beasts to instigate the tide. Since then, no beast tides have occurred. Although the spectacle here is magnificent, in terms of scale and the level of magical beasts, it does not reach the threshold of a beast tide." Alan, filled with curiosity, inquires, "Are there so many beast packs and magical beasts on the island? Why have we never discovered them before?" Arthur explains, "After our family occupied Longchi Island, we only constructed Longchi Fortress in the northern highlands to assert our sovereignty and for habitation during hunts. It is said that when the family was first established, Longchi Island was heavily impacted by a beast tide, leaving few beast packs and magical beasts alive. Over the centuries, we have nurtured numerous animals and magical beasts. We conduct hunts annually, primarily in the northern and eastern mountainous regions, where magical beasts are more numerous. Our family's foundation lies in the territories on the larger island. So aside from hunting, we established a port village for fishing, leaving little opportunity for thorough exploration of the island's various locales. This was partly due to insufficient manpower and partly because it seemed unnecessary. After all, it is merely a small island. Although we have encountered some elven insects, most are tree-breeding elves, so the family did not place much emphasis on them. Arthur continues, our recent discoveries may be related to the recent dragon war. The dragons possess a potent influence, capable of imparting their bloodline to animals. Plants can also be affected. The abundant drops of precious dragon blood have sparked numerous changes on the island, leading many ordinary-blooded creatures to evolve and mutate. The group nods in agreement. Eric adds, indeed. I have hunted on Longchi Island multiple times. While there are many animal packs, magical beasts are scarce, primarily found in the northeast and southeast, which explains why few from our family venture into the west and southwest. I believe this also accounts for the survival of low-tier magical beasts like the purple rabbits. Arthur silently rejoices, grateful for the lack of prior discovery, as it has allowed him to acquire Longchi Island so effortlessly. Though the Merlin family is harmonious, the tradition of primogeniture prevails in this world. Younger sons are often trained to support and assist the eldest, while some, like Arthur and his sister, are dispatched to develop areas crucial for the family's growth. Others venture out on their own, though many find little success. Observing the vast expanse of magical plants being ravaged by the beast packs, Arthur feels a pang of sorrow. Had he discovered this place sooner, he could have harvested a new variety of premium pasture. Now, trampled and consumed by the beasts, he wonders if any seeds or living plants will remain. The presence of such a significant quantity of magical plants surely indicates the existence of elven insects, and certainly more than one. Regrettably, under the current circumstances, they may not escape misfortune. However, the situation before them is one that Arthur and his companions cannot remedy. While they can manage the beast packs on the island, the sheer number poses a challenge, with only a few intermediate high-tier magical beasts among them, the majority being low-tier magical beasts and ordinary herbivores. They could likely handle the situation with full effort. Yet, the magical birds flying in from the southern islands present a different threat, many being high-tier and ferocious, possessing the advantage of aerial maneuverability. It is already a stroke of luck that Arthur and his companions have not been affected, and they dare not become embroiled in the chaos, especially with a dragon sparrow and a Yuk leader both reaching an intermediate high level of ferocity. The group retreats to a safe distance, vigilantly monitoring the unfolding events. As numerous animals are torn apart and killed, the ground becomes saturated with blood. The magical corn suffers extensive damage, with only a small area remaining intact, as the numerous high-tier magical beasts engage in fierce combat, preventing other creatures from approaching. At this moment, Arthur perceives that the magical energy of the corn is rapidly dissipating, or more precisely, being absorbed by a particular plant in the center. The energy emanating from that plant intensifies, far surpassing the fluctuations of the elven insects. Is a small sprite about to be born? Arthur's mind sparks with a thought. This is truly a tantalizing prospect, but how can he seize this little sprite? As he contemplates, his heart burns with fervor, yet he cannot devise a suitable method, leading to a sense of frustration. This tantalizing sight, so close yet so far, leaves Arthur feeling distressed. As the magical energy of the outer corn vanishes entirely, the frenzied herbivores begin to regain their senses. The remaining purple rabbits deftly activate their magical skills, vanishing in a series of blinks. Other creatures, such as wild horses and bison, forcefully break free, using their size and strength. Arthur observes a herd of approximately 100 white steeds, among which several low-tier magical beasts have been born. The lead horse is a low-tier intermediate magical beast, for reasons unknown. When Arthur extends his perception towards the white horse king, the blue orb in his consciousness becomes somewhat animated, sending waves of energy coursing through him, rapidly augmenting his magical power. Additionally, a group of black bison, though only numbering around 20, are classified as magical beasts, with the leading bull being a high-tier intermediate magical beast. The largest group consists of over 300 climbing sheep, their snowy bodies with black heads and hooves. All low-tier magical beasts, with the lead sheep being a low-tier high-tier magical beast. Various other groups, of differing sizes, swiftly escape into the surrounding forests. Meanwhile, the terrestrial beasts, having gorged themselves, begin to retreat with the remnants of their meals. Half an hour later, only about 100 magical beasts remain engaged in combat. But the outcome is swiftly becoming clear. The red-skinned giant-toothed pig, with a pack of over 20, drives off most of the other ground magical beasts. Only 5 red-haired gorillas, relying on their superior combat prowess and rank, continue to resist. The ordinary aerial birds have long since fled, while some low-tier magical avian creatures, despite their injuries, linger on the periphery, reluctant to depart. Arthur instructs Eric to prepare the beast nets and bows, stealthily positioning themselves around the area, ready to capture these magical beasts. Progress has been commendable. Not long after, 6 by Yanhong to Amo Go were captured. This magical beast pigeon measures slightly over a foot in length. Possessing a compact physique, yet it excels in flight and exhibits remarkable stamina. Many families utilize trained pigeons as messenger birds. Although they are merely low-level magical beasts, they are relatively easy to domesticate. A pair of Qingtian by he was also captured. The female crane was severely injured and unable to fly, while the male diligently guarded her, refusing to leave her side, leading to their capture by Eric and his companions. The Qingtian by he is a magnificent creature, standing 2 meters tall and measuring 4 meters in length. Its beak is as formidable as steel, boasting considerable offensive power. It is a mid-level high-ranking magical beast of the wind attribute, with the magical ability of levitation, making it an excellent mount once tamed. 3 juvenile magical beasts, the Lu Jiao Moing, were also captured. Their plumage features a blend of blue, white, and brown, adorned with deer-like antlers and razor-sharp talons capable of effortlessly tearing apart stone. A considerable amount of anesthetic was required by Ed to subdue them. Despite their relatively small size of just over 3 meters, they are known for their temperamental nature, possessing the bloodline of dragons. Similarly, they stirred the azure orb within Arthur's consciousness. Additionally, there were over a dozen unsightly Ji-Guatu-Gu, enormous creatures measuring 5 meters in length. Their tough skin and thick flesh render them somewhat clumsy, with a lack of significant offensive capability. Nonetheless, they can be raised as a source of meat. This species of magical avian has a strong reproductive capability and is not particularly picky with its diet, making it a viable source of sustenance. With the intervention of Eric and his party, the low-level magical birds began to vacate the area. After leaving behind a dozen or so large magical birds, the low-level species finally departed. Only 2 groups of magical avians remained, engaged in a fierce battle. One group, the UK, resembles a flamboyant red rooster but is of considerable size, stretching over 10 meters in length, with tiger-like claws and a sharp beak, giving it formidable lethality. Its magical ability is Copper Beak Steel Claw, capable of shattering stone and steel. Confronting them is a group of Shuang Tu Long K, measuring over 10 meters in length. Their bodies cloaked in scales, with tails equal in length to their bodies, exuding a resplendent appearance. Each dragon-like head, adorned with backward-facing spines, breathes fire and wind, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. The azure orb within Arthur resonated intensely with the magical energy emanating from the Shuang Tu Long Quebec. Upon the fall of one Shuang Tu Long K, the azure orb swiftly absorbed its dissipating magical energy and soul, causing a series of runes to manifest from the orb, coalescing into a beast control spell. Once this spell emerged, it was as if Arthur had unlocked a hidden memory, mastering its application. As the UK and Shuang Tu Long K continued to suffer losses and injuries, the leaders of both species finally unleashed their full potential. The UK activated its magical abilities, launching an unstoppable assault on the Shuang Tu Long Quebec. In response, the Shuang Tu Long K summoned all its magical energy, merging flames and gales into a fiery tornado directed at the U Quebec. Undeterred by the igniting feathers and searing flesh, the UK charged into the fire tornado, using its massive claws to rend the whirlwind apart and fiercely strike at the head of the Shuang Tu Long K that was exhaling fire. The Shuang Tu Long K narrowly evaded the attack by soaring higher, yet a large patch of flesh was torn from its chest. After sustaining heavy injuries, it let out a furious roar reminiscent of a dragon's lament. The UK, undeterred, lunged towards the softer underbelly of the dragon. The dragon's fire-breathing head unleashed a torrent of scorching flames upon the UK's back, releasing a tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh. Seizing the moment, the wind-breathing head utilized its skill to knock the UK off balance, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Renowned for its ferocity, the UK disregarded its wounds and continued its relentless assault, ultimately leading to both combatants crashing to the ground, still locked in a fierce struggle. However, their grievous injuries reduced them to a state of frenzied biting. Gradually, their size diminished, leaving them increasingly clumsy. Their respective factions ignited with true fire, engaging in a fierce duel. Observing this, Arthur stealthily approached the vicinity of the UK and the dragon, swiftly forming seals with his hands. As they were preoccupied with their battle, he cast a beast control spell at the dragon, momentarily stunning it and rendering it disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the UK latched onto one of its necks. The pain rendered the dragon incapable of attending to anything else, forcing it to re-engage in combat with the UK. However, the dragon soon realized it was being controlled by a human, as a rune entered its consciousness. It became acutely aware that it would henceforth be compelled to obey this human-esque will. Chapter 11. Dragon Blood Corn and Special Sprites. Taking a considerable risk amidst the fierce clash between the two high-level magical beasts, Arthur unleashed the beast control spell, successfully subjugating the dragon. He then maneuvered the dragon to assist the UK in their ongoing battle. With Arthur's guidance, the dragon quickly gained the upper hand. The UK, tormented by the dual elemental magic of the dragon, found itself unable to resist. At that moment, a peculiar rune entered the UK's mind, swiftly imposing an unfamiliar yet compelling will upon it. With both magical avians under his control, Arthur intervened to halt the conflict between the leaders of the UK and the dragon, conveying an order through the runes of the beast control spell for both factions to cease hostilities. With the power of the beast control spell, these two formidable groups became Arthur's private assets, and further damage was to be avoided. With Arthur's directive and the leader's intervention, the two factions ultimately laid down their arms, bringing an end to this inexplicably chaotic beast tide. To everyone's astonishment, Arthur emerged as the ultimate victor, amassing a significant collection of magical birds, with the most prized possessions being the two powerful avian factions. By controlling the leaders of the dragon and UK, he could command their respective groups. The leaders of magical beasts wield considerable authority, compelling their kin to obey their commands unconditionally. Arthur meticulously treated the injured members of both factions with magical potions. Once their injuries healed, he envisioned establishing two aerial cavalry units. The UK faction comprised 22 members, while the dragon faction boasted 25. They resided on nearby islands, and Arthur believed their lairs harbored additional members. However, he currently had no plans for exploration, choosing instead to focus on managing and developing the foundational territory of Longqi Island before considering other pursuits. His present lack of a stable source of wealth and sufficient population remained critical factors limiting the expansion of his domain and his own progress. Arthur instructed his men to continue clearing the battlefield, gathering the deceased and grievously wounded beasts and magical creatures. The lower-grade beast meat and pelts were to be transported to Port Village for sale, potentially yielding a profit of several thousand gold coins. The meat of mid to high-level magical beasts totaled several dozen tons. Once Eric and his team had everything organized, they transported it all back to Longqi Fort. This ample supply of magical beast meat would suffice for the personnel under Arthur's command for several years. Given the presence of ice storage and magical preservation arrays in Longqi Fort, Arthur opted not to sell the meat, choosing instead to reserve it for his own people. As for magical materials such as pelts, bones, teeth, claws, and feathers, they were carefully packaged and sent to his mother. This batch of goods, valued at over 100,000 gold coins, would ensure that his mother would not let him suffer any losses. After arranging all these matters, Arthur, accompanied by several Earth Knights, resumed his vigil beside the magical corn. The energy fluctuations emanating from the towering corn plant, now over 2 meters in height, were becoming increasingly pronounced, signaling the imminent birth of a sprite or magical insect. Unlike other plants, this towering corn was not a dark green, but rather a shade of dark green infused with blood red. Arthur also noted that with each surge of energy from this corn, the residual blood from beasts and magical creatures was being partially absorbed by the corn's roots. The blood-colored corn grew increasingly vibrant, exuding an eerie beauty. As the moon reached its zenith, the Earth Knights, with the exception of the lookout, succumbed to slumber. Arthur entered a profound state of magical meditation. The azure orb within his consciousness had long since fallen into a tranquil silence, allowing his magical energy to return to a normal growth state. Suddenly, Arthur sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. He opened his eyes and approached the blood-colored corn. To his astonishment, he discovered a massive crimson flower bud, the size of a basketball, blossoming at the center of the blood-colored corn. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the flower bud glimmered with a mysterious and enchanting crimson glow. The vigilant Earth Knights approached, marveling at the blood-red bud before them. One inquired, "Is this about to give birth to a spirit insect?" Another countered, "Such a large bud surely must evolve directly into a little spirit, right? Is that even possible? Aren't they supposed to first give birth to spirit insects, and then gradually evolve into little spirits and grand spirits? Nature is full of wonders." This may hold true for domesticated ones, but who can say for the wild? Indeed, if it were a little spirit, that would be splendid. As the group whispered among themselves, the bud's luminescence intensified until, with a resounding pop, it burst open, revealing a little spirit over 2 feet tall. Her skin as white as snow, adorned in a skirt resembling a dark green veil, with fiery red hair cascading down. She blinked her large crimson eyes, surveying her surroundings. Arthur promptly produced the jade powder he had prepared earlier, pouring it into his palm and slowly presenting it to her. The corn spirit eyed Arthur warily as he approached, her red pupils glinting with golden light, causing the nearby remnants of corn to grow wildly. Soon, the ears emerged and burst open, unleashing a torrent of corn seeds that rained down upon Arthur and his companions, causing them to wince in pain. What a cunning and fierce little creature. Despite the pain, Arthur seized the corn spirit, who, although she attempted to evade him with her newfound agility, was no match for Arthur's remarkable speed as an Earth Knight. In a matter of moments, he captured her, forcing his index finger into her mouth. The spirit's sharp teeth bit down and pierced his finger, instantly sealing their contract. In this world, finding spirits is arduous, yet forming a contract is remarkably simple. Allowing a spirit to bite your finger is the means by which a contract is forged. No one knows why this is the case, nor is there any record of how this rule was discovered. Regardless, it is the sole method of contracting. A spirit insect can form a contract 3 times in its lifetime, a little spirit 5 times, and it is said that a grand spirit can contract 10 times. The little spirit chirped and squeaked, expressing her discontent at Arthur's rough handling. Arthur immediately produced various jade powders to soothe and appease her. Upon tasting the spirit's beloved jade powder, the corn spirit's mood brightened, and she began to grow fond of Arthur. From the moment the contract was formed, she felt an innate trust and closeness to him. Witnessing Arthur's successful contract with a corn spirit, the Earth Knights surrounding them were filled with excitement. The more spirits Arthur possessed, the greater his wealth would become, leading to their own advancement and enhancement of power, perhaps even affording them the opportunity to achieve great deeds alongside him. Thomas, in particular, was overjoyed. He and William had grown up alongside Arthur, sharing a deep bond. In the short span of a few months, so much had transpired. They had first faced the battle of the dragons, enduring countless perils, but thankfully, their master remained unscathed. Then, they witnessed his elevation to the rank of Baron. The exploration of Dragon's Roost Island had yielded continuous surprises, not only finding and taming the purple rabbit, but also contracting 2 devil grass spirit insects. Now, they had gained a little spirit, all of which were high-quality spirits capable of producing magical pastures. This secured Arthur's position as Baron. As per tradition, the Merlin family would prepare several spirit insects for Baron Arthur in the near future. However, spirits are rare, and they were not yet ready. In due time, Baron Arthur's spirit count would surpass that of many established barons. Who could have imagined that Arthur would amass such a fortune so swiftly? Furthermore, this expedition had also captured numerous powerful magical beasts, which would bolster the future military strength and wealth of the barony. My lord, why is this little spirit more than twice the size of an ordinary one? Thomas asked, adoringly observing the corn spirit. Aren't typical little spirits only about a foot tall? This one is over 2 feet. Arthur shared some insights gained through mental communication with the corn spirit, explaining that she was a corn spirit whose spiritual plant had mutated due to dragon blood. After gaining consciousness, her spiritual plant transformed into a type of alluring grass that attracts magical beasts and proliferated rapidly, drawing nearby wild animals and magical creatures to her. Alluring grass. They clearly had never heard of such a potion. Arthur continued, yes, the alluring grass significantly influences the advancement of wild beasts and magical creatures. Whenever it appears, it triggers localized beast tides as they compete for the alluring grass to elevate themselves, while the grass absorbs vast amounts of beast blood to facilitate its own evolution. Thus, the corn spirit, having absorbed dragon blood and a substantial quantity of beast blood, has evolved somewhat differently. However, this is a positive development. Typical little spirits can only control an area within 1 kilometer, while this one can extend her influence to 5 kilometers, which is only half that of a grand spirit. Thomas's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean we effectively have 25 little spirits? The others were equally astonished, their excitement palpable as they began to dream of the future. You shall be named Mani. Arthur gently caressed the corn spirit as he spoke to her. Mani twirled joyfully around Arthur, delighted to have received her name. The group, now wide awake, gathered in small clusters to chat. Arthur embraced Mani and entered a meditative state, using mental communication to guide her in evolving the corn in various directions. hoping to cultivate strains reminiscent of those from later generations. The following morning, under Maney's guidance, a variety of corn types sprouted within a 5-kilometer radius overnight. There were oil-rich corn varieties resembling large pineapple-like cobs, abundant in magical energy and suitable as staple food for knights. There were corn grasses that could continuously grow and spread from their roots, serving as high-quality magical pastures, and there were flower corns adorned with purple-white blooms, ideal for crafting superior potions. Some had even taken on the appearance of modern corn, albeit with small and low magic kernels. After a night of toil, the exhausted Maney fell into a deep slumber in Arthur's arms. He left a team to guard the cornfield while he returned to the fortress. Chapter 12. Settling Maney and the grain storage plan. After a night of recuperation, the injuries of the magic birds from the Sure K and Long K clans had stabilized. Arthur used his beast mastery technique to control a high-level 2-headed Long K as his temporary mount and prepared another high-level Sure K for Eric. The others were allowed to return to their territories under the guidance of their clan leaders. Arthur currently lacked the energy to assist all his subordinates in taming magical mounts. After all, these magical birds were at least mid-level magical beasts corresponding to mid-level Earth Knights, while he only had 2 mid-level Earth Knights, the Allen brothers, under his command. Training magical beasts into mounts, even with Arthur's beast mastery technique, was a challenge, and sustaining a mid-level magical beast required abundant resources, which were beyond Arthur's current means. It was best to first develop Dragon's Roost Island to stabilize his foundational resources. This would provide him with sufficient population, resources, and wealth to ensure continuous growth and expansion. Otherwise, an excessive auxiliary combat force could deplete his resources, hinder the development of his territory, and potentially draw the attention and targeting of those with ulterior motives. It is worth noting that even the Earl Augustus family only raised a small group of flying magical beasts, a dozen mid-level magical birds known as black feather eagles, serving as mounts for family members and messengers. Arthur left a team of knights to guard the cornfield while the others returned to the fortress. Arthur rode the 2-headed dragon sparrow, accompanied by the corn sprite and the other bird, soaring towards Longchi Castle. Initially, the expedition was expected to last a week, yet it extended to over 40 days. However, the results were commendable, making the endeavor worthwhile. As Arthur approached Longchi Castle, the castle's servants were thoroughly startled by the 2 majestic birds circling above, scurrying into the castle to announce their arrival. Arthur landed the dragon sparrow in the garden, and soon after, Steward Carter appeared with a group to welcome him back. Despite their apprehension regarding the 2 enormous magical creatures, they approached to greet Arthur's return. The usually stern and tall steward displayed a rare smile, bowing as he could not help but voice his concerns. "My Lord Baron, your return is truly splendid. You were meant to be back in about 7 days, yet you have been away for over 40. Had it not been for the occasional messages sent back, I would have felt compelled to investigate the matter myself. You must understand, the island is not vast. There was no need for such arduous exploration. You are still in your growth years. Please take care of yourself. Both the lady and the elder lady have inquired several times about your whereabouts. If you do not return soon, I shall have no choice but to inform them to send for you." At this, Arthur chuckled. "Mr. Carter, see that I am quite well, having endured no hardship at all. After all, a man must be able to withstand difficulties, wouldn't you agree?" Carter disagreed, stating, "You are a noble baron. Arduous tasks should rightfully be managed by your knights. Look at you. Although you have gained strength, you have also tanned considerably. This is not the appearance befitting a noble. You must take time to recuperate in the castle, especially with your baronial promotion ceremony and coming-of-age celebration just over a month away. All the great nobles will be in attendance. You cannot present yourself in this manner. Very well, let it be as you say. However, we must ensure my precious charge is well accommodated." With that, Arthur revealed the sleeping corn sprite, May and I, wrapped in silk. "My goodness, I must be mistaken," Carter exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing the enchanting creature in Arthur's arms. "By the moon goddess, though larger than the average sprite, she is indeed a sprite." Mr. Carter, usually composed, found himself flustered. Sprites ought to reside in jade houses crafted from fine jade. However, the castle only possessed jade boxes suitable for sprite insects and lacked a jade house. "Tom, Jerry, you must rush to the port village and summon a jade craftsman to the castle at once to construct a jade house for our esteemed sprite." "Yes, Steward Carter. We shall depart immediately." Tom and Jerry hurried towards the stables, only to remember something and bowed to Arthur, saying, "My Lord Baron, we shall be swift in our return. Farewell." With that, they dashed off. Arthur guided the 2 magical birds to a cave in the rear mountains, where 5 caverns lay, 1 large and 4 small. The large cavern was the size of a football field and quite deep, with several compartments excavated to serve as storage and cold storage for Longqi Castle. The 4 smaller caverns were akin to basketball courts in size, one designated for the breeding of hunting dogs and another for the confinement of captured magical beasts. The 2 empty caverns were perfectly suited for the 2 magical birds. Fortunately, Longqi Castle had ample supplies of magical beast meat and potions to nourish the 2 magical creatures without issue. Upon returning to Longqi Castle, Arthur's first act was to indulge in a long, relaxing bath, followed by a delightful slumber on his soft bed. By evening he awoke and, with the corn sprite May and I, ventured to the castle hall. Steward Carter, Mrs. Orson, Tom, and Jerry were gathered around a beautifully crafted jade house, admiring it. Upon seeing Arthur, they immediately bowed in respect. "Lord Baron, you are awake. It seems you were truly exhausted, having never slept so long during the day." Mrs. Orson smiled. "Indeed, it is far more restful to sleep at home," Arthur responded. "The jade house has been completed rather swiftly." He then placed May and I inside the jade house. The house, though modest in size, was adorned with the plum blossom crest of the Merlin family and the family motto, "Family, Responsibility, Honor." Steward Carter explained. "We made slight modifications. The castle had plenty of jade materials. When we harvested jade powder, various components were already sculpted, and now they have found their purpose. We can construct 3 jade houses." Arthur nodded and instructed, "Then let us complete the remaining ones. We have 2 more devil grass sprite insects at Shieling Fortress. I shall retrieve them tomorrow." Steward Carter and the others had already received word of Arthur acquiring the 2 devil grass sprite insects, so they were not surprised. Arthur continued, "Mr. Carter, have the administrative officer, Samuel, clear a plot of arable land between Longsho River and Lingang River. I have grand plans, and I will coordinate with the Viscount for assistance." "Yes, my Lord Baron." The Longsho River and Lingang River both originate from Longsho Mountain, with one flowing south into Longqi Lake and the other north through the port village into Blue Dragon Bay. Both rivers possess substantial water flow, yet meander gently, making them ideal for developing a nearby grain base. With the corn sprite, Arthur aimed to cultivate the first grain base on the vast plains between Lingang River and Longsho River, planting corn. With the corn sprite May and I, seeds would no longer pose an issue. Only manpower remained a concern. Arthur enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, the first in over 40 days, served by the castle's staff. After dinner, Arthur returned to his room and penned a letter to his father, expressing his intention to exchange a pair of 2-headed dragon sparrows for 100,000 subjects and a year's worth of provisions. The Merlin family's direct territory boasts a population exceeding 1 million. Thus, 100,000 subjects could indeed be allocated. However, securing a pair of high-level magical beasts is a considerable challenge. With these 2 magical birds, his parents' combat prowess would significantly increase, granting them a distinct advantage during the annual Chiodi. This year, Arthur would also be able to participate, allowing him to capture some slaves. Albeit such actions are deemed inhumane. Yet, in this world, such is the norm, and those within his territory might benefit from Arthur's benevolence. The next day, Arthur first mounted the 2-headed dragon sparrow and flew to the location where he discovered the corn sprite, collecting some flower corn blossoms and letters to send to Merlin City. Eager to see what grade of magical potion could be concocted from these cornflowers. Simultaneously, he instructed the knights left behind to gather and send the ripened seeds to Longqi Castle. As many varieties of corn would reach maturity in a few days due to the corn sprite's magical energy stimulation. Of course, such stimulation should not be employed frequently. Without necessary accumulation and self-evolution, it could diminish the quality of potions. Furthermore, excessive consumption could hinder the sprite's growth. Stimulating once a month would be the limit. Typically, it is best for sprites to exert their powers subtly, fostering the evolution of plants and the perfection of sprites. Sprites must continually absorb diverse genetic information from plants to enhance their own existence. Arthur had already arranged for the merchants in the Merlin territory to procure various types of corn-like plants, enabling the corn sprite May and I to continuously refine herself. He firmly believed that soon, a high-yield corn base would be established on Longqi Island, crucial for the sustenance of the territory's populace and the future development of livestock farming. The nutritional and economic value of corn ranks among the highest of all grain crops. By noon, Arthur flew to Zihit Valley Fortress, where he employed the Beastmaster seal on the magical beasts present. Particularly, after forming a contract with the Mungji beast, he realized its intelligence was remarkably high. His previous success in capturing it was indeed a stroke of luck. He escaped from the depths of the dragon war with his pregnant wife, using himself as bait to allow her to break through the encirclement set by Arthur and his companions. After forming a contract, Arthur gleaned these details from his consciousness. After several days of treatment from Arthur, his injuries and the scars from the dragon flames during the battle had healed. Arthur then released him, guiding him to search for his wife, uncertain if she had already given birth. With such a stealthy magical beast under his command, he would possess considerable advantages in reconnaissance and evasion in the future. In high spirits, Arthur rode the Lancay, soaring above the Mengji beast, gazing at the newly formed village below, which he decided to name Mengji Town. Chapter 13. Shishengwa, Babeo, and the moonlight mushroom spirit bug. Arthur rode the two-headed Lancay, following the male Mengji beast over several hills and through a valley of blooming flowers, ultimately discovering the female Mengji beast in a forest of peculiar stone formations. The reunion of the two Mengji beasts was filled with joy. The female nuzzled against the male's neck, softly whimpering her longing for her mate. The male, in turn, tenderly groomed and licked her fur. Arthur was taken aback by the depth of their bond and chose to refrain from disturbing them further, opting instead to circle nearby on his Lancay for reconnaissance. Initially, the female Mengji beast was quite fearful of the aerial magical creature, and had it not been for the presence of the male, she likely would have fled immediately. After approximately half an hour, having nearly completed his reconnaissance, Arthur landed his Lancay a few meters away. Upon seeing this, the female Mengji beast fluffed her mane and raised her bushy tail, her body shimmering with blue light, poised to unleash her magical abilities. The male emitted a series of reassuring calls, conveying to his partner that Arthur posed no threat. Arthur leapt down from the Lancay and halted a few meters from the Mengji beasts. He retrieved a high-grade potion from his satchel and infused a substantial piece of magical beast meat with it, encouraging the male to take it to the female. Although she was still wary of Arthur, the presence of her mate calmed her somewhat. After cautiously testing the meat and potion, she ultimately consumed them, as the potion matched her level. Consequently, she immediately felt a surge of vitality within her, benefiting both her and the fetus she carried. It was then that her vigilance toward Arthur diminished. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Bolstered by the presence of the subdued male, Arthur successfully imprinted the beast-taming mark on the female Mengji beast within a few minutes. Henceforth, both Mengji beasts fell under Arthur's command. The lair of the Mengji beasts was indeed advantageous, surrounded by columns of various sizes and steep rock walls, resembling a labyrinth. Without Arthur's aerial perspective, navigating through would have proven exceedingly challenging. The area was devoid of tall vegetation, yet vibrant shishengwa and an array of succulent plants flourished abundantly. Arthur focused his senses and soon detected several energy fluctuations, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment at the unexpected delight. He followed the energy signatures to their sources. The first he discovered was a striking blood-red shishengwa, standing over half a meter tall, with three petal-like, blood-colored crystalline stems that were exceptionally beautiful. Amidst the array of shishengwa, it stood out prominently. As he approached, he noticed a palm-sized crimson, fleshy larva basking in the sunlight. Arthur quickly produced some jade powder and presented it before the creature. The blood-red shishengwa spirit bug, enticed by the aroma of the jade powder, eagerly wriggled its clumsy body toward him. It wasted no time in biting through Arthur's fingertip, thus sealing their contract. This was a dragon-blood shishengwa, a magical potion capable of evolving bloodlines and enhancing genetic traits. The potions produced during the larval stage would be effective for Earth Knights and intermediate magical beasts, while those cultivated by more advanced spirits would benefit Sky Knights. This represented a remarkably potent potion. While there were indeed potions in this world capable of profound enhancements, most were held by prominent families. As the essence of knightly and magical cultivation fundamentally relies on innate talent and comprehension. Naturally, potions that improve such qualities are closely guarded within families and are seldom circulated. Regardless of their exorbitant cost, the Qingmei potion from the Merlin family can accelerate cultivation speed and enhance the quality of battle qi, yet it does not improve innate talent. Therefore, this potion would become a crucial strategic resource for the family. Observing that several dragon-blood shishengwa had already been consumed, it seemed to be the handiwork of the Mengji beasts. However, Arthur took solace in the fact that the benefits remained within his grasp. He harvested the remaining magical herbs and stored them in his jade box, ensuring their potency would not diminish. Arthur then proceeded to gather genetic information from various species of shishengwa nearby, accompanied by the dragon-blood shishengwa spirit bug. If he could find a suitable breeding ground, he would be able to cultivate all varieties of shishengwa, further aiding the growth and mutation of the dragon-blood shishengwa. The second energy signature led him to a towering babeo flower, standing over 5 meters tall, with dark green leaves resembling blooming black lotuses. Atop the plant, A bowl-sized purple flower released a continuous, enchanting aroma. Utilizing his keen perception, Arthur finally located a dark green larva adorned with purple patterns nestled within one of the purple blossoms. Following the same method, he used jade powder to entice and contract his fourth spirit bug, the Babeo spirit bug. The potions generated by the Babeo spirit bug include 8 distinct varieties, each corresponding to flowers of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and white. Through the mental feedback from the Babeo spirit bug, Arthur learned that the amalgamation of these 8 colors produces the Babeo Botsai potion. This potion not only repairs internal and external injuries and detoxifies knights, but also enhances the elemental affinity of mages and accelerates their cultivation speed. Similarly, the potions bred by the spirit bug would be effective for intermediate knights and mages. Thus, the Babeo Botsai potion is an exceptionally rare treasure, surpassing even the golden rose potion from his mother's family, as the latter is cultivated by high-level spirits and primarily effective for external wounds and scars. While the Babeo Botsai may not rival the golden rose potion in scar treatment and beauty, it excels in healing external injuries and, crucially, its benefits to mages are unparalleled. To date, Arthur had not encountered any other potion with such effects. With the Babeo spirit bug, Arthur foresaw yet another avenue to wealth. He continued to gather genetic information from the surrounding succulent plants alongside the Babeo spirit bug. The diversity of shishangua and succulents in the rocky forest was overwhelming, and Arthur spent several hours completing his collection. Finally, in a dim cave, he discovered his last spirit bug. This cave was adorned with glowing mushrooms that emitted a soft luminescence. The moonlight mushroom spirit bug's primary plant was a pristine white mushroom, radiating a moonlit glow. The moonlight mushroom is a wondrous potion, effective solely for women and female beasts, capable of enhancing the qualities of the fetus and nourishing pregnant mothers, as well as assisting conception and increasing the number of offspring in magical beasts. The moonlight mushroom potion has no level restrictions and is effective for all female organisms, although its efficacy diminishes with higher-level beings. Due to the limited capacity of the jade box Arthur had brought, he only collected a small portion of the magical potion. Planning to return with his Long-K in the coming days for faster collection, he left the Mungji beast couple to guard this location, preventing other beasts from causing havoc, and instructed them not to waste the nearby magical herbs. Arthur would bring magical beast meat and potions from the castle to sustain them. Thus, for the following days, Arthur traversed between Longqi Fortress and Shurlin. He had the 3 elven insects collect their native spiritual plants. Upon returning to Longqi Fortress, he discovered a desolate mountain on the back hills where he planted the dragon-blood-stone flower and the 8 treasures flower elven insect spiritual plants. Within a few days, the area flourished with stone flower and succulents, and this nameless mountain was officially renamed Duobao Mountain. The moonlight mushroom elven insect spiritual plant was arranged in a dim coastal cave, perfectly suited for the propagation and growth of the moonlight mushroom. The 3 elven insects also took residence in Longqi Fortress, arranged by Butler Carter to share a jade chamber. At this time, Longqi Fortress had already established 5 jade chambers. The corn sprite occupied one for itself, while the 2 devil grass elven insects shared another. Now, more than 2 months into his baronial title, Arthur had already amassed a small sprite, 5 elven insects, all of which were potion sprites, surpassing the foundational wealth of many formidable barons. Currently, Mungji Town had developed to a certain scale, capable of accommodating a village of 10,000, and basic construction was nearly complete. The town was named Mingji, stemming from Arthur's vision for future development. This area was to become the central hub for the development of the Western Ridge, certainly destined to evolve into a small town, providing the present residents with hope and anticipation. Once the population from his dealings with his father arrived, it would truly become a town in every sense. Chapter 14. The arrival of Viscount Merlin. With the recent acquisition of 3 new potion elven insects, Arthur could finally unleash his training efforts on his subordinates. Longqi Island had sufficient potion supplies for the knight's cultivation. The ordinary potions produced by Stoneflower, 8 treasures elven insects, and the corn sprite were enough to support the training of 20 senior earth knights, with a surplus remaining. This surplus could be exchanged for resources and wealth, with an estimated total output value of 400,000 gold coins. The 2 devil grass elven insects produced fodder sufficient for tens of thousands of purple rabbits, with an expectation of growth. According to the current plan for Purple Rabbit Valley, within a year, the population could reach 100,000, ensuring a stable supply for external sales, with an estimated annual output value of 500,000 gold coins. The ordinary grains and fodder produced by the corn sprite would yield even greater quantities. Arthur had already planned a corn production base on the flat land between Lingang River and Longsho River, capable of providing annual rations for 100,000 people. A large pasture was to be established in the broad area from the southern bank of the Drinking Dragon River to the northern slope of Namling, expected to accommodate 1 million livestock and 10,000 herbivorous magical beasts. This would not only satisfy the meat demands of 1 million commoners, but also fulfill the needs of 1,000 knights for magical beast meat. With an expected maximum output value of 1 million gold coins, the potions produced were effective for Sky Knights as well. Arthur had sent the corn flowers from the last batch to his mother for potion crafting. The cornflower potion was a potent elixir that significantly increased battle chi, offering dozens of times the enhancement for Earth Knights and several times for Sky Knights. As the corn sprite continued to grow, its efficacy might increase further. Arthur had arranged for various merchant caravans to procure wild corn and related plants from different islands to allow his sprites to absorb genetic information, accelerating their growth and inducing favorable mutations. In recent days, Arthur had been maneuvering the two-headed dragon sparrow back and forth between Shirlin and Longqi Fortress, collecting all the potions from Shirlin to bring back to Longqi Fortress, preparing to send them back to the Merlin territory along with the corn potions for potion crafting. Mengji Town was steadily progressing in its construction. Eric led the knights in continuing to sweep through the border area between the Western Ridge and Southern Ridge, keeping magical beasts and carnivorous predators at a minimum to prevent future disruptions to Longqi Island's burgeoning livestock industry. One day, Arthur was assisting Eric in riding the feathered sparrow. Although Eric and the sparrow were of the same level, the sparrow clearly preferred not to be ridden by him. Fortunately, the beast taming mark was potent, ensuring that the sparrow would fully obey Arthur's commands after being branded. Thus, despite the sparrow's disdain for Eric, it reluctantly allowed him to mount its back. For the past few days, Arthur had been accompanying Eric in practicing the skills of riding magical birds. Thankfully, Eric made rapid progress. Although they could not yet communicate telepathically, they had developed a certain rapport, with the sparrow beginning to comprehend most of Eric's commands. With a bit more refinement, he would surely master the art of riding. Above Longqi Fortress, Arthur and Eric practiced high-altitude flying. Several three-masted ships and a dozen flat-bottomed cargo vessels sailed into Blue Dragon Bay, their green and gold banners fluttering in the wind, signaling the arrival of the Merlin family's fleet. Arthur swiftly maneuvered the two-headed dragon sparrow towards them, with Eric closely following. At the bow of the main ship, a middle-aged couple stood hand in hand. A tall, sturdy gentleman donned in dark green leather armor, with golden hair and blue eyes, possessed sharply defined facial features, exuding an air of seriousness and sternness. This was the current Viscount Merlin, Aristotle Merlin. Beside him stood a beautiful middle-aged lady with snow-white skin, clad in dark green mage robes that enhanced her noble charm. This was, of course, Arthur's mother, Vania. Arthur guided the dragon sparrow to the bow of the main ship, commanding it to land on the deck before leaping down. He bowed respectfully to his parents, greeting them. Viscount Merlin nodded slightly, emitting a grunt, and his gaze immediately shifted to the two-headed dragon sparrow. Soon, Eric successfully landed on the deck and promptly knelt on one knee, greeting, "I pay my respects to you, Viscount, and to you, Viscountess." Viscount Merlin redirected his attention to the feathered sparrow and casually remarked, "Rise, you have worked hard during this time." After Eric stood, he immediately approached Viscount Merlin to attend to him. Noticing the Viscount's interest in his mount, Eric promptly began to introduce it. After a slight bow in response, Vania took hold of Arthur's hand, scrutinizing her son closely. "You've grown taller and darker. It seems you've spent quite some time outdoors. Your hair has grown quickly as well. You are finally presentable. How have you been? I hear you've had significant gains lately." Vania expressed her concern for her son while playfully teasing him. Arthur, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "It's merely a modest harvest, nothing too substantial. It's all thanks to Eric and the strong support of the townsfolk that I've managed to achieve something." Vania surveyed the two magical birds on the deck, her lips curving into a slight smile. "Is that so? The family has received word that it's not simply a minor achievement." She intentionally paused, looking at her second son with a teasing expression. Understanding her implication, Arthur responded, "Though they are but small tokens, I shall not be stingy. Family members should naturally support one another. I have prepared generous gifts for my elder siblings and younger brother to express my feelings as a younger brother and elder brother." Vania observed her somewhat altered second son and continued, "It is heartening to hear that. The Merlin family has always been harmonious. As a mother, I naturally hope that you siblings can unite like our ancestors, so that we remain unafraid of any external threats or challenges. Arthur solemnly nodded in agreement. Mother, I understand. Only through mutual trust and unity can our family continue to uphold its glory. Vania was pleased to hear Arthur's words. You are absolutely correct. However, I must remind you of one thing. Excess in all matters can lead to imbalance. When the disparities between individuals are too great, true harmony becomes difficult to achieve. The same applies to family. Each member must play their role effectively. Here, Vania's expression turned serious. Countless family disputes have arisen from parental favoritism, the distribution of family assets, or disparities in the capabilities of siblings. Moreover, the entire Azalea Empire follows a primogeniture system, leaving little for younger sons. Consequently, many harbor resentment, leading to familial discord. Similarly, if too much is given to younger sons, the eldest will become discontent, resulting in conflict and internal strife, leaving the family vulnerable to external threats, ultimately leading to its decline. Arthur looked at his mother in confusion and asked, What do you mean, mother? Would it mean that I have to surrender my recent gains to the family? Although Winia knew it seemed somewhat unjust to her second son, the discovery of such a plethora of spirits and magical beasts on Longxi Island compelled the family to make a decision. If all resources were entrusted entirely to Arthur, it might lead to an escalation of power among the brothers, ultimately resulting in a rift reminiscent of the Blinken and Brown families of yore. With a heavy heart, Winia resolved to act, yet she did not wish to impose excessive burdens on her second son. It sufficed to hand over the resources from Longxi Island annually to the family in the form of tribute, adhering to the customary practices of the principality. However, the allocation might not favor his status. Your father will discuss this matter with you in detail. Upon hearing this, Arthur felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet it was customary for vassals to provide tribute to their lords, especially given his recent astonishing discoveries in the territory. If he had to contribute a bit more, so be it. With a plan forming in his mind, Arthur felt a wave of calm wash over him. He replied, That seems reasonable. As long as my father does not overstep, I am willing to comply. Winia, delighted, gently patted her second son's back, saying, It is good that you understand. With renewed joy, Winia added, By the way, to support the development of Longxi Island, your father has brought 30,000 subjects and a year's worth of supplies for you from the Merlin territory. Also, I have prepared the cornflower potion you requested for the family. There are 3,000 bottles of intermediate potions, 500 bottles of advanced intermediate potions, and 120 bottles of high-level low potions. The family retains 1,000 bottles of intermediate potions, 200 advanced intermediate potions, and 100 high-level low potions. Of course, this is not without cost. This time, I have brought you 10,000 bottles of intermediate low potions. Arthur found this arrangement quite acceptable and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, mother. Longxi Island indeed requires the intermediate low potions. I have no objections. Contributing to the family is also my way of showing my intentions. Winia felt even more pleased upon hearing Arthur's response and affectionately embraced him, saying, My Arthur has truly grown up. Chapter 15. The Power of the Sky Knight. Viscount Merlin wore a stern expression as he scrutinized the two-headed dragon sparrow and the feathered sparrow for some time before shifting his gaze to Arthur, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with his mother at the bow of the ship. Aristotle's severe countenance revealed no hint of emotion as he approached Arthur, his tone inquisitive. These two magical birds are indeed fine mounts. Even novice sky knights would find them challenging. It seems fortune favors you. He then continued, However, I am curious about how you managed to subdue them. Given your current strength, that seems impossible, even with Eric's assistance. Arthur shrugged and replied. The two tribes were so engaged in fierce competition over the potions that they ended up gravely wounding each other. Seizing the opportunity, I managed to tame them. It was a perilous process, yet fortune smiled upon me, and I succeeded. Viscount Merlin appeared dissatisfied with Arthur's explanation and pressed on, without any special means. Even if they were severely injured, you would have had no chance to approach and subdue high-level magical beasts. You seem to harbor some misconceptions about high-level magical beasts and sky knights. Before Arthur could clarify, Viscount Merlin suddenly unleashed the pressure of a sky knight. Arthur felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, an irresistible pressure that threatened to crush him. Despite summoning every ounce of his battle chi to resist, the pale blue battle chi swirled around him, forming a torrent. Yet, all efforts proved futile as Viscount Merlin's might shattered Arthur's defenses like a mountain collapsing upon him. Arthur found himself unceremoniously seated on the deck, overwhelmed by the Viscount's imposing presence. Winia instinctively moved to intervene but restrained herself, knowing her husband would not unjustly torment their son. Although concerned, she chose to remain still. The two-headed dragon sparrow, witnessing Arthur's distress, unleashed an enraged roar. And both it and the feathered sparrow activated their magical abilities. A tempest of flames coalesced into a fiery dragon vortex aimed at Aristotle. While the feathered sparrow radiated golden light, its sharp beak and claws glinting like bronze, fiercely targeting Aristotle. Aristotle merely turned slightly, vanishing from sight and reappearing above the sailboat. Drawing his sword, he waved it casually, unleashing two waves of sword energy. One blue sword wave met the dragon sparrow's fiery vortex. With each flicker, the blue energy doubled in potency, extinguishing the fiery tempest after 3 strikes. The two-headed dragon sparrow was forced back, sustaining a blow that nearly sent its massive form tumbling from the sky. The second wave of sword energy arced towards the feathered sparrow. Its beak and claws, sharp and formidable, clashed with the blue sword energy, producing a cacophony akin to metal scraping against glass. After 4 strikes, the Viscount's energy breached the feathered sparrow's defenses. Had it not been agile enough to evade the 5th strike, it would have suffered significant injury. Witnessing Aristotle's prowess, the two magical birds did not cower. Instead, they were incited to unleash even greater attacks. Arthur recognized that, even combined, they stood no chance against his father and, through mental communication, commanded the dragon sparrow and feathered sparrow to halt their assault. Reluctantly, they complied, returning to the deck with hostile gazes fixed upon the assembled figures. Though the two magical birds were formidable, Viscount Merlin was a mid-level sky knight, renowned for the ninefold wave, an exceptional battle chi cultivation method and martial art. Each strike could amplify its power up to 9 times, with each successive blow exponentially more potent. In this realm, he had few rivals, and whether in duels or skirmishes, he remained unafraid. Should the two birds have persisted, they would likely have faced severe repercussions. Arthur contemplated whether his father was attempting to assert his dominance or deliver a lesson. Regardless, he understood he had no choice but to accept his fate. This encounter marked Arthur's first true glimpse of a Sky Knight's might, revealing a chasm between their strength and that of Earth Knights. It was no wonder that only families with Sky Knights could stand firm and thrive, for all existing families had traversed countless trials of bloodshed. In their quest for prosperity and stability, families would not hesitate to employ any means necessary. Thus, he inwardly resolved to temper his previous arrogance. The immense gains he had achieved on Longqi Island were not solely attributable to his own strength. Rather, luck and the blue orb within his consciousness played a significant role. A mid-level Sky Knight could easily dominate Longqi Island. If his current resources were exposed, he would be akin to a child wielding gold in the marketplace, vulnerable and naive. Noticing Arthur's humbled demeanor, Aristotle's expression softened slightly. Your battle chi is quite solid. It seems you will soon ascend to the rank of mid-level Earth Knight. This surprises me. Arthur could only fabricate a response, saying, after being injured by the giant dragon, I found my battle chi training accelerated significantly. And it seems to exert a strong suppressive effect on magical beasts, leading to an unexpected bounty of captures. However, he was not entirely dishonest. With the assistance of the blue orb, his battle chi had indeed acquired such capabilities. Upon hearing this, Aristotle exchanged a glance with his wife, Winia, before grasping Arthur's wrist firmly. Do not resist. Let the ninefold wave flow naturally. With that, he activated his battle chi, tracing the trajectory of Arthur's energy. Perhaps due to their shared bloodline and identical cultivation methods, Viscount Maeline's battle chi infiltrated Arthur's body, and it did not resist violently. It merely trembled slightly before quickly returning to tranquility under Arthur's control. The blue orb in his consciousness also fell completely silent, making it difficult for Arthur to perceive its presence. He was genuinely concerned that any unusual movement might be detected by the Viscount, as this orb was his greatest trump card, something he could not allow anyone to discover. Yet, this orb seemed extraordinary. Could it possess its own consciousness? Or was it simply adept at concealing itself? After traversing a complete cycle along the trajectory of Arthur's battle chi, Aristotle retracted his energy. At that moment, Vania anxiously watched her husband and son. The Viscount pondered briefly before speaking, acknowledging that the battle chi within Arthur indeed bore a potent dragon's might. While he was uncertain how it had come to be, it was evidently beneficial rather than harmful, which was a positive aspect. Curiously, he inquired of Arthur why there were still fluctuations of magical energy within him. Arthur had no choice but to respond truthfully, explaining that after recovering from his injuries, it seemed his affinity for magical elements had significantly strengthened. Consequently, he had attempted to practice magical meditation and had unexpectedly made rapid progress, recently advancing to the level of a novice mage. Upon hearing this, Vanilla was enlightened, exclaiming that she had wondered why she had sensed such strong magical energy from him earlier, initially attributing it to him having consumed a potion. It was indeed peculiar. His magical talent had been average, and after so long of training, he had achieved little. Who could have anticipated that this mishap would lead to such fortune? Aristotle, however, was less optimistic. Talented individuals who mastered both martial and magical arts were not uncommon, yet very few achieved high levels of proficiency in both. In the Duchy of Shinua, only Grand Duchess Nyoman had cultivated her battle chi to the domain level while attaining the rank of intermediate Grand Mage in magic. It was rare to hear of anyone who could elevate both battle chi and magic to such heights. Since Arthur had fortuitously embarked on this path, he hoped that Arthur would remain aware of the implications. When the time came for difficult choices, he must be prepared to make sacrifices. Although magical cultivation was indeed marvelous and mages held a prestigious status, ultimately, this world revered battle chi. On the battlefield, it was the knights who truly held the advantage. And Arthur needed to grasp this reality. Arthur nodded respectfully, affirming that he understood and would prioritize his battle chi training. If his magical cultivation were to interfere with his battle chi practice, he would relinquish it. Vanilla disagreed, asserting that although magical cultivation was not the mainstream focus of the world, it was due to the scarcity of those capable of mastering magic. Those who could cultivate magic should certainly prioritize it. After all, the Malin family had yet to produce a mage, and they could not afford to miss this opportunity. With a dismissive glance at her husband, she fixed her intense gaze on Arthur. Arthur suddenly felt overwhelmed. Did you not always aspire to become a mage, Arthur? You have diligently practiced magical meditation for 3 years. Now that you have finally made a breakthrough, are you truly willing to abandon it? Vanilla did not intend to argue with Viscount Malin, so she turned her attention to Arthur. Arthur was still contemplating how to respond when Aristotle interjected. Given that Arthur had fortuitously gained significant opportunities from the Dragon War, resulting in a transformation in his battle chi, it was clear that he was destined for great achievements. Therefore, it was best for him to concentrate on cultivating his battle chi. Vanilla was equally steadfast, stating that with both you and Adam, along with your daughter, their family would have enough knights. It was rare for the family to have someone capable of cultivating magic, and they could not simply let this chance slip away. The two refused to yield, and thus began to argue on the deck. Arthur found himself unable to interject, awkwardly listening from the sidelines. Eric and his father's personal guards observed impassively, as if they were emotionless dolls. It seemed that his father possessed a unique method for training his subordinates. Faced with the differing perspectives of his parents, Arthur felt somewhat overwhelmed but could understand both viewpoints. As the current head of the family, Viscount Malin naturally prioritized the family's martial strength. On the battlefield, knights undeniably held a superior advantage. In this world, mages were renowned for concocting potions and their wisdom. Yet their combat prowess was rather ordinary, only reaching formidable levels upon attaining the domain stage, prior to which they served primarily in supportive roles. Conversely, as the matriarch, Vanilla, a mage who oversaw the family's potion resources, placed greater emphasis on mages. After all, mages could bring immense wealth and training resources to the family, forming a crucial foundation for its development and expansion. Moreover, as mages, those with cultivation talent were invaluable assets to the family. Both perspectives held validity, merely differing in focus. Nevertheless, for the current Malin family, a mage was undoubtedly more precious than a knight. The fact that his father encouraged him to prioritize battle chi cultivation indicated that he was not as indifferent as he appeared. Likewise, Arthur could understand his mother's stance. With his father and brother both being exceptional knights, they lacked knights. If their second son could focus on magical cultivation, it would benefit the family while also mitigating the risks associated with battle. As a mother, she believed this was the best course for the family and its members. Arthur possessed confidence in his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts, believing he would not fall behind. After all, he had the blue orb to assist him and had collected numerous magical potions and spirit insects from Longchi Island. He was certain that unexplored areas held further surprises waiting for him to discover. Yet, Arthur no longer felt as anxious as before. Although Longchi Island was sparsely populated, it did not appear to be as unified as he had initially imagined. According to his understanding, a lord held absolute control over their territory. However, Longchi Island had long been directly governed by the family, and the inhabitants recognized Viscount Malin as their lord. The knights under his command, aside from Thomas and William, were loyal to him solely because of his father. Thus, even though Arthur placed great importance on the confidentiality of information within the island, the Viscount remained well informed about the island's affairs, which was not what Arthur desired. He needed to maintain complete control over his domain. As Arthur was lost in thought, The helmsman's voice interrupted. My lord, we have arrived at Longqi Island. Aristotle and Vania concluded their argument. Arthur approached them and said, Father, Mother, please disembark. Regarding my training, I would like to focus on dual cultivation for a time, and then we can decide how to proceed based on the results. What do you think? They understood that as parents, they could only provide guidance and advice, but could not make decisions for their children. Seeing Arthur express himself this way, they chose not to press the matter further. Aristotle replied, Very well, if you encounter any issues with your training, do write to me. Or now that you have a flying mount, it won't take long to reach Malin City, so do visit often. Vania nodded. I will remain on Longqi Island for a while to guide you. I also wish to thoroughly study the magical potions you recently acquired. The results of those you sent back to the family were exceptional. Thank you, Mother. This time, the entourage accompanying Viscount Malin was quite large. With the master builder Luban's team comprising around 1,000 individuals, alongside 30 of his father's personal guards, all Earth Knights, and over 100 maids and servants, in addition to 3,000 supporting citizens sent to assist Arthur. It was indeed a grand assembly. The administrative officer of Port Village, Sam Weir, and the tax officer, Adley, had long received notice and awaited them at the dock. According to the arrangements Arthur had previously discussed with them, the 30,000 individuals brought by Viscount Malin were organized as follows. 10,000 would be sent to Mengji Town to develop farmland and construct the town, with William leading 20 knights to oversee the area. Mengji Town, serving as a crucial support base for the Zita breeding industry, is not only an important grain-producing area, but also a center for the manufacture of blue bricks and porcelain. The expansive and fertile river plain nestled between the Inlong River and the Longsho River to the northeast of Mengji Town is set to become the vital granary of Longqi Island. This land has the potential to be cultivated into approximately 2 million acres of arable land. Arthur intends to establish a granary town here. The family has bestowed upon him the life plants of rice and wheat spirit bugs, which he has planted in this fertile soil. Currently, he is preparing to develop 100,000 acres of prime farmland, sufficient to sustain the food supply for 500,000 people each quarter. In the future, this locale will become the production base for rice and wheat on Longqi Island. Once fully developed, the harvested grain will suffice to meet the annual consumption of 10 million individuals. A workforce of 10,000 has been assigned to construct a new settlement named Yumi-Tuin along the banks of the Longsho River. This site is guarded by Thomas and 20 night attendants. Thomas and William have an additional significant task to select outstanding young men and women among the inhabitants for nightly training, thereby forming a knightly order that will answer solely to Arthur. The current 10 Earth Knights and 50 Knight attendants will need further observation to determine who may be retained for future endeavors. Yumi-Tuin will serve as the corn cultivation base for Longqi Island, where the corn spirit bugs life plants have been sown. This area is not only a vital region for potion production, but also a significant agricultural zone. The planned land is expected to yield enough grain each quarter to sustain 100,000 inhabitants for an entire year. Eventually, upon complete development, there will be 1 million acres of fertile land, capable of providing sustenance for 5 million people per quarter. A large shipment of blue bricks and construction materials from Mengji Town has already arrived, and temporary accommodations have been arranged. The moment the workers arrive, they will commence the construction of Yumi-Tuin. Thanks to the construction experience gained from Mengji Town, the efficiency of building Yumi-Tuin is expected to be significantly higher, with completion anticipated within 3 months. Another workforce of 10,000 remains at Port Village under the guidance of Samwell, beginning the construction of Arthur City in the rear of Port Village. Arthur has personally participated in the design of Arthur City and, through his mother, has engaged the most renowned architect from Aosagus Island, Master Luban, to oversee its construction. Currently, they are still in the foundation-laying phase. Master Luban is leading nearly 1,000 craftsmen and workers who have accompanied Viscount Merlin. His eagerness stems from the generous terms offered by Arthur. A 3-year phase for the primary construction of main roads, city walls, public facilities, and a new port. With a quoted price of 100,000 gold coins, double the market rate, Arthur is not short on funds. Rather, he lacks population and talent. While his father has addressed part of the population issue, the acquisition of talent relies on recruitment. Arthur's urgency to build the city is driven by the need to enhance governance over Longqi Island. Constructing a city at the port will effectively isolate it from the interior of Longqi Island. With a city in place, attracting population, talent, and merchant caravans will become far easier. Arthur personally guided his parents back to Longqi Fortress, where Butler Carter and the castle servants warmly welcomed them. This time, Viscount Merlin not only brought Arthur 30,000 inhabitants, but also presented him with 3 spirit bugs: rice, wheat, and plum blossom spirit bugs. For the baronial heirs dispatched by the family, 3 spirit bugs are not considered a substantial gift, as 2 agricultural spirit bugs can only yield sufficient grain for 100,000 people for a year. Common baronial territories typically have a population baseline of around 200,000, while Arthur's Longchi Island has only a few thousand. Why then does Arthur plan for 2 spirit bugs to support 200,000? This discrepancy arises because, in this world, the presence of spirits has led to exceedingly low levels of agricultural development, primarily due to an over-reliance on these spirits. With their control, crops yield abundant produce with minimal effort in management. Who would strive to cultivate the land when they can simply seek out spirits? Arthur, however, is different. He requires the spirits to provide quality seeds, while the labor of farming is left to the inhabitants. To this end, Arthur has invented numerous advanced farming tools and has imparted many practical and effective planting methods to the populace. Some matters become clear once understood. Agriculture is indeed such a domain. Upon their arrival at the castle, the attendants and guards were promptly arranged by Butler Carter and Madame Austin. Arthur led his parents to the 3rd floor of the castle, where the spirit rooms are located. Arthur has established 2 spirit rooms within the castle. One houses the corn spirit and demon grass spirit bugs, a fact well known across the island. The 3 spirit bugs gifted by his father have also been placed in this room. The other room contains 3 spirit bugs acquired from the stone forest, a secret known only to Butler Carter and his 2 personal attendants. Upon seeing the abundance of spirits Arthur possesses, his parents expressed their surprise. Vania jested, remarking on how amusing it was that her son managed to keep the acquisition of 3 potion spirit bugs confidential even under the watchful eyes of the Viscount. Aristotle, too, was somewhat pleased, acknowledging Arthur's ability to control information as commendable. After all, a person's possessions must align with their strength, otherwise they may invite calamity. I must confess, I have indeed placed spies and hidden guards around you. Their purpose is twofold: to observe your achievements and to protect you discreetly. It appears you are managing your territory quite adeptly, maintaining vigilance despite some recent impulsiveness, which is commendable. The family has been managing Longchi Island for centuries. How could they be unaware of its resources? The Zidu was once the most significant export of the Maline family a century ago, but due to overhunting, it nearly faced extinction, prompting the family to cease its capture. Arthur, intrigued, inquired why the family did not engage in breeding. Viscount Merlin's expression darkened as he explained that they had indeed attempted breeding at the time. However, the scarcity of magical pasture made it necessary to purchase from external sources, primarily from the Dasting and Aosiga families. Unfortunately, they deliberately inflated the prices of the pasture, and later sought to acquire the Zita breeding rabbits from the family. The family had no choice but to abandon their own breeding endeavors. The Seven Gods Archipelago is rich in resources. Why did the family not explore the possibility of obtaining magical pasture from there? Viscount Merlin shook his head, expressing his helplessness. While the family had once ventured into the resource-rich Seven Gods Archipelago, they encountered great terrors. Their ancestors narrowly escaped a disaster, leading to a decree forbidding any further southern expeditions. Chapter 17. The Seven Gods Archipelago. Is there truly great terror in the Seven Gods Archipelago? Arthur could not help but inquire, as his Longchi Island lies directly to the north of the Seven Gods Sea. Previously, he had heard no mention of any dangers there. Viscount Merlin nodded, recounting that during the late Red Sun dynasty, a domain dragon beast in the waters of the Seven Gods Archipelago advanced to the Saint level, unleashing a vast beast tide that affected several surrounding continents, causing immense damage to both humans and elves. Although the sea dragon Manda was ultimately slain by a coalition of human and elven powers, the remaining 7 major beast clans, each led by powerful domain magical beasts, still maintained their presence in the waters of the Seven Gods Archipelago. The consequences of inadvertently falling into their encirclement are unimaginable. Arthur, puzzled, queried why. After vanquishing the dragon beast Manda, they did not take the opportunity to eradicate the magical beast clans of the Seven Gods Archipelago. Viscount Merlin shook his head in resignation, explaining that during that climactic battle, although Manda was defeated, the elite forces of the Red Sun dynasty and the elven warriors suffered severe losses, leaving the domain knights from various continents unable to continue the fight. Moreover, the Seven Gods Archipelago is named for the 7 clans, which are said to be protected by entities surpassing the saint level. Historically, no one who has attempted to eliminate the 7 clans has returned unscathed. Vania chimed in, affirming that many families and organizations seeking the resources of the Seven Gods Archipelago have often disappeared without a trace. those fortunate enough to return, much like the ancestors of the Maline family, tend to be reticent about their experiences in the Seven Gods Archipelago. Arthur comprehended the gravity of the situation. Thus, the Seven Gods Archipelago is indeed fraught with peril. The Longxi Island is adjacent to the Seven Divine Seas. If it is truly so terrifying, why have we not encountered any danger? Viscount Malin continued to explain that the seven great clans have historically confined themselves to their own territories. During the Great Beast Tide, they did not invade the human lands, thus maintaining a fragile peace thereafter. Understanding this brought Arthur some comfort. Otherwise, residing beside a powder keg would indeed be frightful. Curiously, he inquired about the seven great clans of the Seven Divine Seas. Vanilla proudly interjected, stating that the family most knowledgeable about the seven great clans is undoubtedly your grandfather's Tillier family. Our lineage has resided on Aosagusi Island for over a millennium, and being close to the Seven Divine Seas has granted us insights into these clans. The largest among them is the Chitsai Jubei clan, which, despite its individual members lacking formidable combat prowess, boasts overwhelming numbers. They favor peace and coexist with many herbivorous clans, deterring any potential aggressors. The colorful pearls they produce are sacred items that assist in cultivation and healing. The most powerful clan is the Jiaran, known for their immense strength and intellect. It is said that their kingdom and palaces reside in the deep sea. They produce exquisite moon jiaosha, an exceptional magical fabric. Legends tell of the unparalleled value of Jiaran tears, which possess the miraculous ability to fulfill one's wishes. Though the Jujin clan is not numerous, their individual strength is unmatched. Few can defeat them within the same realm. The Chitsai Lington are the most enigmatic of all, rarely appearing in the world. Their emergence often heralds the arrival of rare treasures. There are also tales that consuming the blood and flesh of a Chitsai Lington can hasten one's progression and enhance their potential, though none have substantiated these claims. The Hongmao Juxi and Wucai Linglongsha clans are also abundant, second only to the Chitsai Jubei clan. The Longgui clan, the oldest among the seven, possesses long lifespans and formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Their numbers and strength rank highly among the clans, yet they prefer solitude, residing in remote islands and coral reefs, seldom making an appearance. Most turtle clans follow in their wake. Having witnessed the power of the Sky Knights and heard so many secrets about the Seven Divine Islands, Arthur felt an increasing urgency to enhance his own strength. The group continued to admire Arthur's pixie, especially the corn pixie Mani, which was twice the size of ordinary pixies. Captivating the interest of the Malin couple, Vanilla gently caressed the corn pixie, remarking that typically, pixies only grow larger when they are about to transform into greater pixies. She had never heard of one being born so large. Under Arthur's command, Mani did not resist Vanilla's touch but expressed her discontent through murmurs directed at Arthur. Upon noticing this, Vanilla refrained from further attempts. At this moment, Viscount Malin spoke up, advising Arthur to stabilize his exploration and development of Longxi Island for the time being. After all, in a month's time, he would be officially conferred as the Baron of Longxi Island, and all eyes would be upon him. It is wiser to remain low-key. As for Eric and the others, do not overthink their presence. I arranged for them to be by your side, not as overseers, but rather as a form of evaluation to see if you are capable of being a lord. Since you have performed admirably, I shall have them pledge their loyalty directly to you. Their loyalty to the Malin family is unquestionable. Henceforth, they will recognize you as their master. What could Arthur say? He could only acquiesce, acknowledging, understood, father. After exiting the pixie chamber, Butler Carter had prepared lunch. Recently, Arthur and his companions had captured numerous magical beasts and exotic birds, resulting in a rather sumptuous meal. Following lunch, Arthur presented the collected magical potions to Vanilla. Upon receiving the potions, Vanilla immediately began researching new potion formulas. Disregarding Arthur and his father, Aristotle, filled with excitement, suggested to Arthur that they should first tame the two-headed dragon sparrow. Arthur feigned difficulty, saying, "But they can roost in the Seven Divine Islands. Can we simply go there?" Aristotle's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly recovered, saying, "Did you not control the leaders of two magical bird species? Surely you have a way to call them over." Intrigued, Arthur questioned, "Why do you think so?" Aristotle replied, brimming with pride, "When I tested you this morning, Eric's bird demonstrated an instinctive protection of its master, indicating that you are its true owner. Unless you possess some unique means of control, this would be nearly impossible." Arthur looked at Viscount Malin in astonishment, noting his son's expression. Aristotle felt a sense of reassurance and continued, "I have heard that there are secret techniques on the continent that can imprint a mark of servitude upon magical beasts, methods that allow for control through mental connection. With a scrutinizing gaze, he added, "How did you acquire such a precious secret technique?" Arthur's expression grew strained as he replied, "Father, what do you think? A mere knight of the land who has never ventured beyond Aosagusi Island could hardly have such fortuitous encounters to gain such extraordinary beast-controlling abilities." Viscount Malin, though aware of the improbability, sensed that his youngest son was far from ordinary. He remarked, "I am uncertain about your adventures, but your transformation has indeed been significant. Previously, you were ambitious, yet largely motivated by a desire to outshine your elder brother, and your ambition overshadowed your care for the family and its people. This is why I placed individuals around you." Arthur chuckled helplessly, saying, "If I meet your expectations, I wonder." He left his statement hanging, curious to see how his father would respond. Aristotle candidly stated, "If you do not meet my expectations, my support for you will certainly diminish. I believe that under challenging conditions, you will grow. However, you have exceeded my expectations in diligence and vision, particularly in terms of luck, which has been remarkably fortuitous. It is often said that great achievements are accompanied by serendipitous encounters, what people refer to as fortune. I do not wish to delve deeply into your adventures, but I must remind you of the old adage, possessing treasures can lead to peril. Fortunately, Longchi Island is remote, making it easier to keep matters under wraps. Do not reveal too much before you possess sufficient strength. However, you need not worry at present. With the Malin family backing you, the resources you currently control are secure." Arthur rose and bowed respectfully to his father, expressing gratitude for his guidance. "Thank you, father. I have learned much. I shall summon the two-headed dragon sparrow now." Hearing this, Viscount Malin's serious demeanor finally broke into a smile, igniting a spark of enthusiasm within him. Chapter 18. Dual Cultivation of Magic and Martial Arts. Arthur called upon the Beastmaster Seal to summon the leader of the two-headed dragon sparrow, requesting it to bring a pair of intermediate-tier two-headed dragon sparrows to Longchi Fortress for his parents to tame as mounts. Raising a pair of dragon sparrows together would facilitate future breeding. Given the strength of the Malin family, they could support a small-scale dragon sparrow clan. While waiting, Aristotle began instructing Arthur in the cultivation of battle chi. When his father mentioned battle chi, he seemed to radiate an invigorated spirit, speaking with clarity and enthusiasm. The training of knights typically follows a hierarchy: Squire, Land Knight, Sky Knight, Domain Knight, and Holy Knight. However, strictly speaking, the first three levels constitute the initial major tier, while the Domain Knight represents the second, and the Holy Knight, the third. When mortals refine their bodies and cultivate their life force to channel battle chi, they become squires. This stage primarily focuses on continuous physical training to hone one's battle chi, allowing knights to transcend the ordinary. Battle chi, through continuous accumulation and refinement, can be wielded like a sword, allowing one to project it outward and thus become a Dadi Chi-shur, or Earth Knight. In this era of the Earth Knight, the practice of battle chi and mastery of formidable martial techniques are of paramount importance. For instance, the Jiuzhonglang, or Ninefold Wave, of our Malin family is one of the most powerful water attribute techniques, said to have been obtained by our ancestors from a certain relic. The Jiuzhonglang ranks among the finest practices and martial arts in the entire Xinyue kingdom. At this point, the Count of Malin could not help but feel a swell of pride. During the Earth Knight era, training in battle chi and executing martial skills are aimed at further strengthening the body's resilience, hence the significance of possessing effective training methods and martial techniques. This is a foundational period where each small stage must be honed to perfection, making the future breakthrough to the Tian Kong Chi Shur, or Sky Knight, much more attainable. Upon reaching the Sky Knight stage, battle chi undergoes its first transformation, where the training not only involves battle chi, but also the ability to sense the forces of nature through it. I shall refrain from elaborating further on this, as it would not benefit your current cultivation. These three stages revolve around the cultivation and application of battle chi. Ascending to the Lingyu Chi Shur, or Domain Knight, introduces an entirely different realm. A Domain Knight can effortlessly manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. You must have felt the oppressive aura of a Sky Knight. In comparison, a Domain Knight stands at a level so vastly superior it is akin to a pond encountering a tidal wave, a stark contrast of two realms. The sacred level above that is presumably even more enigmatic. It remains uncertain whether anyone has reached that level today. Now, you have made commendable gains on Longchi Island, and you shall lack for magical potions in the future. However, you must remember that the power gained from magical potions is ultimately an external force. It can be utilized judiciously, but cannot serve as your crutch. True mastery of battle chi comes from relentless practice in battle. Arthur wholeheartedly agreed with his father's perspective, bowing deeply in gratitude for his father's guidance. Enlightened, Arthur vowed not to disappoint his father's expectations. Aristotle nodded in satisfaction. In truth, cultivation is similar across all worlds. It involves refining the physical form to absorb external energy, promoting mutual development. Ultimately, external energy becomes internal, allowing one to command the external world. To simplify, one's body acts as a vessel. The better the vessel is refined, the more it can contain. If one can withstand the grand forces of heaven and earth, they can harness that power for themselves. As the father and son engaged in this enlightening discussion, Aristotle suppressed his own level and personally sparred with Arthur. Arthur had been diligent in his training and had experienced multiple real battles, making him a competent figure among junior Earth Knights. Furthermore, the assistance of the blue orb made his battle chi richer and purer than that of an average Earth Knight, resulting in formidable martial prowess. Aristotle grew increasingly pleased with his younger son. With his father's direct guidance, Arthur's combat skills and challenges in mastering the Jiuzhong Lang were resolved. Arthur became more exhilarated as he sparred, feeling the flow of battle chi and techniques becoming increasingly smooth. He sensed he was on the verge of breaking through the intermediate Earth Knight barrier, which filled him with joy. It was remarkable to note that he had only recently transitioned to the Earth Knight level and was already poised for another breakthrough, bringing him to the same realm as his elder brother, making him one of the best among his peers on Oscus Island. As Arthur perspired while sparring with his father, 3 massive two-headed dragon sparrows soared above Longqi Castle. The father and son immediately ceased their movements. Arthur took a hot towel from a servant and first handed it to his father before taking one for himself, quickly wiping his face and hands. They were now in the training grounds of Longqi Castle, which was spacious enough for their activities. Using the Beastmaster mark, Arthur commanded the dragon sparrows to land in the designated area. Aristotle surveyed the 3 two-headed dragon sparrows with satisfaction. The leading one was already a mid-level magical beast, its body gleaming with a light golden hue and boasting 2 heads reminiscent of a mighty dragon. The other 2 were strikingly beautiful, one a vivid red and the other a bluish-green, with the red male sparrow particularly appealing to the Count of Malin. At that moment, Vania arrived and immediately took a liking to the bluish-green female sparrow, possibly due to the Tillier family's affinity for green. Arthur swiftly employed the Beastmaster technique to imprint the mark onto the 2 dragon sparrows. The Malin couple exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their son's prowess without uttering a word. The guards and servants present remained oblivious to the secret being unveiled. With Arthur's assistance, the Malin couple mastered the control of the 2-headed dragon sparrows within a few days. Meanwhile, Arthur spent his days training in battle chi under his father's guidance and practiced magical meditation with his mother at night. With the aid of the Baobao Batsai magical potions, both mother and son made rapid progress, with Vania achieving a breakthrough to the advanced mage level, saving her years of arduous training. During this time, Arthur attempted to share the Beastmaster technique with his parents, but they could not attain any results and would have to try gradually. The couple shared a mutual understanding and refrained from inquiring about the origins of the Beastmaster secret. It was already a rarity for their younger son to share knowledge with the family. After all, who among cultivators does not possess some secrets of their own? As days passed, the Malin couple devoted their time to mastering the dragon sparrows while accompanying Arthur in his training. Vania utilized the magical potions from Longqi Island to concoct new brews. One day, Vania excitedly summoned Arthur and his father to her alchemical laboratory. "Look, this is my newly developed magical potion," she exclaimed proudly, shaking a vial of red liquid in her hand. "I have named it dragon-blood elixir. This potion can enhance the qualities of both cultivators and magical beasts, and is the best potion for breaking through barriers. It is classified as a high mid-level elixir." Upon hearing this, both father and son were overjoyed. The Count of Malin envisioned the advancements this elixir could bring to their family, while Arthur was thrilled at the prospect of utilizing the potion to surpass his current limits. With so many magical beasts at his disposal, he could elevate them as well. Suppressing his excitement, Arthur inquired, "Mother, what is the yield of this elixir?" Vania lamented, "Other materials are manageable. Longqi Island has ample resources. However, dragon blood is difficult to obtain. While the blood of dragon beasts is effective, its efficacy is greatly diminished." Dragon blood? The enthusiasm of Arthur and his father was instantly extinguished. Acquiring dragon blood was nearly impossible, and the previous dragon war could not be replicated. Aristotle asked regretfully, "How much of the dragon blood we collected last time can be used?" Vania, noticing their disappointment, shrugged dismissively. "What are you worried about? The dragon blood we collected last time is enough for me to produce several thousand doses. That is sufficient for our family's use. Such precious elixirs are for our own consumption and will not be sold externally, so what is there to lament? With this assurance, both father and son felt considerably relieved. At that moment, Arthur suggested, "Let us test it on our mounts. They are magical beasts with the bloodline of dragons and may perhaps evolve into sub-dragon beasts." The Malin couple found no objections to this idea. They proceeded to the area behind Longqi Castle where their mounts were kept. Vanilla produced 3 doses of the high-low-level dragon blood elixir. Arthur took them and fed each to the 3 dragon sparrows. Upon tasting the elixir, the 2-headed dragon sparrows became agitated. As the potion took effect, their magical energy surged forth, manifesting as 3 vibrant flames, 1 crimson, 1 icy blue, and 1 emerald green. Chapter 19. The Ascendancy of Dragon Qi. The efficacy of the Longshu Baoyao is remarkably potent. Shortly after the 3 Longqi consumed it, the vitality within their bodies surged as if boiling, enveloping them in a fiery mantle of magical flames that illuminated the sky. Through the Beastmaster's mark, Arthur sensed their exhilaration and fervor. The anguished yet elated cries of the Longqi reverberated throughout the rear mountain of Longqi Fortress. As they continued to absorb the elixir, their imposing presence gradually intensified, with several Longqi undergoing a fundamental transformation, their once ethereal dragon bloodline steadily strengthening. Initially, the other magical beasts and exotic creatures raised on the rear mountain exhibited signs of restlessness, but soon succumbed to the overwhelming aura of the Longqi, prostrating themselves in submission. At this juncture, the leader of the Longqi tribe arrived at Longqi Fortress, and Arthur fed him a vial of high-grade potion. Before long, he too entered a state of metamorphosis. To Arthur's astonishment, his Longqi mount emitted a roar reminiscent of a colossal dragon. Immediately thereafter, the other 3 joined in, unleashing similar dragon-like roars. Their physiques began to transform. The spines of their double-headed forms grew sharper, and horns akin to those of a bull sprouted from their crowns. Their scales became denser and more resilient, and their size expanded rapidly. The mingling of their vital energy with magical power enveloped the entire rear mountain. A formidable pressure stemming from their bloodline radiated from the 4 Longqi. Surprisingly, the blue orb within Arthur's consciousness began to stir restlessly. It emitted a unique vibrational frequency, akin to a colossal heart pulsating within his mind. With each throb, Arthur's blood and battle qi surged in resonance. Gradually, he sensed that the entirety of Longqi Island was vibrating in unison. He had no choice but to harness all his battle qi to maintain composure. Aristotle, who had been observing the transformation of the Longqi, suddenly expressed his delight, confirming the potency of the Longshu Baoyao. They were evolving into sub-dragon beasts. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that a terrifying force was awakening throughout the rear mountain. His intuition was not amiss. With the evolution of the Longqi, the elemental forces across Longqi Island grew increasingly vibrant. Arthur further discerned an energy remarkably similar to that of the dragons awakening upon the island. The orb in his consciousness could no longer be suppressed. His battle qi erupted uncontrollably, causing his meridians to ache. Yet a refreshing sensation from his soul compelled Arthur to involuntarily emit a soft moan. A thunderous dragon roar resonated in Arthur's consciousness, triggering a surge of elemental power across Longqi Island. A pale blue and golden mist formed overhead, shimmering with iridescent light under the sun. From above, one could witness the ascendance of dragon qi enveloping Longqi Island, as ethereal energy rained down from the sky. Simultaneously, fragments of information regarding the ascendance of dragon qi and Longzhu appeared in Arthur's consciousness. It turned out that this orb was a Longzhu, explaining its extraordinary nature. The elevation of the Longqi had stimulated the local dragon qi, and with the intervention of the Longzhu, the ley lines of Longqi Island were activated, unleashing the accumulated dragon qi of countless years. The Longzhu, nourished by this dragon qi, began to exhibit some of its latent powers. As the dragon qi ascended, all living beings on Longqi Island basked in a soft blue and golden radiance. The mortals on the island felt their senses sharpened. Many suffering from ailments perceived a significant alleviation of their pains. The knights discovered their battle qi was rapidly increasing, prompting them to enter a state of cultivation. Numerous knightly attendants achieved breakthroughs, with Thomas and William advancing directly to intermediate Earth Knights, while the Allen brothers approached the threshold of advanced Earth Knights. Vast expanses of flora on the island began to flourish wildly, with many evolving into magical plants. In dozens of locations exhibiting peculiar energy fluctuations, gestation processes accelerated significantly. promising new contributions of elven insects. Countless wild animals grew stronger, while the magical beasts felt their bloodlines refined. In the kennel, the two mastiffs, Wangmu and Nimu, began to reproduce under the surge of vitality. The pups bore scales akin to dragon scales on their legs, abdomen, and back, along with one or two small horns on their heads. Having been conceived under the influence of dragons, and having consumed Arthur's potion to advance to junior magical beasts, coupled with the recent elevation of dragon chi, these pups emerged as dragon beasts with remarkably pure bloodlines, destined for immeasurable potential. The two mother mastiffs, benefiting from the bloodline baptism of the dragon beasts they bore, and this fortuitous opportunity, unexpectedly evolved to the intermediate magical beast level. The Viscount and Viscountess Merlin were astonished by the unfolding scene, yet the rapid growth of their battle chi and magical power left them no time for contemplation. They focused their minds on controlling their internal energies to concentrate on their cultivation. Having immersed himself in the intermediate Sky Knight realm for several years, Viscount Merlin finally tapped into the threshold of the advanced level, courtesy of the ascending dragon chi, promising to advanced Sky Knight in the near future, saving him years of effort and offering renewed hope for further advancement. Vanilla, who had recently ascended to advanced mage after years in the intermediate realm, now seized the opportunity presented by the dragon chi to make significant progress within that level, drawing closer to the status of a grand mage. Understanding that he could no longer suppress the Longzhu, Arthur disregarded it and sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on his cultivation. Within a quarter of an hour, he sensed his breakthrough to the intermediate mage apprentice level. Shortly thereafter, his battle chi realm also advanced to the intermediate earth knight level. The ascending dragon chi of the entire island was drawn towards the blue orb and absorbed within him. Although it merely passed through his body, it bestowed immense benefits. As the dragon chi cleansed him, his body became increasingly resilient, as if his innate qualities were being enhanced, his bloodline evolving, and his battle chi and magical power burgeoning rapidly. With the Longzhu absorbing a substantial amount of dragon chi, a wealth of information flooded back into Arthur's consciousness. Simultaneously, various cultivation methods materialized within his mind. Zhenlong Yangqi Ju, Zhenlong Yushui Ju, Zile Quanlong Shu, and Zhenlong Guancifeng. These techniques felt familiar to him, allowing Arthur to transition seamlessly into their practice. Zhenlong Yangqi Ju, a superior method for cultivating battle chi, far surpassed his family's Jiuchong Lang, boasting efficiency more than tenfold. As soon as Arthur began practicing this technique, a torrent of dragon chi surged through his meridians, merging with the dissipated battle chi before being reintegrated into his body. In less than an hour, he restored his status to intermediate earth knight. Zhenlong Guancifeng is a magical cultivation method. Upon transitioning, the scattered magical power combined with dragon chi, seamlessly reintegrating into his being. The battle chi was a water attribute of an ice blue hue, while the magical power was a verdant green, embodying the wood element. These two forces intertwined within Arthur, flowing harmoniously along intricate paths. Zhenlong Yushui Ju is a formidable martial technique. As of now, Arthur has grasped three moves: Ning Shui Hua Bing, Chung Feng Pulang, and Shi Er Chong Lang. Ning Shui Hua Bing, as its name implies, condenses battle chi into ice blades for attack and can freeze surfaces of water and vapor, serving as an excellent offensive maneuver. Chung Feng Pulang is both a movement technique and an evasion skill. When executed, it propels battle chi, allowing swift traversal across water. Upon reaching a certain level, one can transform into water and employ water evasion techniques. Shi Er Chong Lang is an enhanced version of his family's martial technique, capable of amplifying attack power up to 12 times. Zile Quanlong Shu is a magical attack method that employs lightning element magic power to form purple lightning chains, effective for both assault and confinement of enemies. Zhenlong Guancifeng is an advanced magical meditation technique, enabling the user to harness dragon chi to attune with all elemental forces. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ascending dragon chi, Arthur successfully transitioned to practice both Zhenlong Yangqi Ju and Zhenlong Guancifeng. The realm of battle chi has ultimately reached the pinnacle of the intermediate earth knight level. With a period of diligent accumulation, ascension to the advanced realm is imminent. The progress in the realm of magic has been exceptionally swift, having already entered the stage of an apprentice mage. The surge of dragon chi lasted for a remarkable 5 hours, after which it retreated to conceal itself within the earth's veins of Longqi Island. Various phenomena gradually dissipated, yet the opportunities bestowed upon the beings of Longqi Island continue to unfold. A multitude of creatures has gathered around Longqi Island, lingering without departure. with many temporarily settling in the nearby waters. When Arthur awoke from his practice, twilight had already descended. The significant gains elevated everyone's spirits, prompting a grand celebratory banquet at Longqi Fortress that evening. Chapter 20. The Celebration Feast. 3 intermediate high-level twin-headed dragon sparrows seized the opportunity presented by the surge of dragon chi to successfully ascend to the primary high level, their bloodline transforming to that of a subdragon beast. This enhancement effectively bolstered the Merlin family with 3 Sky Knight-level combatants, much to the delight of Viscount Merlin. He commanded the preparation of treasured wines and exquisite delicacies at Longqi Fortress, hosting a feast for the knights and officials of Longqi Island, as well as other esteemed figures. The leader of the twin-headed dragon sparrow clan departed Longqi Island after advancing to the bloodline of a high-level subdragon beast, returning to his kin. His breakthrough in bloodline holds profound significance for the entire clan, promising elevation for future generations. This clan of twin-headed dragon sparrows has thus become an invaluable asset for Arthur. In this world, creatures are classified according to the nobility of their bloodlines: ordinary beasts, magical beasts, subdragon beasts, dragon beasts, and giant dragons. The giant dragon represents the pinnacle of life in this realm and is the decisive factor in the birth of various mineral resources. Although subdragon beasts and dragon beasts do not possess the ability to generate minerals, their inheritance of certain traits from giant dragons endows them with formidable combat capabilities, making them highly sought after as mounts and battle companions by knights. However, the wild populations of subdragon beasts and dragon beasts are exceedingly scarce, and their fierce combat prowess makes them challenging to tame. Typically, the giant dragon bloodline magical beasts owned by families are those that have evolved through the influence of their family's giant dragon. Thus, only families possessing a giant dragon can have a certain number of giant dragon bloodline magical beasts, ensuring their stability in positions of power. The Merlin family has diligently cultivated their lineage for over 3 centuries, and now, for the first time, they openly possess 5 sky-level combatants, resulting in immense joy for them. The 5 sky-level combatants include Viscount Merlin, the 3 dragon sparrows, and the elder Viscount Abner Merlin. The 3 high-level subdragon beast dragon sparrows have been placed in the courtyard of Longqi Fortress, where every visiting guest can behold these magnificent magical beasts upon arrival. The crimson dragon sparrow, noble and grand, is the most visually striking among the clan and is positioned centrally as the mount of Viscount Merlin. Vanilla's mount is a slender, blue-green female dragon sparrow, equally fierce yet of a more graceful demeanor. Arthur's mount is a formidable beast, a deep blue creature adorned with colorful tail feathers, its horns prominently displayed. Longqi Fortress boasts a history of over 200 years. Its main structure is constructed entirely of sky blue lapis lazuli, sourced from the sapphire mines of the Rear Mountains, now depleted. However, a wealth of lapis lazuli remains scattered throughout the mining area. The lapis lazuli, with its azure hue reminiscent of the sky, reflects golden glimmers under sunlight and reveals purple tones in dim light, making it a favored material for the Merlin family in the construction of numerous castle roofs. Spanning over 200 acres, Longqi Fortress comprises a front courtyard, main castle, garden, and the Merlin area. The fortress walls, standing at a modest height of over 20 meters, are complemented by a 25-meter-tall gatehouse, with the entrance forged from sturdy bronze. Upon entering the gate, one arrives at the front courtyard, which features a marble-paved plaza capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals simultaneously. To the left lies the training ground and the guard tower, while to the right are the stables and storage facilities. The main castle consists of 3 levels. The first floor houses the grand hall and dining area, with the hall capable of hosting banquets for 500 guests, boasting 30 fireplaces. The second floor comprises guest rooms and the master bedroom, which includes separate spacious quarters for both the male and female heads of the household, each exceeding 200 square meters, alongside over 20 guest rooms, each over 100 square meters. The third floor contains the study, fairy room, young master S room, and young lady S room. At this moment, Arthur resides in the second young master S room on the 3rd floor, while the master bedroom on the 2nd floor remains reserved for his parents. To the right of the front courtyard and main castle lies the garden, replete with a plethora of exotic flowers and plants, as well as numerous beautiful ornamental birds, including thrushes and finches. To the left is the Mei Lin area, featuring hundreds of ancient plum trees, which present a splendid sight during blooming season. Now, with the presence of plum spirit insects life plants cultivated here, the plum trees have flourished even more vigorously, with many evolving into magical plants due to the recent surge of dragon chi, benefiting the plum spirit insects significantly. Behind Longqi Fortress are the caves and mines left from the Sapphire collection. Among them, one large and four smaller caves are enclosed within the fortress. The castle's backyard also hosts an array of fruit trees and rare tree species. One large area has been converted into a storage room and a magically constructed ice cellar. Another serves as the kennel for hunting dogs, and yet another is designated for the containment of magical beasts, now under Arthur's control through beast-taming marks. The remaining two areas are occupied by the mounts of Arthur and Eric. The evening banquet, meticulously prepared by the castle's steward and numerous servants, was most sumptuous. Fine wines, including the specialty fruit wine from Longqi Fortress, barley wine, and ample beer, were complemented by 2 barrels of plum wine from the Merlin family. The culinary offerings were entirely crafted from magical beast meat, featuring roasted red-skinned giant boar, purple rabbit stew with magical potions, mushroom corn chowder, griffin stew, whole roasted magical ram, braised magical beef, and horse meat corn wraps. Viscount Merlin, holding a crystal goblet filled with plum wine, stepped to the center of the hall and lightly tapped his glass twice, addressing the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Longqi Fortress. Today is a rare occasion. The Merlin family has acquired 3 high-level sub-dragon beast mounts, a significant achievement for our lineage, and I am filled with joy. Among us, my son, the newly appointed Baron of Longqi Island, Arthur Merlin, has played a pivotal role in this success. Here today are loyal knights who have served the Merlin family with distinction. Diligent officials of Longqi Island, architects aiding in the establishment of our new city, and devoted maids who have served our family for generations. Surely, you have all noticed the auspicious signs that have graced Longqi Island today, bestowing blessings upon us all. From this day forward, I hope you will continue to support my son, Baron Arthur Merlin, as loyally as you have supported the Merlin family. Under his leadership, I believe Longqi Island will flourish even more. He is now an intermediate Earth Knight and possesses the strength to fully undertake the responsibilities of Longqi Island. July 29th marks his 16th birthday and the day he officially receives his title. Thus, today is indeed a day worth celebrating. Let us raise our glasses in joy. Cheers! Cheers! The crowd echoed in unison, lifting their glasses in exuberance. The Viscount and his wife occupied the head of the main table, with Arthur and Eric seated across from each other. Once seated, Viscount Merlin turned to Eric and remarked, "Eric, your family has long served as the guardians of the Merlin family, and, being a promising young man, I believe that thanks to this auspicious event, you are now closer to becoming a Sky Knight. You have the potential to create a new legacy for your family, so rest assured and follow Arthur. I trust he will lead you to a brighter future." Upon hearing these words, Eric understood that Viscount Merlin had made a decision. He had also witnessed Arthur's recent performance, where he excelled not only in administrative duties, but also demonstrated remarkable diligence in battle chi cultivation. His extraordinary fortune had led to significant achievements and rewards in merely a few months. Indeed, luck can be a part of one's strength. Thus, he swiftly made a decision, unsheathing the sword at his waist and kneeling on one knee to pledge his loyalty to Arthur. I, Eric, willingly offer my allegiance to Baron Arthur Merlin. From this day forth, until the end of my days, I shall be the sword in your hand, sweeping away your obstacles. I will offer you sage counsel and assist you in making righteous decisions. I, Eric, vow to serve you for a lifetime, until death do us part." Arthur also drew his sword, lightly tapping each of Eric's shoulders, and declared, "I accept your loyalty. From this moment, there shall always be a place for you at my table and by my hearth. I shall not allow you to act in dishonor, and the Merlin family will forever be your support and stronghold." After sheathing his sword, he helped Eric to his feet, and the two embraced. The attendees immediately broke into applause, celebrating the moment. Soon after, Thomas, William, and the Allen brothers approached to pledge their loyalty to Arthur as well. Now, they were all intermediate Earth Knights, and on Isekai Island, they were also among the mid to high tier combatants. Particularly, the Allen brothers would soon be promoted to senior Earth Knights. At this juncture, the overall strength of Longqi Island had become comparable to any established baronial territory. Chapter 21. The development of Longqi Island with Eric and the others pledging their loyalty to Arthur. The banquet reached a small climax. Everyone raised their glasses in congratulations to Arthur, simultaneously expressing their allegiance and goodwill towards him. They genuinely felt that Longqi Island would soon become Arthur's dominion. Sam Vale, the administrative officer of Port Village, and tax officer Adderley approached Arthur. Sam Vale spoke first. "Congratulations, my Lord Baron. In just a few months, you have successfully established Mungji Town, transforming it into a prosperous and advanced settlement. Now, with the simultaneous commencement of Yumi Village, Liangsuan Town, and Arthur City, I believe that under your leadership, Longqi Island will surely seize the opportunity for soaring development. It is an honor to serve under you, and I shall dedicate myself to your service. Cheers to you, my lord. With that, Sam veiled down his drink. Arthur joyfully returned the toast, saying, Mr. Sam and Mr. Adderley, your diligent efforts in Port Village over the years have not gone unnoticed. Your coordination during this period with Longqi Fortress in mobilizing personnel and resources has been orderly and well arranged. I have observed it all. And as we continue the construction of Arthur City and the other sites, I trust you and Mr. Adderley will maintain your excellent work. Once these bases are completed, we will have sufficient food, livestock, and magical potions to support our external trade. The ceramics and purple rabbit from Mungji Town will become our flagship products. In time, Longqi Island will undoubtedly become one of the new trading centers on the southern shore of Isekai Island. Adderley, brimming with excitement, replied, What you say, my Lord Baron, is indeed true. Once Yumi Village and Liangsuan Town are fully established, the grain output of Longqi Island will be sufficient to sustain millions annually. The livestock and magical beast farming in Namling Ranch will not only meet domestic consumption, but also bring immense wealth to Longqi Island, as these are highly marketable products. Mungji Town is nearing completion, and the business of purple rabbits and ceramics will attract a multitude of merchant ships. Who would have thought that such exquisite wares could be crafted from mere clay? I am certain that ceramics will become a favorite among the nobility. My lord, I believe we should initially focus on exporting ceramics and some magical beast meat to attract merchant caravans. With the wealth generated, we can then acquire strong laborers and skilled craftsmen from slave traders, particularly those with shipbuilding and maritime experience. It is essential to have our own transport vessels when collaborating with the Earl and Xiodi, as relying on other family ships for transporting spoils would incur significant costs. With an increase in caravans, our grain and livestock will also be easier to sell. Arthur, impressed by Adderley's articulate reasoning, inwardly acknowledged him as a talented strategist. You are indeed correct, Adderley, and your thought process is commendable. With you overseeing Longqi Island's external trade, I feel assured. Although the Merlin family's fleet ranks second in number only to the Earls in Isekai Island, most of our ships have been procured from the Blinken and Brown families. I propose we exchange some of our rare magical beasts for ships and shipbuilding talent from those two families, especially skilled craftsmen who are elderly or infirm, as their expertise does not diminish with age. This way, we can swiftly acquire the necessary talent and ships at minimal cost. After all, we have only 3 to 4 months until this year's COD, and we must prepare adequately before then. I also do not intend to sell our grain directly. Instead, we can brew it into fine wine and concoct potions beneficial for knights and mages. This will enhance its value. Viscount Merlin, seemingly disinterested, cast a few glances at Arthur and the others. However, with the keen hearing of a high-level Sky Knight, he absorbed their conversation. He was quite pleased with their performances. Arthur had capable individuals at his disposal. Arthur also exhibited his own ideas and insights into management, demonstrating foresight and planning. Viscount Merlin found himself harboring expectations for Arthur's endeavors on Longqi Island. Arthur engaged in pleasant exchanges with his future subordinates, and the atmosphere at Longqi Fortress that night was one of joy and camaraderie. The Viscount and his wife acquired 2 high-level Yalong mounts, and both advanced in their cultivation, which was tremendously uplifting for the Merlin family. Arthur was finally publicly acknowledged by his father, and the 10 Earth Knights and 50 Knight apprentices became his direct retinue. Henceforth, all the power of Longqi Island was firmly in his grasp. The guests at the banquet had already reaped significant benefits from the auspicious atmosphere. As the first followers of Baron Arthur, they faced a bright future ahead. Arthur was a pioneering baron, and his considerable potential and strength were already evident. As the earliest supporters, they would undoubtedly grow and benefit alongside Longqi Island's development. Following such a baron would also facilitate their acquisition of military merits and advantages in future external campaigns. Thus, the mood at the banquet was jubilant, with everyone harboring beautiful expectations for the future. On the following day, Viscount Merlin and his wife departed on their 2-headed dragon to return to the Merlin territory. During this time, Vanilla assisted Arthur in concocting a substantial amount of magical potions. Arthur also learned numerous potion-making techniques as her assistant. As a novice mage, he was progressing rapidly under his mother's guidance, capable of brewing several commonly used potions. However, he did not wish to divert too much energy towards this, as enhancing his own combat capabilities remained paramount. With Vanilla's ample supply of potions, Longqi Island could nurture several hundred knights. Arthur entrusted the remaining potions to Vanilla in exchange for fine armor, weapons, and various mineral resources. He believed this trade would elevate Longqi Island to a prominent position among the baronies of Isekai Island. The Merlin family fleet brought substantial resources and population to Longqi Island. On their return, they were laden with the island's specialties, including seafood and magical beast meat. However, half of the several hundred servants from the Viscount remained with Arthur. As these servants had grown up in Merlin Castle and belonged to families that had served the Merlins for generations, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and dependence. Some were orphans fostered by the Merlin family, receiving a commendable education. Thus, Arthur opted not to keep them all at Longqi Fortress, but instead assigned them as assistants to various departmental heads. After the departure of Viscount Meilin, Arthur meticulously arranged the tasks for his subordinates. In the Grand Hall of Longqi Castle, Arthur took to the main seat and announced the forthcoming assignments. Eric, I appoint you as the Constable of Longqi Island and the Chief Instructor of the castle. You are to select 300 youths from the populace for night training, regardless of gender or background, as long as they possess talent and determination. Yes, my lord, Eric replied, accepting the command. Thomas, I officially appoint you as the head of Yumi Tan, responsible for its construction and the cultivation and production of corn potions and food. Yes, my lord. Arthur concurrently dispatched 10 night attendants and 10 literate aides to assist him. William, I hereby appoint you as the chief executive of Mengji Town, overseeing its concluding works. You must also prioritize the breeding of purple rabbits and the production of blue bricks and porcelain. These are the two pillar industries of Longqi Island and must not falter. Yes, my lord. Alan, I formally appoint you to oversee the construction of Lien Tun Town, as well as the cultivation and production of rice and wheat. Samuel will coordinate with you. Yes, my lord. Ed, I officially designate you as the head of Nanling Ranch, in charge of its development, as well as the eradication of fierce beasts and magical creatures therein. I shall assign you 5 Earth Knights and 20 night attendants. Should you encounter formidable foes, do not engage directly. Promptly inform Eric and me, and we shall come to your aid. Our goal is not to exterminate these magical beasts, but to domesticate them for maximum benefit. Understood, my lord. Chapter 22. 3 dragon eggs. Thomas and the other 4 intermediate Earth Knights successfully tamed a mid-level quill sparrow as their mount with Arthur's assistance. This enabled them to swiftly traverse between their respective bases and Longqi Castle. With the addition of their mid-level magical avian steeds, their combat capabilities significantly enhanced, equipping them to address any emergencies that arose within their jurisdictions. Thanks to the assistance of castle-born aides, the leaders quickly adapted to their roles and performed exceptionally well. Sam, Will, and Edley experienced a marked improvement in work efficiency with the help of the assistants dispatched by Arthur. The construction of Arthur City commenced with great fervor. Arthur selected several literate servants from the remaining staff and dispersed them to various villages to organize and establish training schools, primarily tasked with teaching children literacy and basic etiquette. The remaining 2 Earth Knights and 20 night attendants were divided into 2 teams. One team, with Arthur's guidance, tamed the Wungmu and Lamb, overseeing the care of the dozen dragon hounds they produced, which later formed the initial backbone of Arthur's Dragon Hound Guard. The other team, under Arthur's assistance, tamed the red-legged magic dove, the azure crane, and the antlered magic eagle, which would later become the core of Arthur's intelligence department. With all arrangements in place, Longqi Island entered a period of rapid development. To enhance efficiency, Arthur and the island's craftsmen invented and improved numerous agricultural tools and production implements, resulting in a nearly 10-fold increase in productivity for the underpopulated Longqi Island. Its production capacity now rivaled that of territories with populations of 200,000. Benefiting from the harvests of elves and magical beasts during this period, Longqi Island focused on high-yield agricultural and aquacultural industries, alongside porcelain manufacturing, potion creation, and the breeding of magical creatures, establishing itself in stable progress and development. Arthur, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, spent most of his days practicing battle chi and magic or patrolling the island to promptly identify and rectify issues encountered during construction at various bases. One day, while riding the Dragon Sparrow on a patrol over Longqi Island, he suddenly detected intense magical fluctuations in the southern waters. Arthur guided the Dragon Sparrow to hover above the tumultuous sea, discovering a giant octopus monster, several dozen meters long, engaged in battle with a group of massive Tridacna magical beasts. This octopus was at least a mid-level magical beast, while its adversaries, the Tridacna, possessed combat prowess only at the low end of the high-level spectrum. Despite their overwhelming numbers, hundreds of magical beasts, the Tridacna could only launch water arrows in retaliation. Even a torrential barrage of water arrows proved insufficient to inflict significant damage on the octopus. The creature's tentacles, as resilient and agile as steel whips, sent the surrounding tridacna flying. Weaker beasts found their hard shells cracking under the relentless strikes. United in their struggle, the tridacna fought valiantly. Yet they were powerless against the octopus. Once the octopus ensnared a tridacna, it would forcefully breach its shell and devour the tender flesh within. Within mere minutes, 3 high-level tridacna had been consumed by the octopus, leaving the remaining group with no choice but to retreat. From his vantage point above, Arthur summoned the leader of the Quill Sparrow clan using his beast mastery mark, preparing to subdue the octopus. If left unchecked, it would wreak havoc near Longchi Island, inflicting tremendous losses. The voracious appetite and destructive power of such magical beasts could annihilate countless magical beast clans and marine life around Longchi Island. The island's fishing industry remained a vital source of income and could not be jeopardized. The octopus, leveraging its immense strength and powerful tentacles, gradually forced the tridacna closer to Longchi Island. Arthur remained vigilant, aware of his own limited strength, despite riding a high-level dragon beast, which was not adept at underwater combat and lacked the necessary prowess for confrontation. After approximately an hour, the tridacna had been driven back into the southeastern bay of Longchi Island. This bay, deep and teeming with coral and rocks, was flanked on 3 sides by sheer cliffs, with only a narrow stretch of sandy beach formed by crashing waves. Numerous ordinary arthropods and mollusks thrived in this environment and influenced by the rising dragon energy. Many low-level magical beast clans had recently migrated here. Arthur regularly led efforts to eliminate aggressive carnivorous magical beasts to prevent them from harming economically valuable magical beast clans. For instance, he had arranged for the capture and attempted artificial breeding of a sea snail that could produce purple dye when crushed. This task was not burdensome. It merely required mixing ordinary magical pasture and magical creature remnants in their feed. Currently, a certain scale of production had been established at the estuary of Longlong Bay and Port Village. In the future, purple dye would emerge as another distinctive industry of Longchi Island. Arthur also discovered a species of nautilus and a type of seawater pearl oyster, which produced large, lustrous pearls rich in magical energy, ideal for crafting magical equipment and potions, as well as for jewelry that would surely captivate the affluent. The colorful pearls produced by the nautilus, in particular, were unique in both shape and hue. With the aid of beast mastery, Arthur could collect pearls without damaging the shells. After forming a contract, the creatures would naturally eject the matured pearls at his command. Each time they produced pearls, Arthur rewarded them with specially concocted potions, leading to the thriving growth of both species in the waters surrounding Longchi Island. Arthur had now amassed over 10,000 magical pearls, valued at least 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. This profitable venture would continue to expand. However, this was not a replicable endeavor for others. Even if they encountered and captured such creatures, taming and breeding them would prove exceedingly difficult. Despite their gentle nature and aversion to conflict, they remained magical beasts, and none had heard of a family successfully breeding them. Arthur's success was solely due to the assistance of beast mastery. The battle between the octopus and the tridacna continued. After several hours of flight, Arthur's mount was severely fatigued, prompting him to guide it to a nearby mountaintop for a brief respite. Upon waiting for his reinforcements to arrive before confronting the octopus monster, Arthur noticed a steep mountain peak that featured a vast, flat stone platform, and he descended towards it. As soon as he landed, Arthur was preparing to take a well-deserved rest when the dragon pearl within his sea of consciousness suddenly began to tremble violently. Concurrently, a subtle disturbance emanated from the rock wall at the back of the stone platform. Arthur began to examine the stone wall, which was adorned with various sized cavities, ranging from those no larger than a fist to those spanning several meters. However, aside from some common seabirds like the fulmar and albatross nesting there, he sensed no magical fluctuations. Thus, it seemed unlikely that any magical beasts resided in this area. Yet, with the dragon pearl's agitation, the subtle disturbances persisted. After numerous attempts and explorations, Arthur finally deduced that the fluctuations originated from a vast and deep cavern. He slowly crawled into the cave atop the back of the dragon sparrow. Using fire magic, he ignited a magical fireball, illuminating the passage within the cave. Arthur realized that the cave had seemingly been devoid of life for quite some time. After crawling for several minutes, he discovered some desiccated bloodstains on the passage, which emanated a strong magical aura. It was unlikely that any injured magical beasts were present, and if there were, they had likely perished, as there were no powerful energy fluctuations to be felt. Thus, he continued deeper into the cave, and soon a vast chamber unfolded before him. The firelight revealed the interior's condition. Was that the silver dragon? Indeed, the silver dragon, wounded in the last dragon war, had ultimately succumbed here. Its flesh and blood had dissipated, merging into the mountain stone, leaving behind only a colossal skeleton and a full array of scales. Dragon eggs? Arthur could not help but exclaim, for beneath the enormous dragon skeleton lay 3 dragon eggs. However, before Arthur could ponder further, the dragon pearl suddenly quivered, and a dragon's soul was drawn out from the skeleton, swiftly absorbed by the dragon pearl along with nearby wandering spiritual energies. This process unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that impacted Arthur, compelling him to calm his mind and rapidly operate the true dragon breathing technique to digest this energy. Chapter 23. The Assault on the Octopus Monster. Arthur concentrated his spirit and fully engaged the true dragon breathing technique to absorb the energy that had been abruptly drawn into his body. However, the massive energy burdened his meridians, quickly surpassing their capacity. His meridians began to swell and ultimately ruptured. The excruciating pain made Arthur tremble all over, but fortunately, the power of the true dragon breathing technique swiftly repaired the damaged meridians. The newly formed meridians were more resilient and broader, with new channels opened. However, the energy from the dragon pearl was not as gentle and harmonious as that of the dragon's aura. Rather, it was violent and overwhelming. Thankfully, the true dragon breathing technique proved powerful enough to manage this ferocious energy. Yet, as Arthur's meridians continued to be torn and healed, the inhuman pain severely drained his mental fortitude, causing his control over the true dragon breathing technique to wane. With no other options available, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Sensing Arthur's dire situation, the dragon pearl released a cool, refreshing energy that surged from his sea of consciousness. Instantly, Arthur felt a significant boost in his mental strength, and the visualization of the true dragon involuntarily activated. With the operation of 2 techniques, Arthur was able to absorb this immense energy more swiftly. Nevertheless, it still exceeded his current capacity. Soon, Arthur noticed his control over both battle chi and magical energy becoming clumsy, indicating an inability to fully master his own powers. If this issue remained unresolved, it could jeopardize his foundation. Arthur felt a twinge of concern, but he was powerless to change the situation and found himself expressing dissatisfaction towards the dragon pearl. However, the chaotic and powerful energy continued to flow into his body. Undeterred by Arthur's worries and grievances, he felt not only his command over battle chi and magical energy dulling, but also his physical control becoming awkward. The pain throughout his body intensified, forcing Arthur to break free from his meditative state. The power within him surged uncontrollably, akin to a raging flood wreaking havoc inside his body. Tortured, Arthur rolled about on the ground, inadvertently finding himself beside the 3 dragon eggs. Gazing at the eggs, he unconsciously placed his hand upon one of the golden dragon eggs. At that moment, the energy within him seemed to find an outlet, rushing towards the egg. This brought him considerable relief. He then placed his other hand on another silver dragon egg, and indeed, the energy from within him rapidly surged towards it as well. It felt as if he had found a lifeline, and he embraced the last bronze dragon egg, channeling energy through all 3 channels, which allowed the tumultuous power within him to be greatly released. He finally regained control over his strength, and his cultivation began to soar. Unbeknownst to him, during his deep cultivation, Arthur had broken through to the high Earth Knight level in battle chi and reached the intermediate mage level in magic. After thoroughly digesting all the energy, several hours had passed. Slowly awakening from his deep meditation, Arthur couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging that this instance could be viewed as a blessing in disguise. Attempting to channel his battle chi and magical energy, Arthur found everything to be cumbersome. This was the drawback of forcing a breakthrough. He possessed power, yet could not wield it perfectly, which would affect future progress. Just as in life, everything gained through shortcuts is often difficult to sustain or genuinely master. He resolved to refine and familiarize himself with his strength further, striving to master it completely. Arthur commanded the 2-headed dragon sparrow to guard the cave. The existence of the 3 dragon eggs must remain a secret for the time being. Otherwise, the Merlins would face catastrophic consequences. Perhaps due to his connection forged by channeling energy into the dragon eggs, Arthur felt an almost ethereal bond with them. Suddenly inspired, he attempted to employ the beast control technique on the eggs and was astonished to find it effective. Although he did not plant a beast control mark like with other magical beasts, the connection with the dragon eggs had undeniably strengthened. Arthur's mount seemed to revel in the cave's environment, contentedly coiled beneath the silver dragon's skeleton while absorbing magical energy. He placed the 3 dragon eggs beneath its wings and communicated through the beast control mark, instructing it to safeguard the eggs. Naturally, the dragon sparrow eagerly accepted this duty. Its magical prowess progressed rapidly within this environment, and its lineage subtly hinted at a potential breakthrough, especially in proximity to the dragon eggs, where this sensation was increasingly pronounced. It chirped cheerfully in agreement to fulfill Arthur's request. Arthur then walked out of the cave and returned to the platform before the rock wall. At this moment, the high and mid-tier combatants from both the 2-headed dragon sparrow and the other bird species had gathered above the platform. Arthur climbed onto the back of the dragon sparrow leader and led the 2 teams of magical birds toward the direction of the octopus monster. At that time, the octopus monster had pushed the Chaozu tribe to the shores of Longqi Island. Although the Chaozu were not accustomed to moving on land, they were utterly defenseless against the ferocious octopus monster in the water. Fleeing to the land might offer them a slim chance of survival. As the octopus monster's power was significantly diminished on land, Arthur circled high above with the magical birds, searching for the opportune moment to strike. After all, the octopus monster was truly fearsome, especially in the water, where it was emboldened. Only when it carelessly ventured onto land would it present the perfect opportunity for the magical birds to attack. Arthur quietly gathered the beast control mark aimed at the Chaozu on the shore. Before long, several intermediate and higher-level individuals were subdued, along with 1 lower-level advanced member. Although not the chieftain of this group of Chaku, it was nonetheless an important member. Under their guidance, the entire Chaku fled to a distance of over 10 meters on the shore. The octopus monster, upon witnessing this, did not hesitate and followed them ashore. Clearly, its invincible dominance in the water had led to a lapse in vigilance. Naturally, Arthur would not allow it the chance to regret its decision. As the octopus monster pursued the Chaku onto the shore, Arthur decisively ordered the Lonke and Chichue to launch an attack. The leader of the double dragon Lonke, having greatly enhanced its bloodline and strength, was now the most formidable beast present. Its body shimmered with golden light, with one dragon head exhaling pale golden flames while the other stirred up a fierce wind. The conflation of wind and fire formed a fiery tornado that engulfed the octopus monster. Completely focused on chasing the Chaku, the octopus monster failed to notice the aerial threats posed by the magical birds. Despite being a beast with the combat prowess of a sky knight, born from the trials of bloodshed, it should not have been so careless. However, having bullied the Chaku and reached the edge of the 7 Gods Sea, it naively assumed there were no formidable forces in the vicinity. Thus, it was preoccupied with mocking the Chaku, completely oblivious to the peril above. This oversight was also influenced by its long-term residence in the deep sea, where aerial threats were seldom encountered. Nevertheless, it was too late for regrets as the flames seared its form with excruciating pain. The cunning octopus monster quickly retreated towards the sea, enduring the agony. However, the magical birds would not grant it any opportunity. The fiery tornado stirred by the double dragon Lonke surrounded it like a vibrant fire serpent. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted along the shore, as the octopus monster's tentacles and body were scorched to a state of half-cooking. Stimulated by the intense pain, the octopus monster thrashed wildly, desperate to reach the ocean. Yet, mere meters from the water, the Chichue had already arrived. Their razor-sharp claws swiftly struck at the octopus monster. The leader of the Chichue seized one of the octopus monster's heads with its massive claws and took flight, lifting the creature into the air. The other Chichue swiftly joined in, grabbing its tentacles and body, collectively hoisting the enormous octopus monster towards the shore. Naturally, the octopus monster refused to submit, using its immense strength and massive form to lash out like a steel whip, knocking several Chichue away before crashing heavily onto the sand. Those Chichue still clinging to it were ensnared by its tentacles, plummeting from the sky. However, the Chichue, known for their ferocity, wielded beaks and claws with lethal force. In no time, the octopus monster was left battered and bloodied. Chapter 24. The Fall of the Octopus Monster. Arthur's gained despite being severely wounded by the furious onslaught of the magical birds. The octopus monster continued to resist stubbornly. Its numerous tentacles, akin to steel whips, lashed out rapidly, sending feathers flying from the dodging Chichue. Gradually, both sides unleashed their true power, recklessly engaging in a desperate struggle. The Chichue leader was the first to activate its ultimate skill, radiating a dazzling golden light. The Chichue leader charged towards the octopus monster like a golden phoenix, its sharp beak and colossal claws glinting with a metallic sheen. With a powerful peck, it severed one of the octopus monster's tentacles, then, with its iron-like claws, unexpectedly inflicted a deep wound upon its head. The entire sequence was fluid, exuding both strength and grace. The excruciating pain elicited a bellow akin to a wild bull from the octopus monster, as torrents of dark blue liquid streamed from its head. It was evident that this strike had inflicted significant damage. The other Chichua, witnessing this, also activated their ultimate skills. Shadows of crimson, icy blue, pale gold, blue-green, and earthy yellow flitted around the octopus monster, each adding yet another wound to its form. In a short while, several of its tentacles were severed, leaving the rest in a state of disarray. Infuriated, the octopus monster continued to swing its damaged tentacles, its body emanating a dark blue glow. It was preparing to unleash its ultimate skill. Arthur immediately commanded the Chichua engaged in close combat to ascend and maintain distance. Meanwhile, the Long-K, tasked with ranged attacks, activated their fiery tornadoes, resuming their culinary endeavors. Countless fire serpents began to entwine around the octopus monster, once again filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Driven to the brink of fury, the octopus monster finally unleashed its ultimate skill, spewing forth a deep blue pearl amidst a cloud of black smoke. The obscuring mist concealed the octopus monster, granting it a momentary reprieve. Within the thick fog, the crafty octopus monster manipulated the blue pearl to launch an assault. The deep blue pearl shot through the body of one Chichua at lightning speed. This Chichua, having just advanced to a high-level beast, fell to the beach with a mournful cry, its fate uncertain. Seizing the moment, the octopus monster propelled the pearl towards the remaining magical birds. However, the magical birds were now prepared, narrowly evading several attacks. Yet, the octopus monster took the opportunity to flee back to the ocean. Truly, it was a cunning creature, deserving of its fate. Arthur activated his Beastmaster technique, sending Beastmaster runes towards the blue pearl. Upon contact, the blue pearl immediately severed its connection with the octopus monster and was drawn into Arthur's possession. With the pearl collected, the octopus monster was left severely weakened, and the cloaking smoke began to dissipate. Under the relentless assault of the Long-K's flames, it quickly evaporated into nothingness. The Long-K and Chichua surged forward once more, the Long-K igniting flames while the Chichua pecked with their beaks. In a short span, they had devoured a significant portion of the octopus monster's body. The resilient octopus monster ultimately succumbed to the jaws of the magical birds. As the octopus monster perished, its essence attempted to flee, but Arthur swiftly summoned the blue pearl. Capturing the spirit within, the pearl became even more vibrant. In truth, this pearl was the octopus monster's magic core. Some magical beasts, upon reaching a certain level, develop a magic core within them. Such fortunate beasts are rare, often possessing noble bloodlines or having encountered extraordinary opportunities, consuming rare treasures. A magic core typically embodies the essence of a beast's power, nurturing its spirit. Even when gravely injured, a beast can utilize its magic core to escape and continue its cultivation. However, this particular octopus monster, due to its overconfidence, was ambushed by Arthur and the magical birds. It foolishly unleashed its magic core in an attack, resulting in its capture by Arthur. Although it had the foresight to release its essence from the core and hide within itself, without the protection of the magic core, the fragile essence could not escape its fate. Thus, one misstep led to another, culminating in its demise on an inconspicuous island within the Seven Gods Sea. Arthur marveled at the magic core of the octopus in his hand. This core was predominantly of the water attribute, infused with dark and ice attributes, aligning well with Arthur's own. Indeed, this would serve as a primary material for forging his own soul sword in the future. The soul sword is a vital weapon that knights must forge upon advancing to the Sky Knight level, with the primary materials being magic cores and essences that correspond to their attributes. The soul sword possesses immense power, capable of manifesting as battle chi to attack. Hence, the higher the level of the magic core used in its forging, the greater the enhancement in combat strength. This octopus monster was quite formidable, with dense magical energy and balanced offensive and defensive capabilities, sufficient for Arthur's use for an extended period. Arthur collected the octopus monster's ink sac, a precious material for magical potions. The remaining limbs of the octopus were left for the magical birds to feast upon, serving as a great boon for them. The severely injured Chichua still clung to life, and Arthur, with the 8 treasures 8 colors potion, could easily revive it. However, for the time being, it would need to remain on Longchi Island to recuperate. Arthur instructed several Chichua to settle it in a cave near the fallen Silver Dragon's Mountain, providing ample octopus meat for sustenance. At this moment, Arthur turned his attention towards the trembling Chaku tribe not far from the shore. Arthur activated his Beastmaster technique, sending Beastmaster seals towards the Chaku. Before long, he had mastered all the mid to high-level Chaozu. He commanded them to settle and reproduce in the nearby waters. The Chaozu king opened its shell, which measured over 10 meters in diameter, and expelled 7 colorful orbs, each the size of an apple. The other high-level Chaozu followed suit, presenting a total of over 360 orbs. Arthur hurriedly preserved them in a storage jade box. These colorful orbs were exceedingly precious, each worth several thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, it took high-level Chaozu over a decade to condense just one. Although the colorful orbs of Chaozu were not as powerful as those from the 7-colored Jubei, they were still rare treasures for aiding cultivation and healing. With so many obtained this time, Arthur had enough to arrange a high-level magical formation, creating a sanctuary for cultivation and healing. As he pondered this, Arthur's thoughts collided with the myriad of knowledge he possessed, and inspiration flowed abundantly. Ultimately, a reliable idea took shape in his mind. He could set up a star-gathering formation, using the colorful orbs as the primary material, crafting 360 array bases to draw and consolidate the power of the stars. This would not only gather the forces of nature and celestial power to aid in cultivation, but could also incorporate defensive and offensive measures. Unfortunately, he still needed a focal point, preferably a spirit's life plant. Regrettably, all the spirits he currently had were of great utility, and he could not spare one solely for operating the spiritual formation. Chapter 25. Dragon-blood treasure tree. Arthur reviewed the details of the star-gathering formation in his mind repeatedly, growing increasingly convinced of its feasibility. He realized he needed to investigate Longqi Island more thoroughly, as there might still be spirits to discover. He muttered to himself quietly. However, there were more pressing matters to arrange, namely the 3 dragon eggs, until the dragons hatched and grew strong enough to wield power. No one could be allowed to know about this, not even his parents and trusted allies. Arthur had no desire to test human nature, as those who did so rarely met with favorable outcomes. It seemed he could only rely on the 2-headed dragon sparrows he controlled for protection. The 2-headed dragon sparrow clan possessed the bloodline of dragons and had dragon blood elixirs that could further enhance their strength and lineage. Training as dragon beasts in the vicinity of the silver dragon's fallen land and the dragon eggs would also be a splendid opportunity for them. Moreover, with them guarding the southeastern mountains and coast of Longqi Island, the nearby waters would be significantly safer. Since the dragon energy surged, the influx of magical beasts had indeed increased. Incidents involving creatures like octopus monsters would likely occur frequently in the future. Nonetheless, Arthur welcomed this development, as the majority of those who could arrive here were high-level magical beasts. No matter how many came, they were merely providing resources for Arthur, which he eagerly anticipated. Arthur left half of the dragon sparrows to guard the silver dragon cave, while he rode the leader of the dragon sparrows along with the remaining ones to the island where they roost. He wondered if there might be any rewards awaiting him there. The high-level dragon sparrows flew swiftly, over 20 of them racing across the 7 Gods Sea. The birds and low-level magical beasts along the way quickly scattered. This was Arthur's first deep exploration into the 7 Gods Sea. The islands of the 7 Gods Sea were densely scattered, resembling green pearls adorning a blue canvas. Most of these islands were lush and verdant, filled with flocks of birds and animals frolicking among them. To the southeast of Longqi Island lay an island roughly half its size, home to various colonies of seagulls. As the dragon sparrows flew over, the seagulls took to the sky in a great flurry, obscuring the sun as they fled. Surrounding the island were vast mangrove forests, and Arthur sensed several magical fluctuations within. He noted to return for a closer inspection. He continued flying past several smaller islands, witnessing numerous skirmishes between different factions. Seabirds preyed on fish only to be devoured by powerful magical beasts. The calm surface of the sea was a stage for the eternal dance of predator and prey. Shadows occasionally swept beneath the waves, stirring up chaos among the magical creatures. The blue sky and white clouds presented a tranquil scene, while the azure sea and emerald islands concealed countless hidden dangers. This idyllic landscape seemed like a deception orchestrated by devils, luring one into its beauty while peril quietly approached. After about an hour of flight, they finally arrived at the island where the dragon sparrows roost. This island was several times larger than Longqi Island. To the north lay a chain of towering mountains, while the south boasted extensive forests. A wide river, several hundred meters across, divided the island into 2 regions. The dragon sparrows inhabited the jungles in the southwestern part. They landed atop a towering banyan tree, which stood at least 100 meters tall and was over 1,000 years old, situated at the confluence of a tributary. The ancient banyan tree cast a shadow over the land, its vast canopy covering several acres, its gnarled roots swirling like an old man's beard in the wind. Some trunks grew close to the ground, while others rose at angles like dragons breaking through the mist, making it a rare and wondrous tree. It was a banyan on the verge of evolving into a magical elixir, likely to nurture spirit insects in time. Surrounding the great banyan was a sprawling grove of banyan trees, where the dragon sparrow clan resided. The leader's nest was built atop this largest banyan, constructed from blood-red branches. From within, Arthur sensed a rich magical fluctuation and a hint of dragon aura. Arthur immediately inquired about the source of these blood-red branches through his beast mastery mark. The leader of the dragon sparrows flapped its wings and ascended, soon arriving at a grove of blood-colored banyan trees, many of which were dead. From a distance, they resembled the imposing skeletons of red dragons. It seemed that the dragon sparrows had used these mutated banyan trees for their nests. The leader perched atop one of the highest branches of a mutated banyan tree, laden with purple-red fruits. This mutated banyan was already a high-level magical elixir, one that only small spirits could nurture. Though it stood only a few meters tall, its branches were sturdy, and its dense canopy was guarded by a mid-level female dragon sparrow, likely the queen of the clan. Arthur plucked a fruit the size of an orange, its rich magical essence confirming a trace of dragon aura. It could indeed be termed a dragon blood elixir. No wonder the two-headed dragon sparrow clan possessed such a strong dragon bloodline. It was due to these mutated blood-colored banyan trees. Arthur carefully sensed and searched the vicinity for the dragon blood banyan spirit. However, after several rounds of searching, he found nothing, which surprised him. It seemed this little creature was quite adept at hiding. Yet, if it weren't, it likely would have been devoured by the dragon sparrows long ago. Arthur leaped down from the dragon sparrow, sitting cross-legged atop the dragon blood banyan tree, while activating the true dragon chi cultivation technique and the true dragon visualization method. Quickly entering a deep state of meditation, he aimed to resonate with the surrounding dragon power, using the battle chi and magical energy imbued with true dragon essence within him, thus coaxing the dragon blood spirit to reveal itself. As for why his battle chi carried the essence of the true dragon, it was undoubtedly influenced by the dragon pearl within his sea of consciousness and the cultivation techniques he practiced. Although Arthur could not yet perfectly control the surging battle chi within him, it was precisely this lack of control that caused the true dragon essence to leak uncontrollably. Indeed, not long after, the true dragon aura within him resonated with the dragon blood banyan tree's dragon aura. Arthur distinctly felt the magical energy of the dragon blood banyan tree becoming more vibrant. At that moment, he concentrated fully on sensing every subtle change in the magical energy around him. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting magical fluctuation within one of the banyan fruits. Arthur opened his eyes and activated the windsurfing escape technique, swiftly grasping the banyan fruit in his hand. The crimson-hued fruit of the dragon's blood banyan tree suddenly unfurled, revealing within it a diminutive sprite with fiery red hair and skin. The little creature fiercely bit Arthur's hand, prompting him to swiftly extend his index finger. After a brief moment of pain, he forged a pact with the sprite. Chapter 26. The Celestial Gathering Array. Once the bond was established, the information about the dragon's blood banyan sprite was instantly grasped by Arthur. It turned out that this grove of dragon's blood banyan trees had indeed evolved from the nurturing essence of dragon blood. However, this particular sprite had only come into being a few decades ago. It appeared that this grove had sustained generations of sprites. The deceased banyan trees likely perished after the sprites or spirit insects inhabiting them were tragically slain. Generally speaking, when a sprite dies, its corresponding spirit plant is doomed to perish as well. Yet, if the spirit plant is destroyed, the sprite may suffer a grave injury but will not meet its end, allowing it to bear a new spirit plant anew. Through a mental connection, Arthur instructed the dragon's blood banyan sprite to collect its spirit plant. The dragon sparrows, upon witnessing this, became somewhat restless. However, due to the influence of the beast master mark, they refrained from acting against Arthur's will. He conveyed to them through the mark that he intended to transplant the dragon's blood banyan tree to Longchi Island, promising to concoct superior potions for them. Thanks to the dragon blood elixir provided by Arthur, many high-ranking members of the dragon sparrow clan had evolved into subdragon beasts. Thus, with the presence of this banyan tree, he was confident that future concoctions of dragon blood elixirs would not suffer from a lack of dragon blood. Although the effects might not match the original elixirs, their abundance would compensate for that. If he could irrigate them with the blood of a dragon in the future, they might reach even greater heights. Arthur did not linger long on Longchi Island, as he was nearing the central region of the Seven Divine Seas. He had no desire to encounter the 7 great clans residing there. Such an encounter would spell doom not only for himself, but also for Longxi Island. Thus, after ensuring the dragon's blood banyan sprite assimilated the genetic information of all nearby banyan trees, he had her collect her spirit plant. After placing her within a storage jade box, Arthur mounted the back of the dragon sparrow leader and commenced his return journey. As he passed the island teeming with seagulls, he directed the dragon sparrow leader to descend towards the mangroves along the island's shore. Following his instincts, he swiftly located a red tree entwined with 3 saplings. Concurrently, he discovered 3 red tree spirit insects residing upon the tree. Overcome with excitement, Arthur produced jade powder to lure the little creatures closer. The plump spirit insects greedily devoured the powder. Dipping his finger into the jade powder, he brought it to their mouths. With a single bite, a pact was formed, granting him 3 additional spirit insects. To date, Arthur had acquired 2 sprites, the Yumi sprite and the dragon's blood banyan sprite, along with 11 spirit insects, the plum blossom, rice, and wheat spirit insects gifted by his family, 2 devil grass spirit insects he had found himself, and the stoneflower, 8 treasures, and moonlight fungus spirit insects, plus the 3 newly acquired red tree spirit insects. Arthur could not help but feel a swell of pride as his foundation grew more substantial. Commanding the 3 red tree spirit insects to collect their spirit plants, he placed them within the storage jade box and promptly departed. Not long after his departure, a flash of blue appeared deep within the mangroves. Soon, Arthur returned to Longxi Island, guiding the dragon sparrow leader to land before the silver dragon cave. With the dragon's blood banyan tree now at his disposal, Arthur could finally attempt to construct the celestial gathering array. First, he needed to identify an appropriate location for the banyan tree, as this was crucial for the array's foundation. Planting the dragon's blood banyan tree within the silver dragon cave was ideal since the energy from the fallen silver dragon would promote its evolution. Setting up the celestial gathering array here would also allow the power of the dragon to receive external energy replenishment, preventing gradual depletion and potentially even enhancing it. This arrangement would benefit the dragon's blood banyan tree, the dragon eggs, and Arthur's future cultivation endeavors. However, although the dragon's blood banyan tree was a magical plant, it still required ample sunlight and rain to thrive. The silver dragon cave clearly lacked the necessary conditions for its normal growth. After surveying the surroundings, Arthur noted that while the area was predominantly rocky, there was an adequate water supply and sufficient soil for the plants to take root. After pondering for a while, Arthur devised a plan. Since the silver dragon cave lacked sunlight, he would create a skylight to allow sunlight and rain to enter. With this determination, he began to meticulously explore the area surrounding the silver dragon cave, seeking out spots where the rock walls were relatively thin, permitting sunlight and rain to penetrate. Ultimately, he identified 2 suitable locations in the southeast and southwest. Arthur commanded the dragon sparrow to scorch the rock walls with flames, and when the walls became sufficiently heated, he employed his ice manipulation technique. The alternating extremes of heat and cold caused chunks of stone to shatter. After several cycles of this process over a few hours, he successfully excavated 2 openings with a diameter of around 10 meters in the rock walls, allowing sunlight to stream directly into the cave. At this juncture, Arthur summoned the banyan sprite, instructing her to establish her spirit plant in this newly created environment. The little creature emerged, curiously surveying her surroundings, and upon sensing the abundant dragon power present, she became exhilarated. She deposited her spirit plant beside the silver dragon skeleton, and the blood-red banyan tree grew rapidly, doubling in size due to the rich dragon energy. The fruits of the banyan also matured instantly, and the growth of the spirit plant naturally benefited the sprite. The little sprite chirped contentedly, conjuring blood-red seeds that swiftly propagated around the silver dragon cave. Within a kilometer radius, new blood-colored banyan trees began to flourish. Using these newly sprouted banyan trees as a foundation, Arthur combined them with the multicolored orbs inscribed with magical runes to construct the gathering array, endowing it with the attribute of perpetual vitality. By the time night fell, the celestial gathering array was finally complete. The surrounding natural energies and the power of the stars began to converge, forming a misty aura in the area. Arthur sat cross-legged beneath the dragon's blood banyan tree, practicing the true dragon chi cultivation technique and the true dragon visualization method, and to his delight, the results were remarkable. The efficiency of his cultivation exceeded his usual pace by 3 to 4 times. This was merely the initial setup. Once the full power of the gathering array manifested, he anticipated a 10-fold enhancement. To his astonishment, the 3 dragon eggs, nourished by the surrounding energy, began to stir, drawing and absorbing the accumulating power. This was a delightful surprise. They also discovered that within the celestial gathering array, their physical forms received substantial nourishment, unexpectedly offering benefits to their physical conditioning. The dragon sparrows stationed here were equally jubilant, experiencing accelerated cultivation compared to their previous abode. The enriched energies and the lingering dragon power not only hastened their training speeds, but also continually enhanced their bloodlines. This place was truly their ideal sanctuary. Chapter 27. Success of the Gathering Array. With the construction of the Celestial Gathering Array completed, Arthur had gained a significant asset. Observing the benefits it brought to the dragon eggs, he made some adjustments to position the 3 dragon eggs according to the principles of the 3 talents within the array. The revised Celestial Gathering Array became more vibrant, its influence expanding by double, likely due to the presence of the dragon eggs. Arthur could not help but regard the dragon pearls in his consciousness with heightened esteem. The knowledge acquired from the dragon pearls seemed to offer considerable assistance regarding matters related to dragons. Moreover, he sensed an unseen force guiding him toward success in various dragon-related endeavors. Was it mere luck, or was it the intentional guidance of the dragon pearls? Did the dragon pearls possess their own consciousness? Arthur found himself increasingly wary of the dragon pearls. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, recognizing that regardless of the circumstances, their current assistance was invaluable. Worrying was futile. It was far better to focus on enhancing his own strength. Only an individual of sufficient strength can confront the challenges that lie ahead. Arthur meticulously examined the Xingqian Juling formation once more. The results were promising. It operated smoothly, with the energy within becoming increasingly concentrated. The power of the dragon within also exhibited a subtle trend of enhancement. Arthur firmly believed that, given time, the power of the dragon here would continue to grow, thus hastening the emergence of silver mines following the fall of the silver dragon. Furthermore, this would lead to continuous expansion. If successful, Arthur could also establish a similar gathering formation at the site of the golden dragon's fall. This would provide him with an unending source of both gold and silver mines. The thought of this filled Arthur with immense excitement. As the day waned, Arthur settled the banyan tree sprite within the silver dragon's cave, assigning 2 high-ranking dragon sparrows to guard her. This arrangement ensured her safety. The environment here was more conducive to her evolution, so Arthur did not plan to return her to Longqi Fortress. This strategy would also help avoid exposing himself while acquiring knowledge about the sprite. For now, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Arthur mounted his azure dragon sparrow and set off toward the site of the golden dragon's fall, located amidst the eastern ridge. The site bore the scars of significant destruction to the nearby vegetation and rocks. Dragon scales, dragon blood, and fragments of dragon bones had already been transported back to Merlin Fortress by Viscount Merlin, leaving only the massive dragon skeleton sprawled here. The tremendous impact of the dragon's fall had created a confluence of 4 rivers in this area, though a lake had yet to form. A marsh was beginning to take shape, making it an ideal location for planting the banyan tree sprite's life essence. Arthur retrieved a storage jade box, awakened the banyan tree sprite, and commanded her to settle her life essence here. Upon receiving the order, the 3 little sprites wriggled their plump bodies, combining their strength to intertwine 3 banyan tree life essences together. The rich dragon power in this area also contributed to the rejuvenated banyan trees growing taller and more vibrant, with many branches turning a golden hue. The leaves resembled golden foliage, indicating a mutation. Through mental perception, Arthur understood that this golden mutation potion could be used to concoct a golden elixir, enhancing physical strength. This would be beneficial for all beneath the Sky Knights. The growth feedback from the life essence was relayed to the sprite insects. Similar to the banyan tree sprite, the 3 sprite insects activated the life essence, causing countless seeds to mature instantly and scatter around. Once they touched the ground, they took root immediately, resulting in a profusion of golden-hued banyan tree saplings sprouting up. Soon, the area within a radius of 300 meters was filled with these golden-hued banyan trees, forming a splendid golden forest. Unfortunately, Arthur currently lacked sufficient rainbow pearls. Otherwise, he could have arranged the Xingqian Juling formation here. It seemed he would need to search the vicinity for more conch clusters or research suitable potions to enhance their pearl production efficiency. Arthur mused to himself. However, these endeavors could not be realized in the short term. With only a few days until his formal ennoblement, he needed to prepare adequately for the ceremony. Moreover, upon returning to Merlin Fortress, he must present appropriate gifts to his family, as he was now a baron with his own domain. As the moon reached its zenith, Arthur returned to Longqi Fortress. After a brief wash, he fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, including arranging the Xingqian Juling formation and establishing the Silver Dragon's Cave. Uncharacteristically, Arthur did not engage in the true dragon visualization practice and instead succumbed to sleep. After a refreshing night's rest, he awoke the next day, invigorated, and made his way to the castle dining hall, followed by the dejected Tom and Jerry. Butler Carter had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Arthur, he immediately approached to greet him. "Good morning, my Lord Baron. You seem in excellent spirits today. Is there a joyful occasion?" Arthur replied with a smile. "My cultivation has seen slight progress, hence my good mood." Butler Carter raised an eyebrow and advised, "I recall Viscount Merlin mentioning that your cultivation has been advancing rather rapidly of late. It would be wise to temper your progress. While I may not be well versed in cultivation, one must remember that excess can be detrimental. You are already one of the most gifted noble youths of Osagus Island at such a young age. There is no need for haste." Arthur chuckled helplessly. "You are correct. However, this was an unexpected turn of events, and fortunately, I can manage it. There is no need for concern." Seeing Arthur's confidence, Butler Carter refrained from further comment. Knowing the Lord was in control, "Do indulge in today's new dish?" Arthur inquired curiously. "Oh." With a mysterious smile, Butler Carter took the silver platter from a servant, lifted the lid, revealing a roasted, golden-hued, low-tier magical beast resembling a large wild goose. "My lord, this is a variety of green goose that has recently migrated to Longchi Lake." Butler Carter continued to explain, "This green goose boasts emerald feathers, while its eyes, webbed feet, and tail are red. They are abundant and exceptionally delicious." He presented the silver platter before Arthur, and Tom swiftly approached with a knife and fork, carving the most succulent portions onto Arthur's plate. Arthur took a bite, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is delectable, perfectly roasted to melt in the mouth, rich yet not greasy, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The aroma is intoxicating, and the texture is refined with layers, evoking a sense of delight. It also possesses a strong magical essence, akin to that of a mid-tier magical beast." Jerry interjected, "My lord, I heard from Lord Eric that there are over 10,000 green geese that have migrated here. They may be planning to settle and breed at Longchi Lake." Arthur nodded in agreement. "That is excellent news. Inform Eric not to disturb them for now. Once they have laid their eggs, we can discreetly take some and raise them ourselves, ensuring a continuous supply of green geese." "Understood, my lord," Jerry responded with a bow. "By the way, Tom, Jerry, you must intensify your night training. I do not wish for my personal attendance to be lackluster. When I observed your sparring, it resembled a cat chasing a mouse." Their expressions instantly soured, while Butler Carter struggled to suppress his amusement. Chapter 28. Preparations before the enfeoffment after breakfast. Arthur mounted his dragon sparrow and departed from Longchi Fortress, flying over the under-construction Arthur City and Grain Depot Town, arriving at Mungji Town. For months had passed, and Mungji Town had nearly reached completion. Due to the construction of Arthur City near the port village, it had ceased to be open for external trade. Merchant ships arriving to trade on Longchi Island had been redirected to conduct their business in Mungji Town. At the town's port, hundreds of long ships were docked, many belonging to merchants from the territory of Arthur's sister, Yalishan City, who arrived with supplies such as needles, threads, fabrics, and spices, returning with various specialties from Longchi Island. Items like fine wine, porcelain, woolen textiles, and magical beast meat were currently in high demand on the mainland, leading to a trade surplus for Longchi Island and the accumulation of wealth. Mungji Town now boasted orderly homes and clean, wide streets. A few meters high freshwater channels had been constructed to ensure the residents had convenient access to clean water. The establishment of public restrooms and sewage treatment ditches significantly reduced pollution of nearby water sources, with waste being concentrated in a remote area at the foot of a desolate mountain for fermentation into fertilizer, which proved to be excellent for cultivating arable land. All merchants arriving here praised the cleanliness and orderliness of the town. It is noteworthy that in this world, populated areas closely resemble medieval Europe, where sanitation conditions are far from ideal. Indeed, the hygiene situation in medieval Europe is concerning. Below is a detailed description. Personal hygiene habits were extremely poor. People at that time generally believed that physical uncleanliness brought them closer to God, hence bathing was seen as a holy act, leading many to avoid bathing for extended periods, even perceiving it as a saintly trait. For instance, French kings Louis XIV and Louis XV only bathed a few times throughout their lives. Public places and environmental sanitation were equally dreadful. The city is sorely lacking in essential sanitary facilities, such as public toilets and sewage systems. Even opulent structures like the Palace of Versailles are devoid of such amenities, compelling individuals to relieve themselves indiscriminately, resulting in filthy and chaotic streets. This deplorable state of hygiene has led to the rampant spread of diseases and plagues. The catastrophic Black Death, for instance, can be directly linked to the city's poor sanitary conditions. Overall, the hygiene situation in medieval Europe mirrors the society's neglect of personal cleanliness and public health, compounded by inadequate medical knowledge, geographical factors, and the influence of Catholic doctrine. While the world has not descended to such extremes, due to the presence of certain magical arrays and supernatural forces, the nobility has harnessed these to enhance their living conditions. However, the plight of the impoverished neighborhoods is quite similar. The streets of large cities are often rife with filth and foul odors. Hence, Arthur placed great emphasis on sanitation and water drainage in his designs and constructions, yielding commendable results. Residents thrive in a clean and comfortable environment, enjoying robust health and high levels of happiness. Upon arriving at the Zidigu fortress, Arthur discovered that several Zida breeding valleys had been established, thanks to the abundant supply of devil's grass and corn. The population of Zidu has burgeoned to tens of thousands, predominantly young rabbits, which will mature and be ready for market next year. Arthur selected 20 pairs of aesthetically pleasing young Zitu and instructed William to arrange their delivery to Longchi Castle, intending to present them to his family upon his return to Maling Castle. Subsequently, Arthur steered his dragon sparrow towards the Baima Ranch, which currently houses 3 packs of magical beasts. The largest pack consists of several thousand low-level magical beasts known as black-hoofed giant horn mountain goats, adorned with long, snowy fur, black heads and hooves, and boasting sharp, meter-long horns. Arthur dedicated considerable time to tame them all, and the woolen products crafted from their fleece have become quite popular. Their milk is also a nourishing beverage, which Arthur consumes in large quantities every morning and evening. However, he refrains from selling it, believing it more valuable to reserve for his subjects to enhance their health. The second largest group comprises a pack of white stallions with diluted dragon bloodlines, numbering over 300, which Arthur has aptly named Bailoma. These horses are known for their proud and fierce temperament, covered in pure white fur, with light golden manes and tails, and possessing large, dark eyes that sparkle with intelligence. They exhibit exceptional agility and endurance, making them ideal mounts for knightly attendants and earth knights. The king of the Bailoma has been fed dragon blood elixir and has advanced to an intermediate high-level magical beast, now featuring dragon scales on its limbs and abdomen, truly embodying the essence of a dragon horse. Under Arthur's assistance, 20 knights under aid have successfully tamed 20 intermediate low-level stallions as mounts. They have recently formed a solid rapport and begun training in combat skills such as charge formations and battlefield tactics. In this world, becoming a knight serves as a critical juncture between nobility and commoners, as only knights can ascend the social ladder. Consequently, knightly training is both rigorous and multifaceted, encompassing military skills, personal qualities, etiquette, cultural knowledge, and practical life skills. Lastly, there exists a herd of powerful magical bulls, numbering around 100. The leader, the Black Bull King, is a top-tier intermediate high-level magical beast, poised to ascend to a high-level magical beast soon. These formidable bulls stand tall and robust, with fully grown males reaching heights of 3 meters and lengths of 3.5 meters, possessing tremendous strength. Their signature ability, Crimson Charge, engenders a fearsome spectacle as their eyes turn blood red, unleashing a surge of power that few can withstand, making them superb beasts for charging. Thus, 8 and 5 Earth Knights have, with Arthur's aid, tamed 6 of these powerful bulls as mounts, forming the initial heavy cavalry of Longchi Island. Arthur selected 10 pairs of mountain goats, 5 by Longma, and a pair of young magical bulls to be sent to Longchi Castle for his family. In Chapter 29, titled Symbiotic Contract, after selecting the magical beast offspring to gift to his family, Arthur directed his dragon sparrow towards the Silver Dragon Cave. Following the course of the Yinlong River eastward, he soared over the Eagle's Return Peak and arrived at the transformed Silver Dragon Cave. Once sparsely vegetated, the hillside is now adorned with lush, vibrant red banyan trees, forming a dense grove that cascades from the summit down to the river below. Mist envelopes the banyan trees, infused with rich natural energy. Dozens of dragon sparrows have constructed nests among the lofty banyan trees, luxuriating in the dense magical mist that steadily enhances their magical prowess and fortifies their bodies. Numerous birds have also made their homes in the surrounding area, a testament to the extraordinary nature of the star-gathering array. Arthur entered the cave through an opening he had carved, only to find the Silver Dragon Cave nearly filled with the dragon blood banyan tree. 2 of the most powerful dragon sparrows perched atop the tree, guarding the entrances. The previously accessible passage into the cave has been obstructed by the banyans' aerial roots, rendering entry exceedingly difficult. Leaping from the back of the dragon sparrow, Arthur approached 3 dragon eggs that gleamed with a soft luminescence, pulsating with vitality. Gently caressing the exquisite, scaled eggs that surpass any gemstone, he could sense the vigorous dragon power and the heartbeat of life within. The dragon pearl in his consciousness resonated, conveying a faint sense of joy. Arthur employed the true dragon chi cultivation technique and the true dragon visualization method, channeling the abundant energy within the cave to refine his physical form while studying the more advanced contract magic of the beast mastery technique, symbiotic contract. As the name suggests, this contract allows for the sharing of strength and life between the contract entity and the contractor, facilitating rapid enhancement of their powers and compensating for the brevity of human lifespan. Thus, the ideal candidates for a symbiotic contract are high-level beings with great potential. The 3 dragon eggs before him are undoubtedly Arthur's finest choice, for upon hatching, a dragon will possess the strength of an Earth Knight and can ascend to the rank of Sky Knight within a few years. In a decade and a half, they will reach their youth phase, achieving the strength of a domain knight, and upon maturity, will possess the strength of a saint-level warrior. Typically, metallic dragons mature at 36 years, gem dragons at 60, elemental dragons at 72, and holy dragons at 120 years. While this may seem lengthy, it is trivial for the long-lived giants. The symbiotic contract is not as easily enacted as the beast mastery mark. It requires the continuous condensation of magical runes on the contract entity while ensuring compliance. Fortunately, these dragon eggs have yet to develop consciousness, allowing Arthur to take advantage of the situation. He chose the golden dragon egg as his first contract target, knowing that at the Earth Knight level, he can only enact the symbiotic contract once. The celestial hierarchy encompasses 3 levels, while the realms comprise 9. Upon reaching the holy tier, one may forge contracts up to 36 times, thus allowing a lifetime maximum of 49 contracts. Arthur excitedly mused, could it be that by contracting dragons, one could live for several millennia? However, upon further contemplation, he realized the impracticality of such aspirations and resolved to relinquish these fanciful thoughts. Dragons are not easily found, and even if one were encountered, taming them would be an arduous task. Shaking his head to dispel these distractions, Arthur focused his energy on the golden dragon egg, imbuing it with magical runes. The symbiotic contract is not achieved overnight. It necessitates a continuous refinement of magical symbols until the agreement is fulfilled. During this process, one's power remains stagnant, as the majority of strength is devoted to refining the magical runes. For Arthur, this was fortuitous, as his powers were currently unsteady, providing an opportunity for honing his abilities. After several hours, Arthur's battle chi and magical energy were entirely depleted. The magical runes he inscribed upon the golden dragon egg gradually melded into its surface, noticeably enhancing the egg's capacity to absorb surrounding energies. This is the advantage of a symbiotic contract. Sitting cross-legged, he engaged in meditation for half an hour to replenish his battle chi and magical energy. Subsequently, he mounted the dragon sparrow and departed from the Silver Dragon Cavern, flying towards the Silver Dragon Bay located to the south of Dragon Roost Island. Since Arthur led the avian assault against the octopus monster, tranquility had been restored in this area. The Nautilus, Pearl Oysters, and Tridacna clans coexisted peacefully, enjoying a harmonious life. They regularly provided Arthur with precious pearls and colorful gems. Today, Arthur brought a low-tier dragon blood elixir and a golden potion crafted from golden redwood magic to test their efficacy. His need for colorful gems was becoming increasingly urgent. Using the Beastmaster's mark, he summoned the Tridacna King and poured the dragon blood elixir and golden potion into its open shell. The Tridacna King closed its shell and entered a state of meditation. After several minutes, the effects of the potions fully activated. The Tridacna King's pristine white shell began to shimmer with a rainbow of colors, with faint golden light seeping from between the shell's edges. The surrounding natural energies surged towards the Tridacna King. Was it about to advance? It was no wonder. This Tridacna had likely existed for an extensive period, hindered by its innate qualities and lineage, thus unable to break through. Now, with the assistance of the dragon blood elixir and the golden potion, an advancement seemed inevitable. As Arthur observed its transformation, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, knowing that magical beasts often attracted the attention of other creatures when they advanced. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from a distance. Instantly alert, he turned to identify the source while simultaneously summoning the dragon sparrow through the Beastmaster's mark. A massive beast, resembling a shark with octopus tentacles, stealthily emerged. It extended its tentacles towards the Tridacna king. Arthur hastily commanded the dragon sparrow to intercept and unleashed a combination of water condensation and a 12-fold wave attack against the bizarre shark. This shark was classified as a high-tier, low-level magical beast, possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Although Arthur's attacks were sharp, they merely delayed the creature's assault on the Tridacna king without inflicting any harm. Meanwhile, the dragon sparrow's whirlwind attack did inflict considerable damage, but the creature cleverly submerged beneath the water's surface, leaving the dragon sparrow at a loss. The elite fighters of the Tridacna clan had encircled the Tridacna king, preventing any further attempts by the shark. However, their attacks were limited, and the shark managed to break through their defenses with a swift charge. Just then, the arriving dragon sparrows unleashed their signature wind and fire tornado, churning the ocean waves and significantly raising the water temperature. Yet, to the shark, this was merely a minor annoyance. Arthur felt a surge of anxiety. He had to devise a swift solution to eliminate this shark, or the Tridacna king could be in jeopardy. Inspired by the dragon sparrow's whirlwind, Arthur resolved to employ an untested skill that combined his battle chi and magic to create a powerful offensive technique. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated and manifested his self-created water wind tornado. A colossal whirlwind formed in his hand, laced with sharp water blades, rushing towards the shark. The creature sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The water wind tornado struck it directly, lifting it from the water's surface despite its modest power. The dragon sparrows seized the opportunity, swiftly unleashing their wind and fire tornado, engulfing the shark in flames. The creature emitted a wretched howl, struggling to escape. However, Arthur would not grant it that chance. He intensified his efforts, causing the water wind tornado to spin with greater ferocity. Ultimately, the shark succumbed to the relentless assault, collapsing lifelessly. Arthur exhaled in relief, having successfully safeguarded the Tridacna king. He recalled the dragon sparrow and watched as the Tridacna king completed its advancement, feeling a swell of pride within him. This battle deepened Arthur's understanding of the world's brutality and vibrancy. He realized that he must strive harder in his training to fully embrace the allure of this otherworldly experience. Chapter 30. Tridacna, King Lair. With the shark vanquished, Arthur relaxed, only to find his body immediately succumbing to fatigue. His battle chi and magical energy had been entirely depleted once more. Fortunately, this shark's strength paled in comparison to that of the previous octopus monster. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. It became evident that his capabilities against aquatic beasts were still insufficient. Moreover, the various magical beast clans in Silver Dragon Bay would continue to attract carnivorous sea monsters. The dragon sparrows excelled in aerial and land combat, but were utterly ineffective against aquatic foes. Arthur slumped on the back of the dragon sparrow, channeling his energy to restore his stamina. At that moment, he noticed the Tridacna king rising to the surface, opening its shell to reveal a glimmering, colorful gem. This gem radiated like dew, cascading towards the Tridacna king. It appeared to possess a mysterious energy, and Arthur sensed the immense power contained within. As he pondered the distinction between this colorful gem and the previous one, the pale gold flesh of the Tridacna began to undulate, from which emerged a blue-haired, blue-eyed maiden. Though only her upper body was visible, her lower half remained connected to the Tridacna shell. Arthur gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his mind teeming with questions. The blue-haired maiden gradually opened her eyes, reflecting a sense of confusion and bewilderment. She surveyed her surroundings and ultimately fixed her gaze upon Arthur. "Master." Her voice was melodious, akin to a heavenly song. Arthur was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. "I am Arthur. Greetings, Tridacna king." The maiden nodded slightly, replying, "Indeed, master. I am the Tridacna king Lair. Behold, this colorful gem possesses extraordinary powers, enabling my transformation into human form." "Lair, is this gem you birthed?" Arthur inquired with curiosity. "No, it was left to me by my mother. In my ancestral memories, she was a fully transformed, colorful pearl oyster. However, it appears she and my father encountered peril, prompting them to instruct me to lead our clan northward. My previous consciousness was quite muddled. Only now, having broken through my lineage's constraints, has my intelligence been elevated. Now that you have successfully advanced, what benefits do you reap?" Lair smiled radiantly. "Yes, master. I have acquired numerous magical techniques. Observe, this is the water tornado." With a graceful wave of her snowy arm, a water tornado rapidly took shape, vastly surpassing the one Arthur had conjured earlier. Had the shark still been alive, it would likely have been torn asunder. Pleased with her magic, Melee Air chanted incantations, enveloping the entire Silver Dragon Bay in a dense mist. Master, this is the deceptive mist. Any magical beasts below the domain level will become lost within my fog. Impressive, is it not? Melee Air gazed at Arthur with eager anticipation, as if yearning for praise. Arthur leaped from the dragon sparrow, employing his water manipulation magic to glide across the surface of the water until he stood before Meleer. He tenderly caressed her sky-blue hair, exclaiming that Meleer was the most formidable. Master, she beamed with delight. Arthur felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, for with Meleer, the Silver Dragon Bay would be safeguarded. He gazed at her, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, pondering the wondrous possibilities of the magical orb. Are you aware of how to harness its full potential? The Conch King shook his head. I know only that it allows me to assume human form to aid my cultivation and condense the colorful orbs, but I am unaware of its other abilities. My mother never disclosed them to me. Meleer handed the colorful orb to Arthur, who toyed with it for a moment. A refreshing force emanated from the dragon orb and infused it with a sense of mystique. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. No matter, we shall explore its secrets in due time. For now, it is imperative that you solidify your cultivation. I will regularly bring you potions. You might also consider using the orb to assist your kin and see if it yields any benefits. This way, you shall not be bullied in Silver Dragon Bay. Meleer nodded earnestly. I will strive to cultivate diligently and not disappoint my master. Arthur smiled at her, his heart brimming with confidence for the future. By the way, Meleer, do you possess any methods to expedite the production of the colorful orbs? I require 360 orbs to arrange the stellar spirit gathering array. Meleer pondered for a moment before responding. I can attempt to guide my kin in condensing the orbs together, though it will require some time. Arthur nodded. That's perfectly fine. Take your time. Additionally, regarding the magical techniques you mentioned earlier, apart from the water twister and deceptive mist, are there others? Meleer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly. For instance, the water escape technique and the water spirit shield. However, my current strength is insufficient to cast anything beyond simpler spells. Arthur chuckled. That's reassuring. In your spare time, practice diligently to enhance your abilities. Also, your body will need some time before it completely separates from the conch shell. During this period, I will arrange for the dragon sparrow to assist you in maintaining the safety of Silver Dragon Bay. Meleer cast a grateful glance at Arthur. Thank you, master. Arthur waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You are my companion, and I will do my utmost to protect you and your kin. In the following days, Arthur brought numerous potions for Meleer and her people. Although many succeeded in their advancement, none could transform as Meleer could. Nevertheless, the speed of condensing the colorful orbs increased significantly. Each day, Arthur and Meleer exchanged knowledge about water magic, rapidly advancing together. One day, as usual, Arthur arrived at Silver Dragon Bay. He found Meleer instructing the conches in new magical techniques, and he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Upon seeing Arthur, Meleer approached with a smile. Master, we have significantly improved our strength. Arthur nodded and presented her with some precious magical potions. These will greatly aid your cultivation. Distribute them according to their potential. Meleer gratefully accepted the potions. Thank you, master. Arthur gazed at her and suddenly had an idea. Meleer, does your ancestral memory contain knowledge of magical arrays? Meleer contemplated for a moment. Yes, the deceptive mist is a magical skill that evolved from a magical array. However, I need to study it further. Arthur replied with a smile. There's no rush. Take your time with your research. If successful, it could not only assist your cultivation, but also enhance the prosperity and beauty of Silver Dragon Bay. I possess a splendid stellar spirit gathering array that I can teach you. Arthur meticulously imparted the details of the stellar spirit gathering array to Meleer. As she observed the earnestness in his explanations, her face flushed and her resolve strengthened, silently vowing to strive diligently. Chapter 31. Departure to Malin territory. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of his official ennoblement as a baron would arrive. A few days prior, Arthur had dispatched Eric to lead 20 newly promoted knight attendants, bearing gifts to Malin Castle. Each knight attendant was equipped with a magical beast as their steed, with Eric naturally accompanied by a dragon sparrow, representing Arthur and Dragon Roost Island's dignity. In this world, nobility placed great importance on their reputation. Bloodline, wealth, power, etiquette, and social standing were all critical aspects to be displayed in every encounter among nobles. After days of training, over 100 of the 300 young men and women recruited by Eric had advanced to knight attendants. The 10 finest young men and women represented Dragon Roost Island at the ennoblement ceremony. The young men were mounted on white dragon horses, while the young women rode on giant horned climbing goats, which stood nearly 2 meters tall, surpassing the steeds of many prestigious families in stature. Arthur soared toward Malin Ridge atop his dragon sparrow, with Tom and Jerry riding their dragon-horned eagle beasts behind him. Under Arthur's urging, these two had finally advanced to knight attendants. Tom's capabilities were commendable, and future advancements would not pose much difficulty for him. However, Jerry was likely to find the Earth Knight rank his ultimate limit. Nevertheless, with Arthur's unreserved use of potions, further progress was not entirely out of reach. Since mastering the eagle beasts, Arthur's two closest attendants had developed a heightened desire for strength, as vanity is inherent to human nature. Crossing from Dragon Roost Island over Malin Bay brought them to the territory of Arthur's sister, the Yalishan territory, located to the southwest of Malin territory. His sister had governed Yalishan for 7 years, having been ennobled as a baron at a young age. Yalishan City had been established for over 200 years and boasted a population exceeding 200,000, serving as the largest trade port and city for the Malin family. Yalishan City was founded by the first Sky Knight of the Malin family, Yalishan Malin. At that time, in the vast and perilous Pansk Sea southwest of Augustus Island, a primitive tribe composed of numerous lizard folk occupied the giant lizard island. Although these lizard folk lacked advanced navigation skills, they possessed unique abilities, adapting seamlessly to both land and sea, making them an amphibious and intelligent race. These cunning beings frequently traversed the vast Osos Sea between Augustus Island and Sothros Island, launching frenzied raids on both islands. They plundered food, livestock, and resources, and if their harvest was meager, they would even resort to humans as their next meal, causing great suffering for the island's inhabitants. At that time, the New Moon Duchy had only recently been established, and various families were in a period of vigorous growth, gathering strength. However, the relentless incursions by these lizard folk posed a significant headache for them. Finally, driven to their limits, the 7 major families resolutely decided to unite and invested heavily in hiring several top-tier experts from the powerful Fair Empire in southern Iselia to join the battle. With collective effort, they marched towards the giant lizard island, and after a gripping battle, they successfully eliminated the vast majority of the lizard folk, thereby putting an end to the prolonged harassment. From that point onward, the people could finally enjoy peaceful and tranquil lives. During this period, Yalishan Malin rose to prominence, breaking through to become a Sky Knight amid the conflicts, earning her the status of a legendary figure within the New Moon Duchy, and attracting the fervent adoration of many talented young men from various families. Yet, Yalishan chose to remain and establish Yalishan City at Malin Bay, leveraging her formidable strength and exceptional talent to transform it into a renowned and prosperous port city among the nearby islands. With the population eventually rising to over 200,000, she also established the Malin family's own ocean fleet, solidifying their extraordinary status among the larger islands and making the Malin family one of the wealthier families in the New Moon Duchy. This esteemed ancestor remained unmarried throughout her life and left no descendants, yet she is revered across generations of the Malin family. Every generation has included a girl named Yalishan, perhaps a manifestation of fate. Arthur's sister, Yalishan, also bears this name. From a young age, she has emulated the ancestral Yalishan, diligently honing her skills, coupled with her remarkable talent and abilities. She has already ascended to the rank of High Earth Knight at the tender age of 21, having made significant progress in this tier. It is almost certain that she will soon advance to the rank of Sky Knight. In contrast, Arthur's elder brother, Adam, at 24, is merely a mid-level Earth Knight, although he is on the verge of attaining a higher level. Moreover, Yalishan not only possesses extraordinary training talent, but also exceptional managerial skills, which led to her being exceptionally conferred the title of Baroness at such a young age by Viscount Malin. However, their mother, Vania, is deeply concerned about her sister's marital prospects. Numerous young talents from the Great Island have extended olive branches to Viscount Malin, yet Yalishan steadfastly declines all advances. The thought of their ancestor weighs heavily on Vania's mind. Under Viscount Malin's command are 3 powerful and loyal vassals with the prowess of Sky Knights, Baron West, Baron East, and Baron Panlang. Yalishan governs the western territory of Baron West, located in the northwestern part of the Malin domain. The castle, West City, lies at the estuary of the West Lycalia River, marking the western terminus of West OS Avenue. To the north of Baron West's domain lies the Tillier family territory, while to the west stretches the Osros Sea, facing the 3rd largest island of the Crescent Principality, Soslasi Island. This area serves as the western gateway of the Malin territory. To the east of Yalishan's domain is the Panlang family territory, with its castle situated in Changhu town, directly south of the Malin territory. This land is rich in rivers and fertile soil, making it the most prosperous family among the vassals. East of the Panling family territory lies the East family domain, which shares a border with the Eileen Viscount family to the east, separated by the southern border Great Wall. North of both the Panling and East family territories is the domain of the Weimar Viscount family, divided by the southern Os River. As for Arthur's elder brother Adam, he is tasked with guarding the family's direct territory, Lycalia City. This location is of paramount importance, controlling the largest lake on Oscus Island, Lake Lycalia, as well as the most extensive plain in the southwest, Lycalia Plain, which is the primary grain-producing area for the Mei Lin family. Furthermore, the Mei Lin family is overseen by a respected uncle who governs the family's Golden Delta region, strategically positioned at the confluence of the Tali Viscount territory, Weimar Viscount territory, and the Mei Lin family's influence. Due to its dense population and abundant resources, this locale has witnessed fierce conflicts among various families for centuries. Notably, the relationship between the Weimar family and several other families in the southwest has always been quite strained, as the Weimar family has historically regarded itself as the loyal hound of the Oscus family, with their banner depicting a black dog beneath a golden bull. Chapter 32. Family Arthur sat firmly atop the dragon sparrow, gripping the saddle's handles tightly as he soared across the skies above Yalishan's territory, heading northeast. He flew over the magnificent South Lycalia River and crossed the imposing East Lycalia River. The scenery beneath him unfolded like a picturesque scroll. As Arthur admired the breathtaking landscapes of the Mei Lin domain while flying towards his destination, Mei Lin City, racing along the wide and even Os Avenue, the dragon sparrow darted like lightning. The wind howled past his ears, and clouds billowed beneath him, filling Arthur with both anticipation and a hint of anxiety. Although he inherited Arthur's memories, he understood that recollections differ vastly from lived experiences. He reminded himself to remain vigilant and not reveal any signs of his true identity. Approximately an hour later, Arthur finally beheld the majestic city in the distance. Mei Lin City shimmered like a brilliant gem embedded in the earth. Its towering, solid walls and grand gates imparted an indomitable presence. Gazing down from the lofty sky, Arthur was overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. Before him lay a scene of prosperity and vibrancy, broad streets lined with a myriad of shops, throngs of pedestrians bustling about, and the cacophony of voices and vendors merging into a lively urban symphony. This colossal city spanned over 50 miles, housing a population of at least 500,000 residents. Arthur skillfully maneuvered the dragon sparrow, soaring swiftly. Soon, an expansive and lush expanse of Mei Lin came into view, one of the most representative landmarks of the Mei Lin family. This landscape unfurled like an opulent tapestry, extending for dozens of miles, resembling a verdant silk ribbon gracefully dancing upon the earth. At the heart of Mei Lin stood a towering fortress, piercing the clouds, the legendary Mei Lin Fortress. Its grandeur was awe-inspiring, and the castle's outer walls were meticulously adorned with countless enigmatic magical runes, radiating a powerful aura of magic. Dressed in emerald green armor and golden capes, valiant knights stood at attention, wielding sharp lances and swords, their solemn expressions guarding the key positions of the castle. Impenetrable like a wall of steel, the high-flying green and gold Mei Lin banners symbolized the family's glory, clearly visible from afar, showcasing the deep-rooted history and formidable strength of this ancient lineage. The broad Os River surged tumultuously, flowing past the front of Mei Lin Fortress. The bustling Os Avenue teemed with traffic, connecting the north and south. This vital thoroughfare enabled caravans from both directions to reach the flourishing Mei Lin City unhindered, thereby promoting robust commercial development. Arthur gently descended into the courtyard before Mei Lin Fortress, where the steward, Orson, hastily approached with a number of servants. "Young Master Arthur, you have finally returned. Please, come inside. The Viscount has been waiting for you in the parlor for quite some time. Lord Abel and Lady Ophina are also present, along with your uncle, Viscount Tillier, and Lady Alina." "All right, understood. Thank you, Steward Orson." A wave of trepidation washed over Arthur. He was acutely aware of the affection these elders had always shown him, yet he feared that his sudden change in temperament might reveal his true self. Previously, he had been envious of his exceptionally talented siblings, which had led him into a spiral of insecurity and resentment. Fortunately, these elders continued to take an interest in him and offered patient guidance, preventing him from descending into despair. Thus, deep within, Arthur held a profound respect and admiration for them. He found himself quickening his pace toward the parlor. Upon entering the parlor, Arthur instinctively threw himself into the arms of his grandmother and grandmother. He could not comprehend why he acted so impulsively. Perhaps it was the emotions of the original owner resurfacing. His grandmother, Alina, and his grandmother, Ophina, were cousins who shared a deep bond. The former was bold and spirited, while the latter was gentle and reserved. Despite their differing personalities, they coexisted harmoniously, frequently visiting one another. They were not only pivotal in the frequent unions between the Tillier and Mei Lin families, but also served as an important link in maintaining the amicable relations between the two clans. Upon seeing Arthur rush into their embrace with such fervor, their eyes radiated a unique blend of affection and indulgence. Grandmother, Grandma, Arthur truly misses you both. Arthur tightly embraced the two elderly figures, playfully tugging at their sleeves and whimsically expressing his affection. He was taken aback by his own behavior. Upon witnessing this, his grandmother, Alina, feigned a stern expression, pretending to be displeased, and retorted, "Humph, you little rascal, always with your sweet talk. You silently disappeared to that desolate island for 4 to 5 months, and now you wish to come back as a lord? You've forgotten your family. Now you claim to miss us. Who would believe you? Perhaps only those foolish purple rabbits would." His father, Aristotle, observed his younger son behaving so childishly in front of the elders, causing his facial muscles to twitch slightly. He coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Realizing the inappropriateness of his actions, Arthur quickly composed himself, straightened his clothes, and respectfully greeted everyone present. "Greetings, grandfather, father, mother." Grandfather Abel, the old lord, had been resting with his eyes closed, but upon hearing Arthur's voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on his grandson with curiosity and expectation. He inquired, "Have you ascended to the rank of a high earth knight, and become a high mage as well?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. The two elderly women nearly leaped from their seats, unable to fathom the extraordinary talent of their grandson. However, Aristotle and Vinia, his parents, were not overtaken by joy. Instead, they were filled with concern. They understood well the arduous path of cultivation, knowing that a premature breakthrough could destabilize the foundation, affecting their child's future growth and development. Chapter 33. The enfeoffment ceremony. At this moment, the elders directed their piercing gazes toward Arthur, causing him to feel a wave of embarrassment and discomfort. Faced with their scrutinizing stares, he took a deep breath and explained, "Grandparents, father, mother. Here's the situation. Some time ago, I stumbled upon a mutated dragon-blood fig tree in the habitat of the two-headed dragon sparrow. The fruits of this tree were exceptionally sweet. With a curious mindset, I sampled them, never anticipating such profound effects. It significantly advanced my cultivation in a short time without harming my foundation. With a bit more time devoted to refining my skills, I should not experience any lingering aftereffects." Upon hearing Arthur's words, Lord Abel extended his hand toward him, and Arthur obediently stepped forward. The grandfather began to channel his deep and powerful battle chi to carefully assess Arthur's condition. After a short while, he nodded and remarked, "Indeed, as you said, there are no signs of foundation damage. However, for the next 2 years, you must avoid rushing into breakthroughs. This is the time to diligently refine your martial skills and strengthen your physical prowess, for only then will your foundation become increasingly solid." Grandmother Alina, upon hearing this, beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Haha, this is simply marvelous. It truly aligns with the saying that the new waves push the old waves aside. Who would have thought that the once unremarkable little lad you all considered insignificant has now surpassed the 2 previous extraordinary talents?" Arthur's lips twitched slightly as he quickly responded, "Grandmother, you flatter me. My success this time is merely due to luck. Compared to my sister, I am still far behind. Moreover, my brother's foundation is much more solid than mine." The elders were somewhat taken aback by Arthur's humility. Just as they were about to speak, Arthur's brother Adam, sister Alishan, and their 12-year-old brother Aaron arrived on the scene. Upon seeing each other, the siblings greeted one another warmly, clearly maintaining a good relationship, which was, of course, partly due to Arthur's gifts. Eric and his companions had already arrived at Merlin Castle, bringing a plethora of precious gifts. Among them were rare animals such as the white dragon horse, the mighty magic bull, the young giant horned goat, and the purple rabbit. These gifts would undoubtedly enhance the family's strength. Furthermore, Arthur had painstakingly prepared generous gifts for each family member. For his grandmother, mother, and sister, he selected numerous dazzling nautilus pearls, each one crystal clear, perfectly round, and vividly colored, with the pink pearls being especially rare and precious, evoking admiration. Although sea pearls produced by pearl oysters are relatively common, the large size of those prepared by Arthur was indeed rare. and the ample quantity delighted the women in the family. As for the gift for his beloved grandfather, it was even more distinctive, a pair of red-eyed magic pigeons and 2 hungry juvenile cranes. Knowing his grandfather's enthusiasm for raising rare birds after retirement, Arthur carefully chose these extraordinary creatures as gifts. Unsurprisingly, his grandfather cherished this unique present and praised Arthur's filial piety and thoughtful intentions. Of course, Arthur did not forget to prepare something special for his father, which included the profound martial skill 12 waves and his latest research on the feng shui dragon tornado technique. This was not only to repay his father's years of nurturing, but also to further enhance the family's overall strength and foundation. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, the Merlin family gathered around the dining table, sharing a sumptuous dinner filled with laughter and joy. Time flew by, and soon the day of the enfeoffment arrived. On this beautiful day, marked by gentle breezes and a clear, blue sky, lords from the Merlin territory gathered in droves. They were adorned in splendid attire, exuding a dignified yet excited demeanor. Among them was Arthur's uncle, Viscount Viterial, accompanied by his 24-year-old cousin Vilas, 20-year-old cousin Velos, and 17-year-old cousin Vimargli. A stout man with a round face approached confidently. This was Baron Wister. Following him was a chubby boy, presumably his eldest son. Nearby, 3 teenage girls stood gracefully, blooming like flowers in spring. These were the daughters of Baron Wister, stunningly beautiful. Who would have expected that such exquisite daughters could emerge from Baron Wister? At the same time, Baron Palland attracted everyone's attention. He was tall, handsome, and exuded elegance, resembling a prince from a fairy tale. His glossy black hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his deep, captivating black eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, enchanting all who beheld him. Baron Palland's wife hailed from the Merlin family's branch, possessing a gentle demeanor and refined grace. Together, they had a son and a daughter, both still in their teens, yet already remarkably charming, akin to golden boys and jade maidens, endearing themselves to all. Lastly, Baron Eyster was an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, yet his vigor was remarkable, and he walked with a steady, powerful stride, leading his 2 young granddaughters to the enfeoffment ceremony. The 2 young girls, one 16 and the other 14, possessed delicate features and exhibited gentle and demure personalities, evoking a refreshing and transcendent aura. It seems that the barons are not merely present for Arthur's enthronement ceremony. Under the guidance of the priestess of the moon goddess, the grand ceremony commenced. Initially, the priest led everyone in sincere prayers directed towards the moon goddess, reciting a series of solemn oaths with reverence. Subsequently, Arthur stepped forward, firmly accepting the baronial scepter and territorial emblem from Viscount Merlin, symbols of power and glory, signifying his acceptance of the weighty responsibility to safeguard the territory and bless its people. Arthur had designed a baronial robe with a black base and purple accents. The banner bore a golden double-headed dragon perched upon a purple plum blossom vine. The emblem featured a purple-gold double-headed dragon. Following this, the other lords took turns to step forward, offering their highest respects and unwavering support to the newly appointed baron. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn and reverent, suffused with a sacred essence. Ultimately, amidst thunderous applause and cheers, the baronial enthronement ceremony concluded on a perfect note. From that moment forth, Arthur was bestowed the true title of Baron of Longxi Island, carrying the fervent hopes of his family and the aspirations of his people. Chapter 34. The dawn of prominence. With the successful completion of the enthronement ceremony, Arthur officially became the Baron of Longxi Island. Following the ceremony, a grand banquet was to be held at Merlin Castle to honor guests from afar. Arthur first returned to his chamber at Merlin Castle, where his devoted servants, Tom and Jerry, assisted him in shedding the cumbersome ceremonial attire, replacing it with a splendid knightly ensemble of black and purple hues. The choice of this unique color combination stemmed from a significant reason. Longxi Island is renowned for its extraordinary purple sea snails, which secrete a mucus used to create vibrant and enduring purple dye. Consequently, purple has become the symbolic color of Longxi Island, chosen by Arthur to represent the island's identity. Purple dye is a rare resource in this world, making it a crucial product for future trade. Furthermore, the family banners and emblems of Longxi Island prominently feature deep purple, showcasing the island's uniqueness and nobility. Arthur's personal style naturally reflects this, with shades of purple woven into both his everyday attire and battle gear. Notably, the knightly armor of Longxi Island is intricately crafted, exemplifying the finest purple craftsmanship. The chest plates of the knightly retainers bear the mysterious emblem of the dragon, while the knights of the land adorn their armor with single, double, or triple-headed dragons based on their rank. Novice knights display 1 head, intermediate knights 2, and advanced knights 3. Clad in his refined attire, Arthur radiated an extraordinary brilliance. His visage resembled a finely chiseled sculpture, his skin fair and translucent, exuding an ethereal charm. Though young, his tall stature and clear gaze inspired an unspoken trust in those around him. The moment Arthur entered the banquet hall, all eyes were drawn to him. With his head held high and steps firm and confident, each stride carried a unique rhythm. His movements flowed gracefully, embodying an air of elegance. At that moment, his mature and poised elder brother, Adam, approached briskly, a sincere smile illuminating his face as he extended heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, brother. Not only have you been successfully ennobled as the Baron of Lungchi Island, but you have also made remarkable advancements in your cultivation. Truly, a double blessing. I find myself a bit envious. As Adam patted Arthur on the shoulder, he continued, however, the journey ahead requires diligent polishing. One must not neglect the foundation in pursuit of higher realms. Arthur nodded earnestly, acknowledging, I understand, brother. I will be mindful of that. It is indeed fortuitous, and I must solidify my foundation going forward. Adam nodded approvingly. As long as you know, now that you are a lord, there are many matters to attend to. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Remember, united, brothers can carve through steel. Arthur expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. If needed, I shall not hesitate to seek your counsel. Adam's smile brightened further at Arthur's response. That's the spirit. At that moment, their sister, Ali-san, approached with their cousin, Vimajili. What are you two so merry about? She inquired. Sister, cousin, Arthur quickly greeted them. His sister, with her captivating grace and outstanding demeanor, undoubtedly commanded attention at the banquet. As she drew closer, several others followed in her wake. Known for her prodigious talent, Ali-san could not hide her admiration for Arthur, offering him sincere praise. Brother, you have indeed made a remarkable impression this time. I did not expect such a transformation in such a short period. However, do not become complacent. I am still the leading figure of the Merlin family. Arthur joked in return. Sister, you must maintain your position, or the title of the Merlin family's greatest talent may be at risk. Ali-san nonchalantly replied, I would welcome that. If I had 3 brothers more talented than I could enjoy life without worry. Laughter ensued among them. Cousin Vimajili, with her genuine smile and perfectly poised demeanor, chimed in, Congratulations, Cousin Arthur. Do be cautious today. The young ladies from various families have their eyes on you. Then, lowering her voice conspiratorially, she added, If you have your eye on anyone, just let me know, and I guarantee I will bring you the inside information. Her laughter, light and melodic, further enhanced her already stunning beauty. Arthur, feeling somewhat flustered, averted his gaze and responded, I have no such intentions at the moment, but I appreciate your concern, cousin. Yet I must say, your beauty and talent as a distinguished sorceress must have captivated countless noble youths. Vimajili raised an eyebrow, her gaze piercing. And what of you, cousin? Are you not the same? Arthur awkwardly cleared his throat, quickly changing the subject. How is the relationship between elder brother and the young lady of the Dustin family progressing? Both you and my elder brother are at the age to consider settling down. Seeing the conversation shifting towards him, Adam quickly excused himself. You all continue chatting. I shall go see cousin Vilas and brother Vilos. At that moment, Arthur's 12-year-old brother, Aaron, rushed over, already having commenced his night training and standing over 7 meters tall. The little fellow approached Arthur with exuberance, exclaiming, Thank you for the mastiff you sent me, second brother. I absolutely adore it. Observing his brother's innocent joy filled Arthur's heart with warmth and delight. I'm glad you like it. Be sure to take good care of it and train it well. It is a purebred dragon beast with immense potential. It will become your right-hand ally. I will, second brother. By the way, Deacon and Sam have also arrived. Do you wish to meet them? Oh, Arthur recalled these 2 cousins from his aunt's side. His mother's younger sister, Vera, had married Viscount Tully, and now they had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Sam Tully, the eldest son at 15, remained a mere novice knight despite his portly figure, lacking any scholarly demeanor, which concerned Viscount Tully greatly. Fortunately, the 14-year-old cousin, Deacon Tully, had proven himself as a peak knight squire, ready to be promoted to a land knight. His talent in cultivating battle chi surpassed even Arthur's. However, Deacon was a rigid and obstinate individual, not particularly likable. Thus, despite being close in age, Arthur held little regard for them, often teasing and mocking them during family gatherings, which caused the 2 brothers to shy away from him. Chapter 35 The Brilliance of Arthur. Although the 2 cousins from the Tully family did not get along with the former Arthur, they shared a close bond with their brother, Aaron. Perhaps it was due to their simple-hearted nature. However, the current Arthur found himself harboring a certain fondness for his two younger cousins. After all, it is indeed rare for someone of noble lineage to retain such an innocent spirit. Arthur took his brother Aaron's hand and approached his cousins, Sam and Deacon. "Hello, Sam." "Deacon," he greeted. Sam immediately became flustered, yet he stood firmly in front of his brother. Deacon, on the other hand, maintained a stern expression, clenching his fists and forcing his way in front of Sam. Sam's chubby face flushed with embarrassment as he felt incapable of protecting his brother, leaving him quite dejected. Nevertheless, he upheld his noble demeanor and bowed to Arthur, saying, "See, congratulations, Baron Arthur." Arthur, feeling somewhat helpless, responded with a warm smile. "Thank you, cousin. The development of Longxi Island has been quite promising. If you are interested, you may visit. I have raised quite a few magical beasts. It can be quite entertaining. Additionally, Longxi Fortress offers numerous unique delicacies that I am sure you will enjoy." The two brothers were momentarily taken aback by Arthur's amiable demeanor, uncertain if this bothersome cousin had some ulterior motive. "Of course, if you wish, you may bring your cousins along," Arthur added. Upon hearing this, Sam and Deacon exchanged glances, their eyes wavering as if contemplating something. Ultimately, they decided it was best to maintain their distance. After all, they had not forgotten the countless times Arthur had played pranks on them throughout their childhood, and their elders always favored him. Thus, the Tully brothers made every effort to avoid Arthur. "We will think it over," Sam said, grasping Deacon's hand as they prepared to make their escape. "Wait," Arthur called out to them. "I eagerly anticipate your arrival. You will not be disappointed." Sam and Deacon nodded before hastily running away. Watching their retreating figures, Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, they seem quite afraid of you," Aaron remarked. "I merely wish to coexist amicably with them," Arthur replied, ruffling Aaron's hair, hoping they would understand his good intentions. "You should go play with them." "All right, I will, brother." After Aaron left, Arthur took a cup of green plum wine and walked towards his cousin Valaris. Valaris, now 25, was renowned as a handsome man on Oscus Island. He was well-versed and knowledgeable, having become a mid-level magician at a young age, and he was also a junior Earth Knight, representing the Tilly family with great distinction. He was hailed as the most promising heir of the Oscus Island aristocracy. "Greetings, cousin. I hear you have tamed a high-level magical beast, the Gale Hawk." "Congratulations," Arthur said, raising his cup upon reaching Valaris. Valaris offered a slight bow to the nobles nearby as a gesture of apology and then flashed a bright smile at Arthur. Arthur could clearly see the surrounding girls swooning at the sight. "I shall take that as a compliment from my dear cousin. However, do you truly believe that the congratulations from a baron who rides a dragon beast would bring me joy?" Valaris remarked, lightly tapping Arthur's chest with his fist. Arthur playfully responded with a smile. "Indeed, it is a sincere congratulations, for it takes a higher level of cultivation to conquer a magical beast of the same rank. You are indeed the more skilled one, cousin." Valaris did not expect his cousin to possess such eloquence. "Ah, it seems Longxi Island truly is a land of blessings. Not only has your cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but your verbal prowess has also surpassed the past," he laughed heartily. Raising his glass to take a sip of green plum wine, Arthur joined in the laughter, saying, "Oh, in the presence of the greatest talent on Oscus Island, I am merely a shadow in your wake." Valaris nearly spewed his wine upon hearing this. "Hey, you rascal, your tongue is indeed well trained." Just as the two were exchanging playful banter, a harsh voice pierced through from behind Arthur. "Look at you two enjoying yourselves so much. Your animated expressions are even more enticing than those of the young ladies. Could it be that your fondness for grandiloquence is contagious?" Arthur turned around to find Charles Weimer, the eldest son of the Weimer family, with a bear-like physique and a bushy beard. Arthur's voice turned icy and mocking. If it weren't for the unique tone of Master Weimer's voice, I might have mistaken it for a bear running amok. He paused briefly before continuing. "Do you, Master Weimer, have such inclinations? But with your appearance, even if you did, few would dare to indulge." Upon hearing Arthur's words, Charles's face turned ashen with anger. Yet he restrained himself from retaliating. At that moment, Valaris stepped in to mediate. All right, let us keep the jokes in moderation. Today is a celebration of Arthur's elevation to Baron, and all the noble families are present." Arthur scoffed. "I have no interest in jesting with such a person, as it would only diminish my status. This rare moment of cheer has been spoiled. I shall go check on my magical beasts to ensure they do not behave improperly and offend others." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Charles seething with rage. Valaris watched Arthur's departing figure, silently lamenting how his cousin was becoming increasingly distinctive. Arthur stopped in the courtyard before a lotus pond, taking out some bait from his storage pouch to amuse the koi. "Baron Arthur, Congratulations, a soft and melodious voice rang out before him. Arthur turned to see a noble lady and her maid standing behind a cluster of flowers. Hello, Miss Emma. Have you come to admire the lotus and koi as well? Emma possessed a delicate visage and a slender figure. She was not an extraordinarily beautiful woman, but her serene demeanor was quite distinctive. I adore lotuses. And upon hearing that the lotuses at Malin Fortress are exceptionally splendid, I came to appreciate them. I never expected the koi here to be so captivating that I couldn't bear to leave. Arthur divided the bait in his hand, offering half to Emma, saying, "To be favored by the lady is indeed their fortune. These lotuses grow from muddy waters, yet bloom into exquisite flowers, which perfectly aligns with your temperament." Upon hearing this, Emma's smooth and fair hand trembled slightly, causing her to accidentally scatter a considerable amount of bait. Her face instantly flushed crimson to the tips of her ears. She composed herself after taking several discreet, deep breaths and replied, still maintaining an air of calmness, "You flatter me, Baron. I still remember when we first met at the age of 7. You called me a paper lantern that would break with a gust of wind." Arthur felt a wave of embarrassment sweep over him. How was he to respond to that? Since then, at every family gathering, you have always taken special care of me, often saying you wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand that you were bullying me. Emma's smile faded, replaced by a hint of bitterness and resignation as she added, "However, you are not wrong. I have been frail since childhood. I cannot cultivate battle chi, and my magical talent is mediocre. After diligent practice for so long, I have only just become a junior magician." Arthur could only offer words of consolation. "Dear lady, why must you belittle yourself? The Eileen family has a profound heritage, and you are merely 16. Becoming a magician at such a young age is already remarkable. Each life is unique. Within our limited lifespan, we should devote more energy to pursuing what brings us joy and delight." Chapter 36 Marriages Among Nobles. Moreover, you are the only daughter of the Eileen family and will one day take charge of the family. Still, as the words escaped his lips, Arthur felt a twinge of regret, sensing he had perhaps overstepped. He quickly added, "You are just a bit frail, but your wisdom is exceptional, and your character is noble. With proper care, your health will surely improve." Emma stood gracefully, her smile radiant as the moonlight. "Thank you for your guidance, Baron Arthur. I ought not to wallow in self-pity any longer. As the only daughter of the Eileen family, it is indeed time for me to mature, especially as my father ages. It would be best for the young lady to understand this, much like the lotus flower that, while appearing delicate and fragile, gives birth to the sturdy seed pod and seeds. No matter how murky the environment, it blossoms with pride." Aima remained silent, quietly observing the pond full of lotus blossoms. After a moment, she seemed to speak to herself, pondering the phrase emerging from the mud, yet untainted. Arthur's words always leave a lasting impression. "I have heard that you have managed Dragon's Rest Island splendidly. I am quite eager to visit again. I still recall the hunting trip I took with my father to Dragon's Rest Island when I was 12. At that time, you had only recently begun your knightly training. Though your abilities were not yet apparent, you bravely accompanied those seasoned Earth Knights on the hunt in the Eastern Ridge and remarkably did not fall behind. I still hold a vivid memory of your determination, quite unlike my own tendency to give up easily." Arthur's recollections of those events were rather hazy, and he awkwardly replied, "A young lady must be cherished. She cannot be compared to a boy who is rugged and tough." After a brief conversation, Arthur and Aima made their way to the banquet hall. The atmosphere shifted subtly as the handsome duo entered the grand hall. Almost all the nobles from the southwestern region of Oscus were present at this banquet. The Merlin family naturally aimed to showcase their lineage and heritage. The exquisite array of fine wines and dishes, not only diverse in variety, but also artistically presented, utilized rare spices and potions. Coupled with the meticulously prepared delicacies from various rare magical beasts, the strength and heritage of the Merlin family were on full display. Yet beneath this opulent facade, currents of intrigue flowed. The noble youths, clad in luxurious garments and adorned with smiles, harbored ulterior motives as they plotted amongst themselves. Many sought marriage alliances, for uniting through matrimony would fortify their family status and power. As a formidable force, the Merlin family was certainly the center of attention. Particularly, the eldest son Adam and eldest daughter Alisan were highly sought-after marriage prospects, while the second son Arthur was also beginning to shine. The eldest son of the Tillier family, Vilas, and the youngest daughter, Vima, were equally prominent figures. It was well known that the Merlin, Tillier, and Tali families were intricately linked, dominating the vast regions of western and southwestern Oscus. Any family that could forge a marriage alliance with one of them would see their status on the island rise dramatically. The two vassal families under the Merlin family, situated in the east and west, shared a peculiar trait. While the men were not particularly handsome, their daughters were stunningly beautiful, captivating all who beheld them. Remarkably, these young women not only possessed extraordinary beauty but also exhibited exemplary character and upbringing, earning them widespread admiration. As vassal families, they understood the immense benefits of aligning through marriage with their lord, prompting them to prepare diligently and cultivate their daughters to become exceptional women who would appeal to the lord's preferences. Now, with all preparations complete, they had successfully targeted the two young masters of the Merlin family. Upon entering the banquet hall, Arthur and Ai Ma exchanged polite apologies and ventured into their respective social circles. The eldest daughter of the West family, Vea, and the second daughter, Vera, approached Arthur, exclaiming, "Young Master Arthur, it has been a while." Vea offered a slight curtsy, her movements graceful and poised. "Two lovely ladies, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again." Arthur responded courteously with a nod. "I have heard that you have achieved much on Dragon's Rest Island. You are truly a promising young man." Vera beamed like a flower. "It was but a modest accomplishment, all thanks to the blessings of my ancestors," Arthur humbly replied. "Your lordship is too modest. Our family's returned fleet from Dragon's Rest Island has reported that the island has transformed tremendously. The newly built town is spacious and tidy, boasting goods not found elsewhere. It is truly a different place now," Vea remarked with admiration. "Indeed, particularly the porcelain, which I hear was invented by you, young Master Arthur. It is as white as jade and has a sound like chimes. It is greatly sought after by the nobility," Vera added, her youthful face expressing awe. "You flatter me." Ladies, Arthur sensed their deliberate and well-timed compliments were orchestrated. Although he felt no aversion, it struck him as somewhat peculiar. At that moment, the music began, signaling the start of the ball. The sisters exchanged smiles and extended invitations to Arthur. With a hint of reluctance but unable to refuse, Arthur accepted their invitation. Meanwhile, Ai Ma of the Eileen family had become the object of fervent admiration from many noblemen. It was well known that whoever could win her hand would not only gain a beautiful bride, but also, as the sole heir of the Eileen family, become the new lord of the Eileen territory. The Eileen family boasts a history spanning thousands of years, having once been the rulers of Oscus Island during the reign of the Hongri dynasty. During the conflict known as the Sunshot War, the then head of the family decisively sided with the rebellion, ensuring the family's legacy. Although the Eileen territory has significantly diminished, it remains one of the most thoroughly developed regions on Oscus Island, with the largest population among noble families. However, recent generations have seen a decline in offspring, leaving only the Eileen Viscount and his only daughter. Thus, acquiring Ai Ma not only signifies the acquisition of the Eileen family's coveted wealth, but also the possession of vast territories and millions of people. Such temptation is irresistible, prompting many noble youths to ardently pursue Ai Ma. Consequently, the atmosphere of the entire banquet grew tense, transforming it into a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. Various factions engaged in overt and covert struggles, each unwilling to concede. Some exerted every effort to gain Ai Ma's attention, while others secretly vied to undermine their rivals' plans. In this intricate contest of wits, everyone showcased their unique talents, striving to stand out in this fierce competition. Yet Ai Ma remained aloof, her gaze persistently searching the crowd for a particular figure. In Chapter 37, Nostalgia, after dancing a few waltzes with the three daughters of Baron West, Arthur seized the opportunity to retreat to a secluded corner. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled deeply, taking large sips of the refreshing plum wine while discreetly observing the crowd. Truly, this is the signature wine of the Merlin family. Its crisp and rich flavor is indeed commendable for its efficacy on pure battle chi, he mused to himself. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching. It was none other than Baron West's youngest daughter, Vini. "Young Master Arthur, may I speak with you?" Vini's voice was soft and sweet. Arthur was taken aback, but nodded. "Of course, Miss Vini." With a smile, Vini approached him. "I wanted to thank you for accepting our invitation to dance. This is my first time attending such a ball, and I am truly delighted." Arthur replied with a smile. "Miss Vini, it is my honor." They fell into a moment of silence before Vini mustered the courage to ask, her cheeks flushed, "Young Master Arthur, do you have someone you hold dear?" Immediately after asking, she lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her handkerchief. "I apologize for my boldness." Arthur took a generous sip of plum wine, gazing into the distance, his tone somewhat somber as he responded, "I once had someone I cherished. Yet I failed to convey my feelings to her, and fate intervened to keep us apart. I suppose we shall not meet again." Vini's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment. and influenced by Arthur's subdued demeanor, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. However, she quickly regained her composure, saying, "Young Master Arthur, you are so exceptional. I believe you and the one you cherish will surely have a bright future together. Missing an opportunity is not dreadful, as long as the feelings remain. True lovers will eventually unite." With that, Vini curtsied to Arthur and turned to leave. "Lord Arthur, please forgive my early departure." Arthur gazed at her retreating figure, his heart heavy with melancholy. Would lovers ultimately find their way to one another? Yet, two souls from disparate worlds could never truly converge again. She would surely discover her own happiness in that realm. Perhaps we should both embrace our respective new lives. Through the expansive window, Arthur beheld the crescent moon rising on the horizon, murmuring softly, "The lonely moon and the cold lamp keep vigil. The biting wind and the chilled wine evoke sorrow. Thoughts of home stretch 1,000 miles tonight, while the frost-laden hair welcomes yet another year at dawn." The melody of the dance lingered in the air, the lights twinkling. Yet Arthur felt an ineffable solitude. Memories of time spent with family and friends, both joyous and bittersweet, surged like a tide within him. However, he understood that he now inhabited a different world, and excessive lamentation would be futile. As the dance drew to a close, Arthur sighed softly, his gaze once more drawn to the crescent moon outside. He silently wished for the happiness of distant family and friends, resolutely deciding to release the past and face his new future with composure. Arthur rejoined the throng, the atmosphere just right, as the revelers engaged in spirited merriment. His elder brother Adam was dancing with their cousin Vimagili, a pair so enchanting that they attracted envious glances from all around. Their grandmother and great-grandmother observed with satisfaction. Great-grandmother Oleana took a sip of fruit wine and whispered to grandmother Ophina, "What do you think, Ophina? I believe they are truly a match made in heaven." Grandmother Ophina remained noncommittal, stating, "Each generation has its own fortune. They are all wonderful children, so why worry about good matches?" However, great-grandmother Oleana disagreed. "Is there a more distinguished family on Osagus Island than ours? Viraz and Adam are the heirs of the family. Naturally, they should seek the finest young women on the island. Alicia and Vimagili should also be promised to the most outstanding young men." Grandmother Ophina replied helplessly, "You know Adam and Daston's Dana share an affection for one another and have been keeping in touch privately. And so what? You wouldn't want your grandson to marry the daughter of a servant from our Osagus family, would you?" Grandmother Ophina shook her head in resignation. The Daston family has held the title of Viscount for over a century. Though their foundation is shallow, they are still a noble family of the same rank as ours. Great-grandmother Oleana looked at her cousin as if she were a fool, a Viscount who raises cattle for the Osagus family? You think they are of the same status as us? Their barren highland territory can only support grazing livestock. Without the support of the Osagus family, do you think they could maintain a battalion of 300 golden knights? Regardless of their current outward identity, to the Osagus family, they are merely cowherds and henchmen. Our good cousin Odin nearly sent us both to old Stard's bed to curry favor with the Stard family. Do you think such a petty person would grant the Daston family an opportunity to escape the control of the Osagus family?" Grandmother Ophina recalled this incident, still feeling a shudder even after nearly half a century. "Dana is, after all, a decent girl. Let Vinia and her husband worry about it instead. Our family need not force our children into arranged marriages for the sake of family interests. Nowadays, Tillier, Tali, and the Merlin families are intertwined, raising suspicion among the maternal clan. If we were not also from the Osagus family, we might not enjoy such stability now. Thus, I believe it is wiser to maintain a low profile." Great-grandmother Oleana, understanding her cousin's character, did not dwell on the matter and shifted the conversation. "Very well. Since your Merlin family feels this way, then let the children of the Eileen family be entrusted to my Tillier family. Although Velos is a second son, he is no less than an ordinary firstborn. Moreover, he possesses good looks, which are particularly appealing to young ladies." Grandmother Ophina's lips twitched slightly, and she quickly took another sip of fruit wine to alleviate her embarrassment. However, her eyes remained fixed on Emma, following her gaze to discover her grandson Arthur. A smile crept upon her lips. Matters of the heart are indeed most wondrous. "Cousin, perhaps it is best we do not interfere too much. I maintain my stance. Each generation has its own fortune. Instead of worrying, we might as well seek joy to pass the time." Great-grandmother Oleana also noticed Emma's gaze and observed her little grandson engaged in lively conversation with several handsome knights. Her expression cracking, she remarked with an irritable tone, "You make a valid point. The Tillier family has no peace apart from Viraz and Vimagili. Your four are each more troublesome than the last." Grandmother Ophina maintained a calm demeanor. "They are also your own grandsons, are they not?" What difference is there between them and Viras? Great-grandmother Oleana downed her fruit wine. Gazing meaningfully at Emma and Arthur, at my age, what is there left to be concerned about? It is merely these few grandsons and granddaughters that occupy my thoughts. It seems that those who worry the most may become the most carefree. Chapter 38. Kindred Spirits. After Adam completed the opening dance with Vimajili, he proceeded to dance with the two daughters of Baron Yister. Despite being accustomed to such social engagements as the eldest son of the Merlin Viscount, he still felt somewhat fatigued. His longing for Dana grew ever stronger, prompting him to seek an opportunity to find a place to rest. However, he soon spotted his younger brother Arthur and cousin Viras approaching him. Brother, Arthur bowed respectfully. Cousin, younger brother. Cousin. Arthur offered Adam a cup of green plum wine and continued, let us step outside for a moment. The young ladies today are rather enthusiastic, and I find it a bit overwhelming. Adam smiled. I had the same thought. Let us go. It will give others a chance to shine. Viras also smiled. What my younger cousins say is quite true. The three of them made their way to an unoccupied balcony. On the balcony, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. They leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance at the twinkling lights of Merlin City. Brother, how many families do you think will achieve their desires at this banquet? Arthur took a light sip of green plum wine and jested. Adam shook his head in resignation. Are noble gatherings not always like this? True, but it is still a pleasure to see so many beautiful young ladies, Viras replied with a smile. Adam smiled faintly, remaining silent. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the distant lake, his thoughts wandering to Dana. By the way, brother, I heard from father that you plan to challenge the rank of High Earth Knight. Is that correct? Arthur suddenly inquired. Indeed, I have accumulated enough experience. And with the new dragon's blood elixir developed by mother, it should not pose much of a problem, Adam replied confidently. Then I congratulate you in advance, cousin, Viras interjected. If you can break through before the autumn festival, the three of us can participate together. That would be splendid. Cousin has already participated once. It would be great to have each other as support this time. I will rely on you, cousin, Adam said excitedly. Viras beamed. The elders of the family will clarify what needs attention. Ultimately, the strength of the sky-level warriors is the key to victory. Our Earth Knights are merely responsible for capturing slaves, plundering resources, and transportation. After all, the Domain Knights and Dragon Knights rarely engage in actual combat. 2 years ago, we went to the northern wasteland to sweep through the orc tribes there, capturing them for mining. The Crescent Duchy seized a medium-sized gold mine, and we estimated around 20 million gold coins in or were plundered, along with over 100,000 orc slaves. However, they were all sent to Starred Island for mining. Arthur curiously asked, I wonder where we will go this year. Viras shrugged. Only those decision-makers above the Duke level know the final destination. After all, leaking information could result in losing everything or even facing countermeasures. Even the Sky Knights only learn the final destination upon arrival. However, according to tradition, we will not return to the same place. Thus, it is more likely to be the Semei family continent or the Irmu continent this time, Adam speculated. Arthur pondered for a moment and remarked, I would rather not venture to the Cymigia continent, for it is indeed the territory of the human race. While Cymigia is inhabited by both humans and barbarians, it ultimately belongs to the humans and is notably backward with scarce resources. Velas expressed his agreement. Adam raised his goblet and took a sip, asserting that no matter where they went, they should be prepared for a grand endeavor. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. As long as we stand against our adversaries, we cannot afford to show mercy. Indeed, Arthur concurred, with the strength of our three families. As long as no unforeseen events arise, we shall undoubtedly reap considerable rewards. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the trio decided to return to the banquet hall. At that moment, a servant approached respectfully and announced, Young masters, your father requests your presence. The three exchanged glances before following the servant to a corner of the hall. There, they found their father, Viscount Merlin, their uncle, Viscount Tiller, and their uncle by marriage, Viscount Tolly, all present. Their cousins, Velos, Sam, Deacon, and Aaron were also there. Father, uncle, and uncle, they greeted in unison. Cousin, younger brother, they acknowledged. Yes, Viscount Merlin nodded. I summoned you for an important matter. The Tolly family is preparing to host a grand hunting competition in a fortnight. All the young scions of the Viscount families and the 3 young lords of the Earl's family will be invited to participate. This event is not merely about hunting. Many young heirs have reached the age of marriage, and numerous families will propose alliances. You are all of age and must be prepared, especially Velas and Adam. As elder brothers, you should take the lead. Indeed, when I was your age, Velas was already 2 or 3 years old. Young men should marry. and young women should wed. How can you be so oblivious? Uncle Tiller could not help but complain. Deacon and Aaron exchanged cautious glances and began to observe their elder brothers, their lips curving into subtle smiles. Meanwhile, Sam's face flushed crimson, and he appeared exceptionally awkward and embarrassed. Why are you blushing like that? Do you naively believe any lady would take a liking to you? Viscount Tolly remarked with a tone laden with scorn. Sam, who had always feared his father, felt utterly humiliated by the public reprimand, his body shaking with shame. Observing this scene, Arthur quickly stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Sam's shoulder, channeling his cultivated battle chi to steady him. He then spoke earnestly, "My lord uncle, I must respectfully disagree with your earlier remarks. The most admirable qualities in a person lie in their good character, noble lineage, profound knowledge, and refined manners. As for appearance and strength, they are the least significant factors. As the firstborn of a Viscount family, Cousin Sam is not only well-educated but also possesses commendable virtues. Thus, he should not endure such unjust evaluations and disparagement from you, my lord uncle." The assembly was taken aback by Arthur's audacity to defend Sam so boldly against an elder, and a profound silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Humph, at least you have a cousin who stands up for you." "That is your fortune," Viscount Tolly retorted. "However, if you possessed even a fraction of his abilities, I would feel I am living up to the Tolly family's legacy." Viscount Merlin then interjected, "Sam is still young, and Arthur has only recently shown remarkable growth. He can be guided gradually. That is different. Arthur has always stood out among the younger generation. His late bloom is not surprising," Uncle Tiller thought to himself, noticing the disdainful glances directed at him by others, prompting him to fall silent. He recalled his mother's advice: when one receives such looks, it is time to remain quiet. Chapter 39. Arthur takes action. Uncle Vit Tiller, despite his lack of sharpness, was obedient to his mother's words. Upon noticing the incredulous stares directed at him, he wisely chose to remain silent. He hastily raised a goblet of strong liquor and drank it down to mask his embarrassment, exclaiming, "The wine of the Merlin family is truly exquisite." At that moment, Uncle Tolly approached Arthur with a goblet in hand, stating, "Arthur, you have indeed impressed many over the past 6 months. Your Lonchi Island is thriving and in need of manpower. Perhaps you could have Sam assist you as a steward. He might grow and change for the better in your company. Alas, I have exhausted all means with him, including punishment and even hiring a sorcerer from the Cymigia continent to instill courage within him, but to no avail. My Tolly family motto is I am the vanguard. Yet such a timid and cowardly firstborn cannot bear the family's weight. Thankfully, I still have Deacon, otherwise." Sam's eyes widened in disbelief at his father's words, unable to fathom that his own father would declare his intention to disinherit him in front of so many people. A wave of intense shame washed over him, mingled with anger, but his timid nature felt like a heavy shackle, silencing him. In that moment, Sam wished to vanish into the ground or disappear before the crowd. Yet, his body felt paralyzed, unable to move, and the redness of his face only deepened, betraying his inner turmoil and embarrassment. Seeing this, his cousin Deacon could no longer bear the scene, and, unable to tolerate his brother's humiliation, swiftly took hold of Sam's hand and led him away from the mortifying situation. Aaron followed closely behind. Arthur, witnessing his uncle's continued harshness and apparent intentions to replace his heir, felt a surge of discontent and sympathy. He believed that while Sam might not excel in combat, his passion for reading and extensive knowledge could be valuable if given proper guidance and opportunities in managing the territory. Thus, Arthur could not restrain himself, saying, "Uncle Tolly, every individual possesses unique traits and strengths. I believe Cousin Sam may not be suited to be a formidable warrior, but his profound interest in literature and knowledge makes him competent in managing territories. Given that my Lonchi Island is currently in a phase of rebuilding, let Cousin Sam assist me there. I am confident he will prove to have talents to be proud of." After speaking, he turned to the assembly and bowed before hastily pursuing the direction in which Sam and the others had departed. Observing this, Viscount Merlin suddenly interjected, "Children will find their own fortunes. I believe Arthur has made an excellent point. Each person possesses their own unique brilliance, and forcing them into a mold may lead to adverse outcomes. We should let things unfold naturally. Indeed, as the saying goes, a loving parent plans far ahead for their child. Yet ultimately, their future lives must be lived by themselves. Some things truly cannot be forced." Uncle Tiller, who rarely spoke with such philosophical insight, made an exception today. Upon hearing this, the gathered guests raised their goblets in agreement with Viscount Tiller's sentiments. Sensing their endorsement of his earlier words, Uncle Tiller felt increasingly pleased and content. Arthur soon caught up with Sam and the others. But the scene before him ignited a fury within him. At this moment, Daikin lay prostrate on the ground, utterly incapacitated beneath the relentless weight of a powerful Earth Knight harnessing battle chi. His brother, Aaron, found himself firmly grasped by the son of a baron under the command of Viscount Wyma, unable to free himself despite his desperate struggles. All he could do was shout in protest, urging them to cease, lest his elder brothers exact vengeance upon them. Meanwhile, Sam was cruelly restrained by two brawny knight attendants, his corpulent form tightly bound, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Though he lacked strength, he could only watch helplessly as he was dragged inexorably towards Charles. Wrath and indignation surged within him, yet any attempt to break free proved futile. It was the first time he regretted his reluctance to cultivate battle chi. One of the knight attendants delivered a vicious kick to Sam's knee, causing him to collapse awkwardly to the ground. All of this transpired under the inscrutable gazes of numerous mid to high-ranking Earth Knights, their faces adorned with enigmatic smiles, seemingly reveling in the absurdity of the spectacle. Akin to spectators at a farcical performance, Sam felt a profound sense of humiliation, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at those who mocked him. Yet, faced with such overwhelming adversaries, what could he possibly do? In that moment, he resembled a cornered beast, isolated and helpless. Charles, his face contorted with malice, gripped Sam's chubby cheeks with his rough, bear-like hands, veins bulging as he menacingly threatened, "You little wretch, kneel and beg for forgiveness, or I shall ensure that your parents will not recognize you by the end of this day. Perhaps I should simply carve off your excess flesh and feed it to the dogs." Ha! In the face of such brutal savagery, Arthur remained silent, summoning the surging battle chi and magical energy within him, channeling a formidable force that coalesced into his tightly clenched fists and powerful legs. Suddenly, he sprang into action. His martial prowess was like a gust of wind, swift as lightning. With blinding speed, he unleashed a right punch imbued with the wind tornado technique, striking fiercely at the high-ranking knight attendant restraining Aaron. With a thunderous crash, the unfortunate attendant was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. In a flash, Arthur leaped into the air, his legs delivering rapid, furious kicks akin to a tempest, accurately striking the chests of the two knight attendants atop Sam. In an instant, they too were sent flying, shrieking in agony. Chapter 40. From now on, avoid me. Arthur moved with the swiftness of the wind, initiating the assault and swiftly sending three adversaries flying. He then summoned the immense energy within him, conjuring a violent wind tornado that swept the high-ranking Earth Knight, trampling Daikin into the air. At that moment, Arthur's mount, the two-headed dragon sparrow, roared into action, circling overhead. It opened its fearsome maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames directly at the high-ranking Earth Knight caught midair. Although the knight was caught off guard, being a seasoned warrior, he maintained his composure, swiftly drawing his sword and executing the Wyma family's unique technique, Earth Power. This technique could draw inexhaustible strength from the vast Earth and create a formidable gravitational field to hinder his adversaries. However, suspended in midair, its effectiveness was significantly diminished. Moreover, the wind-fire tornado unleashed by the two-headed dragon sparrow was an exceptionally fierce magical skill. Before he could safely descend, he was seared, his skin charred and fragrant. With a harrowing scream, he plummeted to the ground, his fate uncertain. Charles, witnessing the unfolding chaos, gaped in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he roared in fury. "What are you all waiting for? Get to it. You imbeciles, stop standing there and join the fray." Simultaneously, Charles reached for the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist, drawing it with great force. In an instant, a layer of rock-hard armor enveloped his body. This was another of the renowned Wyma family's unique techniques. When Charles stood firm upon the ground, this technique maximized the potential of his battle chi, coalescing into an indomitable armor as resilient as stone. With such formidable defense, this technique was notorious throughout the Count's territory, exceedingly difficult for enemies to breach. The numerous Earth Knights of the Wyma family quickly formed an orderly line, akin to a well-trained army, launching a fierce assault on Arthur. Waves of battle chi surged toward him like a torrential storm. Arthur, sword in hand, swung with all his might, sending forth the 12th wave, a force akin to a raging ocean crashing against the enemy. The two sides clashed with a deafening roar. It was evident that in terms of individual combat prowess and tactical execution, Arthur far surpassed his opponents. Notably, his 12th wave technique was not only immensely powerful but also doubled in strength with each successive wave, wholly unafraid of chaotic brawls, making it a skill that excelled in both one-on-one and group confrontations. Additionally, Arthur's own battle chi surged with insatiable power, rolling forth like relentless waves, overwhelming the enemy with an inescapable force. Faced with such an onslaught, the lower and mid-tier Earth Knights found themselves utterly incapable of resistance, collapsing like stalks of grain before a tempest. Even a few high-ranking Earth Knights struggled to withstand the pressure, gritting their teeth and laboriously holding their ground against the oncoming deluge. The two-headed dragon sparrow took this opportunity to shield Sam, Daikon, and Aaron behind its formidable presence, its fierce heads observing the battlefield, poised to strike at any moment. Not far away, the guards of the Merlin and Tali families rushed to the scene, quickly forming a defensive formation to encircle the Wyma contingent. To everyone's astonishment, Arthur unleashed yet another astonishing technique, the water-to-ice transformation. In an instant, countless sharp ice shards erupted from the void, piercing through the enemy's defenses with blinding speed. These ice shards resembled a hailstorm of arrows, imbued with chilling intensity and astonishing lethality, catching the enemy completely off guard. The terror unleashed by the 12th wave surged like an invisible flood, scattering the already weakened enemies into disarray, resulting in a complete rout. Chaos erupted, with the Wyma guards fleeing in a state of utter disarray. Arthur's overwhelming strength left all in awe, his valiant display shining brightly amidst the tumult of battle. At that moment, the revelers who had been immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the banquet began to notice the unusual commotion. Their attention was irresistibly drawn to the scene, and they hurriedly converged towards the unfolding turmoil. Arthur wielded his sword, having unleashed the 6th wave of the 12th wave. Although Charles's armor was sturdy, it struggled under the relentless barrage of Arthur's attacks. He had consumed vast quantities of magical potions to ascend to the rank of high-ranking Earth Knight. Yet his foundation was shallow, and he lacked the dedication to training. As the situation grew increasingly untenable, the more formidable Sky Knights, particularly from the Wyma family, descended upon the scene with great urgency. However, the anxious Sky Knight of the Wyma family was met with the obstruction of Baron West. This is merely a trivial squabble among children. You, old man, should refrain from meddling. The Wyma Sky Knight retorted with fury. Humph, West, do you dare to impede me? Are you implying that your Merlin family seeks to incite conflict between our two clans? We have come specifically to partake in your enthronement ceremony. Is this how the Merlin family treats its guests? His words were laden with reproach and discontent towards the Merlin family. In response to his challenge, Baron West showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he stood tall and declared with conviction, when friendly guests arrive at our abode, they shall be met with fine wine and delicacies. Yet, if wolves dare to intrude upon our threshold, they shall taste the wrath of the Merlin domain. Baron West's voice resonated with a powerful determination. At that moment, Viscount Merlin and Viscount Tali also arrived. Viscount Merlin cast a frigid gaze upon the assembly, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rendered the knights present beneath him gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur delivered a kick that sent Charles flying. Charles's martial prowess was swiftly shattered. Under immense pressure, Arthur swung his fists towards Charles's foolish face. Chapter 41. Substantial compensation. Arthur was not entirely subdued by Viscount Merlin's oppressive aura, a testament to his cultivated skills and the power of the Dragon Pearl. His battle chi and magical energy bore the essence of draconic might, enabling him to counteract much of the pressure exerted by the stronger individuals. Alas, the others were not as fortunate, unable to harness their battle chi under the weight of Viscount Merlin's formidable presence. Thus, Arthur, already in a position of advantage, showed no mercy, swiftly incapacitating the remaining opponents. Especially, Charles was left battered and bruised. It was then that Viscount Merlin interjected, "Cease this, Arthur." Acknowledging his father's command, Arthur relented, leaving a significant footprint on Charles's face as a parting gesture. "Who can tell me what transpires here? How dare you cause a disturbance at the banquet of the Merlin family? Have you lost your senses?" The fully unleashed aura of Viscount Merlin cast an immense pressure upon the assembly, causing Sam, who had just summoned the courage to stand, to falter in fear. Daikon, severely injured and consumed by shame and anger, trembled in indignation. Ultimately, it was his younger brother, Aaron, who stepped forward, his face flushed with anger and a touch of grievance. "Father, the matter is as follows. After leaving your side with my cousins, we hurried here. Cousin Sam was feeling rather down, and Daikon and I were trying to console him. Little did we know, Charles and his cohort overheard and unleashed a torrent of insults upon Sam, many of which were utterly disgraceful, repeatedly slandering the Tali family. To uphold the honor of the Tali family, Sam, in his agitation, spoke rather harshly. To our astonishment, Charles, in a fit of rage, commanded his subordinates to attack us, intent on humiliating Sam and Daikon. Thankfully, our second brother arrived in time to prevent their malice from succeeding, though Daikon was still gravely injured. Daikon, somewhat dazed, contemplated. Am I truly gravely wounded? Perhaps my younger cousin misinterprets my anger as injury. He endeavored to steady his breath, aiming to explain himself to his cousin. Recognizing Daikon's intent, Aaron gestured for the approaching guards to escort him away. Yet, they remained obstinate, launching a concerted attack against their second brother, an utterly excessive action. Their ruthless methods were disgraceful. Had it not been for the formidable strength of their second brother, the consequences could have been dire. Upon hearing Aaron's account, Charles immediately protested. You speak nonsense. It was this fat pig who provoked us. I merely wished to teach him a lesson. Your brother launched a fierce assault against us, using his superior prowess. I did not, so do not speak falsely. At this moment, Arthur interjected. You bear witness, Wyma Bear, heed my words. You, within the Merlin family's castle, led your lackeys to attack my brother and cousin. This is an outrageous provocation against both the Merlin and Tully families. Whether this was a moment of foolish impulse or a deliberate act of humiliation stemming from your Wyma family's influence. If you fail to provide us with a satisfactory resolution today, I shall not hesitate to ensure that your hounds suffer for their transgressions against my kin. The white-bearded Sky Knight from the Wyma family sneered. The Merlin family carries a great air of authority, yet you are merely a newly minted Baroness' son. How dare you act with such ferocity against a visiting noble? Shouldn't it be you who owes the Wyma family an explanation? Such youthful vitriol is hardly commendable. Viscount Merlin ought to discipline you sharply. Baron West, standing before him, laughed heartily. Old dog, it appears you've lost your wits. In our Merlin castle, you dare to flaunt the prowess of your bear family? Have you consumed too much bear gall to grow such audacity? At this moment, Baron Pallant also chimed in. While growing a bear's audacity is one thing, lacking sound judgment is quite another. A mere servant who lucked into becoming a Sky Knight, believing himself to be of consequence, is truly laughable. Arthur was taken aback by the sharp tongue of the charming Baron Pallant. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Indeed, this reasoning holds merit, Baron West concurred, joining the ranks of the other barons as they formed a triangular encirclement around the Wyma Sky Knight. Realizing the precariousness of his position, the Wyma Sky Knight felt a surge of dread. Although he was a Sky Knight, he was among the weakest. Over 60 years old and still at the initial tier, with signs of declining strength in recent years. The opposing barons were all poised to advance to intermediate levels. He could not contend with even one of them, let alone three. Moreover, Viscount Merlin was a high-level Sky Knight, and Viscount Tully was also at an intermediate tier. Thus, the white-bearded Sky Knight of the Wyma family refrained from further posturing, conceding, my Wyma family heir has sustained serious injuries. I shall take my leave for now. Rest assured, Wyma Viscount will personally come to apologize. As he spoke, he attempted to withdraw with Charles. Viscount Merlin, having deduced the sequence of events from the conversations, stated, I care not for the motives behind your arrival at my Merlin castle. Guests are guests, and we have not neglected any of our attendees today. However, to dare lay hands upon my family and kin, I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Of course, I shall not hold it against you youngsters. I will personally seek an explanation from Baron Wyma. Yet, you old dog, dare to be arrogant before me, and punishment is indeed warranted. No sooner had Viscount Merlin finished speaking than he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged towards the Wyma Sky Knight. The Wyma Sky Knight could hardly withstand this second wave, which sent him crashing to the ground, creating fissures in the once smooth stone surface. Viscount Tully waved his hand, causing spikes to erupt from the ground beneath the white-bearded knight, piercing him with several bloody wounds. With a cry of agony, the white-bearded knight fainted. Viscount Merlin and Viscount Tully exchanged knowing smiles before departing together. At this moment, Uncle Tellier, who had just arrived, followed closely behind. After all, the Earth Knights lacked the speed of the Sky Knights. Arthur's elder brother had instructed his subordinates to escort the white-bearded Wyma Sky Knight away for medical attention. The Wyma Knight, toppled by Arthur, was also subdued by the guards. As Arthur stretched his arms, the joints cracking, he advanced toward Charles, who recoiled in fear. All the cells in his body screamed for him to stay away. Arthur, observing Charles' disheveled appearance, promptly dispelled any amusement he might have felt and addressed the matter at hand. Now let us discuss the issue of compensation, he stated. What compensation? Charles inquired, bewildered. How could there be no compensation after you struck me and disrupted my noble banquet? If you dare refuse, I shall have to break one of your legs, Arthur threatened. Charles shivered in fear and asked, What do you want as compensation? Arthur smiled. There is no rush. Let us take our time. He then instructed his guards to escort Charles back to his quarters. Chapter 42. Visitors from the Wyma family. Arthur strode confidently ahead, while Charles, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, was forcibly dragged along by the guards. Despite his profound reluctance, Charles had no choice, for those who were meant to protect him had become prisoners themselves. Stumbling forward, he could rely on no one, dragged along by two guards. Upon reaching the room, Arthur accepted a refreshing glass of juice from Tom and elegantly sipped it. Unlike others, Arthur preferred beverages over alcohol, favoring drinks and the milk of magical beasts. With his drink in hand, he settled comfortably on the main sofa, turning to Jerry to say, "Jerry, quickly pour a glass of fine wine for young Master Wyma to calm his nerves. Please take a seat, Charles." As he spoke, the guards pushed Charles forcefully toward the opposing sofa. Taken by surprise, Charles stumbled and fell heavily onto the couch, glaring furiously at the guards, who had already retreated calmly to the doorway. At this moment, Jerry approached with a glass of red wine, placing it on the coffee table before stepping aside. Arthur raised his glass, subtly signaling Charles to toast, and then downed the remaining juice in one gulp. "Charles, I must concede that your Wyma family possesses some strength and has the Earl's favor. However, this does not grant you the audacity to act recklessly in front of the Merlin family. Given your foolish arrogance in challenging our dignity, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Understand this. Should we decide to take action against you, even if we were to execute you all, the Wyma family and Earl Augustus would be powerless to intervene. After all, it is all of your own making." Arthur's voice was as cold as frost, and the oppressive atmosphere thickened in the room. "Thus, if you wish to return unscathed, you must pay a price that satisfies me." Charles, gritting his teeth, remained silent. He knew the current power dynamics favored Arthur, and he could not afford to provoke him further. Reluctantly, he inquired, "What price do you wish for me to pay?" Arthur lounged on the sofa, stroking his chin, and gazed coldly at Charles. "I do not wish to make things too difficult for you. As we are both sons of viscounts, let us settle on a compensation of 100,000 gold coins and 500 craftsmen, and I will ensure your safe return. Of course, this is separate from the compensation your Wyma family owes to the Merlin family. How do you find this arrangement?" Upon hearing Arthur's demands, Charles seethed with rage but strove to maintain his composure, pondering deeply. He looked up at Arthur, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, and declared, 100,000 gold coins and 500 craftsmen is excessive. I can offer no more than 50,000 gold coins and 200 craftsmen." A cold smile crept upon Arthur's lips as he mockingly retorted, "Charles, do you truly think you possess the leverage to negotiate with me? What I have proposed is already the minimum. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he slammed his glass onto the coffee table. Tom quickly stepped forward to collect the glass and replaced it with one of plum wine. Charles took a deep breath, maintaining his composure as he said, "Arthur, do not push your luck. I am willing to compensate you with 70,000 gold coins and 300 craftsmen. That is my bottom line. If you remain unsatisfied, we shall have no further discussion. It is better for us both to end this in ruin, for while your Merlin family is powerful, you do not wield absolute control over the vassal families on Augustus Island." Arthur scoffed. "The Merlin family has never sought to dominate. But do not forget that according to noble territorial laws, having accepted my hospitality, you are bound by the rights of a guest and must not act against the interests of the Merlin family. You have brazenly violated these rights by assaulting my family and relatives, which under continental law warrants your execution. Furthermore, the Wyma family must provide the Merlin family with a satisfactory response. Otherwise, all members of the Merlin family can rally the nobility against you." After making his point, Arthur mockingly queried, "Tell me, do you value your life and well-being more than your compensation?" Charles' face darkened. He recognized the truth in Arthur's words. Should the matter escalate to the point where all nobility united against him, even the Wyma family would struggle to withstand the consequences, and he would face a dire fate. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and resigned. "Very well, I will agree to your terms. However, you must guarantee the safety of myself and my subordinates. And you must not further harass us." Arthur beamed with satisfaction, standing to pat Charles on the shoulder. "This is indeed a wise decision. I trust the Wyma family will soon receive your news. The compensation and craftsmen must arrive before they do, and I hope you will not attempt any tricks. As long as your compensation is fulfilled, I assure you that you will not be harmed during this period." With that, Arthur waved to have the guards escort Charles to a guest room for supervision and instructed them to prepare pen, paper, and a communication raven. Charles rose silently, his eyes filled with resentment. Arthur paid him no mind and remarked as Charles exited, "Remember, all that you have endured is a consequence of your own choices. I am prepared to bear the results of my actions. Charles clenched his fists, silently vowing that one day he would make Arthur pay dearly. Meanwhile, Arthur concluded the matter of compensation, and the crowd in the banquet hall began to disperse. Soon, messenger magical birds were released, spreading the news of the night's events throughout Augustus Island. 2 days later, Charles Gold and Craftsman arrived in Merlin City ahead of schedule, and Arthur assigned Eric to transport the Gold and Craftsman back to Longchi Island. A day later, Viscount Wyma arrived in Merlin City with 50 members of his Black Bear Knight Brigade, all of whom were intermediate Earth Knights, including 10 advanced Earth Knights, riding on intermediate magical beasts known as bloodthirsty black bears. Accompanying them were 3 Sky Knights, one of whom was a burly, elderly man, an advanced Sky Knight whose aura surpassed even that of Viscount Merlin. Their imposing presence drew the attention of passers-by as they entered Merlin City, causing many to step aside. Viscount Merlin, Viscount Tali, and their Sky Knights approached from the air. Arthur rode atop a 2-headed dragon sparrow, leading 2 more sparrows behind him. Chapter 43. Confrontation. Viscount Merlin hovered in the air, looking down with a cold smirk, and was the first to speak. Humph. Bayer, what is the meaning of this? Storming into my Merlin City with such a force, do you seek to provoke the Merlin family? Viscount Wyma's expression darkened as he retorted, Aristotle, do not speak recklessly. My son encountered trouble within your Merlin domain, and I have brought troops to address it. What is inappropriate about that? Humph. It appears that your literacy is rather limited. Have the scholars around you not read our correspondence aloud to you? It is indeed true that like father, like son, both exhibiting the same arrogance. Lord Tali interjected in agreement. The imposing Sky Knight, upon witnessing the scene, harnessed his battle chi and gracefully approached the esteemed members of the Merlin family, proclaiming, Esteemed lords, our visit to Merlin City is solely aimed at resolving misunderstandings. I hope you do not misconstrue our intentions. The display of our forces is merely to signify the importance we place on the Merlin family. Should any of you feel apprehensive, we can station our troops outside the city. Only I and Baron Wyma shall enter to negotiate a resolution to this misunderstanding. What do you think, Baron Merlin? Feeling a tinge of respect towards the elder, conceded, since Elder Biden has suggested it, I see no issue. Please, do come in. He then led the group down from the skies to the ground, mounting the crimson horses prepared by his guards, guiding Elder Biden and Baron Wyma towards Merlin Fortress. Meanwhile, Arthur remained aloft, gracefully maneuvering his dragon sparrow through the air. Baron Wyma scrutinized Arthur for a moment and disdainfully remarked to Baron Merlin, Is that your younger son? The prodigious young man, Arthur, who has recently risen to fame. I have heard tales of your son taming a 2-headed dragon sparrow. Quite impressive indeed. However, young people often mistake a modicum of talent for invincibility. They are oblivious to the many geniuses who have faltered along the way. I advise you, Baron Merlin, to exercise strict discipline. Baron Merlin furrowed his brow slightly and retorted, As for raising children, the Merlin family possesses some insights that may offer Baron Wyma a reference. A parent's love for their child requires foresight. One must not be overly indulgent. Otherwise, they may raise a ne'er-do-well who causes trouble everywhere. It would be better to conclude matters swiftly to avoid harming oneself or others. Lord Tali concurred. Having a disobedient child is indeed a misfortune for the family. I can relate deeply. There are times when I wish to resolve matters once and for all. However, when I consider that Sam, though rotund and feeble, is relatively worry-free. Unlike some children who are as foolish as pigs, yet remain oblivious to their shortcomings. If such a wretched offspring were to inherit the family estate, I fear it would soon be squandered. Upon hearing this, Baron Wyma's expression darkened, yet he refrained from responding. He was keenly aware of the strength of Baron Merlin and the others, and thus chose silence. Biden and Baron Merlin rode side by side, engaging in jovial conversation. The reputation of the Merlin family certainly held true. Although the season of plum blossoms had passed, the aura of the land still exuded charm. It was no wonder they produced the renowned Qingmei potion. Baron Merlin humbly remarked, It is merely a modest achievement, for the Wyma family's Hongzhou potion is truly celebrated. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Baron Wyma and Lord Tali could only listen with gritted teeth. Fortunately, the group soon arrived at Merlin Fortress. In the Grand Hall, Baron Merlin sat at the head of the table, with Adam and Arthur standing beside him. The Wyma family occupied the left side, while Lord Tali and the waiting Tillier family sat on the right. The young heirs of the Tilly family and the Tali family stood behind their fathers. The barons of the Merlin territory took their seats below. Upon their arrival, servants promptly presented exquisite wines and fruits, with Butler Orson personally serving the wine to each guest. Biden cut straight to the chase, stating, Baron Merlin, Regarding Charles's misconduct at the banquet in Merlin Fortress, the Wyma family sincerely apologizes. However, one must understand that youthful exuberance can lead to indiscretion after consuming alcohol. We have all been young. Conflicts of pride are sometimes inevitable. I hope both barons can forgive him this once in the spirit of camaraderie under Count Augustus. Lord Tully replied sternly, "Your words come too easily. As if the insult did not come from your son. As the heir of a noble family, he should not have disregarded the rights of his hosts, inflicting severe harm upon both the master and kin. Such malevolence cannot be overlooked." Biden dismissed Lord Tully with a wave. Does Baron Merlin share this sentiment? Baron Merlin paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, this matter is undoubtedly Charles's fault, and the Tully family has directly suffered as a result. While I do not wish to see a feud arise between the Merlin and Wyma families, if a satisfactory resolution cannot be reached for both the Tully and Merlin families, we may have to take actions we would rather avoid. Biden was not surprised. He would have seized the opportunity to claim a piece of flesh as well. However, the blade now rested upon his own neck. In your view, how should this matter be resolved? He pressed. Baron Merlin glanced at Baron Wyma and slowly articulated. I can overlook this incident, but the Wyma family must issue a public apology and provide sufficient compensation to the victims. As for Charles and those involved, you may pay a ransom according to the standards for prisoners of war, and then you may take them with you. Prisoners of war. Baron Wyma nearly erupted but stifled his words upon meeting his uncle's frosty gaze. Biden recognized that this demand was somewhat excessive, yet the circumstances dictated his compliance. To require a ransom for a Sky Knight and the heir of a family in the form of fairies is indeed a stretch. After all, our families have shared centuries of friendship. To impose such a standard would greatly tarnish our bond. Baron Merlin remained resolute. Friendship aside, rules are rules. I have already made considerable concessions. Moreover, Charles openly assaulted guests during a banquet at my Merlin fortress. If this were to become public knowledge, where would my family's dignity reside? Lord Tully persisted. Though my Tully family may be small, we are not to be trifled with. My eldest son may lack strength. But if your Wyma family intends to trample upon the dignity of the Tully family, it shall be over my dead body. Had this not occurred at Merlin Fortress, I would not rest until I have settled the score with your Wyma family. Baron Wyma wished to retort, but was interrupted by Biden. Very well. On behalf of the Wyma family, I accept your conditions. I hope that after this matter, our families can transform hostility into harmony. Baron Merlin raised his glass with a smile. Indeed, as fellow barons under Count Augustus, sharing adjacent territories, peaceful coexistence benefits us all. With the Wyma family's acceptance of the terms, the atmosphere among the guests lightened considerably, though Baron Wyma's countenance remained one of deep resentment. Biden disregarded his ire and began discussing the specifics of compensation with Baron Merlin and Lord Tully. After a protracted negotiation between Baron Merlin, Lord Tully, and Biden of the Wyma family, a consensus was finally reached. The Wyma family would compensate the Merlin and Tully families with 1 fairy each in exchange for Charles and the elderly Sky Knight. The ransom for the 3 senior Earth Knights was set at 150,000 gold coins, accompanied by 3 fairy larvae. The ransom for 7 intermediate Earth Knights was 70,000 gold coins, while the ransom for 10 junior Earth Knights was 30,000 gold coins. The servants and attendants were simply returned to their respective owners. Given that the territories of the Merlin and Wyma families were contiguous, with the main cities less than 100 kilometers apart, Baron Wyma dispatched someone to retrieve the ransom immediately after the negotiations concluded. At noon, Baron Merlin hosted a banquet for Baron Wyma and his entourage. Charles and his subordinates, who had been detained, were also released. Charles and the elderly Sky Knight remained to partake in the feast, while the others were sent to the Wyma family's temporary encampment outside the city. Baron Merlin instructed his eldest son, Adam, to lead several of his cousins in delivering fine wines and delicacies to them, accompanied by a few senior Earth Knights for company. On the surface, the gathering appeared harmonious, resembling long-separated friends joyously toasting one another. Yet, only Baron Wyma and Charles wore expressions of discomfort, silently drowning their woes in drink. Charles, akin to a startled quail, dared not meet the eyes of his father or uncle. This time, not only had he been thoroughly humiliated by Arthur, but he also suffered significant losses to his private assets. It seemed he would need to tighten his belt for a while to come. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I have stumbled into a considerable blunder, and upon returning, I remain oblivious to the potential repercussions that await me. My father, the Viscount of Wyma, is married to 3 wives and has over a dozen sons. Although my mother holds the position of the legitimate wife, she is not favored and only maintains her place within the Wyma family due to her lineage as a direct descendant of the Augustus family. It is precisely for this reason that I, as the eldest son, possess an unassailable status. Yet, in light of recent events, I cannot help but wonder how the other women and those wretched younger brothers will stir up trouble. The mere thought of it sends a wave of headache through me. The Viscount occasionally casts menacing glances at me, and witnessing my timid demeanor only fuels his ire. Suddenly, I find myself irritated by my son, who bears the closest resemblance to me. Biden, observing the silent conflict between father and son, cannot help but feel a sense of helplessness. As I glance at the remarkable progeny of the Tillier and Merlin families, apprehension stirs within me. Though the Wyma family is not without strength, boasting formidable martial skills and arcane arts, we are also reliant on the magical potions produced by the family's unique red date spirits, which have resulted in a flourishing lineage and numerous adept practitioners. However, whether due to the family's cultivation methods or the side effects of the red date potions, members of the Wyma family often exhibit impulsive and foolish behavior, characterized by brawn over intellect. They excel in the fray of battle but falter in the management of territory and family affairs. Now in my 60s, while it is not uncommon for Sky Knights to live past a century, I still have decades to oversee my family. Yet, the greatest taboo for any lineage is to face a lack of successors. It seems I must consider selecting some younger children to nurture and educate closely. With several neighboring families full of talent, the future of the Wyma family could be jeopardized. Biden silently muses as he scrutinizes Adam, Arthur, and Vilas, pondering his thoughts. Arthur and Sam sit closely, often exchanging whispers. Ever since Arthur defended Sam with fervor against Charles and his minions days ago, the two cousins from the Tillier family have grown closer to Arthur. Arthur frequently offers encouragement and recognition to Sam, further deepening their bond. The Viscount of Tillier is pleased to see their relationship flourish, and thus he has been somewhat kinder to Sam, though not excessively so. Biden raises his glass and seemingly with sincere intent remarks to the Viscount of Merlin that he is truly fortunate, as his children are industrious and exemplary, embodying the essence of excellence. This incites my envy. Particularly, the young lords of the Merlin family are all outstanding, their virtues and talents indistinguishable, making it quite difficult to discern who is superior. Especially your second son, Arthur, who, at such a young age, has already been elevated to the rank of Baron. And I dare say, his prowess appears to surpass that of the eldest. It is indeed a case of the green surpassing the blue. Biden's expression of sincerity is impeccable, leaving no room for dissent. Yet, those listening cannot help but compare Adam and Arthur. That cunning old fox. Arthur silently scoffs, realizing the subtle attempts to incite discord between the brothers. Were it not for the strict family values upheld by the Merlin family, he might have succeeded. Arthur adjusts his attire, rises, and with a slight bow, responds, "Your praise is unwarranted." The Merlin family's values are steeped in tradition and rigor, with a clear hierarchy. We do not measure worth by strength alone, but by character and respect. Therefore, I fall short of my elder brother. Moreover, we are of the same blood. Unlike some families whose offspring are driven by ulterior motives to scheme against kin, Biden's previously jovial demeanor momentarily falters, yet he quickly regains his composure, preserving the image of the benevolent elder. "See, I told you the second son of the Merlin family is exceptional. Such brotherly affection is truly admirable. I believe he is destined for greatness and may even secure a title of Viscount for the Merlin family in the future." Biden's exaggerated display draws the attention of even Deacon and Aaron, who begin to regard the seemingly amiable elder with newfound scrutiny. This old man appears to be far from ordinary. The Viscount of Merlin, remaining noncommittal, states coolly, "The fortunes of my children are their own to carve. Whether they soar or languish is determined by their own endeavors. As long as they abide by the rules of the Merlin family, they are all my good sons. After all, with so few members in the Merlin family, each must be cultivated with care, unlike those with numerous offspring, who need not exert as much effort. For even a lesser talent can emerge as a pillar of support." The Viscount of Tillier smirks, his sharp tongue activated. "One good child is sufficient. A pile of worthless bears is of no use whatsoever." Ha ha. Arthur's uncle, the Viscount of Tillier, concurs, "Indeed, well said. The wild boars of the Austin Mountains can only serve as prey for the fierce beasts." Biden Wyma, unfazed, continues, "What you say holds merit. While the Brinken family may not be numerous, they consistently produce outstanding individuals, including the esteemed Viscount Brown from the same lineage. It is indeed a heartwarming tale." Arthur cannot help but admire the old man's eloquence. The luncheon proceeds with a facade of tranquility, though beneath the surface, tumultuous currents flow. Following the banquet, the Viscount of Weimar leads the majority back to the Weimar family estate, leaving Biden and a few loyal guards to oversee the ransom exchange. Chapter 45. Return to Longqi Island. After bidding farewell to the Viscount of Weimar, the Viscount of Merlin arranges for Biden, his guards, and attendants to be accommodated in the guest castle. The Viscount of Merlin, the Viscount of Tillier, and the Viscount of Tillier gather with the male members of their families in the study of the Viscount of Merlin. In high spirits, the Viscount of Merlin instructs a servant to open a bottle of cherished green plum wine for everyone to savor. Today is a joyous occasion, and the 50-year-old green plum wine is rich and fragrant, infused with spiritual energy that enhances the battle chi of Sky Knights. The younger generation should only partake in moderation. Otherwise, they may risk an uncontrollable surge of battle chi. Everyone is elated at the prospect of tasting the aged green plum wine, a renowned elixir for cultivation, known for its refreshing and delightful flavor, and it is one of the Merlin family's signature offerings. The Viscount of Tillier, a lover of fine wines, is particularly delighted, draining his glass in one go, exclaiming, "Ah, this exquisite wine! Beyond the Moon God wine from the Duke of Crescent Moon and the Dragon's Tongue wine from the Star family, your Merlin family's green plum wine reigns supreme." Though the Viscount of Merlin basks in pride, he feigns humility, attributing the wine's excellence to the efforts of the plum blossom spirit, Misha. Every family's spirit possesses its unique strengths. Take your family's rose spirit, for instance. The golden rose potion is among the finest. The Viscount of Tillier expresses a hint of discontent, sighing, "Ah, the spirit is the foundation of a family's legacy. Since the passing of our purple sandalwood spirit, our family has not produced a new spirit for decades. With our family in decline and our descendants lacking ambition, the future is indeed worrisome. Fortunately, we have two allied families to provide support, preventing us from being bullied by outsiders." Seeing his distress, the Viscount of Merlin quickly reassures him, "We three families are intertwined, sharing both fortune and misfortune, so we must watch over and assist one another. While cultivating spirits is challenging, I believe that with the Tillier family's foundation, success will come in time. After all, how many purple sandalwood spirits does your family possess? Surely, there will be one that succeeds in advancing." Vilas and Adam sit together, engaging in conversation while savoring the rare delicacy of the wine. Adam, on the brink of a breakthrough, feels invigorated after drinking, sensing his battle chi brimming with potential, believing he is on the verge of surpassing his limits. Deacon and Aaron, though still young and having recently advanced to knight attendants, possess insufficient foundation, so they only sip a small amount before retreating to practice their techniques. Even Sam carefully sips the wine, taking small, measured sips. He has been a knight squire for quite some time. Although he has yet to ascend to the intermediate level, his battle chi is still quite substantial. Thus, even though he was hesitant to drink excessively, after sampling it in small sips, he found it to be manageable. "Sam, once the compensation from the Weimar family arrives, I shall return to Longqi Island. Is there anything you wish to prepare?" Arthur quietly inquired in Sam's ear. Sam promptly set down his wine glass and scratched his head, responding, "I have nothing to prepare. I haven't traveled much. Aside from High Court, I usually come to Meilin Fortress, so I am unsure of what to get ready." Arthur pondered for a moment and advised, "You could have your servant prepare your favorite books and daily necessities. Just bring along a few of your personal male servants and guards. Nothing more is required." Sam, feeling a bit shy, replied, "I should at least prepare some gifts of gratitude, and since my cousin is willing to help me, I ought to express my appreciation." Arthur chuckled. "We do not concern ourselves with such formalities among relatives. However, since everything on Longqi Island is just beginning, you might as well bring along more of the things you enjoy, lest you find yourself at a loss upon arrival." Sam nodded eagerly, acknowledging Arthur's wise words. "I must prepare some specialty delicacies and spices from Jiaoling. I cannot do without them." Arthur, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "As you wish. You could have someone gather some seeds for planting on Longqi Island. That way, you need not worry." "Indeed, that is an excellent idea." Sam immediately began to contemplate what he could take with him, appearing quite thoughtful and wise. The Sky Knight possesses keen hearing, and it seems that Viscount Tully overheard the conversation between Sam and Arthur, rolling his eyes at Sam. He summoned a servant and whispered instructions in his ear. Shortly thereafter, the servant departed, presumably to fulfill the tasks assigned by Viscount Tully. The next morning, the compensation from the Weimar family arrived. 250,000 gold coins were distributed, with the Mei Lin family receiving 150,000 and the Tully family 100,000. 3 elven insects were involved. The Mei Lin family kept 1 red date elven insect, while the Tully family retained a elmwood elven insect, suitable for the mountainous terrain of Jiaoling. The remaining apple elven insect was given to the victim, Sam. The two small elves were selected by the Mei Lin family. A duckweed elven insect was kept, while the wheat elven insect was entrusted to the Tali family, as the Mei Lin family already possessed a healthy wheat elven insect. The two elven insects from the Weimar family were nearing the end of their lifespan, with only about a decade left, should they not advance to greater forms. The duckweed elven insect produced duckweed that was not even a potion ingredient, rendering it somewhat useless. Arthur observed the listless duckweed elven insect and noticed a spark of tenacity in its eyes. He interjected, "Father, I find this elven insect to be of little value. Perhaps you could exchange it for me? I can assist the family in taming a pair of sparrows." Without hesitation, Viscount Mei Lin handed the duckweed elven insect to Arthur, stating that a trade was unnecessary, as Arthur had contributed significantly and this could serve as a reward. However, he added, "I see that the white horses on Longqi Island are exceptional and can provide the family with a good supply. You will not be shortchanged. We will need fodder from your location, as our family lacks magical herb pastures and relies on purchases from other families. Now that Longqi Island has demon grass and magical corn, it alleviates many troubles." Arthur readily agreed, as he had no use for it all himself, and supporting the family while accumulating wealth was a favorable circumstance. Once the compensation was distributed, the family held another gathering. After the gathering, his grandmother, Uncle Tilly, and cousins returned to High Court. Before leaving, his grandmother approached Arthur and presented him with a storage ring, which contained a significant quantity of potions and supplies valued at over 200,000 gold coins. "Grandmother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it," Arthur protested. "Child," Alina replied gently, "although your surname is Mei Lin, in my eyes, you are no different from Velos and the others. You are all my beloved children. This is my private reserve, and I have prepared similar gifts for all of you, so do not refuse. I only hope you remember the kindness of your grandmother and that, no matter what happens in the future, you children will support one another and maintain this familial bond. Life in this world is not easy, and true affection is rare. You are a clever child. You should understand your grandmother's heart, yes?" Arthur was taken aback by his grandmother's unexpectedly emotional side, which contrasted with her usual humor. He felt his eyes welling up and earnestly replied, "Do not worry, grandmother. My cousins are my family, and I, Arthur, will support them, sharing both honor and disgrace." Alina was greatly satisfied with Arthur's response, lovingly patting his head as she whispered, "Good, good, you are all my wonderful children." Chapter 46. Emma's gift. Ultimately, Arthur accepted his grandmother's gift, recognizing the irreplaceable value of family ties. This gift not only represented a grandparent's affection for their grandchild, but also the continuation of familial bonds. Arthur has always placed great importance on family, having been born into a large and harmonious family in his past life. Now, he was fortunate to encounter a family that cherished such connections. Furthermore, he finally possessed a storage ring. This ring boasted a capacity of over 10 cubic meters, ample enough to hold numerous items, providing a place for his precious belongings. Storage rings are rare magical artifacts crafted from the void stone, derived from the space holy dragon, and meticulously forged by powerful magicians. Each one is worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins and cannot simply be purchased with wealth. The space holy dragon is a high-ranking giant dragon, second among the 12 holy dragons, possessing mastery over spatial powers and has no recorded instance of being tamed. The existence of this dragon is only substantiated by the discovery of void stone mines. Currently, most of these mines are under the control of kingdoms and empires, accessible only to families of count rank and above. Arthur's grandmother's rings were part of her dowry from their family, the Augustus family. The Tilly family, as the first Viscount family of Augustus Island, also carries multiple storage rings through generations, with each direct descendant allowed to wear one. The Mei Lin family, in comparison, is less fortunate, possessing only 6 rings. 2 of these have been passed down through generations, held by his father and grandfather. One is his mother Vania's dowry, which she currently uses. Another belongs to his elder brother, gifted by their grandmother on his coming-of-age ceremony. One is designated for his sister, given by their grandmother on her own coming-of-age. The last remaining ring is the only dowry left by their grandmother, which she herself uses. With all matters settled here, families gathered for Arthur's coming-of-age ceremony and baronial investiture began to depart. As they came to celebrate Arthur's milestone, many guests brought various gifts, mostly consisting of local specialties, potions, exquisite fabrics, and fine weapons. In the past few days, Arthur has reunited with childhood friends, though they are primarily the sworn knights and vassals of the Mei Lin family. Their interactions are no longer as carefree as they once were in their youth. Such is the reality. As one matures, they become increasingly bound by the world's rules. Arthur's relationship with them is now constrained by status and hierarchy, leaving them with only respect and loyalty for him, rendering their childhood friendship a relic of the past. Perhaps in the future, their bond will become solely one of superior and subordinate. Several baronial families from the Mei Lin lineage took their leave. The daughters from these families presented Arthur with numerous embroidered gifts and purses. On this day, Emma also came to bid farewell to Arthur, holding an exquisite jade box in her hands. Her ears slightly flushed, she gently said, "Arthur, this is a gift I prepared for your coming-of-age ceremony. I hope you will not find it lacking." Arthur smiled and remarked, "The box itself is so exquisite. How could the gift within fail to please me?" As he spoke, Arthur intended to open the box to take a look. Emma immediately interjected, "Wait, do not open it just yet. Wait until you return to Longxi Island before opening it." Arthur felt a tinge of curiosity, but ultimately respected her wishes. Emma, noticing Arthur's compliance, let out a quiet sigh of relief and continued, "The Moon Goddess Festival is approaching. Will you be returning to Malin Fortress to celebrate with your family?" Arthur nodded, affirming, "Indeed, according to the traditions of the Malin family, the Moon Goddess Festival must be celebrated with family. After all, it is the most significant festival in the Principality of the New Moon, symbolizing family reunions." Emma nodded, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging the truth of his words. Family gatherings are more important than anything else. After the Moon Goddess Festival, if possible, I wonder if I might visit Longxi Island. I still remember the breathtaking scenery there and have always wanted to go. Arthur welcomed the idea, responding, "Of course. You are most welcome." Although Longxi Island is currently in a state of disrepair, its beauty surpasses that of the past. You will surely not regret your visit. Upon hearing this, Emma beamed with a radiant smile, declaring, "Then it's settled. I shall impose upon you then." With that, she performed a graceful bow. Arthur returned the gesture, stating, "It is no imposition. Miss Emma's presence is a blessing for Longxi Island. I shall await your arrival with open arms." Under the attentive service of her maidens and guards, Emma mounted the unique white elephant of the Eileen family. She turned back to wave at Arthur before departing. The 8 high-level magical beasts, appearing slow yet remarkably swift, exited Malin Fortress. The towering white elephants, nearly 5 meters high and resembling white jade, immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Arthur continued to watch until they disappeared from sight before returning to his chambers. Soon after, he bid farewell to his uncle's family, with Viscount Tully also taking his leave. Before departing, however, he sent for several wagons of supplies from Jiaoling, primarily comprising local specialties, spice seeds, and a considerable collection of books. It seemed that Viscount Tully was not entirely indifferent to his eldest son, perhaps merely expressing disappointment in a rather harsh manner. Ultimately, he left 2 personal male attendants and 5 junior Earth Knights to accompany Sam to Longxi Island for his service. On the morning of August 4th, Arthur, along with Sam and their personal attendants and guards, set off for Longxi Island via land. Since his sister insisted on accompanying him, Arthur had no choice but to travel with the guards and the supply-laden convoy toward Longxi Island. As it was a rare opportunity to visit Malin City, Arthur procured a substantial quantity of supplies. A grand procession of over 100 wagons made its way along the South AOC Avenue, heading west. This avenue stretches from the easternmost city of Dostin on AOC Island to the westernmost city of West City on the island. It passes through the territories of Fearwood, Lincoln, Brown, Eileen, Wyma, and Malin in succession. At Malin Ridge, it divides the flat and fertile Rekilia Plain into 2. The northern side belongs directly to the Malin family's domain, with the eastern boundary marked by the Ouse River, beyond which lies the Golden Delta governed by Arthur's great-uncle. The eastern part of the north is bordered by the West Ouse Avenue, opposite to the Tully family's territory. The western part of the north is delineated by Lake Rekilia and the Regelia River, with the northern side belonging to the Tilly family. The southern part, extending to the East Rekilia River, also falls under the direct jurisdiction of the Malin family. Both sides of the South AOC Avenue within the Malin territory are characterized by flat and fertile land, resulting in a dense population and a peaceful pastoral landscape. This route has become a site for tourism. A day later, the group arrived at a small town known as Cross Inn. Chapter 47. Cross Inn here. The South AOC Avenue intersects with the Rekilia River, forming a unique and significant geographical location, a nexus for water and land transportation within the Malin territory. This special site not only boasts exceptional natural advantages, but is also strategically important, garnering the Malin family's attention. The Rekilia River here is deep and wide, with gentle currents and numerous tributaries, making it highly suitable for the passage and mooring of vessels. Hence, the Malin family recognized the potential of this land and established a trade transit station. Countless bridges sprang up, and large docks and warehouses were constructed. Furthermore, a fine inn was erected at the crossroads. Over time, this inn grew and flourished, becoming a popular resting place for travelers and merchants. Word of mouth led to its eventual designation as the Cross Inn. Today, that small inn has been replaced by a vibrant and bustling hub of a town. Although not overly large, it is well equipped. Various shops line the streets, showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Throngs of people bustle about, either engaged in their livelihoods or savoring the pleasures of life. The cheerful sounds of laughter and joy occasionally echo through the streets, adding warmth and harmony to the town's atmosphere. Additionally, the natural scenery surrounding the town is equally breathtaking. The crystal-clear waters of the Rekilia River flow gently by, flanked by lush trees and flourishing flowers, resembling a beautiful painting. The distant mountains rise and fall majestically, offering endless space for imagination. Living in such a picturesque environment, the residents find themselves feeling refreshed and content. The shops abound, and the arrival of boats and caravans is ceaseless. The town's dock can accommodate thousands of cargo ships simultaneously. Sea vessels laden with goods from Alisai port transit through here, enabling the transport of goods to the entire Aosi island. Families from the western part of Aosi also bring their goods here before sending them out by sea. Arthur and his sister Alisha rode side by side, exchanging insights on their training along the way. Arthur also imparted his knowledge of the 12 waves to his sister, an advanced version of the Malin family's 9 waves. This new technique significantly enhances both the speed of cultivation and the power of combat skills, proving crucial and revolutionary for the entire Malin family. After all, in this world where strength is paramount, martial arts and techniques form the foundation of a family's heritage and survival. Upon reaching the town of Cross Inn, Arthur planned to stay for 2 days. Firstly, the scenery here is splendid and warrants exploration. Secondly, they needed to await the cargo ships. Tom and Jerry had already set off with Alisha's orders to summon the fleet from Alisha City, as Arthur's substantial cargo required several large vessels for transport. Sister Sam, let us enjoy our time here for the next 2 days. It will take time to summon the cargo ships, Arthur suggested. Sam had no objections. He relished the feeling of being by Arthur's side, where he felt no pressure and could discuss his favorite books, receiving affirmation and encouragement. This made Sam question whether Arthur had changed, as his attitude towards him was remarkably different from before. Alisha, indifferent, replied, "I have no objections. The scenery here is indeed lovely, and the vibrant commercial atmosphere is palpable. There are goods from all corners of the world gathered here. We can explore and see if we discover anything delightful. Then it is decided. Let us find a place to rest first," Arthur said, surveying the surroundings. A tavern named Wild Cat caught his attention. This establishment was not located on the main street, but rather by the riverside, with half of its structure built over the water. Its unique style deviated from the solemn architecture typical of the Malin territory, resembling the natural charm of the elven race. The entire tavern is supported by several towering rainbow eucalyptus trees, which can grow over 100 meters tall and have a diameter of up to 10 meters. Due to their rapid growth, they often shed their outer bark, revealing the colorful trunks inside, resembling a vibrant rainbow. This tavern, constructed primarily from rainbow eucalyptus wood and supported by living trees, appeared strikingly colorful and captivating. Arthur instructed his personal guards to temporarily store the goods at a nearby dock, before leading the remaining group into the tavern known as Yimao. At this moment, the tavern was already bustling with patrons and filled with a cacophony of sounds. A wandering bard was gently strumming his strings and singing softly. A comical jester was energetically performing various humorous antics. Itinerant merchants were whispering to one another, engaged in hushed discussions. A solitary mercenary knight, lost in melancholy, sought solace in drink, and several elegantly attired women glided through the crowd, flaunting their allure in hopes of attracting today's benefactor. The tavern's proprietress, with skin as fair as snow and eyes as bright as those of an elf, was bustling about, directing the waitstaff with deft precision. Arthur and his companions settled in a secluded spot near the riverside. The waiter promptly approached them with enthusiasm, inquiring, "Good evening, esteemed guests. What would you like to order? Our tavern boasts exquisite wines from around the world, including the famous plum wine from Merlin Ling, the rosy beauty from the Tylier family, the red date wine from the Wyma family, and the sorghum liquor from the Eileen family. We even have renowned wines from several nearby islands, and both Moon Goddess wine and Dragon's Tongue liquor can be reserved. Of course, our exclusive signature rainbow wine is the most popular, available only here. Its amber hue shimmers with 7 colors, possessing the ability to cleanse the spirit and enhance one's magical perception. Everyone who has tasted it speaks highly of it. Would you care to try? This was the first time both Arthur and Sam had heard of the rainbow wine. Arthur instructed the waiter to bring a pot for each person and requested 1 serving of every signature dish. Now that he was financially independent and rather affluent, he was not one to be stingy. Arthur glanced at his sister with curiosity. This is the first time I have heard of the rainbow wine. Is it truly as extraordinary as they say? Alyson softly explained. Indeed, as he mentioned, it possesses remarkable effects. In the past, our father personally sought to procure it. However, the tavern's owner is a high-ranking Sky Knight who adamantly refuses to sell it externally. Subsequently, they have kept to themselves here, and our family has refrained from interfering with this establishment. Ah, I see. With this revelation from his sister, Arthur's interest in the tavern deepened. Before long, the waiter returned with the delicacies and the rainbow wine. Arthur lifted his glass towards his sister and Sam, stating, "Since this rainbow wine is said to be exceptional, let us savor it thoroughly today." With that, he poured a glass and drank it in one swift motion. Instantly, a refreshing stream flowed through Arthur's entire being, invigorating his body and stabilizing the cultivation he had been forced to enhance due to the dragon pearl. His perception and absorption of natural energy had indeed improved. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a rare and fine wine." Sam, his complexion flushed, let out a contented sigh. "This rainbow wine is truly magical. I feel utterly rejuvenated, as if all impurities have been expelled. My battle chi seems to have advanced considerably." Alyson, having tasted it before, closed her eyes to relish the joy this exquisite wine brought. "Have you heard? Recently, a mysterious group of thieves has emerged, specifically targeting merchant ships carrying magical potions, precious herbs, and gemstones. Is that so? The Merlin family has stationed numerous experts here. Who would dare to provoke them?" Someone immediately retorted. Arthur, overhearing the conversation at a nearby table, felt a twinge of surprise and silently mused. If they dare to cause trouble within the Merlin family's territory, they shall meet their misfortune when they encounter me. Chapter 48. The 7-colored brew. Certainly, it is not that the Merlin family remains unconcerned. In truth, they have exerted every effort to track down these despicable thieves, yet they are exceedingly cunning, leaving no trace behind. All the victims of their thievery have, without exception, failed to catch a glimpse of these thieves' true identities, leaving the knights stationed by the Merlin family utterly helpless. The recent patrols have been incredibly strict, yet there have been no results. It is indeed perplexing. In my view, this band of thieves must be exceptionally skilled individuals. Otherwise, how could they have evaded detection for over half a month? No one has been able to find even the slightest clue of their presence. Such tactics are beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. What you say holds merit. However, even if their skills are profound, daring to oppose the Merlin family, they are unlikely to meet a good end. After all, the power and prestige of the Merlin family are well known across these lands. That is true. In the entire western region of Oscu, the Merlin family, the Tylier family, and the Tali family are intertwined. It is indeed rare for anyone to gain an advantage against their combined might. The speaker was a wandering bard, who, lowering his voice, continued. "I heard that a few days ago, the Wyma family was severely humiliated by the 3 major families. Even Biden Wyma took personal action. Is that so?" "Of course. I came directly from Merlin City, and the news will spread quickly. I personally witnessed the Wyma family delivering several carts of compensation to regain their heir and retainers. Indeed, the tavern was the quickest place to gather intelligence." Arthur and his companions had barely been seated for an hour when they had already learned a plethora of news regarding the Merlin territory, covering everything from familial conflicts to the romantic escapades of noble women, as well as natural disasters and popular theatrical performances. After finishing the last sip of rainbow wine, Arthur remarked to his sister, "It seems we have arrived at an opportune moment, just in time to encounter this band of thieves. But why have we not heard anyone report the situation here to the family?" Alyson also found it curious, but had some insights to share. "The one stationed here is a newly appointed Sky Knight of the family, Trist, and the information is still kept confidential. It is likely that my father intends to bestow upon him the title of Baron following this autumn's event. I believe he intends to resolve the matter independently to demonstrate his capabilities." Upon hearing this, Arthur understood. This was indeed the case. He could not easily reveal his own strength, so he could only arrange for his subordinates to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps a strategy had already been set. "Let us refrain from intervening for now." Alyson agreed. "Then we shall pretend we are unaware of the situation. After all, we will be staying here for 2 days. We can remain vigilant." Seeing that everyone had finished their rainbow wine, Arthur instructed the waiter to bring several more pots, since it is not sold externally. Surely I can purchase it here at the tavern. The group collectively ordered dozens of pots, which would amount to over 30,000 gold coins. This delighted the waiter, who would receive a few gold coins as a reward, enough to sustain his family for half a year. Such generous patrons were indeed a rarity. Typically, guests would only sample a few pots. Finally, the proprietress herself approached Arthur and his companions, greeting them politely. "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patronage today. To express my gratitude, I shall offer you a 10% discount on your bill." Arthur discreetly scrutinized the proprietress before him, noting her graceful demeanor and the ethereal aura surrounding her. She was far from the ordinary women one would find in a tavern. Arthur sensed that this proprietress likely possessed the strength of at least a high-ranking Earth Knight. Yet curiously, he could detect no fluctuation of battle chi or magical energy from her. Instead, there was an astonishing vitality and a refreshing, vigorous spiritual energy that seemed to emanate from a botanical source. Could she be from another continent? Arthur couldn't help but ponder. It is known that this world comprises 5 vast continents, along with numerous large islands and secondary continents. Many of these regions indeed harbor cultivation methods that differ entirely from battle chi and magic. According to Arthur's understanding, the orcs revere the doctrines of shamanism and the enigmatic arts of totemic magic. The elves are renowned for their unique priestly hierarchy and exceptional martial prowess. The barbarians excel in the physical cultivation through runes, while the beastmen stand unparalleled due to the arcane secrets inherited through their bloodline. As for the demons, they wield the cryptic and profound blood magic. These myriad inspirations and the ever-changing paths of cultivation collectively shape this vibrant and fantastical world. Faced with such a complex and intricate realm, Arthur felt an overwhelming sense of yearning, coupled with anticipation for the future. Perhaps one day, he too would tread upon those miraculous lands and unveil their mysteries. Just as Arthur was lost in thought, the proprietress chimed in with a cheerful voice. "I hope you esteemed guests do not find it amusing. Although our humble establishment offers a variety of exquisite wines, our stock is rather limited. The raw materials required for brewing the rainbow wine are exceedingly scarce. In fact, we have hardly any left today. If you truly hold it dear, perhaps you might return another day to taste it. For now, why not sample some of our other fine wines?" As her words faded, the proprietress deftly received a splendid, crystalline bottle from a nearby maid. "This is my treasured 7-colored brew, a secret recipe I have cherished for years. Please, do savor it." Shortly thereafter, a group of maids skillfully presented delicate crystal goblets upon the table, as the proprietress personally poured the vibrant brew into the cups, distributing them among Arthur and his companions. The effects of this 7-colored brew are remarkable, far surpassing the ordinary rainbow wine by dozens of times. "I wonder how you esteemed patrons perceive it." Arthur raised his goblet and took a gentle sip. Instantly, a rich and profound aroma enveloped his palate, as if it had penetrated deep into his soul, leaving him utterly enchanted. "A splendid wine, truly a rare find," Arthur exclaimed in admiration, and others echoed his sentiments, extolling the virtues of the 7-colored brew. The proprietress beamed with satisfaction. "I am glad you enjoy it. This wine was incredibly difficult to procure, and I usually hesitate to part with it." Arthur smiled slightly, pondering the exceptional origins of such fine wine. There were no nearby islands from which one could source the ingredients for such a masterpiece. A flicker of surprise crossed the proprietress's eyes, realizing that Arthur had a keen understanding of wine. Indeed, the 7-colored brew has a fascinating story behind it. She paused before recounting, revealing that the brew is crafted from a rare flower that blooms in 7 colors, which only grows on a distant, mystical island. This flower blossoms only after the first spring rain and during the appearance of a rainbow. Once the rainbow fades, the flower wilts. Therefore, one must remain on the island during early spring, waiting for the first rains and rainbows to gather the blossoms, which could take years. Moreover, the island is fraught with peril, guarded by formidable creatures and harsh natural conditions. Only the bravest and luckiest can find the 7-colored flower and return to brew the wine. "Such a precious wine is indeed a rarity," Arthur mused. The proprietress nodded with a smile. "This is the last bottle I possess, so it seems we are fated to share it. I hope you esteemed patrons can forgive me." Alyssum, feeling a bit embarrassed, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for the exquisite brew, proprietress. We have thoroughly enjoyed our time here. The Night Owl Tavern lives up to its reputation. Your generosity today makes us feel somewhat bashful. I am Alyssum of Alyssum City. Should you require anything in the future, you may use this token to communicate with the merchant caravans of Alyssum City." She then produced a magical token and handed it to the proprietress. Chapter 49. Investigation. The proprietress received the magical token with a look of delight, expressing her gratitude. Ah, Lady Alyson, what a pleasure to meet you. Our little shop owes its peaceful existence here to the kindness and generosity of the Merlin family, known for their benevolence and wisdom in treating their subjects. This has allowed us outsiders to thrive here. Then I shall accept this token. When the new batch of rainbow wine is ready, I will be sure to inform you all, so you may indulge to your heart's content. Arthur gently stroked his nose, suddenly feeling an unusual sensation. The rainbow wine he had concealed in his storage ring was now inexplicably warm. However, he saw no issue with this, as he had paid for it. Whether the shop truly lacked stock or if it was merely a clever marketing tactic, he could not ascertain. Seeing the proprietress take the initiative, Arthur felt it inappropriate to press for more, and by chance, he had tasted the rarer seven-colored brew. This wondrous drink astounded him. After just one sip, he sensed his recently forced breakthrough becoming more stable, and his perception of magic sharpened significantly. The greatest change was evident in Sam, who, after drinking the seven-colored brew, exhibited signs of a potential breakthrough. He felt his body and mind becoming lighter, as if shedding a layer of sweat and impurities. The others, all cultivators with heightened senses, quickly noticed Sam's condition. Sam, feeling embarrassed, was acutely aware of the laughter and derision he often faced, but to have such an incident occur publicly was quite disconcerting. He fidgeted uncomfortably, unable to sit still. Noticing this, Arthur promptly settled the bill and rose to leave. As they exited the tavern, Arthur addressed his companions. You all should return to the inn and rest well. I will head to the docks to inspect the cargo from Longchi Island, as thieves have been rampant lately. And I have many potions among my goods. If they target us, it would be troublesome. Losing goods is one thing, but losing them on the territory of my Merlin family would be quite another. How could future merchants feel secure trading here? Sam readily agreed, eager to return for a hot bath. Though the group did not voice their thoughts, their deliberate avoidance of facing him spoke volumes. Alyson nodded. Very well. We will settle into the inn first. Once you have managed your affairs, we will reconvene. She then added, by the way, I believe the proprietress had already discerned our identities, which is why she presented the seven-colored brew to interrupt your attempt to hide her rainbow wine. Otherwise, anyone else would likely have been thrown out of the tavern. Be cautious at the docks, a place rife with unsavory characters. Avoid conflicts, as this is the territory of my Merlin family, and we do not wish to leave a poor impression. Arthur sighed. Understood, sister. Rest assured, I will be mindful. I will take my leave now. You all settle in, and once I have arranged matters at the docks, I will seek you out. With that, Arthur summoned his soaring two-headed dragon sparrow and took flight toward the docks. As he departed, Alyson shook her head. Alas, though his strength and cunning are commendable, he remains so childlike. Sam gazed in admiration at Arthur's retreating figure. Cousin is truly brilliant and valiant, and that two-headed dragon sparrow is quite impressive. Arthur piloted the dragon sparrow over the docks, stirring a commotion among the crowd, as steeds like the two-headed dragon sparrow were rare sights. Particularly, its fearsome dual heads evoked images of the world's most formidable beings, the dragons. Arthur located his personal guards, who had successfully secured a warehouse. The hired convoy had settled their accounts and departed, leaving only 15 night-level attendants to await him. Arthur had brought 20 night attendants with him, while Eric had taken 5 to escort the goods. Arthur surveyed his surroundings, but found no vulnerabilities. He then took out 2 flasks of rainbow wine from his storage ring to reward his loyal guards, instructing them to remain vigilant as a group of elusive thieves had recently emerged in the area, operating primarily at night with the intent to steal potions and various cultivation resources. The guards acknowledged his command. After another thorough inspection of the vicinity, confirming there were indeed no gaps, Arthur discreetly set up a defensive formation before departing on his beast. Seated upon his dragon sparrow, Arthur opened his senses to carefully attune to the energy fluctuations of the town. Though modest in size, this town exhibited a dozen locations with energy levels reaching that of a high-ranking Earth Knight, alongside several areas of sky-level energy. However, upon sensing these, Arthur withdrew his perception, wary of inadvertently provoking any entities present. After all, intruding upon others without cause is a grave breach of etiquette. Arthur then began to investigate the surrounding mountains and rivers. Despite the picturesque landscape, instances of magical energy were scarce. It was likely that this densely populated area had been thoroughly explored over the years, leaving little room for valuable magical creatures. However, the river did harbor a number of low-level aquatic magical beasts, which served as a crucial resource for the locals. Indeed, all the mountains, rivers, and mineral resources within the Merlin territory belonged to the Merlin family, and unauthorized extraction was strictly forbidden. Violators would be dealt with as thieves, facing consequences equivalent to those for murder. The severity of theft and poaching laws in this realm often saw free citizens reduced to slavery for such offenses. The Merlin family had stationed dozens of Earth Knight-level warriors at the Cross Inn, not only to maintain the order of trade and collect taxes, but also to safeguard local resources from unauthorized acquisition. After 2 hours of exploration within a 10-kilometer radius, Arthur had discovered merely a few low-level magical beast groups. Just as he was preparing to return to the inn, he sensed a powerful magical fluctuation emanating from a river island. Exercising caution, he chose to depart quietly and regroup with his sister and companions. This island was small, seemingly inadequate to conceal a band of thieves. It was far more likely to be inhabited by magical beasts. The energy signature suggested a sky-level creature. Although Arthur possessed a mound of sky-level status, he understood that impulsive actions could lead to unintended consequences, endangering nearby residents. As magical beasts often harbored a strong desire for revenge, the creature's presence there, without harming the locals, indicated a desire for peace. And Arthur had no intention of disturbing it. Chapter 50. Human Heart and Nature. Arthur guided his dragon Sparrow swiftly back to the inn, which was only a few miles from the town. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the inn's courtyard, landing safely before striding directly toward his sister. At that moment, Ali-san had already refreshed her appearance, trading her gallant knight attire for resplendent noble garments that radiated a distinct queenly aura. Arthur recounted the events to her, and Ali-san immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Your analysis is astute. That island cannot possibly harbor thieves, and it is far more likely to be home to a magical beast. However, given our current Earth-level prowess, confronting a sky-level creature poses considerable risk. I believe we should seek assistance from Trist. After all, he is the one in charge here. Arthur nodded in agreement, acknowledging her wisdom. Yet, it puzzled him why Trist, a Sky Knight, had failed to detect the presence of such a formidable beast nearby. Surely, with his power, this should have been impossible. Ali-san hesitated, asking, "What do you imply?" Arthur asserted confidently, "This beast is connected to Trist. If that is the case, matters become complex." Ali-san frowned, recognizing the implications. "Regardless, we cannot remain passive. The Cross Inn is a vital hub for our family's trade." Determined, the siblings resolved to find Trist to uncover any potential clues. However, upon arriving at the town's military outpost, they discovered that Trist was absent. "You say Trist has been away for several days while bandits roam freely?" Ali-san gazed incredulously at the Earth Knight left in charge. "Yes, my lady," the knight replied. "After the initial reports of thievery, Trist led us in a thorough investigation but found no useful leads. He grew anxious but then abruptly informed us one day that he had business elsewhere, leaving instructions to continue our patrols until his return." Arthur's heart sank, sensing the situation was deteriorating. "Sister, we should return. It seems there is little we can accomplish here." He turned to the stationed Earth Knight, saying, "You must report this situation to Merlin Fortress immediately." The knight hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "What? Do my words carry no weight? While you report directly to Trist, the developments here should have been communicated to Merlin Fortress long ago. Do you not realize the damage this has inflicted on the Merlin family's reputation?" Ali-san, filled with fury, commanded with a low, authoritative tone, "Now, immediately. Set forth to report this situation to my father, Lord Merlin." Ali-san had advanced significantly beyond the rank of an advanced Earth Knight, and although she had yet to reach the sky level, her presence was formidable enough to overwhelm the station knights. One mid-level Earth Knight immediately knelt, pledging, "I will set out for Merlin Fortress right away and ensure the situation is reported directly to Lord Merlin." "Rest assured, my lords." Arthur regarded the knight for a few moments and then inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Lester, raised as an orphan by the Merlin family, who have shown me great kindness." "Very well, Lester. I will personally pen a letter detailing the circumstances here for you to deliver to Lord Merlin." Lester immediately prepared the necessary materials for Arthur to write. After drafting the letter, Arthur entrusted it to Lester, instructing him to report the details accurately should Lord Merlin inquire further. "Inform him that my sister and I shall remain until this matter is resolved." "Understood, my lord." With that matter settled, Arthur and Ali-san departed, making their way back to the inn. Ali-san, furrowing her brow, asked Arthur, "Brother, what do you make of Trist's behavior? If he had not been raised in the Merlin family and remained steadfastly loyal, I might suspect him of betrayal." Arthur's expression grew serious as he replied, "Betrayal is unlikely. However, it is evident that he places his own interests above those of the Merlin family." Ali-san felt as though a fly had lodged in her throat, unable to articulate her discomfort. Observing his sister's distress, Arthur sought to console her, This is not entirely unfathomable. He is now a sky-level knight, and his focus naturally shifts toward establishing and developing his own family. This is not without justification. After all, the Merlin family serves under Augustus. We cannot expect him to prioritize their interests over our own. As long as he does not harm our interests, he can still be considered loyal. Upon hearing this, Alison finally released the tension in her heart, smiling. I did not expect you to possess such profound insight at a young age. I must say, I have come to see you in a new light. Arthur remarked calmly, such is human nature. It is not difficult, merely a matter of perspective. Many things are challenging to comprehend from one's own viewpoint. However, if one endeavors to analyze and understand from another's position, one will find it quite simple to grasp the essence of a person. After speaking, Arthur feigned profundity, stating that society is quite simple. It is the human heart that is complex. The nature of man, whether good or evil, is challenging to discern, for the human heart resides within the body, intangible and invisible. One must not only regard the surface, the inner self is paramount. When forging friendships, one should not focus solely on benefits. Character is the most crucial aspect. In this world, the hardest to fathom is the human heart. The most callous is also the human heart, and the most touching is yet again the human heart. The essence of the heart is human nature, and the origin of human nature is the principle of heaven. To understand the heart of man is to understand its nature. Thus, only the most sincere individuals can fully realize their humanity and the principles of heaven. Life, is it not also a form of cultivation? Alicia was momentarily stunned by Arthur's words, but she quickly regained her composure and playfully punched him, exclaiming that at such a young age, he had learned to speak with such gravitas. You should first consider how to resolve the immediate issue at hand. Arthur's jest transformed Alicia's mood entirely, leading her to silently scorn herself for not being as perceptive about human nature as her younger brother. Chapter 51. Such a thief. The siblings returned to the inn, chatting and laughing. Their cousin, Sam, had been waiting for quite some time. At that moment, Sam appeared rejuvenated, glowing with vitality. He had just indulged in a refreshing 2-hour hot bath, finally cleansing himself thoroughly. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Sam felt he had noticeably slimmed down. Following this, with the attentive assistance of his personal male servant, he donned a brand new set of noble attire. As expected, the garments fit him much more loosely now. The male servant, noticing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Master, you have finally slimmed down." Arthur gazed at Sam, whose demeanor had transformed completely, and sincerely praised him. "It seems the 7-color brew is indeed extraordinary. Cousin, you appear invigorated and spirited. Surely, your cultivation must be on the verge of a breakthrough." Sam wore his usual honest smile, scratching his head as he replied, "Yes, I do feel as if a breakthrough is imminent. This sensation is truly remarkable. Oh, in that case, let us seize the moment and break through. With your current accumulation, you need not spend excessive time refining further." As Arthur spoke, he retrieved a precious bottle of dragon blood elixir from his storage ring and handed it to Sam. "This is the dragon blood elixir from Lungchi Island. It is highly effective for breaking through realms. Come, I shall protect you." After saying this, the two made their way to Sam's room. At that moment, Arthur stood quietly by, silently guarding him while preparing a series of potions to aid in the breakthrough. Without hesitation, Sam consumed the invaluable dragon blood elixir, then sat cross-legged on the bed, concentrating intensely on the family's unique technique, the immutable rock. Before long, the long-dormant battle chi within Sam erupted with the force of a volcano. To everyone's astonishment, he effortlessly broke through the intermediate knight attendant bottleneck that had troubled him for so long. It had been 3 whole years since Sam last attempted to break through to the knight attendant level. Although this achievement may seem modest compared to the majority of noble families' young heirs, it was a remarkable feat for Sam, given his inherently poor battle chi aptitude. This breakthrough was largely due to the cleansing effects of the 7-color brew and the dragon blood elixir. Sam could distinctly feel that his battle chi was now flowing much more smoothly, unlike before when it had been sluggish. Feeling empowered, he stood and expressed his gratitude to Arthur. "Thank you, Cousin Arthur. Otherwise, I would have thought I could never achieve a breakthrough in my lifetime." Arthur smiled and patted his shoulder, saying that there was no need for such formality among relatives. "You have come upon a fortuitous opportunity. From now on, cherish the changes it brings and approach your cultivation with diligence." "Yes, I will heed your advice, cousin." Sam nodded earnestly, and for the first time, confidence sparkled in his eyes. After Sam's breakthrough, Arthur reserved a lavish banquet at a nearby tavern to celebrate. The group enjoyed a lively and hearty meal. During the feast, Arthur reflected on the 7-color brew's effects and remarked, "This 7-color brew is indeed remarkable. Too bad it is beyond my grasp. Alicia disagreed, stating that it belongs to others. And as members of the Merlin family, they should not resort to coercion or theft. There are countless treasures in this world. If one cannot control their greed, calamity will surely follow. You must not let greed take hold, understand? Arthur merely made a passing comment and clarified, "Sister, rest assured, I was only speaking lightly. However, I wonder if there will be another opportunity to savor the taste of the seven-color brew?" Sam suddenly interjected, "Cousin, the Wildcat Tavern is right there. Do you fear you cannot taste it? After all, this is the domain of the Merlin family. In another lord's territory, if one harbored a desire, would not the resources of their own land be at their disposal? Domain? At their disposal?" Arthur suddenly caught a glimmer of inspiration from Sam's words. A brilliant idea struck him, a clever strategy to counter the cunning thieves. After the meal, Arthur deliberately selected 2 knight attendants, on the verge of breaking through their bottleneck. From among his numerous guards, he personally guided them to the warehouse where the goods were stored. Once inside, Arthur unhesitatingly retrieved several bottles of dragon blood elixir from his storage ring and handed them over, instructing them to consume it when they were ready to break through. Next, Arthur began to employ his knowledge of formations, meticulously arranging a setup within the warehouse. Although he lacked the crucial material, the 7-color conch pearl, he cleverly utilized ordinary magic pearls as substitutes, successfully constructing a simplified version of the stellar gathering formation. Despite the fact that this formation's effectiveness could not compare to the original, it would still gather energy within the formation at a density several times greater than the surrounding environment. Having completed these preparations, nightfall descended. Arthur and his sister rode the dragon sparrow, soaring above the clouds, silently awaiting the arrival of the band of thieves. As each moment passed, the 2 knight attendants in the warehouse sensed the opportune moment for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, they swallowed the precious dragon blood elixir and sprinkled a potion prepared according to Arthur's instructions onto the magic pearls used in the formation. In an instant, the energy within the formation surged, and the battle chi within the 2 knight attendants roared to life. Their strength rapidly broke through the bottleneck, successfully ascending to the intermediate knight attendant level. Notably, they had only been cultivating for a mere 6 months, yet their accomplishments surpassed those of many noble science. The magnitude of this breakthrough stirred significant commotion, and those nearby who were practicing could distinctly feel the powerful energy fluctuations. Particularly, the scent of the dragon blood elixir wafting from the stellar gathering formation proved irresistibly enticing to lower-tier magical beasts. Consequently, the low-tier magical beasts in the Rekilia River were drawn in, beginning to converge towards the source. As more and more low-tier magical beasts caught the scent of the dragon blood elixir, the aquatic creatures, unable to reach the shore, grew increasingly agitated, leading to a chaotic scene as they began to attack one another. The vessels traversing the waters were caught off guard by the sudden upheaval caused by the magical beasts. Fortunately, these creatures were of a lower tier, posing little threat, and could be easily managed with the protection of their guards. The loyal attendants, following Arthur's instructions, pretended to engage the beasts capable of venturing onto land, while secretly encircling the warehouse. Witnessing this scene, Arthur's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew that the bait was about to be taken. Indeed, in the distance, a magical beast the size of a domestic dog appeared, sporting a rabbit's head and the body of a moose, with a massive tail that flailed about energetically as it sped towards them. Arthur's eyes lit up, and he whispered to his sister, "It has arrived." Alazin also spotted a dark silhouette swiftly approaching, appearing rather diminutive. Arthur activated his sensory skills. Although the night obscured his vision, his perception allowed him to discern the general characteristics of the creature, resembling a flying canine. What on earth is that? Before long, the beast hovered above the warehouse, barking excitedly upon seeing the guards entangled with the lesser magical creatures. Alazin could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Is that truly a flying dog?" The creature circled the warehouse for a while, and upon detecting no immediate danger, it dove into the interior. Seeing this, Arthur's smile widened imperceptibly, and with a sense of delight, he declared, "At last, it is our turn to act." Without hesitation, he issued a charge command to the Lonke through the Beastmaster seal. Responding to its master's command, the Lonke erupted with formidable energy, spreading its wings and racing forward with astonishing speed. Compared to the previously encountered flying dog, the Lonke, as a high-ranking magical avian, was significantly swifter. It streaked through the sky like a bolt of lightning, reaching the warehouse's apex in mere blinks. At that moment, the magical beast inside the warehouse was engulfed in frustration. Gazing at the empty space, it was surrounded by a rich energy, yet it found no solace for training. Just as it was at a loss, it suddenly spotted a massive two-headed magical bird entering the warehouse closely behind. This unforeseen turn of events sent the beast into a panic, prompting it to flee desperately. However, the Xingqian Zhuling array was designed to ensnare foes, and with the dual-headed avian's superior strength and speed, the creature felt an overwhelming sense of despair as it realized there was no escape. Chapter 52. The Treasure of the Ear Mouse with the Light from the Warehouse. Arthur and Alazin finally discerned the appearance of the magical beast before them. It resembled a mouse, entirely snow-white, with colorful ears and a tail. Sporting a rabbit-like head and a moose-like body, its bark was akin to that of a dog, and it could fly using its tail. This creature was known as the ear mouse, and it was undeniably adorable. It was said that the ear mouse could withstand all poisons and excelled in treasure hunting, making it a rare companion. With the Xingqian Zhuling array sealing the surroundings and the power of the Long K, Arthur easily subdued the ear mouse using the Beastmaster technique. After capturing the ear mouse, he dispelled the Xingqian Zhuling array, causing the concentrated energy to dissipate, and the magical beasts retreated. Nevertheless, several beasts were retained by Arthur's attendants. The knights responsible for maintaining order in the town also collected the magical creatures slain from various merchant caravans. Those wishing to acquire magical beasts could purchase them with gold. Before long, the dock returned to normalcy. Arthur's attendants managed the captured beasts, placing them in the warehouse for transport alongside other goods. Shortly thereafter, the local security team arrived to report the day's findings to Arthur and Alazin. Through the Beastmaster seal, Arthur learned that the elusive thief plaguing the area was none other than his new pet, the ear mouse. However, enchanted by its cuteness, Arthur named it Fuzi. Arthur did not disclose Fuzi's existence to anyone else, merely informing the local security team that the bandit issue had been resolved. As for how they would explain this to their superiors or inform the public, he had no concerns. Alazin, witnessing Arthur's effortless capture of a high-ranking magical beast, felt a twinge of envy. With a somewhat irritable tone, she remarked, "Father mentioned your good fortune in taming magical beasts. Initially, I thought it was merely luck. It seems, my dear brother, you harbor quite a few secrets, adept at capturing high-ranking beasts so easily." Arthur smiled lightly, unfazed by Alazin's tone. Gently stroking the fur of the ear mouse, he replied, "If you desire one, sister, I shall capture another for you when the opportunity arises." Alazin scoffed. "Do you think high-ranking magical beasts are so easily encountered? However, seeing your impressive abilities, I have a thought." Curious, Arthur inquired, "What thought?" Alazin's eyes glinted mischievously. "Do not forget, my lord, that the Earl hosts an annual hunting competition in the Austin Mountains. Perhaps you could assist me in taming one at that time?" Arthur's lips curled into a smile as he confidently agreed. "Very well, it is a deal. However, my Longqi Island's Long K is exceptionally splendid. Perhaps we could negotiate an exchange for it. You know, the population on Longqi Island is rather scarce." Alazin rolled her eyes at Arthur. "I thought you would generously gift me one. It seems you expect an exchange." Arthur chuckled. "Brothers must keep their accounts clear. My Longqi Island is in dire need of people and resources." Alazin, understanding Arthur's predicament, acquiesced. "All right. I shall issue orders to prepare a population of 50,000 to accompany you to Longqi Island." Arthur's heart soared at her words. "Thank you, sister. 50,000 people, according to market value, would amount to 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins, with craftsmen fetching even higher prices. In exchanging for a Long K, neither party would incur a loss." With arrangements made, Arthur and Alazin returned to the inn. As the night deepened, Arthur followed Fuzi to its lair. It was nearby, and within minutes, they arrived at a small islet. Arthur dismounted the Long K, which landed gracefully. The islet was overgrown with grass taller than a person, dotted with several large banyan trees. Following Fuzi, they approached a cave entrance, its limestone suggesting it was a limestone cave. Arthur produced a magical pearl, using its power to illuminate the tunnel within. The cave twisted and turned. Though somewhat dark and damp, it was rich in spiritual energy. Before long, they reached a deeper section of the cave, likely below sea level. Woof, 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 woof. The sounds of youthful, puppy-like barks emanated from the depths of the cave. Arthur felt a surge of excitement. It seemed Fuzi had a family. Upon hearing its offspring's calls, Fuzi dashed deeper into the cave, with Arthur leisurely trailing behind. Before long, the cave opened up significantly, and the walls sparkled with faint glimmers. Upon closer inspection, Arthur realized they were bioluminescent slugs. Although these slugs were low-tier magical creatures, they were immensely useful for healing, effective in wound recovery, and toxin elimination. However, they were quite rare and challenging to raise, thriving only in dark, damp, and spiritually rich environments. Such conditions were abundant on Longqi Island, especially along the eastern shore of Longqi Lake, where numerous limestone caves thrived after the fall of the water dragon, saturating the area with rich spiritual energy, an ideal habitat for these bioluminescent slugs. As Arthur ventured further, he witnessed Fuzi nursing 5 tiny offspring, each no larger than a palm. He crouched down to observe the delightful sight of the little ear mice suckling contentedly. They appeared to have only recently opened their eyes, their round, expressive eyes blinking in innocence. Their fur was still in the early stages of growth, a bit prickly, and their tails were still like little flesh sticks. They were placed by Fuzi in a cozy nook filled with an array of potions, surrounded by various precious gems and beautiful stones. Without exception, these gems were rich in spiritual energy. Arthur meticulously discerned the withered potions, many of which were common. Despite their desiccation, however, the seeds remained. He could identify over a dozen types, such as Longkue, Chonlu, Jingtian, Shuejian, Duzhong, and Dangue. Linlin had a total of more than 40 varieties of commendable potions. It seemed that he could establish a potion garden on Longqi Island. Typically, only spirits could catalyze the creation of potions. Yet, once a potion was spawned, it could still be cultivated independently. However, without the care of spirits, it was prone to degeneration and adverse mutations. Of course, some potions might give rise to new spirit insects in suitable environments. Though there was no clear pattern to this phenomenon, the likelihood increased in areas abundant in magical energy, especially those associated with dragons. Whenever a dragon appeared, the chances of spirit insects being birthed were significantly heightened. With so many potion seeds now, planting them by Longqi Lake, the site of the water dragon's fall, would surely yield unforeseen rewards. Thus, Arthur secretly resolved to establish a potion garden near Longqi Lake upon returning to Longqi Island. Chapter 53, Opal Dragon? Arthur cautiously picked up the potion seeds from Fuzi's cave and placed them into a pre-prepared container. He nodded in satisfaction and began to gather the various gems scattered around. Just as he was about to stow away the last gem into his storage ring, an unusual radiance caught his attention. It was an oval stone, its surface adorned with minute scales, shimmering with a unique opalescent glow. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered, "Is this a dragon egg?" He rubbed his eyes, doubting his own perception. However, upon feeling a strong pulse from the dragon pearl within his consciousness, he confirmed that what lay before him was indeed a genuine dragon egg. His heart raced with excitement as he gently cradled the enchanting dragon egg, akin to an opal gemstone, and leaned in for a closer inspection. It emanated a mysterious and warm aura that captivated him. Could this be an opal dragon? Such a rare breed. Arthur mused to himself. As he pondered, the dragon pearl suddenly stirred, an inexhaustible energy flowing from his hands into the dragon egg. Concurrently, Arthur's battle chi and magical energy seemed to be drawn in a certain direction, instinctively coalescing into intricate beast-taming runes that converged upon the dragon egg. These runes swam through the air like tadpoles, ultimately attaching themselves to the surface of the egg, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The entire space appeared to tremble under the weight of this formidable force. Arthur had grown accustomed to the dragon pearl's peculiar antics, so he obediently allowed it to activate the beast-taming technique. However, he was taken aback when he realized that the dragon pearl's activation caused a significant depletion of his battle chi and magical energy. Simultaneously, the runes enveloping the dragon egg became increasingly dense. Before long, Arthur's reserves were exhausted, yet the dragon pearl persisted, beginning to draw upon Arthur's blood to complete the rune formation. Those crimson runes seemed to possess greater potency than those formed from battle chi and magical energy, and Arthur could faintly sense a weak consciousness awakening within the egg. What an extraordinarily wondrous experience. Just as Arthur endeavored to establish a connection with the consciousness within the egg, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. It was then that he noticed his body had become unsteadily shaky. Almost immediately, a majestic and divine aura emanated from within the dragon egg, surging directly into his consciousness. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. After Arthur lost consciousness, the incredibly hard scales of the egg began to gradually shed, falling like autumn leaves. Beneath the scales lay a layer of transparent and sparkling shell, reminiscent of crystal. This shell radiated a mysterious light, captivating all who beheld it. Soon, a delicate crack appeared on the shell, initially a mere point, but quickly spreading like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, a crisp sound echoed, and the entire shell shattered. A small, exquisite, and endearing dragon hatchling emerged from the broken shell, peering curiously with its bright, star-like eyes at the slumbering Arthur. This little dragon was only half a meter long, a female dragon, adorned with iridescent, opalescent scales. Its slender body had a perfect curve, with 3 pairs of protrusions on its head, likely the nascent horns. The tip of its tail bore several hard, blade-like ridges, and its hind legs featured small wings. The soft dragon wings had tips resembling dexterous fingers. The little creature sat within the shell, observing everything outside with an innate sense of closeness to the sleeping Arthur. Not far away, a group of lesser creatures had long been cowed by the hatchling's presence, prostrating on the ground. Fuzi discreetly tucked her child into her nurturing pouch beneath her abdomen. Arthur would surely be astonished upon waking to discover that the ear mouse was a marsupial. The hatchling, curious as to why Arthur still slumbered, felt an overwhelming hunger and began to munch on its shell. After consuming the remnants of the shell, a wave of drowsiness washed over it, prompting the little one to snuggle into Arthur's embrace for a deep slumber. Arthur slept through the entire night, finally awakening the next morning, feeling utterly drained. Groggily, he sat up and instinctively reached for several potions to replenish his energy, suddenly sensing something coiled beside him. He opened his eyes and was instantly astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. He could scarcely believe his eyes, for a beautiful hatchling dragon lay beside him. Holding his breath, Arthur gently extended his hand, cradling the dragon hatchling in his palm. As he felt the faint breath and warmth of the little creature, an unprecedented sense of responsibility surged within him. At that moment, the hatchling opened her eyes, seemingly forming a profound bond with Arthur. There was an inexplicable connection between them, neither resembling the control of the beast taming technique nor the symbiotic contract that linked their minds and lives. Instead, it was a bond, opaque yet unbreakable. The hatchling extended her soft tongue, gently licking Arthur's fingertip, as if conveying her existence and dependence in this manner. An overwhelming joy welled up within Arthur, and he resolved to wholeheartedly nurture this celestial treasure, caring for her growth and striving to cultivate her into a powerful and reliable companion. Arthur retrieved a vial of dragon blood potion from his storage ring and poured it into the hatchling's mouth. She drank eagerly, and after finishing, looked at Arthur with a pitiful expression. With no other choice, Arthur retrieved another vial. Once she finished that too, she gazed at him again, as if to say, "Are you still not satisfied? All right, I yield to you." Arthur then produced another vial, and this time, the hatchling finally felt content. Arthur rubbed his head affectionately against the baby dragon before drifting back to sleep. He then ingested several potions, activating his techniques to restore his battle chi and magical energy. It was at this moment that Arthur realized his cultivation was perilously close to dropping below the high-level Earth Knight tier. This situation was indeed fraught with danger. After several hours, Arthur's battle chi and magical energy had been replenished once more. He picked up the baby dragon and exited the cave. This time, Fuzi followed along with her own little ones. The dragon sparrow was waiting at the cave's entrance and joyfully approached Arthur as soon as he emerged. Upon seeing the baby dragon in Arthur's arms, it immediately lay down. Clearly, the mighty dragon exerted a significant bloodline pressure over the dragon cub. Arthur climbed onto the dragon sparrow's back, carrying the baby dragon, and set off towards Longchi Island. As for the impact of his sudden disappearance on his sister and others, he could not afford to concern himself with that for now. The baby dragon was of utmost importance and could not be revealed to anyone, including his family, until he possessed sufficient strength. Chapter 54. Settling the young dragon. Arthur sat steadily atop the dragon sparrow, guiding its direction through the Beastmaster's mark. He and the magnificent creature, adorned in resplendent ice-blue feathers, seemed to be one as they swiftly traversed the clouds, racing towards the distant Longchi Island. This high-level dragon sparrow was indeed worthy of its reputation. Although it was not known for its speed, it displayed astonishing power, reaching nearly 200 kilometers per hour. Initially, Fuzi was able to keep up due to her formidable magical skills, but as time passed, she began to tire. Noticing Fuzi's exhaustion, Arthur felt a pang of compassion and signaled for her to rest on the dragon sparrow's back. Thus, Arthur rode alone atop the dragon sparrow, with Fuzi crouched beside him, carefully cradling the adorable baby dragon in his arms, racing towards their destination at breakneck speed. On the wide and sturdy back of the dragon sparrow, Arthur held the delicate baby dragon tightly, filled with indescribable wonder. Even though he still possessed 3 unhatched dragon eggs, the living, soft, and endearing little dragon felt incredibly real to him. Unable to contain himself, Arthur extended his finger, gently stroking the baby dragon's warm, smooth scales and its resilient wings. A smile of bliss illuminating his face, nearly drooling with delight. Fuzi quietly sat next to Arthur, her bulging pouch occasionally revealing 5 tiny heads peeking out. The strong winds from the dragon sparrow's high-speed flight nearly prevented these little creatures from opening their eyes, forcing them to squint as they struggled to adapt to the howling gales. After flying for over 2 hours, Arthur finally arrived above Longshi Island. He commanded the dragon sparrow to head straight for the Silver Dragon Cavern. At this moment, the landscape surrounding the Silver Dragon Cavern had undergone a dramatic transformation. Scarlet dragon figs had taken root here, resembling a vast sea of crimson blood from afar, particularly vibrant under the sun's rays. The interplay between the red fig trees and the white, flowing waterfalls created a vivid and spectacular scene. The area around the Silver Dragon Cavern was shrouded in mist, evoking a dreamlike quality, rich in artistic beauty. The core region was guarded by the powerful dragon sparrow clan, deterring any creature from approaching. However, countless birds of various kinds had gathered at the fringes of this mysterious realm, establishing their home here, including several low-level magical avian species. The once sparkling Silver Dragon Bay below was now enveloped in dense fog. Through the mist, Arthur keenly sensed waves of potent magical energy continuously emanating. Clearly, Meili had made significant progress in her research on the star-gathering array, successfully integrating the god-confounding mist into it. Arthur guided the dragon sparrow directly into the Silver Dragon Cavern. The once sleeping dragon-blood fig sprite seemed to sense Arthur's presence and instantly awoke from its slumber. It fluttered its transparent wings joyfully, dashing towards Arthur like a shooting star. Woo 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 woo. Arthur had just dismounted from the dragon sparrow when the fig sprite flew right in front of him, expressing its longing. Upon seeing the baby dragon in Arthur's arms, it gasped in surprise, covering its mouth with its tiny hands. Woo. Then, it gracefully landed on Arthur's broad and sturdy shoulder, its lively eyes curiously examining the sleeping baby dragon. At this moment, the baby dragon also awoke, still a cute little creature with innocent eyes, curiously surveying its surroundings. Seeing the baby dragon awake, the sprite flitted around it joyfully like a dancing butterfly, its big, watery eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. The baby dragon spread its wings and flapped them vigorously, managing to clumsily lift off the ground. The sprite spiraled around the baby dragon, excitedly calling out. The two little beings appeared quite harmonious. Before long, the baby dragon returned to perch on Arthur's shoulder, while the sprite settled on the opposite side. Arthur smiled gently, tenderly stroking their little heads, and softly said, "From this day forward, you must get along well. By the way, little one, your name shall be Mage, the dragon blood sprite of the Malin family." How does that sound, Mage? Upon hearing Arthur bestow a name upon her, the sprite erupted in jubilant cheers, then swiftly dashed across Arthur's face like a flash of lightning. Next, she flew to the baby dragon's side, cautiously extending her small hand to gently touch its retracted, tender wings. The baby dragon happily accepted Mage's friendly gesture. Perhaps due to being nurtured by the blood of the mighty dragon, the baby dragon felt no aversion to her. At that moment, Fuzi ambled over. Her previously round pouch had flattened, while the 5 tiny creatures that had only recently been born clung to her back, wide-eyed with curiosity, scanning their surroundings. Arthur approached the spot where 3 dragon eggs were placed beneath the dragon blood fig tree, carefully setting the baby dragon down there. The dragon eggs had already been arranged in a nest woven from the dragon blood fig tree by the dragon sparrow. This was the core area of the star-gathering array, rich in spiritual energy. The baby dragon looked at the 3 dragon eggs before her with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Nevertheless, she begrudgingly accepted her temporary nest. Pushing the 3 eggs aside and lying down in the center, Mage landed beside the baby dragon, expressing her joy with excited cries. The baby dragon observed Mage's antics with a cool demeanor, occasionally emitting a low growl to indicate its impatience. The slender baby dragon, its scales shimmering with iridescence, now exuded an air of authority from its adorable yet stern gaze, while the little sprite Mage was petite and charming, her wings glimmering with soft pink light, her face always adorned with a radiant smile. Mage was filled with curiosity towards the baby dragon, flitting around it in exuberance, attempting to capture its attention. However, the baby dragon remained unperturbed, continuing to lie there, occasionally lifting its head to regard Mage with an indifferent expression. Mage, undeterred by the baby dragon's aloofness, persisted in her efforts to engage with it. She presented her cherished dragon blood fig fruit as an offering, placing it enticingly near the baby dragon's mouth, and sang and danced beside her, striving to bring her joy. Gradually, the baby dragon's heart began to soften under Mage's enthusiasm. She started to take an interest in Mage's actions, occasionally calling out for her when she was out of sight. The aloof dragon baby and the lively little sprite, Mei Gu, though contrasting in temperament, coexist in an atmosphere replete with warmth and harmony. Observing these two innocent beings enjoying each other's company, Arthur felt an indescribable joy swell within him, a sensation that enveloped him in comfort and satisfaction. Chapter 55. The progress of lair. Having settled the dragon baby, Arthur meticulously inspected the star-gathering array. After several days of operation, the array had become remarkably stable. The seven-colored conch pearl, nourished by the array, had seen its magical potency intensify, gradually enhancing the array's effectiveness. Although this enhancement was subtle, the increasingly efficient spirit-gathering capability confirmed that once successfully established, the star-gathering array would indeed grow stronger. The Dragon Sparrow clan, positioned at the core of the array, benefited the most, with their cultivation and lineage quietly elevating. This locale not only witnessed a continuous increase in magical energy, but also a steady rise in the power of dragons, especially with the presence of a gem dragon and 3 dragon eggs, promising even greater strength in the future. The dragon sparrows residing on Longqi Island had begun to reproduce, and the newly hatched dragon sparrows exhibited a marked enhancement in their lineage, all reaching the level of subdragon beasts. Furthermore, since the last surge of dragon energy, Longqi Island had attracted a multitude of mid to low-level magical beasts, with occasional appearances of high-level beasts, providing the dragon sparrow clan with ample food resources and enabling the community to expand once more. The southeastern part of Longqi Island, now guarded by the dragon sparrow and conch clans, enjoyed a significant tranquility. Arthur felt reassured leaving the dragon baby in this secure environment. Lacking any records or experience in raising dragons, the Merlin family had no choice but to rely on the dragon sparrows to catch various magical beasts, hoping to discover the dragon baby's preferences. Although Arthur possessed a fair amount of dragon blood elixir, sustaining a dragon remained a daunting challenge. Thus, relying on magical beasts as the primary food source was essential. Fortunately, to the south of Longqi Island lay the bountiful Seven Divine Sea, teeming with inexhaustible magical beast resources. With assistance from the dragon sparrow and conch clans, the dragon baby would receive ample care. After thoroughly inspecting the Silver Dragon Cave, Arthur, accompanied by the dragon baby, Mei Gu, and the Fuzi family, directed the dragon sparrows to the coral reefs where the conch clan resided. Upon sensing Arthur's presence, lair immediately dispelled the nearby illusionary mist. The mist drifted away, revealing the breathtaking scenery at the center. This sea region, under lair's meticulous management, had transformed into a stunning spectacle, with magnificent coral reefs resembling colorful castles, radiating enchanting light. The vibrant coral polyps swayed with the waves, exhibiting various shapes that resembled branches, fans, and flowers, creating a feast for the eyes. Various shelled magical beasts thrived within this coral haven, some basking in the warmth of the sun, while others frolicked among the corals, seemingly dancing in a delightful performance. Countless shells sparkled in a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling like gemstones, each uniquely shaped, some smooth and rounded, while others possessed sharp angles, each a masterpiece of nature. In this exquisite scenery, life harmonized with nature, creating an intoxicating tableau. Giant conchs gradually opened their heavy and ornate shells, settling firmly at the core of the star-gathering array. The repercussions of this action surpassed all expectations. On one hand, it significantly accelerated the conch's own cultivation process and the refinement speed of the seven-colored pearl. On the other, the modified star-gathering array, conceived through lair's ingenious ideas, underwent astonishing transformations. Who could have anticipated that lair would devise such an ingenious concept? She enabled the conchs to serve as the foundation of the array, deeply imprinting mysterious runes upon their hard shells, harnessing the innate spirit pearl within the conchs as a powerful energy storage and conversion hub. As a result, the already mysterious star-gathering array became even more dynamic and intricate. At this moment, the star-gathering array had undergone a complete metamorphosis, significantly enhancing its efficacy in physical training and energy accumulation. Moreover, the array achieved remarkable breakthroughs in concealment, defense, and offensive capabilities. Notably, the concealment effect of the illusionary mist reached unprecedented heights, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most formidable beings possessing domain power to discern the situation within the array without special techniques or artifacts. In terms of defense, a resilient shield barrier was constructed from the amassed energy, akin to a bubble, capable of fending off fierce strikes from Sky-Knight level assaults. Regarding offensive measures, the star-gathering array could unleash attacks like water arrows and icicles. Although not the most potent, their wide range made them effective on the battlefield. While these assault methods may appear simplistic, they could yield unexpectedly remarkable results in combat. Arthur gracefully leaped down from the dragon sparrow onto a rock jutting from the sea. Mei Gu and the dragon baby perched securely upon his shoulders. Fuzi quickly placed her young one into a nurturing pouch and eagerly followed Arthur. Their arrival captured the attention of the surrounding shelled magical beasts, particularly due to the innate pressure the dragon baby exerted on aquatic magical creatures. As Arthur stepped into the area, the previously frolicking shells abruptly closed, panicked, retreating into the nearby coral forest. "What an adorable dragon baby!" A voice exclaimed as Mei Lair emerged from a coral fortress, her eyes shimmering with delight. "Arthur, you are truly remarkable for capturing a dragon baby." Arthur smiled modestly, replying, "It was merely a stroke of luck. When I discovered her, she was just an egg, and I happened to witness her hatching. I brought her along. And she is truly beautiful. I sense a sacred aura emanating from her. That little sprite is also extraordinary. She possesses a hint of dragon might." Mei Lair's attention was wholly captivated by the dragon baby as she joyfully circled around her, excitedly proclaiming, "I just happen to have some magical potions collected from the seabed. I wonder if she will like them." With that, Mei Lair produced an array of magical potions sourced from the ocean depths, including glowing seaweed and various colorful sea grasses. However, it was evident that the dragon baby held no interest. On the other hand, Fuzi was quite intrigued and eagerly approached Mei Lair, gazing at her with longing. Noticing the adorably shaped ear mouse, Mei Lair generously offered all the unappreciated potions to Fuzi, who responded with excited yelps. The little ones in the nurturing pouch peeked out, curiously observing their surroundings. As Mei Lair presented the potions to the dragon baby, she coldly turned away from each one, clearly disinterested. Yet, Mei Lair remained undeterred, persistently offering each potion. Although the dragon baby rejected them all, she did not seem to harbor any aversion towards Mei Lair. Finally, a vibrant red sea grass caught the dragon baby's attention. She leaned in close to the 1-foot-long red sea grass, sniffing it repeatedly, nodding in satisfaction before swiftly extending her tongue to draw the sea grass into her belly. Her playful demeanor elicited laughter from Arthur. Seeing that the dragon baby finally found something she liked, Mei Lair became even more excited. "So, you enjoy dragon blood grass?" "It makes sense. After all, such a noble dragon would surely have a palate befitting her lineage." Arthur, surprised that there was indeed something the dragon baby relished, inquired of Mei Lair, "Where can I find this dragon blood grass?" Mei Lair joyfully presented several plants to the dragon hatchlings, and then replied, "Not far from here. On a small island, there are numerous seabirds. In the mangroves near the river's mouth, many of these dragon blood grasses thrive." Chapter 56. The ocean's little spirits. In recent days, Yasa had been overwhelmed with tasks, leaving him no time to personally gather dragon blood grass. Reluctantly, he decided to entrust this important duty to Mei Lair. After a brief hesitation, he finally said, "Mei Lair, I find myself rather occupied lately, and I may trouble you to regularly collect some dragon blood grass for the dragon hatchlings." Mei Lair readily agreed, saying, "Rest assured, I will handle it. I have recently taken a great liking to gathering potions from the nearby seas. It's quite fascinating." As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden thought struck her, and she continued excitedly, "Oh, by the way, Yasa, while collecting potions, I unexpectedly discovered 2 little spirits and 8 spirit insects." "What?" Yasa exclaimed in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. "There are spirits in the ocean? And so many?" He admitted to feeling a twinge of jealousy. In his understanding, only areas rich in spiritual energy on land could give rise to spirit insects. The notion that the deep sea could also nurture spirit insects and even little spirits was entirely new to him. Seeing Yasa's incredulous expression, Mei Lair appeared somewhat puzzled. She responded matter-of-factly, "What is so strange about that? Wherever plants thrive, there exists the potential for spirit insects, does it not? Why should the ocean be any different? The ocean is just as bountiful as the land." Yasa found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as Mei Lair's reasoning did indeed hold merit. After all, humanity's understanding of the ocean's resources was quite limited. Vast expanses of land had only been partially explored. Yet, as someone from another world, Yasa was acutely aware of the ocean's abundant riches. "What kinds of spirits did you find?" he inquired eagerly. Mei Lair flashed a mischievous smile and remained silent. She gently waved a magical wand crafted from crimson coral, and a wave of mysterious magic surged forth. Soon after, a gigantic shell slowly emerged from the coral castle and floated toward Yasa and the others. Mei Lair reached out to hold the shell, then softly uttered an incantation, causing the shell to open in response. Indeed, Within the shell swam 2 delicate little spirits and 8 plump spirit insects. The shell brimmed with a vibrant blue liquid. The little spirits and spirit insects appeared quite content in their environment, relishing their surroundings. Lair proudly introduced, "These 2 little spirits are coral spirits. Thanks to them, I could create such a perfect habitat here." Yasa slapped his forehead, scolding himself for his ignorance. Without the assistance of such wondrous beings, how could such splendid coral flourish? Lair shot a glance at Yasa, clearly implying that perhaps he wasn't entirely foolish. Yasa's mood soured. He found himself looked down upon by a clam. How to resolve this? Lair continued to boast. "These 8 spirit insects include 2 kelp spirit insects, 2 algae spirit insects, and 4 seagrass spirit insects. They can all produce potions. My kin, along with the pearl oysters and nautilus groups, have greatly benefited from the potions they generate." She added, "The purple sea snail group has also expanded significantly. Have you noticed the increase in mid to low level shell magical beasts here? We owe it all to these little creatures." Yasa nodded, acknowledging that the development exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated such fortunate circumstances for Lair. Additionally, he recognized her exceptional management skills, which were not easily matched by others. Her pride in his praise made Lair somewhat bashful. "Oh, it's nothing. Just as you said. It's merely good fortune." Yasa smiled and remarked, "Sometimes, luck is indeed a part of one's strength." He then asked, "Does your heritage include methods for potion concoction?" The blue liquid in the shell seems to be quite favored by the spirits. Lair shook her head, replying, "No, we usually consume it directly. Why bother with concoction? This blue liquid is simply the essence of the potions I've extracted. These little ones truly enjoy it." Yasa explained to Lair that different potions, when combined, could enhance their effects, much like the arrangement of formations where seemingly ordinary elements could create extraordinary changes. Upon hearing this, Lair understood but felt somewhat disheartened, stating, "It's a pity my heritage lacks this knowledge. But you humans are so clever. Surely, you can concoct potions?" "Of course," Yasa replied, retrieving the alchemist's manual left to him by his mother, which contained professional principles of potion concoction and numerous recipes. He hadn't had the time to study it himself, so it was perfect to hand it to Lair. Lair immersed herself in the manual as soon as she received it, exclaiming, "This is truly marvelous. I can almost see the flames of wisdom igniting. Humans truly are the most intelligent race." Yasa did not disturb her, but instead played with the little spirits and spirit insects within the shell. The differences between ocean spirits and land spirits were quite pronounced. The 2 coral spirits lacked wings, having instead a gill-like organ behind their ears. The 8 spirit insects also possessed gills. "I wonder if you enjoy jade powder?" Yasa murmured, producing some to feed them. The 2 coral spirits, with their blue hair, snow-white skin, and colorful pupils resembling coral, observed the jade powder in Yasa's hand with curiosity, their noses twitching, yet they remained cautious and observant. In contrast, the 8 spirit insects were far less wary. Upon catching a whiff of the jade powder, they eagerly wiggled their plump bodies toward Yasa. He offered a small handful of jade powder to them, and the little creatures eagerly began to nibble. Suddenly, Yasa felt a sharp pain in his fingertip. A seagrass spirit insect had formed a contract with him. Yasa had not anticipated such an occurrence and curiously asked Lair, "Haven't you formed contracts with these spirit insects?" Lair, lost in the sea of knowledge, casually replied, "Our magical beasts cannot form contracts with spirits. That is something only humans and humanoid races can achieve." Yasa was hearing this for the first time. It was indeed a revelation. "I thought that since you had partially transformed, you would be able to form contracts." Lair lightly responded, "Not now. Perhaps we can try once fully transformed. But who knows when that will be. For now, you should contract these. After all, their lifespans are short, and contracting them sooner increases the chances of evolution for both you and them." Yasa felt a surge of excitement, but maintained a facade of calmness, saying, "You make a valid point. Shall I contract all of them? However, since you found them, I should offer something in return. Otherwise, it would feel inappropriate." Upon hearing this, Lair turned to Yasa, saying, "If you could restrain the desires in your eyes, I might believe you. Spare me the insincere pleasantries of your kind. I am now your magical beast. Do I still need to care about these spirits? If you feel guilty, just bring me some good potions." Yasa chuckled, "Then I shall not hold back. I will ensure to bring you good things at the first opportunity." With that, he eagerly contracted all the spirit insects and little spirits. Chapter 57. Lair's joyful life. Yasa grinned widely, enthusiastically forming contracts with the 2 little spirits and 8 spirit insects. He was utterly overwhelmed by this wave of benefits. Who could have anticipated the profound foundation that lay behind a newly appointed baron? 5 small spirits and 19 spirit insects had already surpassed the typical resources of a viscount. With diligent efforts to cultivate his direct knights, he could strategize for his promotion to viscount. However, this would have to wait until he elevated his cultivation to the level of a sky knight. Lacking strength, occupying resources would be akin to building castles in the air, unable to withstand scrutiny. Ideally, he would first elevate his family to the rank of count, but at present, no suitable opportunities seemed to arise. He suddenly found agreement with the notion that chaos serves as a ladder for ascension. Upon the completion of the contract, Arthur would be able to communicate telepathically with the spirits. He distinctly sensed their joy as they consumed the jade powder. After the contract was fulfilled, the 2 coral spirits no longer regarded Arthur with suspicion, but instead grew exceedingly affectionate. Especially after tasting the jade powder he provided, their fondness became even more apparent. Megan, who had been perched on Arthur's shoulder, became immediately displeased upon witnessing the 2 newcomers' close relationship with him. With a swift motion, she darted to the heads of the 2 coral spirits, chattering animatedly to assert the hierarchy among them. The coral spirits, undeterred, exchanged glances and promptly sprayed a jet of seawater at Megan. This provoked her temper, and she retaliated with her tiny fists, employing her aerial advantage to dive and attack, aiming to teach these unsightly creatures a lesson for lacking wings. However, the 2 coral spirits demonstrated remarkable coordination, retreating into the medicinal liquid within their shells. The playful skirmish persisted for quite some time. Aside from Megan being splashed with seawater, neither side managed to land a hit. The dragon baby observed the farcical display with a bemused expression, revealing a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, the 8 spirit insects had long since hidden themselves in the corner of the shell, wishing to avoid any collateral damage. Initially, Arthur and Meliel found the spectacle entertaining. But upon witnessing the escalating conflict, they realized it was time to intervene. Arthur promptly called for a ceasefire, drawing Megan back to his shoulder and offering her a bag of jade powder as a peace offering, which caused her to beam with delight. The 2 coral spirits glared at Megan with indignation. Arthur then produced another bag of jade powder to share with them. He instructed them to coexist peacefully, warning that any future instigation of conflict would result in the withdrawal of their jade powder. He then decided to name the 2 coral spirits Koluo and Kyla. With their new names and the jade powder, the spirits became animated, chattering excitedly to express their happiness. Arthur intended to have a detailed discussion with Meliel about her forthcoming plans to facilitate the coordination of the spirits in her endeavors. Curiously, he inquired how she had managed to gain their cooperation without a contract. Meliel set aside her book and replied that they, as advanced magical beasts, could communicate through thought, and the spirits understood her. After capturing them, she had initially frightened them, but subsequently provided them shelter in the shell and nurtured them with magical potions, which endeared them to her. Arthur felt enlightened by this revelation. He had not considered such a possibility. The vastness of the world indeed held countless wonders. It appeared that his family's foundation was still somewhat lacking, as many pieces of information were not documented within their lineage. It seemed that his family had a long journey ahead to progress further. Arthur redirected the conversation, asking Meliel about her future plans. Taken aback, she hesitated to respond, confessing that she had no concrete plans, but merely wished to cultivate a more beautiful and prosperous environment. She envisioned a place where the Chaozu clan and other shell-dwelling creatures could thrive. Then, with a playful tone, she added that her immediate desire was to gather more spirit insects and small spirits capable of cultivating magical potions. With their assistance, her efforts would yield greater results. Furthermore, she sensed that spending more time with the dragon baby would benefit her transformation and bloodline enhancement. Therefore, Arthur, would you consider leaving the dragon baby in my care? Arthur felt conflicted. Although the star-gathering array provided some protection, the ocean teemed with formidable magical beasts, and the dragon baby currently lacked the ability to defend itself. Perhaps when she matured further, they could revisit the idea. However, he assured her that he would return to Longchi Island in a few days and would often bring the dragon baby to see her. Meliel's disappointment quickly faded at Arthur's words. That sounds wonderful. I will collect more dragon blood grass in the meantime and search the nearby waters for any new magical potions that could benefit her. After all, a few days are not a burden. I will await your return eagerly. Indeed, Arthur nodded. By the way, Meliel, when do you anticipate the new rainbow pearls will be ready for cultivation? After a moment of contemplation, Meliel responded, based on the current power of the star-gathering array, our clan should be able to cultivate a new batch of rainbow pearls in about 6 months. Is it truly so soon? Arthur inquired with curiosity. Meliel explained, previously, we would cultivate them incidentally during our training, which could take years, if not decades, to yield a single pearl. Now, however, we are actively refining them, which accelerates the process. This is largely thanks to the star-gathering array, which gathers ample energy. In ordinary seas, we could not achieve such speed. Additionally, she continued, the cultivation speed of the pearl oysters and nautilus has significantly increased, and their quality has improved as well. Once I can gather them, I will present them to you. Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Meliel. Not at all, Meliel replied with a radiant smile, sunlight illuminating her fair skin and blue hair, creating a stunning effect that was almost blinding. Arthur snapped back to reality from his momentary distraction, clearing his throat awkwardly. Then, Meliel, please focus on researching potion concoction. When I return in a while, I will construct a laboratory for you by the sea, allowing you to commence your potion making. Absolutely. That sounds delightful, Meliel exclaimed, her joy evident. Since becoming Arthur's beast companion, her life had transformed for the better. She had escaped her previous aimlessness and uncertainty, finding an ideal habitat and home. Thanks to Arthur, her bloodline had been enhanced, awakening her ancestral heritage and expanding her intellect. She was increasingly fond of her life and resolutely determined to safeguard this paradise while repaying Arthur's kindness by helping him realize his ambitions and dreams. Chapter 58. Planning for the southern shore of Longqi Island. After a brief discussion, Arthur and Meliel devised a series of preliminary plans for Yinlong Bay. Arthur understood that effectively managing Yinlong Bay was crucial for the safety of the southern shore of Longqi Island and its future development. Currently, the major duchies and kingdoms were stable, and the various races maintained a relatively balanced state. In such a peaceful environment, it was challenging for families like Merlin to accumulate military achievements for promotion, let alone opportunities for territorial expansion. More than 500 kilometers southwest of Longqi Island, Giant Lizard Island and Goblin Island had previously been subjected to a massive purge by humans, leaving them weakened. However, over the past century, they had regained some strength, posing a considerable threat to Longqi Island. Both lizardmen and goblins were breeds with high reproductive capabilities, and it was likely their populations had significantly recovered over the years. If they harbored intentions of external plunder, the developing Longqi Island would likely become their primary target. Thus, Arthur planned to construct a series of defensive structures on the southern shore of Longqi Island. Firstly, Arthur intends to fully harness the potential of the coral reef, gradually encircling the entire Yinlong Bay and the southern shores of Longqi Island with formidable outer defenses. These fortifications will not only serve as a protective barrier, but also provide a nurturing habitat for an array of ordinary marine life. The coastal waters and estuaries are currently partially enveloped by the Xingqian Juling Formation, a scope that will be further expanded until the entire core area of the southern shore is interconnected. At that time, the areas covered by the formation will flourish as breeding grounds for precious potions and habitats for mid to high-level magical beasts. This will also establish the final line of defense for the southern shore of Longqi Island, ensuring its safety. As for the vast marine expanse between the two defensive lines, it will be ingeniously designed as an activity zone suitable for low-tier magical beasts, such as shellfish. In the center of this area, a spacious and unobstructed shipping lane is to be reserved, facilitating the future construction of docks and ports on the southern shore once Longqi Island undergoes comprehensive development. Although Melier is not entirely clear on Arthur's reasoning, she knows to cooperate with him. Moreover, due to the beast control technique, she harbors no thoughts of opposing Arthur. After discussing these arrangements, Arthur joyfully interacted with the charming coral fairies, Cairo and Kira, along with the 8 fairy insects. While the bond between spirits and their masters is naturally close post-contract, fostering emotional connections through communication is still essential. Arthur recalls his mother once telling him that the closer the relationship between a master and their spirit, the easier it is for the spirit to advance, a truth gleaned from years of experience. After ensuring the spirits would actively support Melier's plans, Arthur prepared to return to the Yinlong Cave, leaving the coral fairies and the 8 fairy insects in her care, as they thrive best in the waters safeguarded by the Xingqian Juling Formation. With Melier's reluctant gaze upon him, Arthur, accompanied by the dragon cub, Mengge, and the bystander Fuzai family, made his way back to the Yinlong Cave. Upon his return, he was greeted by the unmistakable scent of blood. The dragon sparrows had hunted several mid-level marine magical beasts for the dragon cub. Mengge was displeased to see the bloodied beasts brought into the cave, for the spirits, born from nature's purest energies, generally disdain such scents. However, their innate spirit plants do not necessarily share this aversion. For instance, the corn fairy, Nis spirit plant revels in the absorption of magical beast blood. Mengu's own spirit plant also benefits from the catalysis of dragon's blood. Arthur observed that each of the magical beasts before him measured about 10 meters in length, including an octopus monster, a tiger shark, a manta ray, and a white-headed albatross. The dragon sparrows had hung the beasts upon the dragon blood banyan, their blood trickling down the trunk and seeping into the earth. This may prove beneficial for the dragon blood banyan. The energy within the magical beast's blood is rich, serving as a crucial ingredient for potion crafting, and surely advantageous for the flora as well. It is said that those who cultivate peonies often simmer meat broth to nourish the flowers, ensuring their robust growth and vibrant blooms. The dragon cub gazed indifferently at the beasts, seemingly uninterested. Could it be that the dragon cub has no taste for magical beasts or raw food? It appears that only humans and great dragons prefer cooked food among all living creatures. Thus, Arthur gently patted the neck of his mount, the dragon sparrow, and conveyed his command through the beast control mark. The dragon sparrow grasped the octopus monster and flew to a clear area, where its scales shimmered before it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the massive beast. The creature was soon roasted to perfection, filling the air with an alluring aroma. The dragon cub, keenly sensing this delightful scent, became exceedingly excited, flapping its tender wings and racing to devour the cooked beast with great fervor. Watching the dragon cub devour the food with such gusto, the weight that had burdened Arthur's heart finally lifted. Indeed, the dragon cub, as the legends foretold, preferred cooked meals. In no time, the dragon cub devoured the most delectable parts of the beast, contentedly letting out a loud belch. It then leisurely circled around Arthur a few times as a gesture of gratitude before returning to its nest, curling up to fall into a deep slumber. To Arthur's surprise, this young dragon, scarcely larger than a cat, managed to consume tens of pounds of magical beast meat. He learned yet another lesson. In this fantastical realm, the quantity consumed bears little relation to the size of one's stomach. Concurrently, he resolved to observe the dragon cub's every action with greater diligence in the future, to comprehend its preferences and habits better, thus providing more meticulous care. After all, ensuring the dragon cub's robust growth requires substantial dedication and effort. Fuzai, seeing the dragon cub finished, flew over to clear the remaining beast meat, showcasing yet another impressive appetite. Mengu, noticing the dragon cub retreating to its nest for a nap, followed suit and soon dozed off beside it. Arthur extracted his dagger, collecting the tiger shark's fins, the white-headed albatross's feathers, the manta ray's skin, and the remaining blood of the magical beasts, all excellent materials for magical crafts. The leftover meat was left for the dragon cub and Fuzai to enjoy, with the dragon sparrows serving as full-time caretakers and grill masters. Ensuring the dragon cub would never go hungry, Arthur meticulously cleaned the gathered materials before stowing them in his spatial ring. As he gazed at the slumbering dragon cub and Mengu, a smile of contentment graced his face. With the dragon cub and Fuzai now well taken care of, Arthur prepared to return to the Cross Inn, for matters there remained unresolved. He waited at the cave entrance atop his dragon sparrow for a short while until a pair of sparrows approached from the southeast. The male, resembling the one belonging to Viscount Malin, was red in color, albeit of mid-level cultivation. The female, a striking black, exhibited a dazzling iridescence in the sunlight, possessing mid-level cultivation. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. The black of a crow is a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 59. Return to Longchi Fortress. Arthur sat regally upon the back of the dragon sparrow, traversing the riverway northward, flanked by two majestic sparrows as they hastened towards Longchi Fortress. From his aerial vantage point, he beheld Longchi Island, where the regions ravaged by the Dragon War 6 months prior had begun to rejuvenate. Once marred by devastation, the landscape now flourished with verdant greenery. Birds and beasts had returned to make their homes here. Arthur could not help but marvel at the unparalleled restorative powers of nature. The pastures of Nanling had begun to take shape, with herds of tamed magical beasts grazing contentedly under the watchful eyes of numerous knights. Elegant white dragon horses, robust and mighty strength magical cattle, and agile, yet ferocious giant horned goats formed three distinct groups surrounding the magical corn pasture at the core. The white dragon horse and strength magical cattle occupied the eastern and western zones along the southern bank of the Yinlong River, while the giant horned goats roamed the hills to the south. 100 or so knights and attendants were engaged in synchronized training with their mounts. Upon spotting the dragon sparrows soaring above, recognizing them as Arthur's steeds, they promptly dismounted, bowing respectfully to Arthur until he vanished from their view. Currently, the pivotal projects on Longchi Island, namely Yumi Tun and Arthur City, were still under construction, yet their outlines were becoming discernible from above. Once the population was exchanged from his sister Yali Shan, the pace of construction would surely accelerate. Arthur returned to Longqi Castle primarily to store the precious magical beast materials from his storage ring into the castle storeroom. As the majestic dragon sparrow drew closer to Longqi Castle, its enormous form was swiftly detected by the inhabitants within the castle. Instantly, the castle buzzed with excitement. The servants, led by Butler Carter and Mrs. Orson, gathered in an orderly fashion at the castle entrance, eager to welcome their esteemed lord back home. Arthur, meanwhile, guided the dragon sparrow directly to the storeroom located on the mountainside at the back of the castle. On duty at the storeroom that day was a knight of earth accompanied by 3 knight attendants. Upon seeing Arthur approach, they respectfully stepped forward to salute him. Arthur gracefully leaped down from the dragon's back and walked straight towards the storeroom. The knight guarding the storeroom greeted him with a bow. "Please open the storeroom," Arthur requested. "Of course, my lord," the lead knight of earth replied, retrieving a magical token from his pocket and placing it on the switch of the magical array. Arthur also formed a spell with his hands, channeling runes towards the magical array. The protective magical array of the storeroom subsequently opened. Had Arthur not come personally, 2 magical tokens would have been required simultaneously to activate the array. The other token was held by Mr. Carter, the castle steward. The magical tokens served as keys, while the runes Arthur conjured acted as a password, both capable of unlocking the storeroom's magical array. Arthur entered the storeroom alone, carefully placing the rare magical beast materials from his storage ring onto the designated shelves made from precious magical wood, intricately engraved with magical arrays that preserve the vitality and efficacy of the magical materials. At that moment, the storeroom of Longqi Castle had transformed into a veritable treasure trove, brimming with a dazzling array of magical beast materials. The frozen magical array contained enough beast meat to sustain all the knights of Longqi Castle for several years. The stockpile of potions was abundant and of superior quality, radiating a beautiful glow. Moreover, ordinary grains and fine wines were neatly arranged in a separate area, resembling small mountains, seemingly showcasing the prosperity and wealth of the castle to the world. Gazing at the bountiful results of his half-year of diligent efforts, a surge of satisfaction and accomplishment welled up within Arthur. He felt a deep sense of contentment with his endeavors and mused to himself, "Now I can finally unleash my potential without hesitation, fully develop Longqi Island, and meticulously cultivate my own knightly order." At that moment, Mr. Carter, the castle steward, arrived at the storeroom. "Welcome back, my lord. You must have brought back some treasures," he greeted. "Hello, Mr. Carter. I returned to deliver some magical materials. Since you are here, you can take care of the inventory," Arthur replied. Mr. Carter's face beamed with joy, knowing that Arthur would always bring back good things upon his return. "It is my honor, my lord." Mr. Carter felt quite proud, for in the past half-year, under his management, Longqi Castle had transformed from a modest vacation retreat into a baronial stronghold with profound heritage. He often expressed his gratitude for serving such an extraordinary master. Mr. Carter took the ledger and diligently recorded each newly stored material. "My lord, at this rate of development, it won't be long before we become the most powerful barony in the Merlin territory," Mr. Carter exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Arthur smiled and nodded. However, he did not aspire merely to be the strongest baron under his family. He hoped that his family could advance further because of his efforts, wishing to leave a significant mark in this extraordinary world. "By the way, Mr. Carter, I still have some gifts from my title bestowal in my storage ring. Please register them as well. Here is the gift list. Make sure to log it properly. Reciprocity is essential, so do remind me how to return the favors," Arthur said, continuing to retrieve items from his storage ring. "Certainly, my lord. This is indeed very important. There can be no mistakes in noble etiquette, or one would be mocked. You can leave this to me, rest assured." Arthur smiled and nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. "With your help, I have saved so much trouble." Mr. Carter accepted the items from Arthur's hands, examining them one by one before recording them in the ledger. Before long, Arthur had presented all the items. He then retrieved some potions from the shelves to place in his storage ring for future needs. After all, he still needed to return to the Cross Tavern, where the captain of the guards, Trist, had mysteriously vanished during a time of rampant banditry. "By the heavens, this is a sorghum fairy bug," Mr. Carter suddenly exclaimed while sorting through the gift list and gifts. He approached Arthur holding a delicate jade box. "Look, my lord, this storage box contains a sorghum fairy bug." Arthur took the jade box and, upon inspection, was surprised to find indeed a sorghum fairy bug inside. This storage box was a gift from Miss Emma of the Eileen family. "I had no idea it was such a precious present." Mr. Carter observed Arthur's expression with a knowing smile. Miss Emma Eileen was the only daughter of the Viscount Eileen, of noble lineage and virtuous character. I have had the fortune to meet her a few times. She is truly a rare gem among noble ladies. It seems that Miss Emma holds a unique regard for you, my lord. That is a good sign. Furthermore, many noble scions have their eyes on the Eileen family's current circumstances. Arthur found himself at a loss for words. The Eileen family, now reduced to the Viscount and Miss Emma, was a coveted alliance for many families. He had no intention of entangling himself in such matters. However, Mr. Carter held a different view. My lord, you are both learned and skilled, possessing immense strength, and Longchi Island holds great potential. Few can compare to you in the Earl Augustus territory. Moreover, the Eileen family is one of the oldest families on Eileen Island, with a rich heritage. Forming an alliance with them would be exceptionally advantageous. What is there to worry about? Arthur did not wish to continue discussing this topic with Mr. Carter. Not only because their respective statuses made such conversations inappropriate, but more importantly, even for the current Arthur, the matter of marriage was not entirely within his control. Mr. Carter also recognized that he had become overly enthusiastic and said too much. He then returned to his tasks at hand. Arthur clasped the jade box tightly in his hands. Lost in thought. In truth, family alliances involve intricate matters, intertwining the interests and complex entanglements of various families. The Eileen family, once rulers of Eileen Island 300 years ago, undoubtedly possesses formidable roots, particularly their knowledge and secrets passed down through generations. Should Arthur successfully ally with the Eileen family, he would directly become the next Viscount of Eileen, an undoubtedly easy path to elevation in this era of peace. However, after centuries of upheaval, the Eileen family now faced the dire straits of a dwindling direct line. Arthur absolutely did not believe that the Augustus family had no hand in this. After all, the Eileen family once ruled Eileen Island for thousands of years. The newly empowered Augustus family would certainly be wary of their resurgence, and suppression was inevitable. Thus, over the past 300 years, the Eileen family had continually been weakened, descending from the foremost family under the Earl to the second rank. Although they were now the second family, their combat strength could not compare to that of the third-ranked Merlin family or the fourth-ranked Weimar family. Nevertheless, their population remained the largest among the Viscount territories and was not far off from the Earl's direct domain. Presently, the entire western and southwestern regions of Augustus were controlled by the Merlin family, the Tilly family, and the Tully family, among others, all related by marriage. If the alliance with the Eileen family is successfully established, the entire central western region of Aosca Island will be seamlessly connected. Undoubtedly, this is a scenario that the Aosca Earl family would prefer to avoid. Although the Earl family possesses considerable strength and is somewhat wary of the unions among several families, they would find it manageable to confront them given the power of the Aosca family. At present, Arthur finds it more prudent to develop discreetly. Wishing to avoid entanglement in complex situations, maintaining a cordial relationship with the Eileen family seems more appropriate. He decides to let things unfold naturally. After all, he is only 16 years old, and marriage is still a distant prospect. By the time he reaches the age of matrimony, he is confident he will have ascended to greater heights, rendering any concerns trivial. Nevertheless, he does not wish to betray Emma's friendship, so he resolves to cultivate a bond of understanding with her. With this decision made, Arthur no longer feels troubled. Currently, it is imperative to find a suitable location to plant the life essence of the sorghum spirit insect. The floating spirit insect, compensated by the Weimar family, is still residing at the Cross Inn and requires a proper planting site as well. Mr. Carter, I will head to Liangtuan town to plant the life essence of the sorghum spirit insect. I will return directly to Longchi Fortress afterward. I will depart after lunch, as there are still matters to attend to at the Cross Inn. Very well, my lord. I will have the kitchen prepare your favorite roasted green goose and creamy mushroom soup, Carter replied, setting down the ledger. Arthur nodded. Very well, please make the arrangements. After giving his instructions, Arthur left the storeroom and took flight towards Liangtuan town on his dragon sparrow. In Arthur's vision, Liangtuan town is destined to become the granary of Longchi Island. Once fully developed, it will adequately address the food supply for millions each quarter. From high above, he surveyed Liangtuan town, which has been meticulously planned with various agricultural zones. Areas near the Great River are designated for rice cultivation, centered around the life essence of the rice spirit insect, with thousands of acres of neatly organized rice paddies already established. Thanks to the implementation of water wheels and the ample water supply from the Shieling River and the Drinking Dragon River, the development of the rice fields has proceeded smoothly. With new paddies emerging daily, The more distant areas from the rivers are earmarked for wheat cultivation, interspersed with soybean, barley, oat, and vegetable planting zones, also spanning thousands of acres. However, as Arthur currently only possesses rice and wheat spirit insects, the priority has been the cultivation of these two crops. Now, with the addition of the sorghum spirit insect, he can plant sorghum in relatively barren areas, as sorghum is a resilient crop with modest environmental requirements. Arthur selected a recently leveled dry field and took out the sorghum spirit insect, which appeared rotund and just awakened. Upon presenting the jade powder, the sorghum spirit insect eagerly crawled onto Arthur's hand. Following the procedure, after the sorghum spirit insect bit his index finger, a contract was swiftly established between them. It was unexpected that this sorghum spirit insect was forming a contract with a human for the first time. It seemed the Eileen family's foundation was even more profound than it appeared. Gently stroking the sorghum spirit insect's head, Arthur whispered, "Little one, please plant your life essence here." The sorghum spirit insect, with its plump body, shimmered with a faint green light before producing a life essence plant that stood 2 meters tall. The plant quickly took root and began to blossom and bear fruit, with seeds falling onto the surrounding land within a 100-meter radius, sprouting and emerging from the soil. In no time, the plants grew to over a foot tall, while the sorghum spirit insect exhausted itself and fell into slumber. Arthur carefully placed it back into the storage jade box. At that moment, Alan, responsible for the development of Liangtuan Town, arrived on his mount, a medium-level Chochua. "Greetings, my lord. Have you acquired another spirit insect?" Alan inquired with delight, as an additional spirit insect would significantly benefit Liangtuan Town. "Indeed. This sorghum spirit insect was a gift from a friend after my ennoblement. Henceforth, we must assign someone to diligently protect this life essence plant. During each monthly breeding period, we will coordinate with Butler Carter at Longchi Fortress, who will arrange personnel to assist with the breeding here." "Understood, my lord." Alan, having matured through recent experiences, displayed a deeper composure and strength, hinting that he was nearing a breakthrough to a higher rank of Earth Knight. "My lord, due to the limited manpower allocated to Liangtuan Town, the pace of construction has not been ideal. I have shifted my focus to the development of arable land. Given the current population, the demand for housing is not pressing. I believe it is best to complete the cultivation of the fields first before resuming the construction of the town." Arthur nodded. "Your approach is sound. In a few days, a population of 50,000 will arrive at Longchi Island, and I will allocate 10,000 to you, which should enhance your efficiency." Alan's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, my lord. With this 10,000, I assure you that Liangtuan Town's construction will be completed before the new year." Arthur nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I await your good news." Chapter 61. The development of Liangtuan Town. Arthur and Alan engaged in a brief dialogue regarding the development of Liangtuan Town. Although the workforce involved in the construction is limited, the agricultural tools previously crafted by Arthur, such as the curved plow, automatic seeder, and oxen-drawn plow, have greatly facilitated the cultivation process, allowing one person to accomplish what previously required dozens. However, this demands a substantial number of livestock. Consequently, the wild cattle, wild donkeys, and wild horses of Longchi Island have been nearly exhausted by the knights, leaving only a few thousand. After a brief period of domestication, they have become marginally usable for farming tasks. Arthur observed the townsfolk cautiously herding the livestock in the fields and remarked, "It appears they are not very skilled in handling the livestock." Alan sighed. "My lord, while these animals are not magical beasts, their upbringing in the wild has left them quite untamed. Without the assistance of knights and their attendants, they would be impossible to train. Even now, despite their domestication, they can occasionally become uncontrollable. Indeed, that is understandable, given their wild nature. However, I have a good suggestion. You might consider having the less desirable male specimens castrated. This will render them much gentler and more amenable to weight gain. Furthermore, you can attempt to cross wild horses with wild donkeys to produce a hybrid called a mule. Mules possess the gentleness and strength of horses, combined with the tenacity of donkeys, making them easier to manage than either." "What?" Alan stared at Arthur incredulously. Suddenly feeling an uncomfortable chill, Arthur shot him a glance. "You can try my suggestion to see the results for yourself." "Yes, my lord. I will make arrangements upon my return. By the way, my lord, our grain yield will undoubtedly be substantial, and with the current population of Longchi Island, it will exceed consumption, leading to significant surpluses. Storage will become a concern." Alan's expression turned troubled. Longchi Island's climate is humid and warm throughout the year. If grain is stored in warehouses for too long after harvesting, it may spoil. Arthur nodded, acknowledging the issue. "That is indeed a concern. However, you could first establish a distillery to utilize the surplus for brewing. This would not only enhance sales, but also fetch a higher price. Alan exclaimed with excitement. Yes? And alcohol is much easier to store than grain. After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in Arthur's eyes. I have another idea. You could contact the pottery factory to create larger ceramic vessels for grain storage. Alan queried with uncertainty, ceramics? Is that feasible? Arthur confidently replied, certainly. Ceramics have excellent breathability and moisture resistance, which can prolong the shelf life of grains. Moreover, they can also be used for storing alcohol, outperforming wooden barrels. We could even decorate the ceramics with patterns to enhance their aesthetic appeal, making them more marketable. Aaron was filled with excitement upon hearing the suggestion, exclaiming what a splendid idea it was. I shall promptly return to discuss its advancement with James. Arthur nodded in agreement and added, I have another proposal. Once the brewery in Liangtuan town is established, we should utilize grains as the primary ingredient for brewing grain liquor. You may experiment with sorghum, rice, glutinous rice, wheat, and magical corn to see if we can create a brew imbued with magical properties. Alan's eyes sparkled with admiration. He believed his lord was exceedingly clever. If we could produce a grain liquor infused with magic, it would add another signature product to Longchi Island. Arthur smiled and patted Alan on the shoulder, emphasizing that the next focus of their efforts should be to expedite the construction of Liangtuan town. We must strive for an abundant harvest and develop our unique products. Alan nodded vigorously, understanding his lord's intentions. I will exert my utmost effort. You may return to your duties. I too must head back to Longchi Fortress. Alan bowed respectfully and swiftly mounted his steed, eager to consult James about the pottery-making endeavor. Meanwhile, Arthur gazed at the bustling crowd, his heart brimming with anticipation. He envisioned the prosperous future of Liangtuan town and the promising prospects for Longchi Island. Subsequently, after deliberation, Alan and James decided to immediately implement Arthur's suggestion. The pottery factory crafted a special large vat for storing grains, capable of holding several hundred jin. Each vat bore the inscription of Longchi Island at its base. This vat later became a best-selling product, known as the Long Vat. With meticulous craftsmanship, they also produced wine jars adorned with the Longchi Island emblem. Not only were they aesthetically pleasing, but they also enhanced the flavor and richness of the stored wine. After some time, the first batch of pottery was completed. People began storing their harvested grains in the pottery, discovering a significant improvement in preservation compared to conventional granaries. Upon returning, Alan immediately organized workers to commence the construction of the brewery. 2 weeks later, the winery celebrated its inaugural production day. The workers joyfully sampled the newly brewed wine. With several varieties made from magical corn emitting faint magical fluctuations, their taste far richer than ordinary wines. This concoction, brewed from 5 types of grain, was named Wulianya by Arthur, priced at 1 silver coin for 20 jin, primarily targeting the common market. The exquisite magical liquor was contained within elegant ceramic jars, with 5 jin of premium Wulianya fetching a remarkable price of 10 gold coins per jar, thus establishing itself as a renowned product of Longchi Island. However, that is a tale for another time. After Alan's departure, Arthur took to the skies aboard his dragon steed for a brief inspection of Liangtuan before returning to Longchi Fortress. At that moment, a sumptuous lunch awaited Arthur upon his return. Butler Carter, accompanied by the castle's servants, awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Arthur, they immediately bowed in respect. Good day, my lord. Arthur dismounted gracefully and addressed them. Thank you for your hard work. Let us proceed inside. Butler Carter and Mrs. Orson led the way directly to the dining hall. The maid had already prepared warm water for washing, along with towels and soap. After a brief wash, Arthur began his meal. Butler Carter personally attended to him, stating, My lord, 3 days ago, Lord Eric returned with 500 craftsmen. 200 have been assigned to Liangtuan, while 300 were allocated to Port Village. As he served the dishes, he continued to report. This arrangement is quite reasonable, Arthur replied. Liangtuan town indeed requires manpower, and as it is merely a basic grain production site, it is inevitable that some unreliable individuals have slipped through. In the future, we must ensure that only trustworthy personnel are dispatched to Mengji town, with heightened supervision and observation of this batch. Carter respectfully nodded. Yes, my lord. Please do try this green goose. It is quite delectable. This flock of green geese has now settled in Longchi Lake. Lord Ed has procured several goose eggs and is currently arranging for incubation. I believe we will be able to raise them artificially in the future. As Arthur savored his delightful lunch, he nodded in approval. What splendid news. Chapter 62. The bustling Longchi Fortress. What of Eric? Butler Carter poured Arthur a cup of milk liquor brewed from magical sheep's milk, saying, My lord, this is a fine sheep's milk liquor made from the milk of climbing sheep. Do give it a taste. Lord Eric has ventured deep into the West Ridge. Reports indicate sightings of the red-skinned giant-toothed pig, and he has gone to capture them. Oh, it seems Longqi Fortress is about to add another magical beast to its repertoire, Carter remarked with a smile. This is indeed good news. I shall prepare for the construction of a pigsty. Arthur replied, yes. Let us place it at the foot of the mountain east of the corn mound, where the magical corn will ensure their sustenance. Arthur took a sip of the sheep's milk liquor. Its unique flavor, a rich blend of creamy sweetness and the depth of alcohol, was delightful. Upon initial tasting, its silky texture enveloped the palate, while the sweetness of the sheep's milk unfurled on the tongue. Gradually, the warmth of the liquor released, providing a comforting heat that lingered in the throat. After swallowing, the aftertaste was prolonged, leaving a subtle milky aroma. This distinctive flavor and sensation were intoxicating, as if one were amidst the vastness and tranquility of nature. Moreover, 1 cup of sheep's milk liquor could replenish approximately half of one's battle chi. This is quite delightful. Please prepare more of this sheep's milk liquor for me in the future. I have taken a liking to this flavor. Certainly, my lord. Who could be so inventive as to think of brewing liquor from sheep's milk? Arthur inquired with curiosity. Butler Carter smiled and replied, it was the kitchen maid, Jenny. Noticing that you enjoyed sheep's milk, she suggested to Mrs. Orson that we brew sheep's milk liquor for your consumption. It is more befitting of your status, my lord. Arthur raised an eyebrow at this, acknowledging the cleverness of the young girl, and added, do not forget to reward her with a gold coin. Yes, thank you, my lord. I assure you, for such creative individuals, I will not be stingy with rewards. Arthur took another hearty sip of the sheep's milk liquor and commanded grandly. After a satisfying meal, Arthur returned to his quarters for a refreshing hot bath. He then visited the fairy room to nurture his bond with them. Upon seeing Arthur, the corn fairies immediately flew over to embrace his neck, chattering excitedly. Arthur expressed his longing for Mamie while gently patting her small head. With her fiery red hair and vibrant spirit, Mamie was endearing to him. Now the size of a 3-year-old child, he wondered how long it would take for her to evolve into a great fairy. At that moment, Butler Carter entered with jade powder in hand. Greetings, my lord. The old steward bowed solemnly. You have arrived, Mr. Carter, Arthur responded in kind. My lord, you would not believe how mischievous Mamie can be. Unless I take her to the corn mound every day to expend her energy, the entire castle is in disarray. Just look at how much magical corn has sprouted in the castle courtyard. Carter seemingly complained, yet affectionately handed Arthur the finest jade powder, which was Mamie's favorite, a type of blood jade powder. Arthur accepted it, noting the faint trace of dragon's might within. No wonder Mamie adores it. This jade powder is excellent. Let us procure more in the future and store it well. Arthur instructed Butler Carter. Butler Carter nodded in agreement. This was purchased from a merchant from the outer islands. It was indeed not cheap. However, since Mamie enjoys it, it is worth stocking up. Arthur continued, other fairies may benefit from this jade powder as well. I sense its magical properties are unique and advantageous for them. Carter had not anticipated such effects and promptly agreed, no problem. This merchant frequently visits Longqi Island for trade. With the recent influx of valuable goods to Longqi Island, he has been coming even more often. When he returns, I shall have Edley negotiate with him to procure as much as possible. Indeed, if we could ascertain the source of this jade powder, it would be even better. We could invest more gold coins or even trade with magical beasts. Arthur concluded his directives. The steward cat began to feel somewhat perplexed, but soon grasped the situation. It was the master. Arthur took the red jade powder and poured a small pouch for Mamie. You can hold it and savor it slowly, but remember to behave. Do not scatter corn everywhere. Mr. Cat will have someone take you to the cornfield for planting. Do you understand? MHM. Chitter chitter. Mamie could occasionally produce some onomatopoeic sounds. It seemed that her promotion to a great spirit was not far off. Soon, she would be able to converse like a human. Arthur attempted to feed the red jade powder to the other spirit insects, and indeed, they relished it. It appears there is a close connection between these spirits and the dragons. Arthur conversed for a while with the 9 spirit insects. Coupled with the consumption of the crimson jade powder, the spirits were exceptionally joyful today, transmitting waves of elation to Arthur. The rice and wheat spirit insects seemed to have recently gathered a wealth of new genetic information, and Arthur sensed that their magical fluctuations had significantly increased. To better develop the food production of Longqi Island, Arthur ordered the procurement of various rice and wheat seeds. Once these new seeds were gathered and nurtured by the rice and wheat spirit insects, not only would the insects benefit, but the newly sprouted rice and wheat would also be of superior quality. Thus, Arthur continued to instruct, Mr. Cat, let the merchant caravan continue to acquire various food seeds. We also need to procure pasture, stone flowers, and various mushroom spores. Yes, master. After playing with the spirits for a while, Arthur left the spirit room and headed to the kennel on the back mountain. The back mountain currently housed many magical beasts, most of which bore Arthur's beast master mark and thus remained quite docile. However, some newly captured magical beasts had yet to receive the mark, making them exceedingly irritable. Were it not for the magical cage, managing them would indeed be quite challenging. The back mountain was a crucial area of Longqi Fortress, guarded by over a dozen knight attendants under the leadership of 2 Earth Knights. Ordinary individuals cannot easily enter. Currently, the 2 Ao hounds, Wangmu and Lam, were stationed here, as magical beasts possess a far more acute sense than humans. Just as Arthur approached, the 2 massive Ao hounds lunged at him. By this time, they had already reached the intermediate magical beast level, their size having grown more imposing, their canine teeth bared. Upon seeing Arthur, they were filled with excitement, wagging their tails vigorously. These 2 Ao hounds had been raised by Arthur since they were pups and had gained the opportunity to advance to intermediate magical beasts, thus forming a deep bond with him, rivaling that of those marked with the Beast Master mark. Such is the nature of dogs. Arthur produced 2 vials of dragon blood elixir infused with enticing demon grass and fed them to the hounds. This new potion proved effective in enhancing the magical beast's potential and facilitating their advancement. After consuming the elixir, the 2 Ao hounds erupted into exuberant howls, their voices reminiscent of dragon roars. At that moment, a dozen half-meter-sized puppies trailed behind them. These pups were extraordinary, each possessing dragon beast bloodlines. In just over a month, they had already grown significantly, with their limbs, heads, and backs adorned with fine scales. Upon encountering the unfamiliar face of Arthur, they immediately displayed a fierce stance, baring their teeth. Seeing their fierce yet adorable demeanor, Arthur could not help but feel delighted. As the Beast Master mark took form in his hand, the mark within the puppies was activated. His Beast Master mark was indeed a perfect tool against magical beasts of similar or lower levels. Apart from consuming a bit more magical power, it had no shortcomings. Initially, the knights trailing behind intended to assist, but upon seeing the Baron effortlessly resolve the situation with a wave of his hand, they discreetly withdrew. The dragon dog pups, now marked with the Beast Master mark, reverted to their playful puppy states, surrounding Arthur and affectionately nuzzling against him, causing Arthur to take out some low-grade dragon blood elixir to share with each of them. The little ones became even more spirited, clinging to Arthur like an affectionate shadow. Truly, one must cherish those who provide sustenance. Chapter 63. Silver-furred gorilla. A group of dragon dog pups frolicked around Arthur, their lively antics resembling a gathering of spirited fairies. Each pup brimmed with vitality and curiosity, their eyes sparkling with wonder. They surrounded Arthur, some gently tugging at his pant leg with their tiny paws, while others leaped onto him, attempting to lick his hands. Encircled by these adorable creatures, Arthur's face radiated with joy. The pups chased and played with one another, occasionally emitting cheerful barks, as if in their world nothing was more important than games and play. They reveled in their nature, and Arthur, unable to resist, joined in their merriment, cherishing this joyful moment. In this vibrant scene, the exuberance of the dragon dog pups intertwined with Arthur's affection, forming a heartwarming tableau. However, Arthur soon found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the energetic pups. They were simply too lively. Reluctantly, he instructed the attendants to take them out for a stroll. The 13 knight attendants stationed here were selected by Arthur from the newly trained youth to specifically care for and train the dragon dog pups. In the future, they would forge strong bonds as comrades with the dragon dogs, forming the core of the dragon dog guard that Arthur aimed to cultivate. They had already established a solid rapport with the pups, who could now comprehend some of their commands. With training, once the dragon dogs matured, this unit would possess formidable combat capabilities, excelling in offense, defense, and search operations. This would serve as a significant trump card for Arthur. Of course, the extent of this trump card's effectiveness would depend on how much the dragon dogs could grow. However, as pure-blooded dragon beasts, reaching the domain level should not pose much difficulty. After freeing himself from the pup's clutches, the Earth Knight leading Arthur took him to the cave where untamed magical beasts were held. Currently, this cave housed 3 intermediate magical beasts, a low-level black bear, a severely burned mid-level blue-furred wolf, and a low-level silver-furred gorilla. They had all been fed a weakening potion, so upon the entrance of humans, they merely growled softly in discontent, unable to mount any effective resistance. The leading Earth Knight stepped forward to introduce, "My lord." This black bear was captured by Lord Ed near the Flower Valley in the southern ridge. It possesses great strength and tough skin, but lacks any special abilities, even magical skills. Arthur nodded, acknowledging, it is indeed robust. It could serve as an ordinary mount. Then the Earth Knight pointed at the blue-furred wolf, saying, "My lord, this blue-winged wolf is incredibly swift and can execute wind blade attacks. Quite remarkable. Unfortunately, it sustained severe burns and was found in a dreadful state. Had it not been discovered by Lord Ed, it likely would not have survived for long. After being captured, it received careful treatment, which stabilized its injuries." Arthur observed the imposing wolf, standing over 1.8 meters tall and measuring more than 2 meters in length. Its potential was quite impressive, with a strong dragon bloodline. It was nearly at the level of a young dragon beast, demonstrating significant potential. Without further ado, Arthur activated the Beast Master technique, and shortly, the giant wolf was subdued. Arthur suspected that this wolf had also been affected by the dragon war, yet fortune smiled upon it, granting it a commendable dragon bloodline. The transition from young dragon beast to advanced magical beast should not be difficult, and its magical skills could be further developed. Even his 2 ordinary mastiffs had acquired tracking magical skills after gaining dragon bloodlines. The magical skills of the dragon dog pups had yet to awaken, but they would surely be impressive given their lineage. After being tamed, the blue-winged wolf noticeably became much more docile, continually conveying its affection towards Arthur. Arthur released it from the cage, dispelling the effects of the weakening potion. He then applied the golden rose potion to it, perhaps sensing Arthur's kindness. The Qingfeng wolf lowered its head before him like a dog, wagging its tail in a display of affection. Arthur gently stroked its currently fierce-looking head. The Qingfeng wolf's body was marred by scars from burns, and its once flowing azure fur had lost its luster, appearing uneven and patchy. However, with the golden rose potion, it was believed that it would soon regain its former glory. Accompanied by the Qingfeng wolf, Arthur continued to follow the Earth Knight towards the location where the silverback gorilla was imprisoned. The black-furred silverback gorilla of Longqi Island is a colossal primate with unique physical characteristics and fascinating behavioral traits. Its imposing appearance is characterized by a body covered in black or dark brown fur, with a distinctive silver stripe running down its back, which is the source of its name. It possesses a large skull, a broad face, and deep, wise eyes. The silverback gorilla's arms are exceptionally strong, often exceeding the length of its body, allowing it to climb trees with ease. An adult silverback gorilla can reach a height of 5 meters and attain a high level of prowess. In terms of social behavior, silverback gorillas are gregarious creatures, typically living in small groups. Each group is led by a male silverback gorilla, with other members consisting of females and young gorillas. They exhibit a rich array of social interactions, communicating through various sounds, gestures, and expressions. Their diet primarily consists of plant matter, as they are skilled at climbing trees to forage for fruits, leaves, and nuts. Overall, the silverback gorilla is an awe-inspiring creature, its appearance and lifestyle showcasing its unique adaptations within the natural world. However, the silverback gorilla in front of Arthur appeared to be quite exceptional. Its entire body was covered in silver fur, with platinum stripes adorning its back. Moreover, its physique was noticeably more slender than that of a typical silverback gorilla, resembling a long-haired human, standing at less than 2 meters tall. Rather than a gorilla, it resembled a giant with flowing hair. Arthur confirmed once more that this was indeed an adult gorilla, albeit with some distinctive features. Perhaps it had undergone some form of mutation, seemingly in a positive direction. Arthur could not help but marvel, for he perceived human-like emotions in her gaze: anger, helplessness, and defiance. Without further hesitation, Arthur promptly invoked the beast-taming technique to imprint her. The beast-taming rune successfully entered her body. However, the subsequent events unfolded unexpectedly upon entering the silverback gorilla's body. The runes abruptly siphoned away a significant portion of Arthur's magical power to maintain their stability. Despite depleting his magic, the imprinting was unsuccessful, resulting in the runes dissipating within the silverback gorilla. Such an occurrence had only previously happened when imprinting dragon eggs. Was the imprinting a failure? This was the first time Arthur had encountered a setback while employing the beast-taming technique on a mid-level magical beast. Nevertheless, despite the failure, a tenuous mental connection was established between them, allowing them to understand each other's intentions. As the runes disintegrated, Arthur's immense magical energy erupted within the silverback gorilla, overwhelming her like a raging torrent. In pain, the silverback gorilla let out anguished roars and rolled about, coughing up blood. After approximately half an hour, she managed to endure the onslaught of Arthur's magic due to her formidable physique and willpower. However, she was left in a state of near exhaustion. Ignoring the Earth Knight's warnings, Arthur entered the cage and administered 2 healing potions to her. Finally, her condition stabilized, perhaps sensing Arthur's goodwill. She did not lose control, but instead succumbed to slumber, appearing weary. Once the situation had been resolved, Arthur exited the cave and summoned the dragon sparrow along with the two smaller sparrows, making his way towards the cross inn. Chapter 64. A return to the shouting cavern. Arthur sat steadily upon the broad back of the two-headed dragon sparrow, flanked by two slightly smaller sparrows on either side. The trio of magical birds soared into the sky, racing like lightning towards the cross inn. As the sun set, its golden rays illuminated the flowing Reclea River, resembling an endless beautiful painting sprawled across the Reclea plain. The water shimmered, golden light dancing upon the surface like countless stars falling into its depths. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples across the river, evoking a dreamlike atmosphere. The afterglow of the sunset bathed the trees on either side of the river in a golden hue, their shadows reflected in the water, swaying with the current. Birds sang joyfully from the branches, seemingly celebrating the splendid scenery. In the distance, the undulating hills were painted in shades of orange and red, harmonizing with the evening sky. This entire scene formed a tranquil yet majestic tableau, captivating the senses and evoking admiration for the wonders of nature. At last, Arthur arrived at his destination, the Cross Inn, as dusk settled. As he guided the three majestic magical birds over the town, it sparked quite a commotion. The bewildered townsfolk were filled with terror, and chaos erupted in the streets. Never before had they witnessed such enormous flying creatures, let alone three at once. They feared an assault by magical beasts. Many children cried out in fright, and the scene grew increasingly tumultuous. Seeing this, Arthur quickly descended to a lower altitude, allowing his figure to be visible to alleviate the panic. Some of the bolder individuals, upon seeing him, exhibited little fear. Instead, they began to eagerly point at the sky, exclaiming, "What is this? Is there anything to fear? Look closely. There is clearly a person atop that great bird. These must be the noble lord's mounts." The words came from the innkeeper's assistant. "Wow, it really is." A chorus of awe arose from the crowd. Realizing this was indeed a domesticated bird, they marveled at its size. Just how much food must it consume to be sated? Inquired a curious laborer with his hands tucked into his sleeves. "Fool, do you think those noble lords lack provisions?" retorted another loud-bodied bodyguard with a hint of sarcasm. "Indeed. For them, consuming 5 pounds of food in a day is hardly noteworthy," chimed in a nearby observer. "By the way, do you know what those large birds typically eat?" A flamboyantly dressed woman posed a new question. "Of course, they eat grains. The noble lords would never resort to foraging for wild vegetables to feed them," answered a shrewd man who had worked for a night. "That may not necessarily be the case, with a multitude of servants. It would be trivial for the noble lords to send a few to gather wild vegetables," countered a scholar-like figure among the crowd. Agreement spread through the onlookers. "I see those two smaller ones resemble large roosters. Their diet must be similar," commented a robust farmer. The crowd nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Tell me, how large are the eggs laid by those great birds?" "They might not be sufficient to feed a single meal, considering the large families in noble households. However, they should be used for hatching, wouldn't you agree? I could never bear to eat one. How much would it sell for?" The shrewd merchant began counting on his fingers, calculating potential profits. Amidst the chatter of the townsfolk, Arthur landed directly in front of the Cross Inn. At that moment, Yalishin and Sam had been waiting for him. Having spotted him as he entered the town's airspace, they quickly descended to greet him. Yalishin approached angrily and, without hesitation, delivered a punch to Arthur, reproaching, "You rascal. Where have you been? Why has there been no word left behind? It has caused us immense worry." Sam, with a concerned expression, inquired, "Indeed, we were terribly frightened. This morning, when we went to look for you, we discovered you were completely absent. The guards informed us that you had not returned since leaving last night." He then leaned closer to Arthur and whispered, "Cousin." Upon hearing this, my sister was beside herself with anxiety and dispatched people to search everywhere, but to no avail, which infuriated her greatly. As he spoke, Sam occasionally cast furtive glances at Yalison. Faced with their questioning and concern, Arthur felt a twinge of guilt and bowed apologetically, saying, "I am truly sorry, sister, cousin. The situation arose so suddenly that I had no time to bid you farewell." Yalison, still simmering with anger, sternly questioned, "I would like to hear what pressing matter could have arisen that you couldn't even spare a moment to inform us. Perhaps I could assist in some way. Even if I am of no help, I could at least offer counsel." Observing his sister's petulant demeanor, Arthur inwardly lamented his predicament, but could do little more than humbly admit his oversight. "I beg for your forgiveness, sister. It is entirely my fault for not considering your feelings. The reason I hastened back to Longshi Island was twofold. First, I intended to bring you a couple of rare birds. Second, I had made some discoveries at the ear mouse Fuzi's location and needed to investigate. Upon hearing this, Yalison's expression softened, revealing her evident curiosity regarding the latter matter. Oh, what discoveries did you make? Arthur glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. This is not the place for such discussions. Let us return to my chamber. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, following Arthur back to his room. Once inside, Arthur retrieved an exquisitely crafted jade box from his storage ring, opened it, and presented its contents to his sister and cousin. What is this? A luminous slug? Yalison immediately recognized it. Sam examined it closely, confirming it was indeed identical to the depictions in books. In the dark, the luminous slug emitted an ethereal glow, its body soft and smooth, shimmering with faint green or blue light, as though it were a creature descended from the stars. The unique glow made its form an exquisite work of art, with delicate and responsive tentacles gently swaying, as if exploring their surroundings. The slug's back bore intricate patterns, resembling delicate ripples that flowed with its movements, adding a dynamic vitality. As they slowly crawled along the rocky walls or within caves, the dim glow seemed to guide their path, rendering them dreamlike. Arthur observed Sam, who was fervently recalling the details from his readings with an eloquence reminiscent of a bard. This composure and confidence made him appear rather dashing. Yalison, witnessing this side of her cousin for the first time, couldn't help but admire the plump boy a little more. Arthur tentatively asked, "What do you think? Quite a find, isn't it? Tonight, we should gather a few. I estimate there are at least several thousand in that cave." Yalison and Sam's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? Really?" They both exclaimed almost in unison. Arthur shot them a glance and replied, "Tonight, we shall find out together." Yalison nodded in agreement, while Sam readily accepted whatever Arthur proposed. Arthur instructed his subordinates to requisition a cargo ship belonging to the Crossan's guard. As night fell, Arthur mounted his dragon sparrow, accompanied by Sam. Yalison rode a red dragon sparrow alongside a female guard, while two of Arthur's subordinates also mounted another sparrow. High above, 3 magical birds carried 6 individuals. A cargo ship on the Rikilia River bore the 3 siblings and all their subordinates, stealthily approaching Fuzi's cave under the cover of night. Chapter 65. Taming the Crimson Dragon Sparrow. Arthur, riding his 2-headed dragon sparrow, led the way at the forefront. It was Sam's first experience on a magical beast, and he appeared quite exhilarated. The strong winds at high altitude made it difficult for him to speak or even keep his eyes open. Fortunately, his robust physique prevented him from being blown away. He clung tightly to the dragon sparrow's scales and spines, fearful of falling. His excitement flushed his face, and he strained to gaze down at the breathtaking scenery afforded by their height. Though everything was somewhat obscured by the night, the distant lights and the softly shimmering Rikilia River beneath the starry sky filled him with satisfaction, planting the seeds of ambition within his heart. Observing his cousin, who sat calmly on the dragon sparrow, exuding confidence, Sam felt an even deeper admiration. Arthur caught sight of Sam's disheveled state, buffeted by the wind, and said, "Sam, you can channel your battle chi to form a protective barrier around your body to counteract the wind." Sam's face flushed even more at the reminder. As a mid-level knight squire, he should have remembered to use his battle chi. Following Arthur's advice, he began to circulate his battle chi to create a thin protective layer around himself. While a knight squire could not project battle chi like a land knight, forming a shield around his body was still achievable. It works. After some effort, Sam managed to establish a faint barrier of battle chi. He felt much more at ease, finally able to enjoy the majestic views from the dragon sparrow. Yalison, also riding a flying mount for the first time, sat side by side with her guard, Diana, on the crimson dragon sparrow. As a high-level land knight, she effortlessly used her battle chi to create a protective barrier around herself, rendering the high-altitude winds powerless against them. "Miss, this dragon sparrow is truly magnificent," Diana exclaimed with excitement. Yalison smirked slightly, responding nonchalantly, "It's just a flashy rooster, lacking a certain grandeur." Diana couldn't help but giggle. "You know, you're right. It does resemble a rooster." The dragon sparrow beneath them, a mid-level magical beast, might not fully comprehend their words, but it certainly understood the teasing tone. Suddenly, the crimson dragon sparrow soared higher, unleashing its magical abilities in a dazzling display of golden light. Its enormous beak and sharp claws glimmered like gold, and a torrent of magical energy surged forth. The abrupt outburst shattered Yalison's battle chi barrier, nearly sending them tumbling from the dragon sparrow. At that moment, the crimson dragon sparrow, radiating faint golden magical energy, spread its massive wings and soared through the clouds, showcasing unparalleled might and majesty. Were it not for its master Arthur's prior instructions to cooperate with the two females on its back, it would have undoubtedly shown them a thing or two. What a fiery temperament, Yalison thought, realizing that the sparrow had nearly played a trick on her. Determined, she summoned her battle chi and clung tightly to the sparrow's back, while firmly grasping the feathers at the nape of its neck. Diana did the same. Rooster, show us what you've got. I can take it. Yalison shouted at the crimson dragon sparrow, while simultaneously tossing Diana towards Arthur's direction. The moment the sparrow erupted, Arthur had already moved beside it to offer reassurance. Seeing his sister's boldness, he instructed the sparrow to temper its actions and stood guard to prevent any accidents. Yalison felt emboldened by Arthur's presence, allowing her to toss Diana without hesitation. As Arthur guided the red dragon sparrow towards Yediana, he commanded the wind attribute dragon to use its magical abilities, lifting Yediana onto the dragon's back. Arthur deftly caught her as she exclaimed with exuberance, "Wow, this is incredibly thrilling." Both Arthur and Sam were momentarily speechless. Arthur couldn't help but reflect, indeed, like master, like servant. The dragon sparrow, perceiving the human female's audacity, immediately ascended vertically. The powerful winds shattered Yilishan's battle chi barrier once more. Realizing the futility of maintaining the barrier, Yilishan instead channeled all her battle chi into her hands and legs, clinging tightly to the dragon's back. The crimson dragon soared to nearly 10,000 meters, where the air and magical essence grew exceedingly thin. Unable to linger, it unleashed a death roll. The red dragon, propelled by a pale golden magic, spun through the sky like a high-speed drill. Yilishan's azure eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped the dragon's feathers, her golden hair dancing wildly in the tempestuous winds. The dragon, acknowledging the human female's impressive tenacity despite the pain of her grip, halted its roll to catch its breath before diving straight down. Suddenly, a violent sensation of weightlessness caught Yilishan off guard, nearly causing her to lose control and plummet. She forced herself to remain calm, gripping the dragon's feathers tightly, even tearing several out in her fervor. Observing the vibrant feathers in her hands, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips as a brilliant idea flashed in her mind. She swiftly adjusted her posture, utilizing her battle chi to stabilize herself, wrapping her legs firmly around the dragon's body for balance while forcefully tugging at its feathers. Before long, a large swath of the dragon's feathers had been forcibly plucked, cascading down like snowflakes. While pain was merely a trivial matter for the crimson dragon, witnessing its beloved feathers scatter through the air ignited a fury within it. The restraint it had shown under Arthur's command evaporated, and it resolved to rid itself of the irritating human female clinging to its back. The crimson dragon initiated another terrifying death roll, summoning its full golden magic, which surged towards Yilishan like a raging tide. Caught off guard, and without a battle chi barrier in place, Yilishan was swiftly assaulted by the sharp magical energy, leaving countless varying wounds across her body, with blood seeping out to stain her garments and cheeks. Arthur, witnessing the mutual harm between the two, could only shake his head in disbelief. Yet, this presented a prime opportunity for his sister Yilishan to tame the crimson dragon, so he refrained from intervening, remaining close by to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Yilishan endured the intense pain, well aware that she could not show weakness. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated and summoned her battle chi to form a protective barrier against the dragon's magical onslaught. However, the crimson dragon's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, igniting her excitement. "Now that's the spirit. I like it. But it's time for you to experience my prowess." Taking a deep breath, she condensed her battle chi into her fists. "Prepare to feel the might of my meteor fist." With that declaration, her fists rained down upon the crimson dragon like a torrential storm. This technique, derived from her family's 9 layers of waves, transformed sword techniques into fist strikes, each blow doubling in power, sustained until her battle chi was exhausted. Under the relentless assault of her formidable fists, the crimson dragon emitted mournful cries, its massive body beginning to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Yilishan leaped onto the dragon's neck, unleashing her fists upon its massive head, leaving the creature overwhelmed and unable to gather its magic. Arthur, employing his beast mastery mark, urged the crimson dragon to yield, lest it suffer severe injury. With no other choice, the dragon begrudgingly submitted to Yilishan. Having successfully tamed the crimson dragon, Yilishan felt a surge of pride, casting a teasing glance at Arthur. She gently stroked the dragon's feathers, relishing in its newfound docility. Arthur flew beside her, offering his congratulations. "Well done, sister. You effortlessly subdued such a powerful dragon." Yilishan, in high spirits, graciously replied, "Thank you. This fellow is quite impressive." Chapter 66. The glowing slug. Despite Arthur's subtle intervention during her taming of the Crimson Dragon for Yilishan, this was a resounding success. A magical beast of equal caliber significantly bolstered her combat prowess, and with proper synergy, their combined strength would be exponentially greater. Sam gazed enviously at the bond forming between Yilishan and the Crimson Dragon, yet he understood that had he been in her position, he would have already been flung away. He possessed the self-awareness to recognize that such a formidable beast was beyond his grasp. However, accompanying his cousin Arthur, perhaps one day he too might ride a magical beast. The Crimson Dragon acknowledged Yilishan's courage and combat strength, leading to a rapid deepening of their bond. Consequently, the dragon now soared with renewed vigor. "Great Rooster, your feathers are stunning, resembling flames. From now on, I shall call you Igu-Nic, symbolizing fire and courage. What do you think?" The dragon chirped in acknowledgement. "You agree. Splendid. Igu-Nic, let us take flight." The soaring red dragon seemed to embrace its new name, its excited cries piercing the tranquility of the night sky. In a playful mood, Yilishan began to showcase her flying skills on Igu-Nic, performing flips, jumps, and steep dives. Soon, they arrived at the small bank where the ear mouse's cave was located. Under the night sky, the small bank appeared inconspicuous, shrouded in darkness. Arthur and the black dragon Sparrow landed at the cave's entrance. Arthur took Sam's hand, leaping down with him, while the guards and Yedian dismounted from the dragon's back. Arthur then retrieved a magical orb from his storage ring to illuminate the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. The birds that had been resting in the grass scattered in fright. Sister Yilishan, having circled twice on Igu-Nic, finally descended. Yedian rushed excitedly to Yilishan's side, exclaiming, "Congratulations on taming Igu-Nic. That was exhilarating." In a buoyant mood, Yilishan playfully teased her childhood companion. "Look, there's another one that resembles a black crow. You could tame it. It would suit you perfectly, considering you love wearing black. My lady, you are bringing my attire into this again. What's wrong with black? Haven't you heard? Black is the most abundant color. It is rich and creative. While it may seem contrary to colorful hues, black is indeed the embodiment of all colors. Objects appear black because they absorb all colors. Each color has its own attitude, and black represents acceptance and humility." The young girl chattered incessantly, her words spilling forth like a rapid-fire machine gun. "Miss, black is indeed a noble virtue, representing an elegance of spirit. You must promise not to mock me for my fondness for black in the future. Otherwise, it would tarnish your esteemed and graceful noble image," Diana declared with a huff, tossing a proud glance over her shoulder at Yilishan. She then turned to the Black Sparrow. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she softly asked, "Surely, you understand the beauty of black, don't you?" The Black Sparrow tilted its head, blinking curiously at this petite and charming human. It gazed at Diana, seemingly striving to comprehend her words. Although it did not fully grasp the meaning, for some inexplicable reason, the sparrow felt drawn to a certain endearing quality radiating from Diana. Thus, it instinctively inched closer to her, displaying a willingness to bond. Arthur and Sam wisely kept their distance, knowing well that a woman's quarrel was best left unentangled, lest they find themselves in dire straits. Observing Diana's escalating temper, Yilishan refrained from provoking her further. "Since you are so well-versed in black, why not take charge of taming Miss Black Sparrow? After all, you are my most formidable asset, making you the perfect choice for this task." Diana immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "Miss, you are simply the best. Rest assured, I will train her to be utterly obedient. From this day forth, we shall be your indomitable sword and unyielding shield." Before she could finish, Yilishan swiftly raised her hand, signaling Diana to cease. "Enough with your sweet nothings. I have grown weary of your flattery. If you are to tame that Black Sparrow, be prepared to stand in front of me when danger arises." Diana eagerly grasped Yilishan's arm, affirming, "Of course. When have I not stood by your side?" Yilishan chuckled, exasperated yet amused, gently poking Diana's forehead with her finger. "You have always been like this, haven't you?" Just as the two were playfully bantering, the cargo ship arrived. Arthur directed them to the shore, and once everyone had gathered, he spoke. "This cave is not particularly spacious, but the interior is relatively open. We must divide our tasks efficiently to complete our mission. I will assign you into 3 teams. The first will enter the cave to collect items. The second will transport the goods outside, and the third will remain at the entrance to load the supplies onto the ship. Is that clear?" "Understood," they replied in unison. "Excellent. Now, quickly form your teams as per my instructions. The Knights of Longxi Island will form one team to collect items. The Knights of Yalishan City will be the second team to transport the goods to the entrance. And the Knights of the Tali family will be responsible for loading the items onto the ship. Is everyone clear? At your command. Very well. Let us commence our operation. Knights of Longxi Island, follow closely behind us. Next, the team from Yalishan City, while the Tali Knights must guard the ship and be prepared to assist. All personnel, move out. Arthur, still clutching the magical illumination pearl, led the way, followed closely by Yalishan, Diana, and Sam. The Knights of Longxi Island and Yalishan City each carried a wooden box, hastily collected from the crossroads inn. The boxes provided a decent seal, ideal for containing slugs, as their soft bodies could escape through any gap. Arthur had instructed that the bottoms of the boxes be lined with moss, a preferred food for the slugs, ensuring a moist environment to minimize harm during transport. Although the limestone cave was somewhat damp, the paths were relatively flat and easy to traverse. Before long, they reached the nesting area of Fuzi, only to find an empty cave adorned with bioluminescent slugs emanating a soft green or deep blue glow, flickering enchanting lights in the darkness. The bodies of the slugs were soft and smooth, their luminescence shifting with their movements, creating a dreamlike cascade of colors. As they crawled through the cave, they left behind faintly glowing trails, like markers of their journey. Their tentacles quivered slightly, seemingly exploring the surrounding world, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquil cave. These slugs were scattered throughout the dark cave like stars in the night sky, some as large as an adult's arm, while others were merely the size of a finger. Listen closely, we will collect those larger than the size of a palm. Handle them gently to avoid causing any harm. Arthur reminded everyone before they began. All right, let us start. Arthur produced a storage jade box, focusing on the largest slugs, soon collecting dozens until the box was filled to capacity. Chapter 67. The Purple Slug King. Arthur carefully stowed the filled storage jade box and retrieved another from his storage ring. He silently thanked his habit of always carrying ample storage boxes with him. Such diligence was a commendable trait nurtured during his rigorous training. Sam, noticing this, hastily pulled out his own storage box, scanning the surroundings for larger slugs. At this moment, he was resolute in his belief. As long as he followed his cousin's lead, he would surely succeed. This was also the advice imparted to him by his father. Meanwhile, Yalishan and Diana were focused on selecting the most visually appealing slugs. Arthur was taken aback to see his typically composed sister exhibit this side of herself. Miss, look how beautiful this green one is. It's just like a piece of imperial green jade. Diana exclaimed excitedly, placing a palm-sized emerald green slug into her storage box and eagerly showing her find to Yalishan. What's so special about green? I prefer blue, as it closely resembles the color of my battle chi, Yalishan remarked nonchalantly, yet could not resist sneaking a glance into Diana's box. Why are you only picking the small ones? What good are they at that size? Are you foolish? She chided playfully. Just because they are small doesn't mean they can't grow. Beauty is what matters, Diana retorted defiantly. Why not search for a sizable green one? There are plenty of them here. You always have an excuse. You need a good talking to. Oh, you are the boss. Whatever you say goes. I am but a mere follower. What can I do? Diana feigned a sweet demeanor, causing Arthur to feel a twinge of discomfort. Yalishan, too, felt slightly nauseated by the display. So what? You'll just have to kneel. Arthur chuckled at the exchange between the master and servant, shaking his head in amusement. It was best to keep his distance to avoid any repercussions. Employing his battle chi footwork, Arthur swiftly navigated the cave, effortlessly capturing several large slugs in the blink of an eye. These slugs measured over a meter in length, astonishing all who beheld them. Look at these giants. Their colors are incredibly unique. Pink, Arthur exclaimed, displaying the slugs before the group. Upon seeing this, Yalishan and Diana rushed over, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, how beautiful. Miss, look, this color is quite rare, Diana exclaimed, her voice a torrent of enthusiasm. Sam was equally drawn in, his face adorned with envy. After observing for a while, he quickly maneuvered his rotund figure towards a less crowded area, muttering to himself that he too needed to strive to find an even larger and more beautiful slug. Meanwhile, Alyssum and Diana exchanged a knowing glance, instantly understanding each other's intentions. In a flash, they darted towards Arthur's side like arrows released from a bow, seizing a slug each from his jade box before he could react. Without pausing, they turned and sped away, their pace swift as lightning. These two formidable female Earth Knights had surprisingly directed their talents towards such antics. Arthur could only shake his head in exasperation at the mischievous duo, who giggled like children whose scheme had succeeded, prompting Sam to hastily distance himself from them. With a sigh, Arthur collected his thoughts and resumed his search for slugs. As the area was teeming with them, making it easy to find a sizable specimen. Although slugs were classified as magical beasts, they possessed little offensive power. If not for their peculiar abilities in healing and detoxification, few would bother to capture them. Suddenly, Arthur spotted an exceptionally enormous slug, measuring a staggering 3 meters in length. Its body shimmered with a mysterious purple hue, translucent and resembling a precious gem. The creature was inching towards the narrow depths of a cave. Arthur sensed that this slug was nearing the level of a high-grade magical beast, stirring his excitement as he stealthily approached the colossal creature. Just as he was about to make his move, a flash of purple light erupted, revealing the slug's magical prowess. It could teleport. However, the distance it moved was merely a few meters. With a determined stride, Arthur followed closely. The slug glowed with a purple luminescence once more, leading Arthur to believe it was about to teleport again, prompting him to position himself in its escape route. To his surprise, the creature spat a jet of purple liquid at him. Arthur swiftly dodged, his heart racing. This slug appeared to possess more intelligence than one might expect. The liquid corroded the ground upon contact, creating a gaping pit. Had Arthur not possessed remarkable agility, he might have fallen victim to this cunning creature. Regaining his composure, Arthur resolved to alter his strategy and swiftly formed a beast control seal in his hand. As the symbol completed, he rapidly sent the beast control rune into the slug's body. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated ease of subduing it did not materialize. The rune sank into the depths of the slug's being without any response, resembling a stone cast into an ocean. This marked the second failure of the beast control rune, leaving Arthur perplexed. At that moment, Alyson and Sam noticed the unfolding situation and prepared to assist him. Arthur urgently called out to them, insisting they remain back, for the area was perilous. His presence alone would suffice, and their arrival might complicate matters. After all, Sam was still a novice, a mere intermediate night squire. His involvement would only hinder their efforts. The two halted at his command, yet remained anxiously observant of Arthur's plight. With a determined gaze, Arthur decided to resort to force. He inhaled deeply, feeling his battle chi surge within, and swiftly lunged towards the giant slug. The creature sensed the imminent threat and began spewing purple liquid. But Arthur deftly evaded each attack. Drawing his sword, he executed the technique of condensing water into ice, knowing that the slug's body was primarily composed of water, making this attack particularly devastating. As he unleashed his martial skill, the purple slug visibly began to freeze. Just as Arthur was poised to deliver a decisive strike against the Slug King, it expelled a dazzling stone from its maw, glimmering with pure celestial energy. The Slug King emitted a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently, while the stone's brilliance intensified until the entire cave was enveloped in blinding light. Everyone was forced to squint against the overwhelming radiance, and Arthur had no choice but to close his eyes and attune himself to the surrounding situation. At that moment, he sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the Slug King, an overwhelming force that left him feeling insignificantly small. He could not afford to remain passive. Channeling his battle chi, Arthur unleashed a powerful 12-wave strike towards the Slug King's direction, accompanied by his condensing water into ice technique. The purple lightning binding dragon technique was his ultimate attack, directed at the Slug King with all his magical might. As the blinding light gradually faded, Arthur opened his eyes to behold the mysterious stone suspended in midair, emitting a faint glow, while the Slug King's form had vanished, leaving behind only a severed remnant. Without hesitation, Arthur collected it into his storage jade box. Knowing that slugs excelled in regeneration, this remnant would be enough for it to survive and eventually recover. Arthur quickly approached the stone, stowing it away in his storage ring to prevent others from discovering it. The others gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity. What was that brilliant light just now? Sam inquired, puzzled. The Slug King must have cast a teleportation spell. Look, many slugs in the vicinity have disappeared. It must have relocated them, Alyson explained solemnly. Teleportation? Isn't that merely documented in books? Does it truly exist? Diana voiced her skepticism, yet the evidence before them compelled her to believe. Perhaps it was just one of the Slug King's magical abilities. Let's not dwell on the incomprehensible. It serves no purpose, Arthur interjected. Everyone, let's gather the remaining sizable slugs quickly. Chapter 68. Sisterly Flowers. After nearly 2 hours of diligent effort, Arthur and his companions successfully captured every slug larger than the size of a palm. He directed them to carry the last wooden crates out of the cave. And at that moment, half of the cargo ship's space was filled with the crates. Once the final batch was loaded onto the ship, Arthur instructed his guards to board the vessel and oversee the slugs. The haul had been impressive, totaling several thousand slugs of considerable size. The smaller ones could be left for future adventurers, as the environment was conducive to slug growth, ensuring they would thrive with proper care. Arthur silently congratulated himself, having utilized his exceptional agility and keen perception to achieve the most substantial yield. He had consumed 6 storage jade boxes, capturing over 1,000 slugs measuring over a foot in length. The most valuable among them were undoubtedly the few pink slugs and the half of the purple slug king. While the precise applications of these rare slugs required further exploration, their massive forms and potent magical energy hinted at their extraordinary potential. Arthur's sister, Alyssyn, and her attendant also fared well, with Alyssyn regaining her usual radiant and regal demeanor. Diana stood quietly behind her, resembling a shadow. Sam's round, cherubic face beamed with joy. Akin to a freshly steamed bun, his eyes nearly squished shut from his grin. "Cousin Arthur, shall we head straight back to the Cross Inn?" Sam asked. Though this was the territory of the Merlin family, Diana shot him a disapproving look. "Weren't you quite enthusiastic during the slug capture? Why the sudden timidity now?" Sam stammered, quickly reverting to his timid demeanor, unsure of how to respond. As Yelishin gestured for Diana to cease her words, she remarked to Arthur, "Though we are descendants of the Merlin family, we have been granted autonomy, and it would indeed be inappropriate to brazenly pillage within our ancestral lands. Wouldn't you agree?" Arthur, unburdened by any qualms, ordered the cargo ship to set sail for Yelishin port immediately to ensure his sister's belongings were swiftly secured. "As for mine, they may be transported back to Longchi Island upon my return. We shall linger at the Cross Inn for a few more days to observe the situation regarding that tryst. The incidents involving thieves here must reach a resolution and an explanation." Yelishin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. We must report our findings to the family and request reinforcements to guard this area, for it possesses considerable resources." Naturally, Arthur concurred. "And it also presents a significant achievement that could merit us some rewards from the family." Rewards? Yelishin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Arthur's intent. "Indeed. According to family tradition, even the discovery of useful resources within the territory warrants corresponding rewards. What you say is true. Although we have been granted autonomy, we remain sheltered beneath the family's wing, and repaying the family in some manner is only just," Yelishin replied with a smile. "You, dear brother, are quite remarkable at such a tender age, prioritizing the family above all else." Arthur humbly responded with a smile, "Nay, I am but inexperienced and have much to learn from you, dear sister. I hope you will continue to guide me." Observing the two siblings engaging in mutual praise, Diana could not help but twitch at the corner of her mouth, yet she maintained a facade of calm and refrained from interjecting. Meanwhile, Sam scrutinized Arthur and Yelishin with keen interest, forming new judgments about his cousins. As they spoke, all the wooden crates had been loaded, and Arthur instructed them to set sail towards Yelishin City. With his personal guards and his sister's subordinates present, safety was assured. After all, within their own territory, no one dared to challenge them. Moreover, following the Lykelia River, they would arrive within a day, and under the cover of night, the likelihood of mishaps was minimal. Watching the cargo ship depart, Arthur took hold of Sam and mounted the double-headed dragon sparrow, while his sister Yelishin rode her new steed, the crimson-feathered Ignis. With Arthur's assistance, Diana also climbed onto the back of the black-feathered sparrow, her excitement rekindled, for it was to be her new mount, and she treated the creature with exceptional tenderness. A few minutes later, they returned to the Cross Inn, where the town was illuminated by the glow of lamps and thronged with people, particularly in the taverns and brothels where business thrived. The dock area was aglow with various candles and magical lights, casting a bright sheen that resembled a scene of twinkling lights from above. Yet, Arthur and his companions showed little interest in such matters and proceeded directly to the Cross Inn, entering Arthur's room. Sam, Yelishin, and their servant remained at the inn, ensuring their needs were met, while Arthur found himself alone, having dispatched all his guards and servants to attend to other matters. Realizing his display was lacking, he mused that since he had finally embraced nobility, he ought to relish the experience of being attended to by a multitude of servants. Observing that her brother had no attendants by his side, Yelishin felt a pang of sympathy and instructed Diana, "Please arrange for 2 maids to assist Arthur with his daily needs." "Yes, miss," Diana promptly responded and exited to make the arrangements. The room was left with only Arthur, Yelishin, and Sam. "Sister, while the matter of the bandits may not seem significant to the Merlin family, it could tarnish our reputation. Thus, it is imperative that the family provides a resolution," Arthur stated. Yelishin nodded in agreement. "You are quite right, but since Fuzai has already been captured, it may not be prudent to disclose this externally." Arthur retrieved a jug of goat's milk wine and 4 silver cups from his storage ring. pouring a glass for his sister and cousin. This is goat's milk wine from Longqi Island, quite delightful. Do give it a try. After filling his own glass, Arthur took a hearty sip and declared, "How can Fuzai be a bandit? These bandits must be mere men. The Cross Inn is a place of dubious characters. I refuse to believe there are no dark dealings at play. We shall investigate thoroughly in the coming days, and the truth will undoubtedly surface." Sam savored the goat's milk wine, his gaze fixated ahead, yet his ears perked up, revealing his insatiable curiosity. Yelishin took a small sip and remarked, "This wine has a rather unique flavor." "You are right. One must seize opportunities as they arise, as no effort goes unrewarded." Arthur smiled slightly and continued, "Furthermore, we can use this opportunity to gauge the underlying currents here and identify any potential threats." Yelishin nodded in agreement, gazing thoughtfully out the window. This place serves as a crucial hub to the inland, bustling with people, making it easy for unsavory elements to conceal themselves. At that moment, Diana returned with two maids. Yelishin looked at them with satisfaction and introduced, "These twin sisters are called Lola and Layla, members of the Sai ethnic group from the Cymegia continent. They will attend to your needs from now on. As you are now a baron, it is essential to have assistance with your daily affairs, even when away from home." Arthur nodded obediently. "Thank you, sister, for your thoughtfulness. I understand." Arthur curiously examined the twin sisters, noting their black hair and eyes, yellow skin, and petite frames adorned with vibrant tattoos. "People from the Cymegia continent?" Arthur inquired, puzzled. Yelishin explained, "I encountered them at the slave market in Osagus several years ago, and, seeing their plight, decided to purchase them. Both sisters possess commendable potential and have reached the level of advanced knight attendants. However, due to their training in the totem arts, they can no longer cultivate battle chi, resulting in a stagnation of their progress. Nevertheless, they are clever and adept at caregiving, so keep them close." Arthur quickly interjected, "The personnel of Longqi Fort is rather ample. I will be cautious next time I venture out and shall not deprive you of your beloved." Yelishin took another sip of goat's milk wine and replied, "What does it matter? My Yelishin territory boasts a population exceeding 300,000. Unlike your Longqi Island with its mere 30,000, it is not easy to find capable individuals. Since I have offered, you should simply accept without hesitation." With no choice but to express his gratitude, Arthur replied, "Then thank you, sister." Chapter 69, The Service of the New Maidens. After Diana brought in the maids, she silently took her place behind Yelishin. Yelishin then said, "Diana, please sit down and also enjoy a taste of the distinctive goat's milk wine from Longqi Island. It truly has its own charm." "Yes, miss." Diana smiled as she sat in the chair beside Yelishin. The Lola sisters were indeed obedient, immediately stepping forward to fill Diana's wine cup without needing to be asked. As soon as Arthur drained his cup of goat's milk wine, Lola promptly came to refill it, their movements fluid and graceful. Arthur smiled as he took a sip and remarked to his sister, "Sister, you truly know how to train people." Yelishin replied with satisfaction, "As a lord, the most vital task is to cultivate talent. This ensures that tasks are executed smoothly. Remember this well. You speak wisely." "I often feel I have no one capable to rely on, and it troubles me greatly," Arthur agreed. "However, with a population of merely over 30,000 on Longqi Island, I am fortunate that you have supported me with an additional 50,000, alleviating my immediate concerns." Yelishin, however, dismissed the notion. "This is a standard transaction, not assistance. In due course, when I have the leisure, I can send people to help you construct Arthur City. However, the wages must be calculated appropriately." Upon hearing this, Ase laughed heartily, acknowledging that it was indeed a matter of gratitude that his sister could send someone to assist him. Yet, this year marks the year of Chiodi, and with your prowess, you are undoubtedly expected to participate. At that time, the focus can be placed on the plunder of population. He then solemnly instructed that preparations for transport ships must be made in advance, for it is my understanding that Longqi Island possesses no large sea vessels. Otherwise, renting from others would result in substantial deductions. Regrettably, my Yelishin port only has 2 three-masted sailing ships, barely sufficient for our needs. Ase readily agreed, recognizing this as a valid concern. However, Longqi Island does have some savings, and I plan to purchase 2 three-masted sailing ships. Yelishin was somewhat taken aback, noting that a single three-masted vessel costs over 200,000 gold coins. "Are you certain Longqi Island can afford to? Moreover, these must be custom-built in advance. While used ships may be cheaper, they carry significant risks and are prone to damage." Ase smiled faintly, confidently assuring that financial matters pose no issue, as I possess ways to secure ample funding. However, only the Marquis of Sta Island has a shipyard, and it is said that without connections, even wealth cannot procure one. Yelishin nodded in agreement, recalling that her 2 ships were acquired through her father's intervention from Sta Island, while one was a refurbished vessel from the Eileen family. At this moment, Diana interjected, "Miss, second young master, why not establish your own shipyard?" Yelishin shook her head, explaining that constructing a shipyard requires a significant investment of capital. And more critically, shipbuilding technology is rare. Only those prestigious families possess the capability to arrange the magical formations needed for large sailing vessels. Otherwise, long ocean voyages would be untenable given the formidable sea beasts. The ocean is not like the inland rivers, where ordinary cargo ships can navigate freely. The Merlin family has painstakingly operated for over 300 years to establish a single cargo shipyard in Lycalia, primarily due to their lack of foundational magical prowess. Hearing this, the group felt somewhat disheartened. Yet Ase spoke with confidence, asserting that while beginnings are often challenging, with determination, nothing in this world is insurmountable. Although we lack the capability to build 3-masted ships now, we can continue to gather knowledge and talent in shipbuilding. As for the magical formations, once my mother advances to Grand Mage, the Merlin family could indeed develop its own. Yelishin, shaking her head in resignation, conceded, "Well, it is reassuring to see my second brother so confident. You are right. As long as the family is united, challenges will be overcome." Everyone expressed their agreement. After conversing for about half an hour, they each retired to their rooms to rest. "My lord, I have prepared this incense for you. It can soothe the mind and aid sleep. Please give it a try and see how it works," came the gentle and melodious voice of Layla, who held a colorful shell from which a faint azure smoke continuously wafted. Ase, intrigued, inquired, "Did you make this incense yourself?" "Indeed, my lord. In my homeland, it is quite common to create fragrances and use herbs for healing. One must admit, this incense indeed brings a sense of tranquility and delight to the spirit." Ase expressed his admiration, remarking on the remarkable efficacy of such a simple incense and the wondrous surprises that the world often holds. Layla smiled sweetly, modestly responding that this was but a minor craft, unworthy of such praise, and that the medicinal packets prepared by her sister were far more remarkable. "Oh, do tell me more," Ase urged, his curiosity piqued. "My sister concocts bath sachets that not only relieve fatigue but also assist in cultivation. Furthermore, she excels in preparing medicinal packets for cooking meat." Noticing Ace's keen interest, Layla continued, "Additionally, my sister uses herbs to heal. When we were captured by slave traders and brought to the Crescent Kingdom, she saved many lives with her herbal remedies." "Layla, you are being too talkative." "Do not disturb my lord," interjected Laura, emerging from the bathroom to curtail the lively conversation. Layla pouted, acknowledging, "I understand. My lord enjoys listening to me." Laura shot Layla a stern look, signaling her to be silent. Layla promptly ceased her chatter and turned to tidy up Ace's bed. "My lord, the bathing water is ready. You may take your bath now." Laura's voice was gentle, yet slightly distant. "Very well. I have not had a proper bath in a while. Today I shall indulge," Ase replied. Laura accompanied Ase into the bathroom, assisting him in removing his outer garments before stepping out. Ase then shed the remaining articles of clothing and stepped into the wooden tub. The tub was adorned with petals of various hues, and a refreshing herbal fragrance wafted through the air. "Ah, so they have included the herbal sachet," Ase mused, lifting it to his nose to inhale its pleasant, subtle aroma. He then closed his eyes to meditate within the tub. The warm water and soothing scent quickly allowed Ase to relax, bringing his mind and body to a state of serene clarity. Unbeknownst to him, he began to practice the True Dragon Chi nourishing technique and the True Dragon visualization method, feeling a subtle increase in his vitality. An hour passed before Laura's voice called from outside the bathroom. My lord, the water has cooled. Do you need to add more?" Ase awoke from his meditation. "No, I shall be out shortly." "As you wish, my lord." After drying himself, Ase donned a fresh set of night clothes, noting a faint fragrance that lingered on the fabric, a woody scent well suited for gentlemen. Exiting the bathroom, he found the sisters had tidied the bed, and the entire room was filled with the scent of incense. In high spirits, Ase retrieved 2 gold coins from his pouch, offering them. "Here, a token of appreciation for both of you. I thoroughly enjoyed the incense and the medicinal packets today. Thank you. Please continue to prepare them in this manner." The 2 bowed deeply, solemnly accepting the coins. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I shall begin my training now. You both may retire to rest." "Yes, my lord." The 2 turned and exited the room, while Ase sat cross-legged on the bed, continuing his cultivation practice. Chapter 70. A lavish breakfast the following day. As dawn broke, Ase concluded his training. Perhaps due to the effects of the incense and medicinal packets provided by the Laura sisters, Ace's practice that night had proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The battle chi and magical energy that had been drained by the dragon pup finally began to replenish, and even more robustly than before. Just as Ase rose, a knock echoed at the door. "My lord, have you risen?" came Laura's voice from outside. "Yes, please come in," Ase replied, adjusting his nightclothes. Laura entered, carrying a set of toiletries. "Why are you up so early?" Ase inquired with curiosity. Laura maintained her gentle yet distant demeanor, explaining, "Today, I am on night duty. As soon as dawn broke, I prepared the toiletries, not knowing your schedule, and I did not wish to delay your affairs." "I see. I usually rise quite early. In the future, there is no need for night watch. Just ensure the toiletries are ready at dawn." "Understood, my lord." Ase continued, while on Longchi Island. "I would start my mornings with a warm cup of magical beast goat milk. Now that I am away, simply heat some goat milk wine and bring it to me." As he spoke, he retrieved a jar of goat milk wine from his storage ring and handed it to Laura. "Here, take this. Once it's finished, I will provide you with more." Laura accepted the goat milk wine, responding, "Understood, my lord. What would you like for breakfast?" Ase thought for a moment and stated, "I plan to have breakfast with my sister and Sam. There is no need for you to attend to me here. You may go about your own business." "Yes, my lord." With that, Laura exited the room. After Arthur finished his morning ablutions, he donned a set of lightweight leather armor and summoned his dragon sparrow, feeding it a generous chunk of beast meat along with a vial of dragon blood elixir. Under Arthur's meticulous care, this dragon sparrow was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-high tier. Its combat prowess was of paramount importance to Arthur, as it enabled him to contend with ordinary sky knights. The crimson-feathered sparrow, Ignis, and the black-feathered sparrow watched enviously as Arthur lavished the dragon sparrow with beast meat and elixirs. Chirp, chirp. This was their way of expressing discontent. Reluctantly, Arthur retrieved 2 more pieces of beast meat for them, which finally pacified their restlessness. "You have a new master now. Go ask your new master for food." Arthur jested as he tossed the meat to them. "Hey, little brother really knows how to enjoy life. How could you be so stingy with a few pieces of beast meat?" Alizon's voice chimed from behind Arthur. Turning around, he realized that Ali-san and Diana had also arrived. "Good morning, sister Diana." "Good morning, second young master." Ali-san retrieved a large piece of beast meat from her storage ring and tossed it to the dragon sparrow, grumbling, "Here, take this back, you miser." The dragon sparrow immediately seized the meat and began to feast heartily. Arthur chuckled helplessly. "Isn't this a joke? A few pieces of beast meat are nothing for a brother." Ali-san produced 2 more pieces, tossing one to Ignis and handing the other to Diana to feed the black-feathered sparrow. Diana eagerly ran to the black-feathered sparrow, saying, "Dacnus, eat up. I will find you many more delicious treats in the future." "Dacnus." Arthur looked at Diana in confusion. "When did you name the black-feathered sparrow?" Diana replied excitedly. "After you named the crimson-feathered sparrow Ignis, I thought of it. It pairs perfectly with your Ignis." Arthur shrugged. "Indeed, those names are quite fitting." "I think so too." Ali-san nodded in agreement. After feeding their mounts, the group headed towards the dining hall. Upon their arrival, they found the Lola sisters and Alizon's servants already waiting. A middle-aged maid spoke. "Miss, second young master, I have sent someone to inform young master Sam to come over." Just as the group was about to take their seats, Sam arrived. "Cousin, good morning." "Good morning, Sam." Once everyone was seated, Ali-san addressed the middle-aged maid. "Mrs. Patmore, what is on the breakfast menu today?" Mrs. Patmore kindly replied. "At the Cross Inn, we must experience the clear broth of white-scaled shrimp, red-scaled carp sashimi, and red dragon soup. Additionally, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a mushroom and elixir cream soup and golden steak using our own ingredients." Ali-san nodded in satisfaction. Mrs. Patmore never disappoints. "I am looking forward to it." Soon, the first appetizer was served, a creamy mushroom soup, a staple of the Merlin family, melting in the mouth and leaving a fragrant aftertaste that whetted the appetite. The second dish was red dragon soup, simply a broth made from the leftover parts and scales of the red-scaled carp, which was equally delightful and beneficial for cultivators, though it held little effect for Ali-san and her siblings. However, Sam felt a notable enhancement in his battle chi after finishing a bowl. The third dish, the clear broth white-scaled shrimp, was presented next. The shrimp, roughly the size of a palm, appeared crystal clear, turning a lovely pink hue when cooked. Arthur took a bite of the white-scaled shrimp, savoring its exquisite flavor and tender, juicy meat imbued with rich magical essence. "This shrimp is delightful. I haven't had it in ages. Today, I owe it all to my sister." Ali-san had only one, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "You've been cooped up on Dragon Roost Island for half a year, so of course, you haven't had it. You need to balance work and rest." "Sister is right." Arthur agreed. I adore white-scaled shrimp, but I can only indulge at grandmother S and cousins' homes. The Tolly family rarely has it. Sam's eyes lit up at the sight of the white-scaled shrimp. Arthur chuckled. You sure know how to eat. Each piece of white-scaled shrimp costs a gold coin. Who can afford to eat freely? Sam chuckled foolishly. That's why I follow cousin and cousin. There's food to eat. Sam devoured 3 shrimp before stopping, feeling a stir in his battle chi. The fourth course was red-scaled carp sashimi, the delicate pink fish meat dipped in a special sauce, an exquisite delicacy. Arthur exclaimed, "This is my favorite. I relish its fresh taste and the flavor of the sauce." Alison tasted a piece, but soon stopped. It is indeed delicious. But I find it slightly fishy. Not quite to my liking. Sam took one bite and also declined further. The remaining portions were left for Arthur and Diana to finish. The main course, golden steak, was a favorite for everyone, as it was not an everyday delicacy. Golden cow is hard to come by. Sister is truly impressive, Arthur praised. Alison coughed awkwardly and replied, "Well, the Dominic family lost a bet against me and sent over a few heads." Huh. Both Arthur and Sam were taken aback. When did the Dominic family become so generous? Arthur questioned, perplexed. Just as Diana was about to say something, Alison shot her a look that silenced her. She quickly amended her statement. Yes, just a bet lost. At that moment, the last dish was presented. Mrs. Patmore introduced it. This dish is a magical aquatic plant from Lake Reclair called water lily. It has a refreshing and sweet taste, making it a delightful post-meal salad. This breakfast was truly extravagant, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. After finishing the water lily, Arthur had Lola pour each person a glass of warmed goat milk wine. Arthur raised his glass and proclaimed, "A glass of goat milk wine after a meal warms the stomach and soothes the throat. Everyone should try the warmed version. It offers a unique flavor." Alison took a small sip. The warmed goat milk wine has a richer aroma. It's quite a remarkable method. Arthur smiled. "If you like it, sister, I will ensure they set aside a portion for you when brewing the goat milk wine in the future." "Great. I quite enjoy this flavor." Alison did not hold back with her brother. "In the future, if you need my help, just let me know." Sam drank 2 glasses of goat milk wine before setting his cup down contentedly. Today's breakfast was fantastic. So comfortable. If I could live like this every day, I wouldn't trade it for anything. Arthur playfully retorted, "In this world, nothing comes without a price. If you wish to continue enjoying such a life, be prepared to pay the cost." Seeing Sam nod in agreement, Arthur continued, "We must be grateful to our ancestors for our good fortunes today. Over the past 300 years, they have sacrificed countless blood and sweat. As we enjoy our lives, let us not forget the hardships of our forebears, and consider whether our descendants will also lead lives as comfortable as ours." Alison concurred. "Arthur is absolutely right. Cousin, you should focus more on your cultivation. Last time, Charles bullied you due to your low cultivation level. Otherwise, how could he dare to be so arrogant, being a fellow Viscount heir?" Sam timidly replied, "I understand, cousin." Arthur recognized that Sam had become exceedingly insecure under the strict upbringing of Viscount Tolly. In truth, he had been quite adorable as a chubby child. However, as Shanmu gradually matured, his father, Lord Tari, found himself increasingly troubled. His son possessed a rather peculiar disposition, unlike the typical boys he often observed. Shanmu was not boisterous or inclined to brandish swords and sticks. Instead, he was enamored with the arts, displaying a notable artistic temperament, harboring no interest in violence or conflict. Moreover, he had a profound appreciation for literature and a fondness for small animals, often engaging in the delightful pastime of crafting cakes and pastries to satisfy his culinary cravings. From this perspective, Shanmu was a child imbued with a thirst for knowledge, artistic talent, and a generous heart from a young age. Faced with such a son, Lord Tari grew ever more disheartened, as no method he employed could alter Shanmu's passions. Even reprimands or corporal punishment proved futile. In a fit of desperation, this father had even compelled his son to don feminine attire and parade through the streets, hoping that such extreme measures might transform his son's character. Yet, the outcome was far from his desires. After the father had completely given up on his son and turned a blind eye, his wife bore another son. At this moment, Lord Tari fervently prayed to the moon goddess for blessings. As the younger brother grew, the father found himself increasingly fond of him. As the boy's temperament was in stark contrast to that of Shanmu, Lord Tari placed all his hopes for the family's future upon his second son, leading to an even greater disdain for Shanmu. The formation of one's character is not a matter of a single day, nor is it easy for an individual to change without significant events shaping their path. The humiliation he suffered at the hands of Charles may have left a mark on him, but whether he can rise again and carve his own path ultimately depends on the circumstances that unfold. Shall we stroll through the town? The rainbow wine we tasted at the Wildcat Tavern left me yearning for more. Let us revisit and indulge again, Arthur suggested with enthusiasm. Nearby, Yallison nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, taverns are excellent places for gathering information. Shanmu had no objections, for he was quite content accompanying Arthur. After breakfast, the three departed from the Cross Inn. Meandering through the riverside town, Diana trailed behind them with several guards. To their surprise, the streets were remarkably clean and tidy. Arthur remarked upon the pristine bluestone pavement. It seems the relentless flow of the Lei Kalia River has washed away all the filth and grime of the town. Shanmu suddenly interjected, prompting astonished glances from Arthur and Yallison. Blushing, Shanmu quickly waved his hands, explaining, I merely spoke from the heart. Please don't look at me like that. Yallison shrugged, adding, I simply find your words quite poetic and philosophical. Arthur couldn't help but praise him, agreeing that the sentiment grew richer upon reflection. The cross in town was embraced by low hills, with the gentle waters of the river flowing gracefully by. The winding bluestone path traversed through the town, flanked by quaint stone houses and vibrant markets. By the riverside, willows swayed gently in the breeze, their branches dancing. In the crystal-clear river, fish frolicked joyfully, creating shimmering ripples on the surface. Fishermen in small boats cast their nets, while women pounded cloves by the riverbank, and children gathered small fish, shrimp, and shells to supplement their household income. In the distance, ancient stone bridges arched over the river, connecting the banks. Pedestrians traversed the bridges, merchants, travelers, and shepherds herding their flocks. These stone bridges bore witness to the rise and fall of the town. The security in this town was commendable, with patrolling knights visible throughout. A significant reason for the bustling trade in Cross Inn. For a century, no major incidents had occurred, with the previous robbery being a rare occurrence. Throughout their stroll, Shanmu's spirits remained low, likely troubled by his sister's words. After approximately 2 hours of wandering, they arrived at the Wildcat Tavern nestled among the vibrant eucalyptus trees. At this hour, the tavern was not yet crowded, and upon spotting Arthur and the others, the proprietress promptly greeted them. Miss Merlin, esteemed young gentlemen, please come in. Arthur and his companions chose a riverside table, affording them a view of the picturesque Lei Kalia River and the passing boats. Madam, let us each have a jug of your rainbow wine, and you may select the accompanying dishes, Arthur ordered first. He then jested, this time, you'd better not run out of stock. The proprietress chuckled, covering her mouth. Many thanks to young Master Merlin for your understanding. We just received a fresh batch of magical oysters yesterday. You are in for a treat. Arthur exclaimed with delight. That sounds splendid. Perfect timing. Before long, the exquisite wine and food were served. Having strolled for 2 hours, they were parched, making the rainbow wine particularly delightful today. Shanmu, having previously enhanced his skills after drinking the colorful brew, developed a fondness for the rainbow wine. Swaying and reflecting, this rainbow wine seems to capture the essence of nature. Its fragrance is intoxicating, making it a true treasure of the earth. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle at Shanmu's demeanor, noting that he indeed possessed the potential of a wandering poet. I believe you could pursue this path in the future. Becoming a poet or a scholar would be quite admirable. Yallison disagreed, stating, Arthur, do not lead Shanmu astray. In this world, strength is paramount. As the heir to a family, martial prowess is of utmost importance. Gradually, more patrons filled the tavern, and Arthur and his companions engaged in idle chatter while enjoying the scenic river view. Madam, bring me a jug of that so-called rainbow brew, boomed a coarse voice, shattering the tavern's ambience. Chapter 72, Bloodwolf Mercenary Group. Arthur turned towards the voice, spotting a nearly 2-meter-tall bald brute bellowing at the proprietress from the counter. This giant bore a brutish visage, with bulging muscles and a pair of menacing eyes. Clad in tattered leather armor and wielding a massive axe, he exuded an intimidating presence. The proprietress regarded the man with an air of indifference and playful curiosity, responding, Sir, this establishment has never sold any rainbow brew. We only serve the renowned rainbow wine. If you wish to drink, we have plenty to offer. The brute's eyes widened in anger. Who cares about your rainbow wine? I know all the news in this area. Do not think I can be easily deceived. Hand over the rainbow brew. With that, he raised his axe, threatening to strike the proprietress. I suggest you put away your weapon. Even as a mid-level Earth Knight, not even the Bloodwolf dares to behave recklessly in my tavern. The proprietress shot a scornful glance at the bald man, continuing, Your Bloodwolf mercenary group does possess some strength, but the Bloodwolf is merely a peak Earth Knight. Under Lord Sue Cetus' rule, what chaos could you possibly instigate? Moreover, the Cross Inn is protected by the Knights of the Merlin family. If you wish to make a living here, it would be wise not to overstep your bounds. The incident with that Dragon Slayer mercenary group has only recently passed. Do you truly wish to repeat their mistakes? Upon hearing the proprietress mention Lord Sui-Sita and the Merlin family, the bald man's expression darkened, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Do not invoke Lord Sui-Sita or the Merlin family to intimidate me. Our leader will soon ascend to the rank of Sky Knight. Even Sui-Sita and the Merlin family would not dare to offend us lightly. Today, I demand that rainbow brew." With that, he reached out a massive hand towards the proprietress. However, before he could approach the proprietress, he felt a tremendous force beneath his feet that sent him flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. What a reckless fool. It turned out that it was the seemingly unassuming shop assistant who had struck, revealing himself as a master. Many onlookers were bewildered by the shop assistant's swift actions, their curiosity piqued by this young man's hidden prowess. Arthur, observing from the side, whispered to Ali-san, "I sensed a powerful surge of earth-based magical energy just now." Ali-san replied softly, "It is the elemental force of the elven race. That assistant must be a warrior of the earth element from the elves." The bald giant struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with fear and astonishment. You are actually an earth warrior of the elves." He was well aware of the elves' might, particularly the earth warriors, renowned for their formidable strength and defense. At that moment, he realized he had provoked someone he should not have. "Leave," the shop assistant said coldly. The bald giant dared not utter another word, hastily picking up his axe and leaving the Wildcat Tavern in disgrace. The crowd began to murmur about this sudden conflict, astonished at the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps' audacity. A fellow mercenary, speaking in hushed tones to his companion, remarked, "The Bloodwolf has long been entrenched among the high-ranking Earth Knights. They must have touched upon the sky level. It seems so. For us freelance mercenaries, this could spell trouble." "Not necessarily. Do you think Treester?" The two lowered their voices intentionally to avoid being overheard. At that moment, the proprietress raised her voice, "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, everyone. To make amends, our tavern is offering an 8% discount today. Let us drink until we are inebriated." The crowd immediately responded with enthusiasm. The shop assistant resumed his innocuous demeanor, bustling among the patrons. However, the atmosphere had shifted, and everyone treated him with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as an ordinary assistant. Arthur grew curious, wondering if beneath his white hat, he might have a pair of elven ears, given his delicate and slender build. It was hard to believe he was indeed an earth element elf. Just as Arthur and Ali-san silently observed the crowd's reactions, Sam suddenly spoke up. "That bald man from the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps clearly has his ear to the ground. Why would he still dare to stir trouble at the Wildcat Tavern?" Arthur and Ali-san immediately turned their gaze towards Sam, urging him to continue. Clearly, neither the tavern's background nor Treester's reputation would be something the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps could contend with. His blatant provocation must be based on some information he had received. Ali-san nodded. "You make a valid point. I didn't expect you to be quite so perceptive." Sam sheepishly scratched his head. "I just tend to be cautious. If it were me, knowing I couldn't win, I certainly wouldn't go looking for trouble." After seeing that bald man defeated by the assistant, he immediately fled. He is clearly not a brave individual. Arthur stroked his chin in contemplation, agreeing with Sam. The bald man must feel he can handle the tavern's people and believes he won't provoke repercussions from those behind the tavern or Treester. Ali-san, pondering, added, "So, he must know that no matter what he does to the tavern, he will not face consequences. This implies that something has happened with the forces behind the tavern or with Treester himself." Arthur nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "But there is also a chance that Treester will no longer stand with the tavern." Sam suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be that Treester's current endeavors are somehow connected to the forces behind the tavern, or perhaps he is targeting this very individual? Arthur and Ali-san exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It is quite possible. After all, the Wildcat Tavern's rainbow wine and colorful brew are exceptional products, and many would seek to capitalize on them. Moreover, the elves cannot have a deep network within human territory. They rely solely on their strength to establish a foothold. If someone were to target them, it would not be a difficult task. Ali-san felt a headache coming on, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Usually, with Treester guarding this place, no one dared to cause trouble. Yet, as soon as he left, all manner of ruffians emerged. Arthur remained more composed, stating, "Isn't this quite normal? Everyone is striving for upward mobility. However, to achieve progress, both strength and resources are indispensable. Thus, individuals will resort to any means necessary to enhance their power and acquire resources. The Cross Inn is a vital trade hub, populated by a diverse array of people seeking opportunities. Conflicts and scheming are to be expected, as long as the Merlin family's influence remains. They will not be able to stir up too much trouble. Sam nodded, agreeing. My cousin is right. People will do anything for their own interests. But what interest is Treaster pursuing here? Arthur mused inwardly. It seems Sam is quite astute. He did not directly answer Sam's question, but instead remarked, Chaos is the best ladder to ascend. Ali-san and Sam fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Indeed, chaos serves as the most effective stepping stone to rise. Chapter 73. The Injured Sky Knight. After spending some time at the tavern, Arthur and his companions settled their bill and departed. They strolled along the street back to the inn. In Arthur's room, the Lola sisters had prepared a lavish spread of fruits and exquisite pastries. Nearby was a selection of local fruit wines, refreshingly crisp and thirst-quenching, a rare delicacy. Sam raised his glass, taking a delicate sip before looking at Arthur and Ali-san. Cousin. Sister, what should we do next? Ali-san pondered for a moment before responding. First, we need to dispatch someone to the Night Order station here to inquire about the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps in detail. If their leader is indeed on the verge of advancing to the rank of Sky Knight, it could pose a grave concern for our family. Additionally, we must urgently notify the family to send someone to guard the Slug Cave. This place is bound to become a crucial resource for our family in the future, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Furthermore, while this Night Order has a commendable reputation, which should be beneficial for the Merlin family, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. She furrowed her brow, striving to understand the underlying reasons. Arthur incisively pointed out, the people at the Cross Inn have more faith in Treaster's Night Order than in the Merlin family. Now, in the eyes of many, this place has become akin to a fiefdom belonging to the Merlin family. Diana frowned, perplexed, and asked, but Treaster is the sworn knight of the Merlin family. Isn't acknowledging him tantamount to acknowledging the Merlin family? What difference does it make? Sam quietly interjected, the vassal's allegiance does not belong to the Lord. Diana remained baffled, her confusion unabated. At that moment, Arthur explained, the Cross Inn is a critical trade hub for the Merlin family. If we cannot gain complete control over it, those with ulterior motives may seize the opportunity to infiltrate the Merlin territory bit by bit. Therefore, this place must be directly managed by the Merlin family, not through vassals. Arthur continued, Treaster has managed this area as if it were his own fief. Moreover, it appears he is deliberately manipulating the actions of various factions here. Arthur's tone grew increasingly grave. Everything seems to be unfolding according to a script he has meticulously crafted. It appears that only the continuous emergence of villains can highlight his formidable reputation and exceptional capabilities here. All of this seems far too logical. Arthur's words prompted a moment of reflection among the group. Alazan stated in a low voice, this Treaster is indeed adept at concealing his true capabilities and skillfully navigating opportunities. By leveraging the strategic location of the Cross Inn, he has ingeniously created favorable circumstances and garnered the support of others. With time, place, and allies on his side, it is no wonder he has ascended to the rank of Sky Knight in a mere decade or so. Arthur could not help but express his admiration. He is indeed a rare talent. The others looked at Arthur with a shared sense of surprise. Arthur, appearing innocent, remarked, the loyal act with their hearts, while the wise utilize their abilities. Treaster's skill in manipulating the various factions here is undeniably impressive. Now that we are aware of his capabilities, I shall report truthfully to my father, who will know how to manage the situation. Our involvement here can come to a close. Alazan, curious, inquired, are we not continuing our investigation? Arthur shook his head, it is unnecessary. With the Slug Cave nearby, my father will not partition this area. The family can send personnel to take over when the time comes. Furthermore, although Treaster is formidable, he has always remained loyal to the Merlin family. He has handled matters quite well. We shall report the situation as it is, and my father can decide how to proceed. Tom and Jerry's chartered cargo ships should be arriving soon. We should prepare for departure. We have already expended too much energy here. Alazan pondered and agreed, you are right. Let us report the situation to my father and allow him to make the arrangements. We have made considerable gains. The group then indulged in drinking and savoring the local delicacies. Sir, there is a knight named Lester outside seeking an audience, Lola informed Arthur. Let him in. Arthur explained to the others, it is Lester returning from delivering a message to Merlin Castle. Before long, Lester, clad in knightly armor and appearing weary from travel, was ushered in. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I have reported the matter concerning the bandits at the Cross Inn to Lord Merlin. He instructed that since you are here, you should assist the local knights in resolving the issue before you depart. Here is the official order. Alazan took the order, glanced at it, and handed it to Arthur. Arthur recognized the straightforward directive. Ensure the matter is resolved before you leave. Arthur asked Lester, could you tell me about the Bloodwolf mercenary group? Lester paused, then replied, The Blood Wolf is the most renowned mercenary group on Oscus Island, consisting of over 20 members, all of whom are intermediate Earth Knights or above. The leader, Blood Wolf, has been a senior Earth Knight for many years and is on the brink of advancing to the sky level, reputed to be a peak Earth Knight. They primarily protect merchant ships or embark on expeditions. They have been relatively well behaved at the Cross Inn. Recently, Blood Wolf and the main members of the mercenary group have departed for a mission and are not currently here. Oh, do you know when they left? Arthur suddenly caught on. 3 days ago, just before Lord Treaster departed, Lester replied. Indeed, Arthur instructed, one matter should not trouble two masters. I must trouble you to make another trip to Merlin Castle. We have discovered a slug cave nearby that needs reporting to Lord Merlin. Please wait while I write a letter for you to take. As Arthur finished speaking, Lola had already prepared the writing materials. Arthur briefly outlined the slug cave and the situation with Treaster in his letter. After completing the letter, he handed Lester 5 gold coins along with it. Thank you, my lord, Lester said happily as he accepted the letter and coins before departing. That evening, 5 cargo ships chartered from Alazan port arrived. Arthur instructed them to quickly load the goods. With his personal guards overseeing the process, Arthur and the others took the opportunity to familiarize themselves with their mounts. With Arthur's assistance, Diana easily tamed the black griffin Dacnes as her steed. The 3 of them soared along the Rekelia River on their flying mounts, occasionally climbing into the clouds and then swooping down to disturb the water's surface. Just as they were enjoying their flight, a figure suddenly approached from the horizon. Chapter 74. News of the Lizardmen invasion as Arthur and the others practiced controlling their flying mounts along the Rekelia River. They noted that while dragons of the same rank could not match the speed of griffins, Arthur's mount, benefiting from the advantages of a high-level magical bird, left the 2 griffins far behind. Ignis cast a spell and desperately pursued, while Dacnes followed closely, refusing to yield. Suddenly, a green figure rapidly advanced from the distance. To possess the ability to fly, one must at least be at the sky level. Arthur immediately became vigilant and gathered with Alazan and Diana. Sister, Diana, prepare yourselves. If the newcomer bears ill intentions, we shall flee in separate directions. Alazan and Diana nodded solemnly in understanding. The 3 of them hesitated, cautious not to provoke the approaching figure. Moments later, the figure arrived before them. The individual possessed flowing golden hair and exquisitely handsome features. Particularly striking were the pale blue eyes resembling a melancholic lake, deep and tranquil. Pointed ears framed by 2 small braids adorned their head. They wore intricately crafted armor made of an unknown green vine and a light green cloak woven from magical silkworm silk. Their luxurious belt, inlaid with various gemstones, and a diamond necklace shimmering with iridescent colors were all of the finest quality. However, the elf's lips and armor were smeared with blood, indicating a recent battle. What a captivating elf, Arthur silently praised. Are you descendants of the Merlin family? The elven expert inquired. Arthur responded loudly. Yes, esteemed elder, we are Alazan, the eldest daughter of the Merlin family, and Arthur, the second son. May I ask your name? I am Lainraz of the elven race, owner of the Wildcat Tavern. Since I have encountered you, I bear news that must be relayed to Lord Merlin. Lainraz continued. I was on an errand with Treaster and Blood Wolf to Giant Lizard Island when we encountered lizardmen gathering a large force. I fought fiercely to break through the encirclement, but Treaster and Blood Wolf are likely in grave danger. Before long, they will undoubtedly launch a new invasion against the Crescent Duchy. You must return swiftly to inform Lord Merlin to prepare. With that, Lainraz took flight and vanished into the sky. A lizardman invasion? The news from Lainraz struck Arthur and the others like thunder on a dry land, leaving them momentarily stunned. Alazan was the first to recover. I never imagined that after 200 years, the lizardmen would attempt to invade the Crescent Duchy once again. We must return to our territory immediately. If the lizardmen truly invade, our lands will be the first to bear the brunt. We must prepare ourselves. Arthur gradually regained his composure from the shock, recalling how the last time the lizardmen were nearly exterminated by humanity. This time, their strength would surely be far diminished compared to 2 centuries ago. The Crescent Duchy should be able to handle the situation. Ultimately, it would be the high-tier combatants who would determine the outcome of this war. Our contribution would be minimal. Thus, it is best to leave such matters to the prominent figures to worry about. What we can do is return, reassure our subjects, prepare supplies, and get ready to receive reinforcements. I hope our territory can be preserved as much as possible during this war. Alazan's expression turned serious, her brows furrowed. Diana, you must ride Dacnes to Merlin Castle to personally inform Lord Merlin of this news. Then return directly to Alazan City. Yes, miss. Diana swiftly mounted Dacnes and flew towards Merlin Castle. Arthur, what are your plans next? I will first return to the cross and to arrange for the cargo. Then determine whether Sam will return to Jiaoling or accompany me back to Longqi Castle. Alazan nodded. Very well. Arrange for my guards and attendants to follow your fleet back to Alazan City. I will return directly to our territory. Indeed, your territory has only been managed for half a year, and its population is limited. Upon my return, I shall promptly arrange for 50,000 individuals to be sent to Longqi Island, thereby ensuring that the fortifications are completed before the imminent invasion of the lizard men. Fortunately, Longqi Island is surrounded by mountains, and as long as Blue Dragon Bay secures its defenses, we shall be well prepared. This way, Longqi Island and Yalasan City can support each other effectively. Arthur expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister. Longqi Island is indeed in dire need of people. With these 50,000, there is hope to expedite the construction of our defenses. I shall return to the territory now. Take care," Yalasan said as she guided Ignis back to her domain. Arthur, in turn, rode the dragon sparrow back to the cross inn. At that moment, Sam was being served by his attendants, enjoying fine wine and delectable food. Upon noticing Arthur's serious and travel-worn expression, he inquired, "What has happened, cousin?" "I have just received news that the lizard men are gathering forces to invade the Crescent Duchy." "Oh, the lizard men are invading. Cough, cough." Arthur's revelation nearly caused Sam to choke on his pastry. His attendant quickly handed him a glass of water, and after taking a hearty gulp, Sam regained his composure. "Is it true? The lizard men are invading the Crescent Duchy again?" Good heavens, the text described them as one of the most brutal and savage races, known to feast upon the living. At this thought, Sam's body trembled with trepidation. Seeing this, Arthur sighed. "In this invasion, Longqi Island will be one of the most perilous locations. I shall send someone to escort you back to Jiaoling, as it is a relatively safe place." Of course, Sam wished to retreat to his family's castle immediately. However, recalling the dual torment his father had subjected him to since the age of 5, both physical and mental, he hesitated. The days spent alongside Arthur had become rare moments of joy for him. Arthur not only instilled confidence and encouragement within him, but also led him through numerous intriguing experiences. Ultimately, Sam made his decision. "Cousin, I shall accompany you to Longqi Fortress. After all, I am already your wine steward. Though I may be timid and weak, I am a man of my word. Now, as Longqi Island faces a grave crisis, I may not be able to contribute much, but I can indeed stand with everyone in facing it together." Arthur regarded Sam with newfound respect. "Very well. You shall accompany me back to Longqi Island, but I shall ensure your safety." He patted Sam on the shoulder, assuring him of his protection. "Have your attendants depart with our fleet to Yalasan City. I will take you back directly on the Dragon Sparrow." "All right, cousin." Arthur himself was unsure why he felt such tolerance and kindness towards Sam. Perhaps it was because his image resonated with a figure from his memories. After settling matters with Sam, Arthur returned to his chamber. "My lord, you have returned," greeted Layla with her melodious voice as soon as he entered. The busy Layla, who was preparing new incense, immediately poured a cup of goat's milk wine for Arthur. "My lord, your goat's milk wine. Excellent," Arthur exclaimed as he downed the cup in one go. "Layla, please inform your sister to gather her belongings swiftly. We shall take the dragon sparrow back to Longqi Island shortly." Why the rush?" Layla asked, though her hands did not pause in their work as she began packing. "I will explain on the way. Hurry up. Also, inform my sister's attendants to return to Yalasan City with our fleet." After giving his instructions, Arthur turned and exited the inn, guiding the dragon sparrow to the dock. The cargo was almost fully loaded. Tom and Jerry rushed over to bow as Arthur approached. "My lord, we will be ready in half an hour. Shall we depart immediately or wait until tomorrow morning?" "Let us depart at once. We must return to Longqi Island without delay. Once the cargo is fully loaded, Tom, you and your guards will escort it to Yalasan City. There is another ship of goods there that we shall transport back to Longqi Island together." "Understood, my lord." After arranging the matters at the dock, Arthur rode the dragon sparrow back to the inn to collect Sam and the sisters, swiftly heading towards Longqi Island. Jerry followed closely behind on his own steed. Chapter 75. Preparing for battle, Arthur and his companions soared through the skies on their flying mounts towards Longqi Island. Sam had ridden the dragon sparrow before, so he was relatively at ease. For the sisters, it was their first experience, and they were filled with exhilaration and excitement. "My lord, you haven't yet told me why we are in such a hurry to return to Longqi Island." Layla, hiding behind Arthur, tugged at his sleeve with curiosity, completely oblivious to her sister's subtle warnings. "I have received word that the lizard men might invade Aogus Island. Consequently, Longqi Island will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Therefore, I must return swiftly to make arrangements and preparations." Lizard men invading? Layla seemed to recall something distressing, her teeth beginning to chatter. Rora grasped her sister's hand and cradled her gently, softly whispering reassurances, "It's all in the past. It's all in the past." Sam observed the sisters' peculiar reactions and couldn't help but scrutinize the pair beside him. 2 hours later, just before nightfall, Arthur and his party finally arrived above Lungchi Island. Below lay the island, still enduring a degree of hardship, yet the scenery was quite pleasant. Arthur introduced it to the others. The three leaned over the back of the dragon sparrow, taking in the view of Lungchi Island bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Arthur circled the northern part of Lungchi Island on his mount. Below, the main city under construction was Arthur City, which would eventually accommodate a population of 1 million without issue. To the east was the Corn Depot, named after the island's first sprite, serving as the production area for corn potions and magical corn. To the west, the Grain Depot was under construction, destined to become the island's agricultural hub. As Arthur continued his introduction, he guided the dragon sparrow back to Lungchi Fortress. At that moment, Butler Carter and head maid Mrs. Orson were already waiting with numerous attendants. Arthur landed the dragon sparrow in the courtyard and helped the Rora sisters dismount. While Sam clumsily managed to climb down himself, Arthur waved his hand, and the dragon sparrow returned to its nest in the mountains. Jerry, after guiding his steed back to its lair, walked back to the castle. "Baron," the attendants greeted in unison. "Welcome home, Baron. We are delighted to have you." Young Master Sam Tolley, Butler Carter, and Mrs. Orson stood at the forefront of the line with bright expressions. "Mr. Carter, Mrs. Orson," Sam nodded in acknowledgement. Arthur turned to Mrs. Orson, introducing the Rora sisters. "These are Rora and Layla, the personal attendants gifted to me by my sister Yallison. I hope you all will get along well." Mrs. Orson smiled at the sisters and said, "Welcome to Lungchi Fortress. I believe you will find harmony here. Come inside. You two should rest well today. Tomorrow, I will take you on a tour of Lungchi Fortress." "Thank you, Mrs. Orson," the sisters elegantly curtsied before following her inside. Once in the castle, Arthur addressed Mr. Carter, "Please arrange for a personal male attendant for Sam. His servant will not be arriving for a few days." "Yes, my lord." Mr. Carter then inquired, "You have traveled a long way. Would you like to take a bath first?" Arthur replied joyfully, "That is precisely what I need. By the way, Layla can concoct perfumes, which will be beneficial for the castle. The bath sachets prepared by Rora are also quite effective. She is skilled with herbs, which will surely prove useful throughout the castle." Mr. Carter expressed his intrigue. "Oh, how fascinating. I aspire to create an environment in Lungchi Fort where everyone's abilities are fully realized." Arthur, although robust in battle chi, felt a hint of fatigue. And as for Sam and the others, their exhaustion was even more pronounced. Thus, Arthur advised them to take some rest while he indulged in a refreshing bath. 2 hours later, rejuvenated, Arthur arrived at the dining hall to find a lavish spread of food laid out before him, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. "I am certain that Sam will be exceedingly pleased with tonight's dinner." Shortly thereafter, Sam entered the dining hall, and upon seeing the unique dishes of Lungchi Fort, his appetite was instantly piqued. "I had no idea that the chefs at Lungchi Fort possessed such remarkable culinary skills. Many of the dishes were entirely unfamiliar to me." Arthur chuckled and remarked, "Then allow Mr. Carter to introduce them to you." "It is my honor, my lord." Today's appetizer is a mixed platter featuring roasted portobello mushrooms, red peppers, zucchini, and eggplant, served with toasted bread and goat cheese. The highlight is this foie gras, crafted from the prized green goose liver of Lungchi Island, renowned for its exquisite flavor. As Mr. Carter elaborated, Sam's personal attendant served him his meal. Beside Arthur, his own devoted attendant, Jerry, was present. "This foie gras is truly exceptional. It is so delectable that I could almost swallow my tongue," Sam exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he savored each bite. Mr. Carter continued with the introduction of the second dish, which was braised oxtail, made from the meat of the golden bull's hindquarters, often accompanied by marrow. The oxtail was seasoned with salt, black pepper, and flour, then seared until beautifully marked before being sautéed with onions, carrots, celery, and garlic until translucent. Following this, plum wine was added along with tomatoes and broth, then simmered for an hour until the meat became tender. The slow cooking rendered the meat incredibly succulent, with the marrow's richness being the essence of the dish. It could be paired with saffron risotto, mashed potatoes, corn porridge, or creamy sautéed spinach. Today, it was served with potion-infused corn porridge, which was not only delicious but also highly nutritious, providing significant sustenance for nights. Arthur took a piece and found it to melt in his mouth, bursting with flavor, a rare delight indeed. The third dish was roasted lamb leg, tender and juicy, with an aroma that was simply irresistible. The castle's supply was limited. Although the Southern Ridge Ranch was currently raising livestock, they were primarily being trained as mounts. These were remnants from previous stock. Mr. Carter proceeded to introduce a total of 7 dishes, all specialties of Longchi Island. Not only were they flavorful, but they also held great nutritional value, beneficial for the knight's training, especially for a squire of Sam's caliber. Consequently, after finishing his meal, Sam felt invigorated and immediately returned to practice his battle chi cultivation. Upon completing his meal, Arthur retreated to his chamber to freshen up and retire for the night. Having been busy for quite some time, he finally relished the opportunity to relax in his grand bed. As for what tomorrow would bring, that would be a matter for the next day. Arthur slept soundly until dawn, and as he rose, he heard the voice of Lola outside. "My lord, are you awake? May I come in?" Alongside her was Jerry, his personal attendant. With their assistance, Arthur washed up and donned his baronial attire. He instructed Jerry, "Notify all the land knights and administrative officials across the island to gather at Longchi Fort for an urgent meeting." Shortly after breakfast, all the land knights of Longchi Island arrived at Longchi Fort, including Eric, who was engaged in hunting the red-skinned giant boars with flying mounts. Communication across Longchi Island was efficient. Once everyone had assembled, Arthur, accompanied by Jerry and Sam, proceeded to the council hall. The learned scholar, Bachelor Digris, was also summoned by Arthur, as his extensive knowledge often provided Arthur with invaluable guidance. Upon entering, Arthur found the assembly buzzing with conversation. For it was uncommon for Longchi Fort to summon all land knights in such a formal manner, especially given the current busyness of island affairs. After taking his seat at the head of the table, Arthur addressed the assembly. "The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss a matter of utmost importance. Yesterday, I encountered an elf who had escaped the siege of the giant lizard island. From him, I learned that the lizard men are gathering forces, preparing to invade the New Moon Principality. Thus, we must act promptly, as we are likely to be the first targets." Arthur's announcement caused an immediate uproar among the attendees. How can this be? Were not the lizard men eradicated? Heavens! Does this not put Longchi Island in grave danger? Fear not, should they dare to invade Longchi Island. I shall ensure they return empty-handed. Silence! Arthur commanded, and the room fell silent. I, too, find it hard to believe, yet the truth remains. If the lizard men launch a full-scale invasion of the New Moon Principality, Longchi Island cannot escape unscathed. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly for the potential calamity that lies ahead. I invite you to share any ideas you might have. We must consolidate all our strength to ensure we are as prepared as possible. Arthur turned to the still shocked and apprehensive knights. At this moment, Ed stood up, known for his prowess in capturing magical beasts. "My lord, if the lizard men truly intend to invade, we must halt all other projects on Longchi Island and concentrate all manpower and resources on the defenses of Blue Dragon Bay. Simultaneously, we should form an aerial reconnaissance team to enhance surveillance around Giant Lizard Island. This will allow us to keep a close watch on enemy movements and respond accordingly." Eric added, "Since the Lord has received this news, I assume he has already informed the Viscount, which means the entire New Moon Principality will mobilize. The pressure we face will be significantly lessened. Thus, we should take this time to enhance the strength of the knights on Longchi Island. Every bit of strength will serve as an added guarantee." Thomas disagreed. "No one knows when they will attack. How can we strengthen the knights in such a short time? We have already relaxed the supply of potions to the knights. Those who could enhance their abilities have already done so. It would be more effective to continue screening qualified youths among the populace to join knight training, as this would yield quicker results." William concurred, "Indeed. And we should utilize all the magical beasts on Longchi Island to form a magical beast knight regiment, which would rapidly elevate the overall combat capability of Longchi Island." After pondering for a moment, Bachelor Digris spoke, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. The lizard men are amphibious but lack climbing ability. Therefore, their only means of assaulting Longchi Island will be through Blue Dragon Bay or the southeastern bay of Longchi Island. The southern regions are obstructed by the Southern Ridge and Eastern Ridge. Without high-end combat power, they cannot breach our defenses. Thus, our primary focus should be on Blue Dragon Bay, while the lizard men possess an advantage in aquatic combat, making it prudent for us to establish a defense along the shore. Hence, the northern wall of Arthur City would be the most suitable location for our fortifications. However, Arthur City is still under construction, and our manpower is currently insufficient. Moreover, the walls capable of withstanding the lizardmen's assaults must be fortified with magical arrays. Otherwise, they could be easily breached. The lizardmen are formidable, equipped with tough skin and decent defensive capabilities. I know a method for crafting armor-piercing crossbows, and I can collaborate with the craftsmen to commence production immediately." We could also coat the bolts with poison for enhanced effectiveness, Ed promptly added. Indeed, everyone's suggestions are commendable. Let us commence our actions without delay. Samwir, the administrative officer, you are to coordinate with the craftsmen to follow Bachelor Digris's directives for the production of armor-piercing crossbows. Cousin Sam, assist Bachelor Digris. His wisdom is vast, and I trust you will work harmoniously together. Yes, my lord. The plump Sam stepped into his role, adopting the demeanor befitting Arthur's wine steward. In a few days, my sister Alicia will be sending us a population of 50,000, so we must prepare adequate housing and supplies for them in the meantime. The construction of the North City Wall is ready to commence. At that time, Eric, you shall select 1,000 individuals for night training. All resources will be made available, enabling us to cultivate these individuals in the shortest time possible. Understood, my lord. Chapter 76. The Essence of Battle Chi Cultivation. Alan and Ed. You two brothers have been on the verge of breaking through to the advanced Earth Knight tier for some time now. It is imperative that you achieve this before the lizardmen launch their attack. Here are 2 vials of intermediate dragon's blood elixir. Excellent potions to assist Earth Knights in their breakthrough. I bestow them upon you today. Thank you, my lord the Baron. We shall strive to advance to the level of advanced Earth Knights promptly. The 2 knelt before Arthur in a knightly gesture of gratitude. Arthur then addressed the assembled crowd, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, any knight of Longshi Island who has the opportunity for a breakthrough shall receive a vial of dragon's blood elixir to aid in their progression. During this period leading up to the lizardmen's invasion, I will open the supply of potions. As Eric said, with every enhancement to our strength, we fortify our capacity for self-preservation. The knights responded in unison. Thank you, my lord the Baron. I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we will surely weather this calamity. Arthur gazed steadfastly at the crowd, his voice resonant and powerful. The knights echoed back, United we stand, together we shall overcome. Seeing the fervor of the assembly, Arthur felt a sense of satisfaction. Longshi Island is not lacking in potions. Indeed, it is time to bolster our ranks. Eric, how is the training of the 300 knight apprentices progressing? These apprentices have been training for several months now, and I expect they should have achieved some results. Eric excitedly reported to Arthur, My lord the Baron, I am pleased to inform you that all 300 apprentices have successfully advanced to the rank of knight attendants. Among them, there are over 30 with exceptional talent who are on the brink of breaking through to the intermediate knight attendant level. He then respectfully continued, Additionally, my lord, 16 of the previous knight attendants have accumulated enough to advance to the Earth Knight rank. This is truly exhilarating news. Arthur could not contain his joy. If the knight attendants signify the formal commencement of the battle chi cultivation journey, then Earth Knights have already made significant strides along this path. In this world, battle chi cultivation is broadly divided into 3 major stages. The first stage encompasses the training of knight attendants, Earth Knights, and Sky Knights. In simple terms, this stage involves knights continuously absorbing energy from the external environment and transforming it into their own battle chi through the cultivation methods. Thus, effective battle chi cultivation techniques and potion resources are crucial at this stage, yet these resources are predominantly monopolized by the noble class. To access these resources, one must either be a member of the nobility or pledge allegiance to them. Consequently, the world remains firmly under the control of noble lords, with changes in dynasties historically being mere disputes among the nobility. Naturally, there are exceptional knights of common birth who may rise, but the prerequisite is that they have been taken under the wing of some noble. It is nearly impossible for an individual to carve out territory in this world without the support and resources provided by existing nobility. One cannot navigate the treacherous landscape governed by the rules of the dark forest without assistance. During this stage of cultivation, knight attendants simply absorb natural energy into their bodies, continually honing their physical forms and meridians, allowing them to accept more natural energy. Of course, due to the varying battle chi cultivation methods, each individual's absorption and transformation of energy yield different battle chi attributes, resulting in varied effects on their physical transformation. This can even influence the character of a family. For instance, the Merlin family practices a water attribute battle chi cultivation method. Thus, their resilience and the density of their battle chi are superior to those of other attributes. Members of the Merlin family tend to be cheerful and accommodating. The Tali family, on the other hand, follows an earth attribute cultivation method, excelling in defense and destruction. Naturally, individuals from the Tali family are often quite obstinate. The Tyrell family practices a wood attribute battle chi cultivation method, resulting in members with calm dispositions and vibrant life force. While they may not excel in offensive capabilities, they thrive on the sustainability of their battle chi, thereby exhausting their opponents. Upon reaching the Earth Knight tier, knights can easily project their battle chi outward as a means of attack, utilizing it to confront adversaries. At this juncture, martial skills become critically important. The 12 waves of the Merlin family, for example, is renowned throughout the Crescent Duchy for its multiplicative attack power with each wave. At the Sky Knight level, battle chi can take on a nearly tangible form for both offensive and defensive purposes. Thus, Sky Knights possess the ability to fly, using solidified battle chi as a medium for aerial movement. In this world, achieving the Sky level is a prerequisite for non-noble descendants to establish territories and receive titles. Therefore, under Count Augustus, each baron who is not a direct descendant of the Lord begins their journey as a Sky Knight. If Alicia and Arthur were not scions of Viscount Merlin, they would not have had the opportunity to acquire baronial lands. The second stage involves the cultivation of domain knights. At this stage, the focus shifts from merely absorbing natural energy to actively mobilizing one's battle chi to create a domain, transforming the surrounding natural energy into a form that aligns with one's own battle chi attributes. This mastery of battle chi absorption and application reaches a profound level. Within a domain knight's territory, the power of other knights is severely diminished and constrained. Domain knights possess a significant advantage over non-domain knights. This stage of cultivation is further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels, with each advancement resulting in monumental changes. Thus, while both may be domain knights, the disparity in strength can be vast, ranging from counts to marquises, dukes, and beyond. The final stage is that of the Holy Knight. At this level, knights have cultivated a battle chi seed within their bodies, allowing for the internal generation of battle chi, which can sustain itself indefinitely. The cultivation during this stage revolves around nurturing and expanding one's battle chi seed. There are no strict hierarchical divisions at this stage, and the differences in combat capabilities among varying levels are not significant. However, the quality of the battle chi seed greatly influences the strength of a Holy Knight. A Holy Knight with a high-quality battle chi seed can simultaneously contend with several Holy Knights possessing ordinary seeds. To advance further, the most effective method for a Holy Knight is to tame a dragon as a steed. If a dragon can be captured as a mount, it will aid the Holy Knight in accelerating the cultivation and growth of the battle chi seed. When the seed breaks through its shell and germinates, it will evolve into a Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight represents the highest echelon of knight cultivation systems known to Arthur thus far. Chapter 77. New Methods for Cultivating Elves. Currently, Longchi Island boasts a commendable knightly combat strength. 2 advanced Earth Knights, Arthur and Eric. 4 intermediate Earth Knights, Thomas, William, Alan, and Ed. 12 junior Earth Knights, 7 of whom are from Longchi Island, all nearing the intermediate level. Additionally, there are 5 junior Earth Knights among Sam's personal guards. 350 knights in service. Arthur mentally reviewed the knightly strength on Longchi Island and instructed Eric, prepare for the upcoming training of 1,000 new knight apprentices. Once the population of 50,000 arrives, we must promptly select suitable candidates. Direct all necessary resources to Butler Carter. Both Eric and Butler Carter bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord. My lord, the training grounds at Longchi Fortress are somewhat limited. Training a few hundred knights is manageable, but for 1,000, the space will be insufficient," Eric proposed to Arthur. "There is a lake in the northwest corner of Longchi Island, an open terrain of rocky hills that, once leveled, could serve as an excellent training ground. From there, one can gaze upon the entirety of Blue Dragon Bay. Transforming that area into a military camp and constructing a watchtower to oversee Blue Dragon Bay would be ideal." Arthur considered Eric's suggestion and agreed, "Very well. Let us take advantage of the time before the 50,000 from Yalishan City arrives to construct the military camp and the watchtower." At this moment, Thomas interjected, "My lord, why not send all the knights there to assist for a few days? With the strength of the knights, leveling the land will be expedited." Arthur nodded, agreed. "Let it be so. However, once the camp is completed, everyone must immediately commence training their mounts and strive to enhance their strength. Ed, Alan, and Thomas, once the camp is built, I entrust the responsibility of the 300 new knight attendants to you. Ensure they tame their magical mounts in the shortest time possible. These 300 will be divided into 3 squads, personally led by you for formation training and cooperative combat." "Yes, my lord." The 3 responded promptly. "William, ensure that Mungji Town retains sufficient personnel for the breeding of purple rabbits, as well as for the operation of the brick kiln and porcelain kiln. The rest should be dispatched to Arthur City to participate in the construction of the northern city wall." "Yes, my lord." No problem. Samuel, relocate all the elderly, children, and women to Yumi Tun and Liangtu in town for temporary residence, while overseeing the cultivation of crops there. Cease the clearing of fields for the time being. The current agricultural output is sufficient for Longqi Island's needs. The remaining 7 junior Earth Knights and 50 Knight attendants shall join me for training with flying mounts immediately after the camp's completion. I will assist each of you in taming a flying mount. Thank you, my lord. The 7 junior Earth Knights were visibly excited, as they were aware that the flying mounts of Longqi Island were formidable 2-headed dragon sparrows and cheelants. All right, everyone, proceed with your tasks. After assigning duties, Arthur allowed them to disperse. Once they had left, Arthur reflected on the various matters at hand. There was nothing else pressing to arrange, so he decided to visit the elven house to foster relations with the elves. Yeah. As soon as he entered the elven house, Maney rushed towards Arthur. To his surprise, after a few days apart, Maney could vaguely call out his name. It appeared she was nearing her advancement to a high elf. Arthur embraced Maney, tenderly stroking her soft, crimson hair, and Maney reveled in the affection. Arthur took out blood-colored jade powder and engaged in exchanges with each elven bug. Observing the increasingly vibrant life force and steadily enhancing magical power of the elven bugs filled Arthur with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. He hoped they would be favored by fate and transform into little elves. This sentiment mirrored that of a parent watching their child progress and grow, bringing immense satisfaction with every achievement. It seemed Maney had grown a bit larger, indicating she was indeed in a period of advancement towards becoming a high elf. After nourishing the elven bugs, Arthur exited the elven house with Maney. Typically, Maney spent most of her time confined in the elven house, only occasionally allowed outside to help cultivate corn magical potions. Now that Arthur had returned, she could frequently enjoy the outdoors, which made her very happy, fluttering around him joyfully. Although the castle's servants were already quite familiar with Maney, they couldn't help but marvel at her every time they saw her, their gazes lingering on her. This was the first encounter for Laura and Layla with the little elf. Layla couldn't restrain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, is this a little fairy? How beautiful!" Laura also gazed at Maney with excitement and rapt attention. Indeed, and she is a little fairy on the verge of transformation. Upon hearing them refer to the little elf as a little fairy, Arthur couldn't help but inquire, "Do you call her a little fairy?" "We refer to her as a little elf." Laura composed herself from her excitement and respectfully replied, "We, the Saizu people, call them Xian, while their true form is known as Shinji. This form is called a little fairy. Her previous form, as a bug, we refer to as Xianluan. The evolution of a little fairy leads to a great fairy, followed by Xianling and Xingling. Each of our tribes has its own revered fairies. Fairies not only assist us in cultivating food and herbs, but also bestow upon us Xianli, helping us avoid hunger and disease. Therefore, we build altars to venerate fairies, enabling them to evolve rapidly and provide us with more food, richer herbs, and stronger Xianli." Layla chimed in. Sister was previously responsible for organizing the veneration of fairies in our tribe, which is why she excels in using herbs. The sister's words piqued Arthur's immense interest. He discovered that there was an alternative system and methodology concerning the elves that he had not known before. This was indeed beneficial for him. Thus, Arthur inquired, "Do you know how to create altars?" The sisters shook their heads and replied, "Crafting altars is not difficult, but without powerful magical abilities and secret methods, one cannot activate them. We only learned the most basic sacrificial rites in our tribe before it was overrun by barbarian invaders, and we ultimately became enslaved and scattered here. Hence, our cultivation is too low, and we have not mastered any secret methods." Although Arthur felt some disappointment, knowing there existed such a pathway for nurturing elves provided a means for future planning. After all, the Crescent Moon Duchy frequently raided the Cymegia continent, and he could devise a strategy then. "However, my lord, I possess a secret method that can promote the growth of Xianji, which is also beneficial for the fairies." "Oh, please share." Arthur was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected revelation. Chapter 78, Blood Sacrifice Technique. Upon hearing that Laura had a secret method to accelerate the growth of the fairy's life plant, Arthur was overjoyed. "Quickly tell me. I never expected you to have such a delightful surprise for me." Laura maintained her gentle yet distant demeanor, calmly revealing her method, which was the blood sacrifice technique. It involves using the corpses of magical beasts or cultivators to nourish the life plant. By burying the deceased magical beasts and practitioners around the life plant and inscribing blood sacrifice runes upon it, one could continuously sustain the life plant with the flesh and blood, allowing it to develop faster and better. Arthur was astonished that this seemingly delicate girl could speak of such a bloody matter without batting an eye. "That method sounds rather gruesome," he remarked. Laura looked at Arthur with a hint of confusion and responded, "Isn't this world inherently a survival of the fittest? Aren't various races continuously plundering and fighting for survival and development? Next, won't the lizard men invade the Crescent Moon Duchy? At that time, there will certainly be no shortage of corpses for blood sacrifice. Moreover, all things in the world are born from nature. Returning to nature after death is merely the normal cycle of existence." "Well, what you say makes a lot of sense." Arthur nodded, genuinely persuaded by Laura's reasoning. "Perfect. I shall use those lizard men as a blood sacrifice for my life plants." Arthur took the goat's milk wine handed to him by his personal servant Jerry and drank it in one gulp. "I wonder how difficult it is to learn this blood sacrifice technique." Laura shook her head. "It's not difficult. I will write these runes down for you now." "My lord." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately dashed to the study to retrieve ink and paper. Luala accepted the ink and meticulously inscribed the runes, each stroke deliberate and precise. Yace observed closely, pondering why these runes bore such a striking resemblance to Oracle Bone script. "What did you say, my lord?" Luala inquired, gazing at Yace with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely find these runes quite peculiar," he replied. After approximately 20 minutes, Luala had completed the writing of all the runes. Yace promptly took a fresh set of ink and paper to practice. To his astonishment, he mastered them in less than an hour, a feat that genuinely surprised Luala, who had previously taught these runes to Layla and Yalison, both of whom had taken quite some time to learn them. "My lord truly possesses remarkable talent and an extraordinary capacity for learning," Luala remarked with rare delight. "It's not bad," Yace responded, feeling quite elated. "Mr. Kate rewarded Luala with 10 gold coins for her significant contribution. "Thank you, my lord. By the way, my lord, the effectiveness of these runes increases with the quality of blood used for writing. You might consider using the blood of higher-tier magical beasts. I hear there are plenty on Longqi Island. Extracting a little blood shouldn't pose a problem," Luala stated calmly. The butler Kate and the personal servant Jiraiya exchanged astonished glances at the seemingly delicate girl, both silently acknowledging her fierce nature. "All right, I understand. I shall go and try," Yace declared. After writing once more, he felt he had thoroughly grasped the runes. Standing tall, he rubbed his wrists and observed the bustling servants of Longqi Castle. Reminiscing about the fervent infrastructure and agricultural developments that had previously thrived on Longqi Island, now temporarily halted as all efforts were diverted towards constructing defensive fortifications. The once promising life had been abruptly disrupted by those cursed lizard men, further solidifying Yace's resolve to grow stronger. Only through sufficient strength could he protect those beautiful things he cherished. "Mr. Kate, I shall step out for a while and will not return for lunch." "Yes, my lord. Please return early," Kate replied, aware that since the Dragon War, Yace had been tirelessly dedicated, proving himself a competent, benevolent, and diligent lord. "I will ensure I return in time for dinner," Yace affirmed before setting off towards the castle courtyard with his corn fairy, Mani. Shortly thereafter, a dragon sparrow, summoned by the beast control mark, arrived. Yace leapt onto the back of the dragon sparrow, with Mani fluttering alongside him. With a firm pat on the sparrow's neck, it let out a mighty roar and soared towards the Silver Dragon Cave. Within mere minutes, Yace reached the cave, surprised to find the energy there had intensified within just 2 days. As he approached, the dragon pup and the dragon-blood-banyan tree fairy burst forth from the cave. In just 2 days, the dragon pup had grown considerably, its scales shimmering with a more radiant luster, a kaleidoscope of colors flowing like glass. Mage, upon seeing Yace, chirped excitedly around him, expressing its affection. Meanwhile, Mani observed calmly, her interest piqued by the dragon pup, though instinctively she refrained from making any sudden moves. Despite its small size, the dragon exuded a palpable sense of danger. Yace affectionately patted the dragon pup and the dragon-blood-banyan tree fairy's little heads, saying, "Have you both been good these past 2 days? Don't wander off, or I shall have to punish you." However, with the guardianship of the dragon sparrows, they were unlikely to escape, especially with the protection of the star-gathering spirit array. The human and dragon, accompanied by the 2 little fairies, then entered the Silver Dragon Cave. Taking a deep breath, Yace savored the rich energy surrounding him, invigorating every pore of his being. He settled beside the nest containing the dragon eggs, where Fuzi, who had been residing there, approached him, wagging her large tail joyfully. 5 tiny heads peered curiously from her nurturing pouch, examining Yace. He retrieved the blood sacrifice runes that Luala had given him, studying them intently once more. Yace resolved to first experiment with this blood sacrifice technique on the dragon-blood-banyan tree. Considering the hierarchy of bloodlines, the dragon pup's blood might very well be the highest caliber in this world. "Dragon pup, Could you spare me a little of your blood? Yace gently asked while stroking the dragon pup. Initially reveling in Yace's affection, the dragon pup suddenly growled fiercely at him. Please don't be angry. It's just a few runes I need to write. I promise to repay you later. Look, I have your favorite dragon blood potions. He coaxed, retrieving 3 high-grade dragon blood potions from his storage ring. After much persuasion, the dragon pup finally relented and provided Yace with a small dish of dragon blood. Yace concentrated his magical energy, condensing the dragon blood into intricate blood sacrifice runes inscribed upon the dragon blood banyan tree. Following Luala's instructions, he buried the remains of magical beasts and leftover bones near the banyan tree. As the dragon blood-infused runes permeated the tree, it began to emit a faint glow. Yace watched intently as the branches and leaves of the dragon blood banyan tree appeared to flourish, exuding a mysterious aura. He nodded, satisfied. It seemed the blood sacrifice technique was indeed effective. Simultaneously, the dragon blood banyan tree fairy, Mage, felt her strength gradually increasing. Chapter 79. The Anomaly of the Dragon Blood Banyan Tree and Michelosi using dragon blood as ink and channeling his magical energy as a pen. Yace meticulously crafted a series of enigmatic blood sacrifice runes, carefully embedding them into the trunk of the dragon blood banyan tree. To his astonishment, as the runes melded with the tree, they transformed into swarms of blood-hued serpents that seemed animated, weaving through the tree's interior and rapidly spreading along its branches until they enveloped the entire tree. The spectacle was both eerie and breathtaking. Subsequently, the roots of the dragon blood banyan tree appeared to awaken, growing rapidly like serpents and tightly coiling around the mountain of magical beast carcasses surrounding it. Countless slender roots, resembling dense conduits, burrowed deep into the remains, greedily absorbing the rich nutrients contained within. The flesh of the magical beasts visibly withered away, and their bones dulled in color. The sudden transformation sent the dragon sparrows perched upon the banyan tree into a panic, soaring high into the sky, fearful of being drained themselves. Unable to resist, they understood that the dragon blood banyan tree was their master's beloved possession, holding great significance for their kin. Otherwise, they would have likely unleashed their fury and incinerated the tree. It was utterly terrifying. Yace could only rely on the beast control mark to continuously soothe them. Eventually, the dragon sparrows cautiously returned to their nests. To appease them, Yace presented them with several dragon blood potions and 10 moonlight mushroom potions. With sufficient resources at hand, it was time to test the reproductive effects of the moonlight mushroom potions. Unfortunately, the quantity was limited, and he had previously hesitated to use them. Now, he could not afford to be frugal. All available resources must be consumed to enhance his strength. Moreover, the dragon sparrows were currently his most formidable magical beast clan, making them ideal candidates for this endeavor. As the dragon blood banyan tree absorbed the flesh of the magical beasts, it also voraciously consumed the power condensed by the star-gathering spirit array, causing its towering, lush canopy to grow wildly. In an instant, the Yinlong cave became enveloped by the lush branches of the blood-red banyan tree, while the bones of the magical beasts were gradually absorbed into a fine powder, decaying and merging back into the earth. Arthur distinctly felt the magical power of the Longshua banyan tree rapidly escalating, indicating that this magnificent tree had undergone a new transformation. With a buoyant stride, Arthur approached the tree, gently caressing its rugged trunk, his eyes shimmering with boundless anticipation. It seemed that this sacrificial method was indeed extraordinary. As the remains of the magical beasts were nearly exhausted, the transformation of the Longshua banyan tree gradually subsided. However, Arthur was delighted to sense that the celestial gathering array, based on the Longshua banyan tree, had grown significantly more powerful, with enhanced gathering effects and speed. It was only natural that as the foundation of the array strengthened, the formation itself would also become more formidable. The tree spirit, Mage, flitted to Arthur's shoulder, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek, expressing her gratitude with exuberant chirps. The transformation of her life-rooting plant evidently brought considerable benefits to Mage. Subsequently, she darted toward the Longshua banyan tree, curling her body into a crimson fruit the size of an orange, which hung from the trunk. Mage's magic began to intertwine and resonate with the power of the Longshua banyan tree as its branches and leaves fluttered, emanating a wondrous force that radiated outward. Blood-red blossoms began to bloom on the Longshua banyan tree, and soon, surrounding plants followed suit, until the entire grove of banyan trees was adorned with scarlet flowers. Furthermore, many of the banyan tree's roots sprouted new offshoots. However, these new offshoots exhibited some differences from the previous Longshua banyan trees. Many were a deep purplish red, with straight, upright trunks instead of the serpentine forms of their predecessors. Arthur approached to examine them and discovered that these new offshoots boasted purplish-red branches and leaves. When he gently tapped them, a metallic sound resonated, indicating that these mutated offshoots were indeed a rare type of timber. Arthur murmured to himself, "The corn spirit, Mani." Upon witnessing Arthur's ability to facilitate the evolution of the spirit's life-rooting plant, eagerly called out to him, "Yeah, Ni," with half of the longshue remaining. It was sufficient, and Arthur hurriedly replied, All right, quiet down. I will assist your life-rooting plant's evolution shortly." Satisfied, Mani ceased her chatter. Meanwhile, the baby dragon had already consumed all the magical potions Arthur had given her, yet still seemed unsated, fluttering before him with longing eyes. "Your appetite has certainly grown in just a few days." Arthur sighed, reluctantly producing 3 more bottles of longshue potion for the baby dragon. "Here you go. But you must promise to provide me with more longshue in the future." The baby dragon impatiently snatched the potions and zoomed back to her nest to indulge in them. Arthur took a moment to restore his battle chi and magical energy beside the dragon's nest. Thanks to the abundant energy in the area, he quickly replenished his previously consumed magical power. Observing the baby dragon, now dozing after drinking the longshue potion, Arthur affectionately stroked her scales and wings. What a beautiful little creature. Suddenly, he noticed that the hue of the baby dragon's scales bore a striking resemblance to the gems on his storage ring. Could it be? No, that is impossible. It must be a trick of my eyes. Gems from dragons are exceedingly rare. What am I even thinking? Continuing to caress the baby dragon, he resolved, "Even if you are not a holy dragon, I shall bestow upon you the finest name. Mykeluos. Yes, little one, you shall be called Mykeluos. May you live freely and joyfully in this realm, as if you were the god of space. Mykeluos. Mykeluos," Arthur gently called out to the baby dragon. She opened her adorable eyes and emitted a soft coo in response. "A woo-woo. Ah, you agree. From now on, you shall be called Mykeluos." Excited, Arthur couldn't resist giving her a playful flick on the head. "Oh, whoa." Mykeluos immediately flared up. "What do you mean by that? That was a love tap. Not everyone gets to enjoy it." Dismissing the eccentric Arthur, Mykeluos shifted her position and resumed her slumber. Arthur chuckled heartily, noticing the 3 dragon eggs pushed into a corner by Mykeluos. It dawned on him that he had yet to complete the symbiotic contract with the golden dragon egg. It had been a while since he had focused on condensing the contract runes. Thus, Arthur concentrated intently, channeling his battle chi and magic to condense the symbiotic contract runes. About an hour later, all of his battle chi and magic were once again depleted, and the shimmering contract runes on the golden dragon egg gradually faded into the eggshell. Chapter 80. Starlight Dew. After exhausting his battle chi and magic, Arthur consumed several magical potions. After resting for a few moments, he finally restored about 20% of his internal energy. At this time, Mykeluos had succumbed to deep slumber, and the dragon sparrows, having ingested the longshue potion, remained in their nests to digest its effects. The tree spirit mage had also taken on the form of a banyan fruit and seemed unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Only the family of Fusus quietly guarded Arthur's side, who gently stroked Fusus's soft head. "Come with me. I will take you back to the dragon roost, where you will find your new home." Fusus happily wagged its tail like an obedient puppy, eager to please Arthur. Thus Arthur, accompanied by the corn spirit and the Fusus family, rode the dragon sparrows toward the location of Inlong Bay where Meili was waiting. At that moment, the area surrounding Inlong Bay, encompassing roughly 1/3 of the southern shore of Longchi Island, was shrouded in the deceptive mist. As Arthur guided the dragon sparrows to circle around Inlong Bay, the mist began to swirl, revealing a passage. He led the dragon sparrows into the passage. On a massive reef emerging from the sea, Meili awaited Arthur's arrival, beside a colossal white shell. Within it swam 2 small spirits, Cairo and Kayla, along with 8 spirit insects. "Arthur, you have returned. That was rather swift," Meili exclaimed, unable to conceal her joy upon seeing him. Arthur leaped down from the dragon sparrow, replying, "Yes, I am back. However, I bring troubling news." His expression turned somber. "My sister and I encountered a sky-level elf at the Crossroads Inn, who happened to be heading to Giant Lizard Island, where he saw the lizard men gathering forces to invade the New Moon Duchy." Seeing Arthur's troubled visage, Meili's heart ached. "So, you are in trouble?" "Indeed. Giant Lizard Island is located 1,000 miles southwest of Longchi Island. If those lizard men are to attack the New Moon Duchy, they will likely land from the nearest source flows to Giant Lizard Island and our current location on Osagus Island." Arthur sighed deeply. Longchi Island and Alisand Port will be the first to bear the brunt of their assault. Mei looked at Arthur with concern. Do you have any countermeasures? If necessary, our Chaozu clan can join the battle at any time. Recently, our strength has seen considerable enhancement. We now have 28 high-level Chaozu, and our attack power has also significantly increased. Arthur felt a surge of hope at her words. Although the Chaozu clan's combat ability had been lacking, they still possessed over 20 sky-level fighters. Moreover, they had now mastered a mobile celestial gathering array. Perhaps they could indeed serve as a surprising force for Arthur. Additionally, combining the dragon sparrows and the Qiqiao clan, they had over 20 high-level magical birds at their disposal. These were Arthur's hidden cards. They can easily contend with 10 experts from the sky level among the human or humanoid races. For their small island, it is evident that dispatching 10 sky-level experts is the limit for the lizard men. It seems that this invasion by the lizard men may represent both a challenge and an opportunity for Yace. Yace's eyes began to gleam with a bloodthirsty glint, and he thought to himself, "Come at me. You shall become the flesh and blood for my evolution of the spirit plant." Meliel sensed Yace's aura shifting towards brutality and gently called out to him, "Yace, are you all right?" Her concerned voice roused him from his savage thoughts. Upon seeing Meliel's worried expression, he smiled and replied, "I am fine. I was just contemplating a strategy to deal with them." Meliel's face lit up with joy at his words. "You have a plan? That is truly wonderful. Please, share it with me." Yace teased, "Just follow my orders when the time comes. It is still merely an idea that I need to ponder further." Meliel rolled her eyes at him and replied, "All right. If you won't say, then forget it. By the way, let me show you something amazing." As she spoke, Meliel produced a shell from her dwelling and opened it to reveal a shimmering silver-white liquid inside. "Is this a potion?" Yace inquired. Meliel proudly affirmed, "Indeed. This is the Xinghui Ninglu, a concoction I created using seaweed, kelp, seagrass, dragon-blood grass, and star spirit liquid." "Star spirit liquid? Xinghui Ninglu?" Yace asked, intrigued. Meliel playfully responded, "You don't know? Star spirit liquid is a mystical essence that our Chaozu clan condenses within our bodies after becoming the foundation of a formation. This essence not only accelerates our cultivation, but also enhances the speed at which we gather the colorful orbs by more than tenfold. The effects of the Xinghui Ninglu I concocted are even more remarkable." Oh, Yace's curiosity was piqued even further. Meliel, satisfied by his interest, continued. "Xinghui Ninglu not only hastens our cultivation speed, but also significantly enhances the intelligence of ordinary Chaozu, while advanced Chaozu's learning abilities and my own thoughts become remarkably more vibrant." "Is it truly so wondrous?" Yace scrutinized the Xinghui Ninglu contained within the shell, its rich energy shimmering like stars. It certainly lived up to its name. Unable to contain his eagerness, Yace drank it all in one go. A refreshing sensation spread from his throat throughout his limbs, a gentle yet continuous energy revitalizing him. His battle chi and magical power were rapidly recovering, and a refreshing feeling continuously surged in his mind, invigorating his thoughts. Feeling the surging power within him. After about half an hour, Yace's battle chi and magical power were completely restored and even improved. It had been a long time since his cultivation had advanced, as he had reached the pinnacle of a high-level Earth Knight. The Xinghui Ninglu had actually enhanced his cultivation. With its assistance, he believed he could soon touch the realm of the sky level. Astonished by the miraculous effects of the Xinghui Ninglu, he looked at Meliel, a glimmer of gratitude shining in his eyes. Grasping her hands, he exclaimed, "This Xinghui Ninglu is truly extraordinary. Thank you, Meliel. I am genuinely grateful. With it, we will have a much greater advantage against the invasion of the lizard men." Meliel's face flushed slightly as she smiled. "This is our shared battle, Yace. I believe you will lead everyone to victory against the enemy." Yace nodded, confidence swelling in his heart. With the Xinghui Ninglu, the combat strength of Longxi Island would see a significant enhancement. He believed many would transcend their current realms. "Meliel, how much Xinghui Ninglu do you have now?" Meliel confidently replied, "I currently have over 100 portions. However, as long as I have enough dragon blood grass and star spirit liquid, I can easily concoct 100 portions daily." "Excellent. Please give me 100 portions for now. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to gather dragon blood grass." "Sure." Meliel retrieved a pile of small shells from her massive Chaozu shell. Yace placed these shells into his spatial ring. These were all precious Xinghui Ninglu. "Thank you. You are truly my great benefactor." Yace couldn't help but kiss Meliel's hand. Her face instantly turned crimson. "There's no need to be so polite, Yace." With renewed vigor, Yace declared, "I will swiftly devise a detailed defense plan and organize everyone for battle. Meliel, you and the Chaozu clan must also prepare. We must unite as one to resist the external threat." Meliel resolutely responded, "Rest assured, Yace. We of the Chaozu clan will fully support you. Chapter 81. The transformation of the corn sprite with Meliel's assistance in concocting the Xinghui Ninglu. Yace felt significantly more confident in repelling the invasion of the lizard men. He gently stroked his storage ring and murmured, "The Xinghui Ninglu here is a crucial guarantee for enhancing the strength of the knights on Longqi Island. With the Xinghui Ninglu, Longqi Island can rise rapidly. It appears that this invasion by the lizard men will be a significant opportunity for me." Yace contemplated how to maximize the benefits of the Xinghui Ninglu. First and foremost, each of his Earth Knights should receive a portion. Their strength enhancement is one of the most vital tasks for Longqi Island at present. The 16 knights on the verge of advancing to Earth Knights must also be given some. With the Xinghui Ninglu, they should be able to break through to Earth Knights in one go. This would result in a total of 28 Earth Knights under his command, surpassing the strength of most barons. Combined with his spirits and magical birds, he was already laying the groundwork to contend for a Viscount title. As long as he advanced to Sky Knight, the Viscount title would be within reach. The remaining 34 knight attendants could also be provided with a portion, granting them the potential to advance to Earth Knights before or after the Lizardmen's invasion. Of course, he could not simply give them away without conditions. As the saying goes, a grain of rice in kindness should be repaid with a bushel. Thus, he would establish a merit exchange system. They could advance their portions in advance, which would later be deducted from their earned merits. This would serve as a great motivation for them. Currently, the military salary system is widely practiced among the nobility. Knights receive gold coins and cultivation resources each month based on their cultivation levels, while they owe loyalty to their lords. Although knights in this world value honor and loyalty, the rigid military salary system is somewhat detrimental to individual initiative. While it can inspire enthusiasm for enhancing their strength, it does little to encourage diligence in their duties. Although outstanding knights may gain recognition and rewards from their lords, people often consider matters from their own perspectives. Since cultivation determines the gold and resources they receive, enhancing cultivation must be every knight's primary goal. If a merit exchange system were implemented, although cultivation would still be the ultimate goal for knights, it would certainly ignite their desire to achieve merit for their lord. This way, they could not only showcase their knightly prowess, but also obtain more resources for cultivation. He also decided to reserve some Xinghui Ninglu to exchange with his father. Yace whispered, "After all, our family faces a tremendous crisis ahead, and any enhancement in strength could significantly impact the future situation." He also wished to gift a portion to his elder brother Adam, as it would help him smoothly advance to a high-level Earth Knight, benefiting both the Merlin family and their upcoming confrontation with the lizard men. Furthermore, he intended to provide portions to his sister Ali-san, cousin Sam, and his 2 male servants, as having stronger individuals by his side would undoubtedly increase efficiency. With a newfound sense of purpose, Arthur joyfully retrieved the blood-colored jade powder to establish a connection with the ocean sprites. Perhaps due to their upbringing alongside Melier, these ocean sprites displayed neither the attachment nor affection typical of other sprites and sprite bugs. However, Arthur soon noticed that the magical energy fluctuations among the ocean sprites had significantly intensified. Was it the influence of the starry spirit gathering array? He observed that the coral sprite and the 8 sprite bugs exhibited markedly more vibrant magical energies, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. Standing nearby, Melier elucidated that the enhancement was likely attributable to the starry dew she had fed them. Upon concocting the starry dew, she had lacked suitable experimental subjects and casually administered it to the nearby ocean sprites, yielding unexpectedly positive results. Observing Melier's smugness, Arthur couldn't help but tease her, suggesting she had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. He cautioned her against potential side effects, jesting that she might find herself in tears with no recourse. Melier's smile faltered as she shot him a glare, asserting that all ingredients were beneficial and posed no harm. Arthur remained steadfast in his opinion, advising her to seek out magical beasts for future potion trials, expressing concern that she might inadvertently ruin his sprites. Reluctantly, Melier acquiesced, acknowledging her surprise at the potion's effectiveness on sprites. She then encouraged him to test his own potions to ascertain their effects. Arthur chuckled at her suggestion, retrieving various potions from his storage ring and pouring them into the white shells housing the ocean sprites. Regrettably, aside from the dragon-blood elixir, which exhibited some effect, the others proved ineffective. It seemed not all potions held power. Nonetheless, the efficacy of the starry dew was reassuring. Arthur felt a sense of relief, pondering that if all potions were effective, the prominent families would have long since discovered them, making it even more challenging for him to catch up. The value of the starry dew exceeded his expectations, particularly since the dragon blood elixir's potency stemmed from its dragon blood content. While the starry dew was crafted from ordinary magical ingredients, Arthur contemplated the unique nature of the starry liquid, which was irreplicable and available only to him. This thought further uplifted his spirits, as he now possessed an additional card up his sleeve. After satiating the ocean sprites, he noted the waning daylight and informed lair that he would return home for the evening, planning to meet her in the morning to gather dragon blood grass. Though reluctant to part ways, she agreed, and with a farewell, Arthur mounted his dragon sparrow, glancing back to wave goodbye before urging the creature toward Longchi Island. Fuzi flapped its large tail, closely trailing behind. lair watched Arthur's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, then waved her coral wand, summoning the mystical fog to envelop the passage once more. The entire Silver Dragon Bay reverted to its misty ambience. Arthur first visited the Silver Dragon Cave, instructing the dragon sparrows to hunt magical beasts to deliver to Yumituin for the blood sacrifice ritual. After a brief interval, he soared over Yumituin, descending to hover above the life plant of the corn sprite. 2 night attendants stood guard over the plant and greeted Arthur upon his arrival, bowing respectfully. "Rise," Arthur commanded. "I wish to inspect Maynee's life plant." He instructed Maynee to hasten the ripening of the surrounding corn potions. She soared above the plant, her body radiating green light, and soon, the corn potions within a 10-meter radius matured. Though she experienced some energy depletion, she was far from exhausted. Arthur rewarded her with a portion of starry dew, which she eagerly consumed, replenishing her magical energy and even enhancing it slightly. Ecstatic, she flitted around Arthur, calling out joyfully. Arthur then instructed the 2 night attendants to harvest the matured corn potions and to excavate a 5-meter deep pit within the area. Although puzzled, the attendants promptly executed his orders. Meanwhile, Arthur guided the dragon sparrow southeast toward Longchi Island, where many magical beasts congregated, intending to capture a few for the blood sacrifice. After approximately 2 hours, as the sun began to set, the night attendants completed the excavation, though they were drenched in sweat from the exertion. Arthur returned with a 3rd intermediate magical beast, which he deposited into the pit they had dug. The beast's massive body protruded partially above the surface. He handed the attendants 10 gold coins, expressing gratitude for their hard work and permitting them to rest while he attended to other matters, assuring them he would call upon them again. Once they had distanced themselves, Arthur retrieved the remaining dragon blood from his spatial ring and commenced the blood sacrifice ritual. The blood sacrifice talismans, transformed into crimson serpents, were continually sent into the life plant of the corn sprite, swiftly permeating its entirety. The roots of the plant sprouted tendril-like extensions, penetrating the magical beast's body to absorb its nutrients. At that moment, several dragon sparrows arrived, and more magical beasts were cast into the pit. After receiving ample nourishment, the life plant of the corn sprite rapidly grew taller and thicker, ultimately reaching over 5 meters in height. Its originally deep green leaves transformed into a rich reddish-brown hue, emanating a purple glow. Chapter 82. Transformation. Arthur exhibited growing proficiency as he performed the blood sacrifice technique, successfully depleting the remaining dragon blood in approximately 15 minutes, thus flawlessly completing the ritual once more. As the mysterious and ancient blood sacrifice runes, reminiscent of oracle bone script, spread throughout the entire life plant of the corn sprite, an astonishing transformation quietly unfolded. The once dripping emerald leaves gradually morphed into a profound reddish-brown tone, seemingly infused with a mysterious power, while the stout, sturdy stems shimmered with a faint purple light, resembling precious jade and exuding an air of nobility. At that moment, a gigantic flower bud, measuring no less than 1 meter in diameter, unexpectedly blossomed at the top of the corn plant. Without hesitation, the corn sprite Maynee took flight toward the flower bud. As she approached, her movements were as gentle as a breeze gliding across a lake, and with a delicate touch, the bud slowly parted. Without a moment's hesitation, Maynee slipped inside the opening, causing the bud to close once more, returning to its original state. From the outside, everything appeared serene as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Arthur understood that Maynee was on the cusp of yet another significant metamorphosis. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered around the corn life plant, the corn potions were undergoing subtle changes. Some of the nearby potions even ripened instantly. The tendrils of the life plant soon enveloped all the magical beasts, resulting in a dense array of purple roots extending 10 meters outward from the plant, resembling a mass of purple serpents coiling together. Upon completing the ritual, Arthur promptly commanded the dragon sparrows to return to the Silver Dragon Cave. Although the location posed minimal danger, it was prudent to be cautious given the secrets harbored within. Aware that Mamie would not complete her transformation immediately, he summoned the knight attendants back. The two were astonished to witness such a remarkable change in the corn life plant. However, the commendable obedience and the honor of being a knight restrained them from excessive inquiries. They merely inquired politely of Arthur, "My Lord Baron, should we increase our manpower? I noticed that this spirit plant has undergone significant changes. I wonder if it might attract the attention of magical beasts." Arthur nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of their concern. "You raise a pertinent point. I shall dispatch additional personnel. You are now entrusted with this matter. Ensure it is well guarded and that no one approaches. As you command, my Lord Baron." After organizing everything, Arthur resolved to return to Longqi Fortress. He had numerous matters to attend to, and he needed to contemplate the formulation and implementation of the meritocratic system. On his journey back, Arthur pondered the potential transformation of the corn fairy. Would it merely grow stronger, or could it evolve directly into a great fairy? If it were to become a great fairy, the implications for Arthur would be immense, as a great fairy would serve as a foundation for a viscount standing. Simultaneously, Arthur increasingly valued the blood sacrifice technique. Possessing this secret art would undoubtedly bestow endless benefits upon the spirit insects and fairies under his command, significantly accelerating his accumulation of merit on the path to promotion and nobility. Yet, if the Psy people possessed such arcane knowledge, how could they be so easily vanquished by the barbarians? Meanwhile, at the site of the spirit plant, the purple roots gradually began to retract, ultimately vanishing entirely. The magical beasts also disappeared without a trace, leaving only a ground littered with bone powder. The entire area appeared as though nothing had occurred. However, only Arthur and a select few were aware that a remarkable transformation might be in the making. Arthur finally returned to Longqi Fortress before sunset. Mr. Carter was already at the castle entrance, leading a group to welcome him. Dismounting from the dragon sparrow, Arthur entered the fortress accompanied by the ear mouse, Fuzai. "My Lord Baron." The castle servants greeted him in unison under Carter's guidance. The Rolla sisters followed closely behind Madame Mousen. The onlookers were intrigued by the wolf-sized magical beast trailing behind Arthur, particularly the maids, who were utterly enamored with the adorable creature. Arthur turned to the steward, Mr. Carter, and instructed, "Mr. Carter, please have a nest constructed for Fuzai in the plum garden, situated beside the native spirit plant of the plum fairy insect. The main structure can be made of jade. Tomorrow, I will bring back additional potion materials for you." Mr. Carter respectfully replied, "Certainly, my lord." "The Fuzai you mentioned is this." Arthur chuckled. "This is the ear mouse. Though it may seem small, it is already a high-ranking magical beast, albeit with modest combat capabilities. Its sense of smell is superior even to that of dogs." "Woof woof." Fuzai responded to Arthur's remarks with a bark. Arthur jested with Mr. Carter. "See, its bark is similar. Treat it as you would a dog." "My lord, allow me the responsibility of caring for her," Layla volunteered earnestly. Upon hearing Layla's eagerness, the other maids felt a pang of regret for not stepping forward first. "Very well, but you must take good care of her, otherwise I shall be forced to punish you," Arthur replied with a smile. "Moreover, Fuzai has quite the appetite, so do not complain later." "Of course not, my lord. I will ensure she grows plump and healthy," Layla vowed with unwavering determination. The others exchanged glances at Fuzai's snowy white body and vividly colored tail, silently questioning, "Are you certain you want her to be plump and healthy?" In the Longqi Fortress dining hall, Arthur, Sam, Scholar Digirus, and Eric were enjoying their meal. After sipping a thick cream mushroom soup, Arthur inquired of Sam, "Sam, how does it feel to work alongside Scholar Digirus?" Sam swallowed a piece of magical beast meat and wiped his mouth, replying, "Scholar Digirus is a learned and wise sage. It is an honor to assist him. These past few days have been immensely beneficial." Arthur nodded in satisfaction. "That is good to hear. While it may seem that martial prowess dictates everything in this world, the power of knowledge can unleash tremendous energy at the right time." Digirus smiled and remarked, "My Lord Baron possesses great wisdom. Indeed, under the glow of candlelight, even a gnome can cast a substantial shadow." Upon hearing Arthur and Scholar Digirus, Sam felt a stirring within him, momentarily forgetting his favorite dish. The power of knowledge. A great shadow. Arthur looked at Sam with a reassuring smile, sensing the changes occurring within him. "Sam, follow Scholar Digirus closely in your studies. I trust you will discover what you seek. Once a seed is sown, with the right sunlight and rain, it will surely break through the soil and grow into a towering tree." "Yes, thank you, cousin." "No, my Lord Baron," Sam replied with unwavering resolve. Arthur smiled silently.